Chapter 1061. Crossing Yang Yuji in 100 Steps. Ding! King-level General Zhou Tai pledges his allegiance to you. Ding! Diamond-level General Jiang Qin pledges his allegiance to you. Ding! The Imperial General Yang Yuji pledges his allegiance to you. Because of Sun Jian's formal surrender, all the generals who were originally subordinate to Sun Jian turned their allegiance to Chu Tian. Sun Jian lost his status as a prince of the Han Empire. As the unification of the Han Empire approached, the princes disappeared and were replaced by Chu Tian. The last prince, Zhou Tai, the immortal war god of Jiangdong, survived dozens of injuries and protected Sun Quan many times. Name Zhou Tai. Talent, King-level General, Infantry/Naval Department. Level, 89. Identity, one of Jiang Biao's 12 Tiger Ministers. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 77, Force, 92, Intelligence, 48, Politics, 38, Charm, 60. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 70. Feature 1, Immortal God of War, S-level exclusive feature. Personal defense plus 50%, when injured. The force will not decrease. The first fatal injury will not cause death. Injury recovery speed plus 25%. Characteristic 2, Protecting the Lord in Death Battle, S-level trait. Loyalty is not easy to decline. When the Lord/Monarch/Prince is in danger, the more serious the injury, the greater the increase in ability. Special arms, none. Zhou Tai's greatest ability is his tough life. He can serve as a guard or lead troops into battle. It has to be said that Zhou Tai's characteristic, Immortal God of War, may be the most desperate S-level personal characteristic. However, Zhou Tai is not a handsome man, and his ability to lead troops is average. Another Jiangdong Tiger General, Jiang Qin, is a military commander of the Crossbow/Navy Department. Name, Jiang Qin. Talent, Diamond General, Crossbow/Navy. Level 90. Identity, one of Jiang Biao's 12 Tiger Generals. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 78, Force, 84, Intelligence, 53, Politics, 42, Charm, 75. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 65. Feature 1, Volley, A-level feature. Personal and Archer Legion damage plus 10%. Feature 2, Fire Arrow, B-level feature. Fire Arrow damage plus 7%. Characteristic 3, Suppress Bandits, A-level trait. Legion's damage to bandits plus 15%. Special arms, none. Jiang Qin was considered a Bao general, and was good at commanding the navy. Absorbing famous generals from the Jiangdong army is equivalent to adding a large number of naval generals to the Fubo army. The first and second largest navies in the Han Empire merged, giving them the capital to span the world. Ding! The SS-level achievement Jiang Biao's Tiger Minister is activated. Recruiting Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, Han Dang, Jiang Qin, Zhou Tai, Shan Wu, Dong Shi, Gan Ning, Ling Tong, Su Sheng, Pan Zhang. Ding, the 12 generals including Feng can complete this task. Jiang Biao's Tiger Minister? Chu Tian heard the system prompt that this task was really difficult to complete. Ding Feng seemed not to have been born at this time. Zhou Tai and Jiang Qin were relatively familiar military commanders. Chu Tian already knew about them. But what he really cared about was the arrow god Yang Yuji. Like Jiang Qin, Yang Yuji is a general in the Bao department, and his archery skills are not weaker than any general in the Chu Tian force. Name, Yang Yuji. Talent, Imperial General, Bow and Crossbow System. Level, 98. Identity, Chu State Marksman. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 65, Force, 97, Intelligence, 67, Politics, 11, Charm, 67. Phaseality, Brave. Favorability, 63. Characteristic 1, True 100 steps can penetrate Yang, SS level personal characteristics. Bow and arrow range plus 20%. Bow and arrow damage plus 15%. Characteristic 2, True and accurate, SS level personal characteristics. Bow and arrow hit rate greatly increased. Bow and arrow damage plus 15%. Characteristic 3, Raise an arrow, S level personal trait. First arrow damage plus 30% in each battle. Characteristic 4, Arrows hit rocks, S level personal characteristics. Bow and arrow armor penetration plus 20%. Special weapon, Yang Yuji Bao, Emperor level, with lightning damage. Chu Tian saw that Yang Yuji had all personal characteristics, and all 4 characteristics provided bonuses to Yang Yuji's archery skills, making Yang Yuji's archery skills extremely terrifying and worthy of being the god of arrows. Chu Tian estimated that Xuerengui and Li Guang's archery skills may not be as good as Yang Yuji, who specializes in personal archery. Xuerengui had the ability to lead troops in battles, and Li Guang also led cavalry assaults from time to time. This was different from generals, like Yang Yuji, who all relied on their own archery skills. In future battles, perhaps Yang Yuji's archery skills can be used to kill the enemy's general among the thousands of troops, and disintegrate the enemy's army. A master archer who is good at shooting. His hands are like those of apes, and his arms are extremely strong. These people are still under your jurisdiction for the time being, and will be reorganized in the future. Chu Tian has not yet figured out how to reorganize Jiangdong army. Sun Jian can lead troops, because Sun Jian and Sun Su will be equivalent to relatives of the emperor in the future. So they will try to maintain Chu Tian's status. Chu Tian's position is solid, and the Sun family's position will also be consolidated. The fate of the Han dynasty has run out, and artifacts are more readily available. When will they be replaced? Sun Jian is now very concerned about Chu Tian's usurpation of the throne. He believes that it is necessary to do so as soon as possible to ensure that the interests of the Sun family are protected, and to avoid long nights and dreams. There are still a few princes who have not yet surrendered. I have sent envoys to persuade them to surrender. Chu Tian had indeed sent people to persuade Shua Tang from Wancheng, Yang Shirlang from Xiangyang, and Wang Defa from Jiaozhou. In the unification war of the Han Empire, the two most difficult opponents at the beginning were Lao Qin in Guanzhong and Mingwan in Liaodong. As a result, Lao Qin died of illness and Mingwan ran away. Then came Liu Bei and Tong Kai. These two forces were strong in the south. They surrendered. The remaining three princes should have no courage and capital to resist. Chu Tian just needs to wait for their reply. If they dare to refuse, Chu Tian doesn't mind letting them try what it feels like to be attacked by a million-strong army. In addition to the generals of the Sun family who took refuge in Chu Tian, the Beifu army, Shanyu army, Nanchao army, and Jingchu army under Tong Kai also surrendered to Chu Tian. Jiangsu was full of famous generals and talented people. The Beifu army included Xie Xian, Lu Laoji, Sun Wuzhong, Huan Wen, Zhu Ti and others, as well as Lu Kuan, who was captured by Xiao Chua in the Battle of Xinya. The Shan Yu army was actually an army formed by local Jiangdong generals, including Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, Pan Zhang, Dong Shi and others, Wei Rui and Xiao Mok of the Southern Dynasty Army, Xiang Yin and Long Jie of the Jingchu Army. There is also Song Zhang's Lianshan Army, including Wu Yong, Wu Song, Lu Zhishan, and Hua Rong. The generals of Lianshan were weakened a lot in The Lord, which focused on historical facts, and it is impossible to have the same strength as in Water Margin. For the Lianshan army, there are several generals available, and it seems that the Lianshan army can also be used as cannon fodder. Tong Kai actually set up several legions of the Jiangdong army for Chu Tian in advance. Where is the next target? Tong Kai had to accept the reality, and was curious about who Chu Tian would operate on next. The 4 Japanese islands, the Fubo army, and the Jiangdong navy have merged. We already have the ability to conduct expeditions. The 4 islands of Japan. Almost all the generals looked east. Chapter 1062 Unification of the Han Empire. Wancheng. It is said that Tang Dynasty and Tang Dynasty defender Zhang Sun trapped the city for more than a year, because he had stored a lot of grain and grass in the city. And Zhang Sun was the top city defender in the Eastern Han Dynasty. Wancheng was never captured by the Xia army. Attack from the front. However, Chu Tian besieged but did not attack. When the general situation of the world changed, Wancheng had become an isolated city. It seems that I am arrogant. Yizhou and Yangzhou surrendered, leaving only Jingzhou and Jiaozhou. How can we fight against the Northern Army? It is said that after Tang received Chu Tian's letter of persuasion to surrender, and confirmed that Liu Bei and Tong Kai, the 2 largest princes so far, had surrendered, he knew that he had lost his status as a prince. It is said that there was only one Wancheng in the Tang dynasty, and there were no reinforcements from outside, so there was no need to defend it. Lord! Zhang patrolled the city for more than a year, which made Xia Jun fear Wancheng. He did not expect that the final result would be like this. Zhang Sun and Wei Zheng, open the city gate. There is no need to defend this city, said Tang was disheartened. The gates of the fortified Wancheng were wide open. It was said that Tang led 100,000 Wancheng garrison and surrendered to Wei Wuji, who was responsible for the siege of Wancheng. Even if you have a top defender, you can't control Wancheng. In Xiangyang City, Yang Shirlang also received a letter of persuasion to surrender. The ones who came to submit a letter of persuasion to surrender to Yang Shirlang were Kai Zhong and Kai He brothers, who were serving in the Chutian forces. Yang Shirlang summoned the Kai family, Kuai family, Ma family and other aristocratic families in Xiangyang to discuss the matter of surrender. In the end, the situation was over, and he chose to surrender to the Xiao army. Yang Shirlang currently controls Nanjun and Jiangxiajan, and it takes a lot of time to discuss the terms of surrender with the Xiaojuan ministers. The Xiao army did not rush to march, but patiently recruited and surrendered these princes and their generals, soldiers and horses. If a brutal offensive and defensive battle can be avoided, it is naturally best to persuade them to surrender, and it will not take long. Wu Qi and Zhang Dao were originally preparing ships to cross the Han River, but they learned that Yang Shirlang, a prince in Xiangyang, had decided to surrender to the Xiao army, so they gave up the idea of crossing the Han River. It's a pity. This is the victory of conquering Xiangyang. Zhang Dao couldn't help but regret when he heard that Yang Zhulang had surrendered. Zhang Dao only participated in the siege of Fancheng. He was about to besiege Xiangyang with Wu Qi and show off his military exploits. But Jingzhou surrendered so easily. However, Zhang Dao thought about it and estimated that when Cao Cao led his troops south, the people in Jingzhou chose to surrender and had the same mentality. Chutian's power now is greater than that of Cao Cao before the Battle of Chibi. Therefore, it is not difficult to imagine that after Liu Bei and Tong Kai surrendered, the princes of Jingzhou surrendered one by one without fighting. In Jiaozhou and Panyu County, Nanhai County, envoys from the Xiao army arrived and persuaded King Defa, the shepherd of Jiaozhou, to surrender. Jiaozhou was the southernmost state of the Han Empire. Wang Defa did not fight with Chu Tian, and he never determined his position. Wang Defa's survival philosophy is also very simple. If he takes over the Ling'an area, he will follow whoever wins. He can still be his Jiaozhou shepherd, live a life of food and clothing, and be a master. Go back and tell King Xia that Defa, the Mu Wang of Jiaozhou, is willing to submit to the imperial court. After Wang Defa determined that the unification of the Han Empire was inevitable, he quickly made a decision. Then came the negotiations between the Jiaozhou aristocratic families and the imperial court. The aristocratic families in Jiaozhou have not gone to war with the Chutian forces, so they have relatively large negotiation capital. The last three princes of the Han Empire surrendered to the imperial court. In addition, when the Tibetan lords learned of the changes in the pass, they also surrendered to the imperial court, and Tubo was incorporated into the territory of the Han Empire. In the cold winter of the 16th year of the Lord's calendar, after 16 years of great melee, the huge Han Empire was finally unified. For a time, the news of the unification of the Han Empire spread throughout other civilized areas. Some opponents, who regarded the Han Empire as an enemy, were all shocked. On the Deccan Plateau, the great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, Ogdi, stepped over the corpse of an Indian Mughal general. As far as the eye could see, corpses were strewn in the field. Various flags of the Indian Mughal princes and coalition forces could be seen everywhere in the valley. Vultures hovered over the battlefield, and cavalrymen carrying Mongolian bows were sweeping the battlefield, finishing their blows from time to time. The number of war elephants captured by the Mongolian coalition forces totaled 1,000. Timur wiped the blood on his saber with a coarse cloth. Not long ago, Ogdi's coalition forces fought with the coalition forces of Indian princes on the Deccan Plateau and defeated a 1,000,000-strong coalition army. The Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry once again made the Indian princes experience the terror of nomadic cavalry. A war eagle probing Machi landed on Wakwatai's shoulder. Wakwatai pulled out a piece of paper. The message on it was very brief, and the Han Empire was unified. Wakwatai's expression changed. Finally, the Han Empire was unified, and the huge war machine began to operate. Timur rarely saw the rising Ogdi look pale. Khan! What happened? Wakwatai crumpled the note into a ball. Chu Zimu has unified the Han Empire. Timur thought of snatching away Xiaochu's Chutian, and he also felt hatred for it. Reason finally defeated Timur's hatred. Please don't worry, Khan. The Han Empire has been fighting for years. Chu Zi plans to unify the Han Empire. It must be we lost a lot of troops and horses, and we didn't have a few years to recuperate, so we were unable to launch a major campaign. Chu Zimu's ambition is not small. In order to conquer the Deccan Plateau as soon as possible, we have restarted the order to massacre the city. Once we conquer the city that does not take the initiative to surrender, we will massacre the city and leave no chickens or dogs behind. Wokuotai realized that the crisis was coming. If Chu Tian squeezes the potential of the Han Empire and operates its war machine, then Wokuotai, which is adjacent to the Han Empire, will be Chu Tian's great enemy. At the same time, Chu Tian is also Wokuotai's great enemy. The two are about to face each other again. But this time, Ajidai didn't think he was ready yet. Chu Tian needs time to recuperate, and Wokuotai is not much different. In the Far East, the Han Empire has gone from chaos to unification, and is rectifying various counties and restoring order. If the king is determined to march eastward, he must be on guard against the Han Empire. In Alexandria, the kingdom of Macedonia, the scribe Eumenes reported the war in the east to Alexander the Great, who was sitting on the throne. Since he regarded Chu Tian as his most powerful opponent, Alexander always paid attention to the progress of the Eastern Empire. Alexander was about the same age as Chu Tian, and he had become calm at this time. Like a sheathed sword, instigate the relationship between Ajidai and the Han Empire, so that both of them will lose. In addition, follow me to the city of Zurich. It is time to fight with the Holy Roman, the Hohenzollern of the Empire. Gustav of Sweden and others met. Yes. Eumenes immediately went down to make arrangements. Zurich is the main city of the Swiss Confederation and a neutral city. In the city of Rome, Emperor Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine returned from Egypt. Dusty and dusty. They immediately went from Rome to the city of Zurich. The teleportation array in the city of Zurich is guarded by a group of Swiss halberdiers and musketeers. The Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, and many electors came out of the teleportation formation, and a group of knights from the Teutonic Knights served as their escort. The Nordic lion Gustav then came out of the teleportation formation, and the Swedish dragoons provided protection for Gustav. Louis, Lord of France, led a group of paladins to appear in the city of Zurich. Lord Charles of England arrived with a group of English longbowmen. The Spanish Lord Isabella arrived with Spanish knights. For a time, the city of Zurich was in turmoil. Alexander. When Alexander and his famous Macedonian companions, the cavalry, arrived, all eyes turned to Alexander and Belisarius, the famous Byzantine commander who served for him. 3 emperors of Rome. When Caesar, Pompey, and Constantine appeared, many people also exclaimed. Alexander looked at the 3 Roman emperors. I heard that you are conquering Egypt. How is the situation? Caesar replied. Conquering Egypt is only a matter of time. You must also know about the unification of the Han Empire. Yes. This is why we will temporarily put aside the war in Egypt and come to the city of Zurich to discuss this matter with you. During the 5th National War, many Western lords learned about Chu Tian's power and knew that no Western civilization alone could compete with Chu Tian. This operation, called the Crusade, will last 10 years, Hohenzollern said. Chapter 1063 reorganized Jiandong army. In Xia City, famous generals gathered, and the surrendered princes brought their generals to the meeting. During this period, Chu Tian reorganized his troops, established new armies, and organized the Jiandong, Jingzhou, and Yizhou armies. As for the Jiaozhou, Tubo and Western Region Protectorate, they will remain intact for the time being. Jiandong army was led by Sun Jian. The original Jiandong Old Department was split into 2 parts. Some generals remained in the Jiandong army, and some generals were assigned to the Fubo army. Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, Gan Ning, Jiang Qin and others were sent to Fubo army, while Sun Ce, Jiandong 4 generals, Zhou Tai, Xie Xian, Lu Laoji, Wei Rui, Xiao Mok and other generals stayed in Jiandong army. The Jiandong army was allowed to retain some warships to utilize the Jiandong army's water warfare capabilities. The reason why some generals from the Jiandong army were transferred was because Jiandong was too powerful and had surpassed any of the troops established by Chu Tian. So it was necessary to split it into 2 to prevent Jiandong's old troops from joining forces. The new Jiandong army established 4 legions. The first legion was Sun Jian's Jiandong Legion. Deputy General Sun Ce, Cheng Pu, Huang Gai, Han Dang, and Zhu Mao were still serving under Sun Jian. Shou Tai and Yang Yuji were also in the first corps. Chu Tian has already seen the panel of generals from the Sun family in Jiandong. With Sun Jian and Sun Su's ability to command troops, coupled with the loyalty of Jiandong's 4 generals, and the strength of Zhou Tai and Yang Yuji, there is no doubt about the combat effectiveness of the first Jiandong army. In addition, the first Jiandong army also has weakened versions of 8,000 Jiandong disciple soldiers. Danong soldiers? Jiefan soldiers and other high-level units. The 2nd Legion, Xiexian's Beifu Legion, Deputy General Lu Laoji, and several middle and senior generals such as Sun Wuzhong. The combat effectiveness of Xiexian's Beifu army is even more obvious to all. The core main force of the Beifu army is only the Beifu army. But the Beifu army is large in number, with tens of thousands of troops. Xiexian, who won the epic victory, Battle of Feishui, and was also known as the Xie family Xilan Yushu, had an even more gorgeous attribute panel. Name Xiexian. Talent, Imperial Commander, Infantry/Navy. Level, 95. Identity, Founder of Beifu Army. Battle of Feishui. Loyalty, 75. Commander, 97. Force, 57. Intelligence, 82. Politics, 72. Charm, 85. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability, 50. Feature 1. Create Beifu, SSS level exclusive feature. When commanding the Beifu army, all attributes of the Beifu army will be plus 30% when commanding other arms. The effect will be halved. Characteristic 2, Xilan Yushu, SS level trait. Whole army aura. Warrior morale plus 15%. Attack power plus 10%. Generals will not defect halfway. Beifu army also applies to this aura. Characteristic 3, all grass and trees are soldiers, SS level trait. The enemy's morale decreases at a plus 20% rate, making it easier to cause fear after the enemy is defeated. The enemy's morale decreases at a plus 30% rate, making it easier to collapse. Special arms, Beifu army, 7th level of all arms, fire extinguisher. Upper limit of 50,000. Only when Xiexian leads the Beifu army can he exert the greatest combat power. Therefore, Xiexian is the best choice to coach the Beifu army. The Beifu army was the #1 soldier in the southern dynasties. It was also a full range of arms, and had amazing combat power. Followed by Lu Laoji, the vanguard general of the Beifu army. Name, Lu Laoji. Talent, King-level general, infantry/naval department. Level, 96. Identity, pioneer general of the Beifu army. Loyalty, 70. Commander, 85. Force, 94. Intelligence, 42. Politics, 9. Charm, 27. Phaseality, brave. Favorability, 41. Feature 1, Beifu Vanguard, S-level exclusive feature. When commanding the Beifu army and serving as the vanguard general. The Beifu army's attack power plus 17%. Lu Laoji's personal attack power plus 20%. Feature 2, Night Attack, S-level feature. When launching a night attack, the Legion's attack power plus 23%. Characteristic 3, Defection, negative trait. After taking charge of the military, he is capricious and unstable. Special situation, when Xiexian serves as the commander-in-chief of the Beifu army. This trait will not take effect. Special arms, none. Beifu army merged into Xiexian. Lu Laoji is undoubtedly a fierce general, and only Xiexian can suppress him. With Xiexian commanding the Beifu army, there was no need to worry about Lu Laoji's rebellion. In addition to Lu Laoji, there are also generals of the Beifu army such as Sun Wuzhong, but they are incomparable to Lu Laoji. Chu Tian only needs to guarantee Xiexian's loyalty. The 3rd Legion, Wei Rui's Southern Dynasty Legion, consisted of Deputy Generals Huan Wen and Zhu Ti, and Vanguard General Xiao Mok. Wei Rui and Qin Qingji were both famous generals in Nanliang, and they also had the epic victory, Battle of Zhongli. Name, Wei Rui. Talent, Imperial Commander, Crossbow System/Navy Department. Level 90. Identity, Famous General of Nanliang. Chief General of Zhongli Battle. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 96. Force, 20. Intelligence, 91. Politics, 76. Charm, 87. Phaseality, Calm. Favorability, 47. Feature 1, Wei Hu, SS level exclusive feature. Enemy morale plus 30 before battle. Enemy morale decrease speed plus 20%. Navy attack power plus 20%. Crossbowman attack power plus 15%. Feature 2, Fire Attack, S-level feature. Fire attack ship damage plus 25%. Fire crossbow damage plus 15%. Feature 3, Divine Crossbow, S-level feature. Legion crossbow damage plus 20%. Characteristic 4, Car Formation, S-level feature. The defense power of soldiers in the car formation plus 25%. Wei Rui's abilities are very straightforward. Almost all of them are stat bonuses, including bonuses to crossbows, naval forces, morale, and vehicle formations, except for his extremely low strength and lack of cavalry skills. His other abilities are comprehensive. The Chutian forces lack crossbow generals. But after conquering Jiang's famous generals, they gained a lot of crossbow generals. Wei Rui's crossbows did a lot of damage. By combining crossbows with chariot formations, they could fight against large-scale cavalry. In the Battle of Zhu County, Wei Rui relied on his chariot formation and powerful crossbows to block Li Mu and Ye Luxiu's cavalry assault. Attacking such a general is a nightmare for many cavalry generals. Huan Wen and Zhu Ti were famous generals in the Eastern Jin dynasty, but they were assigned to Wei Rui's Southern Dynasty army by Chu Tian. Name, Huan Wen. Talent, King-level commander, infantry/navy department. Identity, Great Sima of the Eastern Jin dynasty. Commander, 91, Force, 76, Intelligence, 80, Politics, 65, Charm, 62. Characteristic 1, wearing armor and supervising combat, exclusive feature of S level. When supervising the battle personally. Morale plus 30. Attack power plus 25%. The effect lasts for a period of time. Characteristic 2, defeat more with less, S level trait. When the number of troops is less than that of the enemy. All attributes of the Legion range from plus 1% to 20%. Characteristic 3, too cautious, negative trait. Easy to be cautious and miss opportunities. Name, Zhu Ti. Commander, 87, Force, 75, Intelligence, 72, Politics, 53, Charm, 85. Characteristic 1, midstream attack, S-level exclusive trait. Legion morale is restored immediately by 30. Morale decline rate minus 20%. Characteristic 2, winning people's hearts, A-level trait. Bandits and refugees are easy to join. Characteristic 3, encouraging supervision of farming and mulberry farming, A-level trait. Output of farmers in military villages plus 5%. People's support is not easy to decline. Huan Wen was a powerful official in the Eastern Jin dynasty. Xie Xian and others once served under Huan Wen, and they made 3 northern expeditions to the Central Plains, but were later defeated by Murong Ba, Murong Chui. Zhu Ti is the protagonist of Dancing Upon the Rooster, and is a famous general who inspires morale. There is also Xiao Mok, the vanguard general of the Southern Dynasty Legion, who is a fierce general. Name, Xiao Mok. Commander, 64, Force, 98, Intelligence, 39, Politics, 20, Charm, 57. Characteristic 1, remove the flag and trap the enemy, SS level characteristic. When attacking the enemy formation, own attack power plus 15%. Defense power plus 15%. When successfully cutting off the enemy general's flag/commander's flag, the enemy will fall into varying degrees of chaos. Morale dropped by 10 to 70 points. Characteristic 2, bravely championing the 3 armies, SS level trait. When attacking the enemy formation, own attack power plus 40%. Xiao Mok is a strong general at the level of the 5 Tiger Generals, and his way of defeating the enemy is also very special. Xiao Mok does not have any bonus to the Legion, but he can cut off the enemy general's flag, causing chaos and lowering morale of the enemy, thus achieving the effect of defeating the enemy. Chu Tian remembered Xiao Mok. When the Sui army went south to unify China, Xiao Mok served for the Queen of Nanshan. However, Queen Shen had an affair with Xiao Mok's wife. As a fierce general, Xiao Mok simply passively fought, was finally captured by the Sui army, and surrendered to the Sui dynasty. This point impressed Chu Tian quite deeply. It was not unreasonable for the Southern Dynasty to be destroyed by the Sui dynasty. The Southern Dynasty Legion included Wei Rui, Huan Wen, Zhu Ti, Xiao Mok and others, who were full of martial virtue. Chapter 1064 The Military Strength of the Han Empire. The 4th Legion of Jiangmeng Army. Xiang Yan's Chu Legion. Deputy General Long Jie. Xiang Yan was a famous general of Chu State, and Xiang Yu's grandfather. Long Jie was a famous general in Western Chu. Xiang Yan's greatest achievement was to defeat Li Xian's Qin army. And Lord Xiang Yan did not have any outstanding achievements, but was defeated by Yu Fei. However, Xiang Yan still has certain abilities. Name, Xiang Yan. Commander, 90, Strength, 86, Intelligence, 30, Charm, 61. Characteristic 1, Generations of Chu Generals, S-level trait. Jingzhou and Jiangdong soldiers attack power plus 18%. Characteristic 2, Trailing counterattack, S-level trait. Following the enemy, and after the enemy's morale and physical strength decline, launch a counterattack. When following the enemy, the marching speed of your own army is plus 10%. The morale decrease speed is minus 10%. And the physical strength speed is minus 10%. 10% when launching a counterattack. The Legion's attack power plus 15%. Xiang Yan's ability is quite special. Then there is Long Jie, a fierce general under Xiang Yu. Name, Long Jie. Commander, 80, Force, 97, Intelligence, 40, Politics, 30, Charm, 49. Feature 1, Dragon Fighting in the Wild, SS level feature. Personal attack power plus 25%. Can enter a violent state. Dragon Energy Protection. Attack power plus 25%. Defense power plus 25%. Attack speed plus 10%. Affected disappears after a period of time. Cooling time, 7 days. Characteristic 2, Shichu Fierce General, S-level trait. Jingzhou and Jiangnan soldiers attack power plus 10%. When launching an attack, the enemy's morale decrease rate plus 15%. Dragon Qi is similar to Xiang Yu. Dragon Qi has dragon energy to protect his body, while Xiang Yu has black evil to protect his body. And his single target combat power is amazing. His intelligence is impressive. This is also a consistent shortcoming of strong men. As for the Shan Yu army, it was disbanded by Chu Tian and the Danyang soldiers, and Shan Yu soldiers were organized into 4 legions. Chu Tian disbanded a group of low-level troops that Tong Kai had forcibly recruited, retaining elites and veterans. So Jiangnan army only had 300,000 soldiers left. In addition, each legion was allocated 500 warships. Each of the 4 Jiangnan armies has a commander and a strong general, and together they are very impressive. The first legion consists of 4 veterans: Sun Jian, Sun Ce, Zhou Tai, Yang Yuji, and the Sun family. The second legion consisted of Xie Xian, Lu Laoji, and Sun Wuzhong. The third legion consisted of Wei Rui, Huan Wen, Zhu Ti, and Xiao Mok. The fourth legion, Xiang Yan, Long Jie. There are many famous generals. The premise is that Chu Tian transfers Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, Lu Meng, Gan Ning and others to Fubo army. Otherwise Jiangnan army can establish at least 6 legions, with 600,000 to 800,000 troops. In order to weaken the power of Jiangnan army, Chu Tian deliberately dismantled the famous generals of Jiangnan army. In addition to famous generals, Jiangnan army also had Counselor Chen Ping. Chu Tian appointed Chen Ping as the military advisor of Jiangnan army to make suggestions. Name, Chen Ping. Commander, 42, Force, 37, Intelligence, 98, Politics, 92, Charm, 58. Characteristic 1, 6 Surprising Strategies, SS level trait. Proficient in alienation and conspiracy. High probability of coming up with strategies. Characteristic 2, Han Prime Minister, SS level trait. Good at political struggles. Eradicating dissidents for the Emperor or Empress. Personal administrative efficiency plus 25%. Chen Ping was the second counselor after Zhang Liang in the early Han dynasty. He made 6 ingenious plans to drive a wedge between Xiang Yu and Fan Zheng, and help Liu Bang gain the empire. Later, he planned to capture Han Xian alive, and worked with Zhou Bo to quell the Liu family rebellion, and became the prime minister of the Han dynasty. He worked hard and achieved great results, with Chen Ping serving as the military advisor of the Jiangnan army. The strength of the Jiangnan army has increased to a higher level. As for Tong Kai, he was relieved of his real power. Although he was still a prince, his title was empty, and he had no military strength. The Lianshan army of Songjiang and Wu Yong was incorporated into the Jingzhou army by Chu Tian. The Jingzhou army consists of 4 legions. The first legion of the Jingzhou army, composed of Wen Pin, Wei Yan, Lu Pan, Huang Gong, and Kai Mao, was led by local Jingzhou generals, and was based in Xiangyang. The second legion of the Jingzhou army, the Song legion composed of Han Shizhong, Wu Jie, Pan Mei, and Chao Bin, is based in Jiangling. The third legion of the Jingzhou army is the Tang legion, headed by Guozi, stationed in Wancheng, and under the jurisdiction of generals Li Daozong and Zhang Sun. 2 fierce generals, Qin Qiong and Su Chu, were transferred to the Imperial Guard by Chu Tian. Qin Qiong was one of the 4 commanders of the Xuanjia army. Together with Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong formed the Xuanjia army, with a total of 1,200 Xuanjia cavalry. The Xuanjia army is a 9th level heavy cavalry, and its strength is gradually increasing. With the addition of 3 fierce generals, the Xuanjia army is invincible. The 4th legion of the Jingzhou army, which is the Lianshan legion of Songjiang, Wu Yong, Wu Song and others, is positioned as a cannon fodder legion and is based in Changsha. The Jingzhou army has about 200,000 soldiers and horses, and its military advisors are Su Shu and Kuai Liang. After reorganizing Jiangdong and Jingzhou, Chu Tian reorganized the army in Yizhou. The Yizhou First Army Corps, composed of local generals such as Zhang Ren, Yan Yin, and Li Yin, was based in Chengdu. The Yizhou Second Army Corps, the Hanzhong Army Corps of Zhang Dao, Zhang Jiao and Li Zicheng, was stationed in Nanjing. The Third Yizhou Army Corps, the Nanzhong Army Corps led by Muk, Ming Ba, Yong Kai and others, was stationed in Dianji Lake. The strength of the Yizhou army was reduced to 300,000, retaining veterans and disbanding the old, weak, sick and disabled. As for Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, they moved to Xiaoqing and were supervised. They will be appointed according to the situation in the future. The former Qin legions of Wang Ming, Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, and Su Cheng, the northern Qi legions of the three northern Qi generals Hu Luguang, Duan Shao, and Gao Changong, and the Sui legions of Han Qinhu, Hirobi, and Shirwan Sui were all merged into Chu Tian. Guards to increase the strength of the Praetorian Guards, Lianpa, Zhou Dui, Wu Han, Ashina Shir and other Liu Bei's original subordinates were also incorporated into the Imperial Guard. The strength of the Imperial Guard increased, and these new troops came from Jiangdong, Jingzhou, and Yizhou. The War of the Han Empire exhausted a lot of the Han Empire's troops. It will take a lot of time to digest half of the Han Empire and win over people's hearts. Han Qinhu, Hirobi, Shirwan Sui, and other generals were still not convinced by Chu Tian, while Tian Feng, Zhu Su and Yan Liang were unwilling to surrender and needed time to be gentle. In addition, the Fubo army established 7 armies, with the chief generals being Zheng He, Zheng Shilong, Li Shunchen, Shen Lin, Zhou Yu, Lu Sun, and Lu Ming. Yu Yunwen served as the supervisor, and Su Sheng was demoted to deputy general. After all, Su Sheng was a general, not a commander-in-chief. Generals such as Gan Ning and Jiang Qin were only generals. Each coach is paired with a number of lieutenants. Chu Tian also carried out a drastic reorganization of the Fubo army. The Fubo army absorbed part of the Jiangdong Navy and still maintained 400,000 men. It had elite troops and streamlined administration. At the same time, the size of the warships was increased and the number of small warships was reduced. Jiangdong army also has 2,000 large and small warships. So Fubo army is not the only navy. The combined strength of Jiangdong, Yizhou, and Jingzhou is 800,000, which is already an astonishing scale. Some weak soldiers have been dismissed by Chu Tian. After the unification of the Han Empire, the South did not need to maintain more than 1 million troops. Otherwise it would be a huge financial burden. In order to unify the Han Empire, Chu Tian's treasury was no longer rich and felt drained. There are still many troops in Jiaozhou, Tubo, and the Western Regions Protectorate, according to Chu Tian's grand conquest plan. After unifying the Han Empire, he began to train soldiers and horses, accumulate arrows, grain, grass, and horses. After a few years, the soldiers divided up and swept across Europe and Asia. There are too many talents to recruit at one time. It takes a lot of time to consider the abilities of each general and the attributes of other characters. Find opportunities to intersperse them in the future to advance the plot as quickly as possible. Chapter 1065 The Fall of Dewan, Update 22100. Songling. The mountains are towering. The mountains are covered with heavy snow, and the wind is biting. The banners of the Han army were broken and rustled in the cold wind. The remaining soldiers of the Han army, less than 50,000 men, were marching in the snow-capped mountains. From time to time, soldiers fell from the mountain roads into the bottomless cliffs. Ban Chao, the protection general of the western regions, led his war horse and marched on the narrow mountain road, exhaling white breath from time to time. King Wusun's temples were white, and there was snow on his animal skin hat. The Wusun cavalry were dejected, without the marching General Gao Xianji to lead the troops. The Han army suffered heavy losses when crossing Songling. The Han army was defeated in Dayuan, and Ban Chao's remnants had to enter the Pamir Plateau and return to Luntai City in the Western Region Protectorate. During the most brutal period of the Han Empire's unification war, generals such as Yeludashi, Batu, and Shibi Khan attacked the Dewan Kingdom. They used 100,000 Mongolian cavalry, 150,000 Turkic cavalry, 400,000 Kushan soldiers, and another 150,000 levies. The total number of Mughal soldiers in India was 800,000. The population of Dawan Kingdom is only 2 million. And it is hard to say whether there are 800,000 young people. It is completely occupied. Prince Yin and Di Qing originally led 50,000 Mongolian cavalry to support Guishan city. But the 50,000 troops were of little use in the face of Yeludashi's increasing military strength. Guishan city was besieged by Batu. And Dawan's teleportation array was cut off. When Chutian finally took care of Lubei and Tonkei, it was no longer possible to send reinforcements to Dawan. At this time, there were only two ways to send troops to Dayuan. One was from Ili and entered the Seljuk Empire, and the other was from Luntai city and crossed Songling. It's too late to go either way. Yeludashi's troops are still increasing. Wokuatai ruled Central Asia, which had a small population but an astonishing proportion of nomadic cavalry, as well as the South Asian subcontinent, which had a large population. He fully supported Yeludashi in taking over the chess pieces deployed by the Western Region Protectorate in Central Asia, and constantly sent reinforcements to Yeludashi. Ban Chao, Chen Tang, Prince Yin, and Di Qing had no reinforcements, so they had no choice but to abandon Guishan city and return to Luntai. Batu and Shibi Khan tried their best to prevent Ban Chao and others from returning to the Han Empire in an attempt to completely annihilate the troops of the Western Region Protectorate in Dayuan. However, Ban Chao still joined forces with Prince Yin, Di Qing, Chen Tang, and King Wusun to break through the 600,000-strong army of Batu and Shibi Khan and enter the mountain passes of the Pamir Plateau. The battle in the cold winter was extremely fierce. In the end, less than 50,000 Han troops and Wusun cavalry were left in Guishan city out of more than 100,000 Han troops. Prince Yin was leaning on a wooden stick and walking on the edge of a cliff that could only accommodate one person. If he was not careful, he would be shattered into pieces. Prince Yin looked around at the Han army that stretched for hundreds of miles in front and behind, and sighed from time to time when he tasted the defeat. There may be gaps between famous generals, but Batu is not a good opponent. He has 600,000 troops and is besieging Guishan city. Prince Yin is no match. The most fundamental problem is that Dayuan is too far away from the hinterland of the Han Empire. Yeludashi can get reinforcements as soon as possible, but once the teleportation array of Dawan state fails, it will be difficult for the Han Empire to support Dawan state. During the Tang dynasty, the Anshi Protectorate lost control of Central Asia, mostly because Central Asia was too far away from Chang'an and blocked by the Pamir Plateau and Tian Shan Mountains. At this time, Prince Yin was deeply aware of the impact of terrain on the process of civilization. The existence of the Tian Shan Mountains, the Altai Mountains, and the Pamir Plateau blocked the exchanges between China and Western civilizations. Alexander's expedition and the Arab conquest generally came to an abrupt end when they reached the Tian Shan Mountains. China had no desire to conquer the West. The Han and Tang dynasties invaded Central Asia, has limited control. The existence of the Silk Road allowed ancient China to communicate with Central Asia, West Asia, and the West, but the scale was not large after all. And Lord, the Western Region Protectorate represented by Hua and captured the Dawan Kingdom twice in a row, and lost control of the Dawan Kingdom twice in a row. It can be seen that the influence of the terrain is still not small. If Dawan falls, we can only attack Central Asia from Ili. Prince Yin didn't know what Chu Tian was thinking. He probably guessed that Chu Tian's ambition was not only to unify the Han Empire, but that sooner or later there would be a battle with Wokuatai who dominated Central Asia. The kingdom of Dayuan fell, leaving the Ili River Valley connected to Central Asia. Therefore, Chu Tian's strategy of entering Central Asia has not yet completely failed. The Ili Valley is the hometown of the Wusun Kingdom, and the Western Region Protectorate's control over the Ili Valley far exceeds its control over the Dayuan Kingdom. That's wrong. Maybe Yeludashi will take over Dayuan and raise hundreds of thousands of troops to attack the Ili Valley. Prince Yin thought of a possibility. Yeludashi and Batu devoted all their efforts to attack the Dawan Kingdom, aiming to capture the Dawan Kingdom and prevent the Central Plains army from being sent to Central Asia. The Ili Valley is also a threat to Central Asian forces, and it is not ruled out that Yeludashi will launch a large-scale attack on the Ili Valley. In the northern part of the Dawan Kingdom, due to the fall of Guishan city, Urshi city and other important Dawan Kingdom cities, Huitsubing became a lone army and was surrounded and suppressed by Yeludashi, Batu and others. Huitsubing simply commanded the cavalry to invade the territory of the Seljuk Empire and fled back to Ili from the north, which was different from Bancho's retreat direction. Yeludashi mobilized the cavalry of the Seljuk Empire to besiege Huitsubing. Huitsubing relied on the characteristics of stealing the wolf to Su, cavalry attributes plus 10%, damage to aliens plus 25%, alien morale decline rate plus 25%, and the probability of falling into fear increases. The cavalry marching speed is plus 10%, and the speed during forced march is plus 15% when marching on grasslands, gobi, deserts, mountains, and other terrains. Morale is not easy to decline, and non-combat attrition is reduced after victory. Morale recovery speed is plus 25%. Traveling thousands of miles, continuously broke through the blockade of Yeldashi and fought in the Seljuk Empire. At the valley entrance fortress in the Ili River Valley, a group of Han cavalry patrolled. Snow was falling heavily, and the snow was more than a foot deep. Suddenly, the captain of the Han army saw a black line on the horizon, followed by cavalry all over the mountains and plains. Inform the general that unknown cavalry have appeared, numbering approximately tens of thousands. Yes! The Han cavalry in the Ili Valley cautiously watched the cavalry entering the Dayuan kingdom getting closer and closer, and fell into panic. It's the flag of our Western Region Protectorate. The Han cavalry soon discovered that the large number of cavalry that appeared were not nomadic cavalry from Central Asia, but the own soldiers and horses of the Western Region Protectorate. Don't take it lightly. Maybe it's the Central Asian nomadic cavalry in disguise. The Han cavalry squad remained on alert until Huitsubing appeared with his armor broken. Huitsubing managed to break out of the siege of hundreds of thousands of troops from Yeldashi, bypassed the Tian Shan Mountains, and retreated to Ili. However, Huitsubing was also seriously injured, and out of tens of thousands of cavalry, only a little over 10,000 were left. General Hua, why did you come back from the Seljuk Empire? The captain of the Han army discovered that it was Huitsubing, the first general of the Western Region's Protectorate. To the west of the Ili Valley is the territory of the Seljuk Empire. Huitsubing marched more than 1,000 miles and withdrew from the Dawan kingdom to Ili, which surprised the Ili defenders. The kingdom of Dayuan has been conquered. Strengthen the defense of the Ili Valley. Huitsubing spoke concisely, and entered Ili for supplies. When the troops stationed in the Western Region Protectorate in the Ili Valley learned that the Dayuan kingdom had been captured by Yeldashi with an army of 800,000, they fell into panic. So they recruited a large number of troops and built a large number of walls, earth fortresses, and arrow towers at the entrance of the Ili River Valley to defend against Yeldashi. Huitsubing's more than 10,000 cavalrymen rested, and their physical strength and morale recovered. Huitsubing's cavalry had less than 3 arrows left on average due to the continuous battle. Dayuan Kingdom, Gushan City, Batu of the Golden Horde, and Turk Shibi Khan summoned the nobles of Dayuan Kingdom. Matsai, the king of Dayuan supported by Huan, was captured. A group of Dawan nobles trembled in fear when facing the sabers of the Mongolian cavalry and the Turkic cavalry. The kingdom of Dawan is comparable to the Bus in Central Asia. Any powerful civilization can conquer the kingdom of Dawan. The nobles of the Dawan kingdom no longer remember how many times they have been conquered. The person who is now in charge of Gushan City is Batu, Wakuatai's nephew. Shibi Khan said to Batu, "This man is Huan's confidant and is friendly to the Han court. If he is not killed, he will become a disaster in the future. Someone, drag him down and cut him into pieces." Batu coldly ordered the execution of Dawan King Matsai, and then supported a new king to come to power. The Dawan nobleman Sicheng Feng, who was selected by Batu as the new king, looked ashen at this time. The king of Dawan is not that easy to be. Every time Dawan was conquered, the king could not escape the fate of being executed, and the mortality rate was extremely high. This king is just a puppet in front of Batu, Shibi Khan and others. The king of Dayuan needs to grovel and walk on thin ice. Moreover, once the Han Empire captured Dayuan for the 3rd time, Cicada Feng would not be able to escape being killed. Other Dawan nobles were secretly glad that they did not become kings. Cicada Fengjian said to Batu tremblingly, "I have no virtue and incompetence, so I cannot become a king." Batu winked, and Batu's younger brother Bjerg pulled out his saber and put it on Cicada Feng's neck. "You have no choice." Chan Feng was sweating profusely and finally had to say, "Thank you, Khan." Batu took control of Gushan City and turned the Dawan kingdom into his own fiefdom. All the captured people were rewarded to his generals to win people's hearts. Although the Golden Horde was destroyed by the combined efforts of Chu Tian and Yekaterina, and Temujin's son Joki died in the battle, Batu took some remaining generals and took refuge in Ogdi. News of the fall of Dawan reached the Han Empire. At this time, Chu Tian was in Xia City, preparing to usurp the throne. All the princes of the Han Empire surrendered. And Chu Tian believed that there was no need to continue to maintain the Han court. Very few of the senior ministers of the Han dynasty are still alive today. Huang Fusang died in battle. Lu Ji passed away. Xu Jun lived in seclusion. And Wang Yin was killed. There was almost no obstacle to Chu Tian's usurpation of the throne. Although Sun Yu and others still preferred the Han dynasty. The civil servants and generals of other dynasties had a great say. So Sun Yu could only accept his fate. Everything falls into place. Chu Tian summoned the surrendered princes to Xia City. One of the important purposes was to proclaim himself emperor, establish a new empire, and launch an expedition. This new empire was not just the 13 prefectures of the Han dynasty and the protectorate of the western regions, but the 13 prefectures, plus the 6 protectorate prefectures of the western regions, Monan, Mabe, Liaodong, Goryeo, and Tubo. The protectorate is at the same level as the states. The new empire territory is equivalent to 19 states. This is not the limit of the empire. Chapter 1066 Chu Wu and Sun Shangxiang. When planning to change the dynasty, Chu Tian met with Sun Jian at the Prince of Xia's mansion to discuss everyone's titles and official positions. Chu Tian did not plan to establish a prime minister, but a cabinet and 6 ministries. As for military generals, there are still official positions such as generals and hussars generals. But the power of generals has been weakened, and generals are more of an honorary official position. The titles include king, duke, and marquis. And marquis is divided into county marquis, rural marquis, and pavilion marquis. Generally, it is not easy to be crowned king unless the merits are unparalleled. For example, Huan attached himself to the protectorate of the western regions and helped Chu Tian unify the Han Empire. Such achievements were beyond the reach of a duke, so he could be crowned king. Sun Jian's merits were not enough, so he was granted the title of Duke of Wu. Tong Ke surrendered to Jiangdong army and was also granted the title of Duke of Pingyuan. Su Fengnian pacified Liangzhou, but because he lacked power, he was only granted the title of Duke of Longxi. Mux's contribution was given to Huan, so he was granted the title of Marquis of Yinqi. Prince Yan was granted the title of Marquis of Yuyang. Liu Bei surrendered after he was completely defeated. He was not granted the title of Duke, but was granted the title of Marquis of Zhua County. Zhua County is Liu Bei's hometown. For Liu Bei, it can be regarded as a glorious return to his hometown and honoring his ancestors. Liu Bei's 16-year campaign was not entirely without success. The county prince is second only to the prince and already exceeds 10,000 people. The lords Gonzouan, Zheganzi and others who had surrendered to Chu Tian earlier were also granted the title of Marquis. Sun Ce, because of the marriage, was the Marquis of Wuqing. Cao Cao, Zhou Yafu, Li Guang, Wei Qing, Shuarengui and other generals who followed Chu Tian earlier also had titles. The princes and princes only had honorary titles and no fiefdoms or towns. Instead, they were provided with an annual salary and enjoyed corresponding privileges to prevent the descendants of these princes and princes from rebelling in the future. The purpose of ennobling marquises on a large scale was to win over people's hearts and smooth the path to becoming emperor. Fang Xianling was appointed as the chief assistant of the cabinet. It's not that Fang Xianling is the most capable minister, but that he has senior qualifications, hard work, and political capital. Chu Tian proclaimed himself emperor, so Xia Liang became the queen. Fang Xianling initially supported Xia Liang to ascend the throne, but now he was rewarded and firmly took the position of chief minister. Fang Xianling is not only a counselor, but also a senior politician who knows how to exchange interests. Wang Meng, Sang Hong'an, Li Kui, Zhang Zhao, Li Si and others entered the cabinet. Chu Tian implemented the separation of military and political affairs and began to prohibit the entry of generals and ministers. All imperial soldiers and horses are responsible to Chu Tian. The Imperial Guard is a direct line of soldiers and horses. The commanders of each regiment of the Imperial Guard are directly responsible to the emperor. The military leaders of various places are responsible to the emperor and need to report to the emperor every 6 months. The generals, military commanders, and legion commanders of the Praetorian Guards were all appointed directly by the emperor. Chu Tian established the Military Strategy Department, the Weaponry Department, the Logistics Department, and the Supervision Department to control military power. As for the Ministry of War among the 6 departments, it had no real power and was ignored by Chu Tian. The Military Strategy Department, with counselors Sun Bin, Jia Su, Zhang Bin, and Gui Jia as the core, formulated campaign plans, and dispatched supervisory troops during wartime to supervise each legion. The arms department is responsible for the production of various weapons and the management of arsenals. The logistics department is responsible for transporting grain and grass, building fortresses and city defenses. The supervision department is responsible for supervising the military in peacetime. The 4 divisions were also accountable to the emperor, strengthening centralization of power. Chu Tian did not appoint the candidate for the general, except for Chu Tian, who ranks first in military exploits. No general has superior military exploits to other generals. Chu Tian's forces had many military generals, and their military achievements were scattered. It was difficult to decide on the general, so Chu Tian simply vacated the general's position. As for the levels of the empire, there are still 4 levels: imperial court, state/duofu, prefecture, and county. Sun Jian took Sun Ce, Sun Quan, and his daughter Sun Shangxiang to visit Prince Xia's mansion, intending to let Sun Shangxiang meet Chu Wu. Sun Shangxiang was only about 8 years old at this time. She followed Sun Jian and looked around the Xia prince's mansion curiously. She said to Sun Jian, "Dad, this place is bigger than our mansion. Of course. After all, it will be upgraded to a palace soon. In a few years, you will also live here." Sun Jian took his daughter with him and relied on his daughter to rise to power, which was very common for aristocratic families. Sun Shangxiang still couldn't understand. Chu Tian hosted a banquet to entertain Sun Jian and his party. Chu Wu, Chu Xian, and Chu Qi's children also participated in the family banquet. The Jiandong army is under the command of Wentai. Baiyu is planned internally, and the whole world is conquered externally. Wentai has to worry about it. Chu Tian toasted to Sun Jian. Sun Jian was considered a relative, so Chu Tian was still polite to him. "I am determined to serve you." Sun Jiansheng was frightened, because Chu Tian would soon proclaim himself emperor and replace the herdsman of heaven, surpassing tens of thousands of people. Chu Wu was about 10 years old, sitting next to his father Chu Tian, looking at everyone in the Sun family. These people can be valued by their father, and their status is probably very important. When Chu Wu saw Sun Shangxiang, who was about the same age as himself, his eyes couldn't help but linger for a while. Although he is young, Chu Wu can also distinguish between beauty and ugliness, and Sun Shangxiang already has the potential to be a beauty. Sun Shangxiang seemed to notice that Chu Wu was peeking at her, so he widened his eyes and looked at Chu Wu, who quickly turned his head. However, Sun Shangxiang was just curious. Sun Ce knew about the marriage, so he was sizing up his brother-in-law. Sun Quan didn't know, but he was also curious about the future crown prince. The importance of heirs to an empire is self-evident. The emperor will invest resources in the crown prince, train him to become a qualified emperor, and arrange teachers to assist him. If the crown prince is good or bad, he will easily fall into the chaos of the legitimate heir, because the heir who seizes the legitimate son has not received qualified training and instruction since childhood. He may not have the ability to govern the country. One of the most obvious examples is Sun Quan in history. After Sun Quan proclaimed himself emperor, he made his eldest son Sun Ding the crown prince. Sun Ding handled government affairs cautiously and decently, but he died at the age of only 33. From then on, Sun Quan cried whenever he talked about Sun Ding. After Sun Ding's death, there was a struggle for the position of the crown prince in the state of Wu. In addition, Sun Quan was old and not sober as he was when he was young. The officialdom of the state of Wu was in chaos. As the eldest son of Sun Ding, Sun Quan tried his best to cultivate him. He ordered Sun Ding to marry Zhou Yu's daughter as the crown prince, and appointed Zhuge Ku, son of Zhuge Jin, Zhang Xiu, son of Zhang Zhao, Gu Tan, grandson of Gu Yong, and Chen Biao, son of Chen Wu, to the palace, lectured on poems and books to Sun Ding, and followed him on horseback to shoot and hunt. The famous scholars Cheng Bing and Zhang Wen successively became the crown prince and tutor. Lu Sun gave military lectures to Sun Ding. Sun Quan went to attack Hefei, and Sun Ding guarded the rear. Therefore, Sun Ding's untimely death was definitely a heavy blow to Sun Quan. And the fate of Wu state also changed. Chu Tian's cultivation of Chu Wu is somewhat similar to Sun Quan's cultivation of Sun Ding. Chu Tian also spent a lot of resources to cultivate Chu, and Chu had 6 characteristics at the age of 10. Wu Qi, Lo Yi, Sun Bin, Jia Su, Sun Yu and others gave lectures to the prince. Zhuge Liang was Chu Wu's senior brother. Chu Tian also retained 2 tokens, Iron Eagle Rui Shi and Qi Shui Jun. which can be used as Chu Wu's exclusive troops. In addition, Chu Tian also married with the Sun family in Jiangdong and the Ma family in Xiliang, and used the daughters of the Sun family and Ma family as concubines in the East Palace in the future to strengthen Chu Wu's team. The Crown Prince does not have enough power, and will not be able to control the ministers in the future. None of the ministers in Chu Tian's power were good. They were all big figures from various dynasties, and ordinary people really couldn't control them. Later you accompany the daughter of the Sun family to meet your mother in the backyard. Yes. Chu Wu didn't understand why Chu Tian asked him to take Sun Shangxiang to the backyard to meet Xiao Liang. But he didn't dare to disobey Chu Tian's wishes. Chu Tian and Sun Jian were still discussing the distribution of benefits and the future conquest of Annan and other places. Chu Wu's returned to the backyard with his sisters Chu Xian, Chu Qi and others, as well as young Sun Shangxiang. Sun Shangxiang did not have any restraints and was not afraid. I heard from Dad that this is Prince Xiao's mansion. So are you all the sons or daughters of Prince Xia? Chu Xian nodded and said to Sun Shangxiang, who was almost the same age. Well, my name is Chu Xian. What's yours? Sun Shangxiang. What's your name again? Sun Shangxiang pulled Chu Wu's clothes. Chu Wu, I don't have a confession yet. I often hear Dad mention you. I really don't understand why. You are obviously just a little kid. Sun Shangxiang crossed her arms and pretended to think. But in fact, at her age, thinking was in vain. Xiao Liang is holding a tea party in the backyard with Hua Mulan, Xiao Chua and others. It is rare for the world to be peaceful. Emperor Rufu is taking care of her newborn son, Chu Tian's third son. Xiao Chua was somewhat envious of Zhao Yuanyuan, the concubine of the Rufu emperor, because she also wanted to have a son. Xiao Chua touched his flat belly and sighed helplessly. Mother! Chu Wu took his two sisters and Sun Shangxiang back to the backyard. Chu Xian sat next to Hua Mulan, while Chu Qi fell into the arms of Joan of Arc. Xiao Liang put down the teacup and saw a little girl with pink and jade carvings following Chu Wu. She was probably Sun Shangxiang, the daughter of the Sun family. Xiao Liang said calmly. Sit. Chu Wu sat upright. But Sun Shangxiang saw everyone sitting down, so he had to imitate Chu Wu and sit upright. Xiao Liang looked at the two little guys, and they seemed to be a good match. However, she must train Sun Shangxiang well, so that Sun Shangxiang can become a qualified crown princess in the future. Sun Shangxiang seemed to be unaccustomed to sitting upright, and soon couldn't hold himself back. He tugged at the corner of Chu Wu's clothes and whispered, How long are we going to sit like this? Chu Wu replied in a low voice, Wait until mother speaks. Oh! Sun Shangxiang lowered his head. Under Xiao Liang's invisible aura, it was difficult to move. Xiao Chua knew that Xiao Liang was beginning to establish authority in front of Sun Shangxiang, so he watched the show from the sidelines. Joan of Arc taught her daughter to read. It seemed difficult to ask Sun Shangxiang to sit down quietly. Sun Shangxiang said to Xiao Liang, Sister, do we have to sit like this all the time? Xiao Liang smiled slightly, asked the maid to prepare pen and paper, then wrote an agreement, and said to Sun Shangxiang, Sister, I don't know your name yet. Can you write your name in the blank space and let me see it? Uh-huh. Sun Shangxiang saw that Xiao Liang finally broke the calm, so he picked up the brush and started writing. It turns out to be Sun Shangxiang. Xiao Liang looked at the black and white words with satisfaction. It was too easy to fool Sun Shangxiang, who was only 8 years old. Xiao Liang said to Chu Wu, You must take good care of this sister from now on. Chu Wu was puzzled. Why? Xiao Liang knocked on his useless son. You will understand later. Chapter 1067 The Sixth National War. The Jiangnan Army, the Jiaozhou Army, the Zhou Army, and the Jingzhou Army, the 4 armies in total, are responsible for conquering the countries of Pingan, Tonggu, Siam, Lansong, Malay, Chinla, and Malacca. On top of Nanyang, there are Java, Manila nations. Chu Tian and Sun Jian discussed sweeping the civilized areas of Southeast Asia, with southern troops and horses as the main force. The northern armies attacked the 4 islands of Japan. The entire empire has begun to operate the war machine, recruiting and replenishing soldiers and horses, and at the same time, producing weapons and hoarding military rations for expeditions. Ding! The 6th National War will start in August of the 17th year of the Lord calendar. Please check the rules of the National War. While Chu Tian was talking to Sun Jian, Chu Tian suddenly received a system notification. Chu Tian had just begun preparations for the great expedition and was about to proclaim himself emperor when the Sixth National War began. One time, I'm afraid we'll stop here today. Sun Quan is temporarily serving as Tian Chao in Langyat Kingdom. Chu Tian saw that the banquet was almost done, so he sent Sun Jian away and arranged duties for Sun Quan. Xiao Liang sent Sun Shangxiang out. Sun Shangxiang didn't know that he would enter the East Palace in the future, but waved goodbye to Xiao Liang. Goodbye, sister. Xiao Liang smiled slightly, but Chu Tian shuddered, feeling that Sun Shangxiang had been cheated. Xiao Liang raised a contract to Chu Tian, which was signed by Sun Shangxiang. She's just a child. When Chu Tian saw Xiao Liang tricking Sun Shangxiang into signing an unequal treaty, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for Sun Shangxiang. The harem needs order, and so does the East Palace. Xiao Liang disagrees. The Sixth National War is about to begin. Chu Tian is not worried about Chu Wu and Sun Shangxiang for the time being. It will take several years for these two little guys to grow up. His attention turned to the Sixth National War. Every national war takes a long time, but the props are priceless. In the last national war, Chu Tian recruited Siphias, Varus, Gong Gong, Zhang Heng, Kautilya, and Himihu. He also obtained the production drawings of solid bullets and firearms workshop drawings, and his strength increased. Only this time, I don't know what kind of special props there will be in the national war. Xiao Liang is more concerned about Chu Tian's safety. Can the national war be revived this time? I haven't looked at the rules carefully. After Sun Jian left, Chu Tian had time to carefully review the rules of the Sixth National War. First, the qualifications to participate in the national war. Lords whose territory has a population greater than 5 million. For lords participating in the war, their territories are not protected by the system. Second, the national war battlefield. The independent battlefield has 4 sub-islands and 1 main island, separated by the sea. Each sub-island has 5 sub-cities, and each city is guarded by a king-level or emperor-level military commander. The main island has 2 main cities, and each city is guarded by a saint-level commander. After capturing a city, you can recruit generals to guard the city. You can occupy the city to obtain supplies and recruit soldiers. And recruit soldiers faster. The duration of the national war was half a year. The birth point of participating lords is a random island. The main island will not emerge from the sea fog until at least 12 branch cities have been captured. Third, the upper limit of initial troops, 100,000. The upper limit of heroes, 15 generals and counselors. Players occupy the quota, except for players who transfer to high-level soldiers. The upper limit of warships, 800. Fourth, lords of the same civilization are in an alliance, and are not allowed to attack each other. Otherwise, the popularity of the influence will drop by 100%. But they are allowed to do nothing. Fifth, you can obtain military merits by killing lords, generals, and legions of other civilizations. You can obtain more military merits by killing higher-ranked lords and their legions. Rewards will be settled according to the global rankings. Sixth, you are not allowed to withdraw from the national war battlefield unless you die in battle. During the national war, all systems of participating players will be cut off. Seventh, at the end of the national war, all initial troops, including players, generals, and legions, can be resurrected. Troops recruited during the national war cannot be resurrected, nor can they be brought back to the main world. Chu Tian briefly browsed the rules of the Sixth National War, and roughly understood that this national war was a combination of land warfare and naval warfare. There are 5 islands and 22 cities in total. By capturing these cities, you can recruit defenders. The 2 cities on the main island are guarded by extremely rare holy-level generals. The strength of the saint-level generals is astonishing. And Wu Qi and Xiang Yu are both giants. If you can capture the 2 cities on the main island, you can get 2 holy-level generals. In addition, by capturing the other 20 branch cities, you can recruit king-level or emperor-level generals. What is more exciting is that the defenders of each city may come from different civilizations. What Chu Tian coveted the most were naturally the 2 saint-level generals on the main island. The opening condition for the main island is that 12 branch cities have been captured. Lords of different civilizations need to compete for these cities and engage in intrigue. The lords who were born on the same island were destined to fight for the 5 cities on the same island. It is also necessary to bring the navy. Otherwise they will not be able to fight on other sub-islands, or march to the main island to snatch the holy commander. This national war is quite a test of operation, rather than a fierce attack. A lord is born on an island, and needs to race against time to capture the branch city on his own island and eliminate other lords on the same island. At the same time, you must also pay attention to entering the main island as soon as it is opened. Otherwise the holy commander may be defeated by other lords. The difficulty is that it is not better to attack the saint-level commander as soon as possible. The difficulty of attacking the main city guarded by the saint-level commander is unknown. It may hurt both sides and become someone else's wedding dress. In addition, if you advance quickly, you may be able to sweep the two sub-islands before the main island is opened. The size of this requires the lord to adapt to circumstances and rely on luck. In short, the rules of this national war are more complicated than previous national wars, and they need to be weighed and discarded. In order to attack the main city, you have to give up the time to attack some branch cities, and you have to guard against other lords. There is also the possibility of a naval battle in the Sixth National War. The combination of various factors forced Chu Tian to pay attention to this national war. After all, two saint-level commanders would be recruited for the national war. Who are the two saint-level commanders guarding the main island? According to Chu Tian's balanced estimate of Lord, there may be one eastern and one western commander. After Chu Tian read the rules of the national war, he said to Xiao Liang, "This national war can be resurrected." That's good. Xiao Liang knows that Chu Tian will definitely go to participate in the national war. Whether the national war can be resurrected is crucial. Can be resurrected, and the lords of various civilizations will definitely fight without any scruples. After the Sixth National War is over, Emperor Xian of the Han Dynasty will be ordered to abdicate. Chu Tian was already the uncrowned king, and proclaiming himself emperor was a matter of time. The Sixth National War made Chu Tian postpone the time of proclaiming himself emperor slightly. The notice of the Sixth National War and the special rules alarmed all the lords in the civilized areas. In the Sixth National War, some kingdoms finally began to show their strength because of the possibility of naval battles. In the Kingdom of England, King Charles inspects the royal fleet in Portsmouth Harbor. Well-known sailing warships including the Mary Rose are moored in the port. The great pirate Francis Drake follows Charles. In this national war, the royal fleet can finally be put to use. When can we in England regain the glory of the empire on which the sun never sets? Charlie couldn't help but sigh. England has lost its identity as an empire on which the sun never sets for too long. And the lords, English civilization has no sense of existence. Lords such as Alexander, Constantine, Caesar, and Catherine stole the limelight of English civilization in the western continent. In the naval battle of the Sixth National War, English civilization finally had a sense of existence. Chapter 1068, Western warships and naval battle. Famous generals all appear. God bless the King Henry, the Mary Rose, the Great Harry, and the Peter the Pomegranate. All four were Clark's ships. The Elizabeth, the Golden Lion, the Intrepid, and the Rainbow were four gallant ships. Shipwrights, a masterpiece from Master Matthew Baker. The Galen ship is equipped with muskets and a large number of crossbows. It would be great if it had artillery. The English sailing master Drake introduces 8 newly built legendary warships to King Charles. As a former maritime overlord, the English civilization had many legendary warships, master shipwrights, and navigation masters. These are not the pinnacle of sailing ships. What I want is a giant like the Sea King, and a lot of artillery. As the Lord of England, Charles was not satisfied with the 8 newly added Clarks and Gale 9s. Master shipwright Matthew Baker said to their king, "Your Majesty, I need the drawings of the Sea King before I can build it. The latest Galen ship is the Revenge, which is under construction. The blueprints of the Sea King are difficult to obtain. Shipboard artillery is even rarer. If this national war can be exchanged for the Sea King's blueprints or fire weapons, we in England will once again become the empire on which the sun never sets." Charles boarded the 4-masted Galenic sailing warship Elizabeth and looked down at the English warships in the port. As long as the country blocks the sea during war, no lord can be an opponent of our royal fleet. In the port of Lisbon, the Spanish Armada was assembled. Queen Isabella of Spain had conquered Portugal, and the fleets of the two kingdoms were united. The San Martin, San Juan, San Marco, San Juan Batista, San Mateo, and other sailing warships are moored in the port. These are Portugal's legendary warships. All the sailors and soldiers of the St. Martin are willing to serve Her Majesty the Queen. Duke Medina Sidonia and the captains pledged their allegiance to Queen Isabella. We in Spain have too few people, and we should divide up more land. Queen Isabella also knew the shortcomings of Spanish civilization. Spanish civilization has the Spanish phalanx, the Armada, the 9th of Santiago, and a complete range of arms. There really are no obvious shortcomings in the arms. However, the population of the Kingdom of Spain is not large. After the annexation of Portugal, the population is still less than that of France. Population is the most important resource in lords, and is an issue that every king needs to consider. Population is even an important indicator of the size of an empire. An empire with a population of hundreds of millions is vastly different in size from an empire with a population of tens of millions. Currently, the only empires with a population of over 100 million are the Han Empire, the Mongol Empire, and the United States. Spain and Portugal, ruled by Queen Isabella, had a combined population of more than 20 million, so Isabella had to consider how to increase the population. Otherwise, she lacks the right to speak in the Western continent. The Armada will let them know that we in Spain should have a greater say in the Crusader conquest and carve up more land. After returning from the meeting of Western kings in Zurich, the Crusader conquests joined by Queen Isabella had begun. The Western kings, including Isabella and Charles, were veritable Crusader kings. Istanbul City, Golden Horn, Alexander the Great, and Hurrem Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, who was captured by Alexander, inspected the reorganized Mediterranean fleet. The Ottoman Empire's naval reformer, Kemal Reis, the legendary pirate, Redbeard, Barbarossa Hayreddin, and other famous naval battle generals gathered here. The age of great navigation did not only belong to Europe. China, West Asia, and North Africa also gave birth to a number of famous naval battle generals or great pirates to compete with European civilization. Spanish galleons, Galleys battleships, light galleys, and sloops filled the Golden Horn. The Atlantic Ocean belonged to England, Spain, and the Netherlands, while the Mediterranean Sea was divided between Macedonia, Rome, and France. Alexander has entered middle age and is still at his peak. This time, Hayreddin and Kemal Reis, you will lead 30,000 of the most elite soldiers and follow me to the national war. The famous Ottoman naval war generals such as Kemal Reis and Barbarossa Hayreddin had to submit to the new king of Asia Minor. Eumenes said to Alexander, "King, here is the list of those who are going to the expedition: Belisarius, Seleucus, Antigonus, Hephaestion, Ptolemy, Leonidas, and Bleda. So be it." After listening to the list of 15 famous generals going on the expedition, Alexander nodded in acquiescence. "Hurrem, you command the Sipaxi cavalry and the Unitary Legion, and go out with me." Alexander asked the Ottoman Empire's female sultan, the Spartan king, the Han leader, and other vassals to go to war. Hurrem Sultan said coldly, "If Suleiman the Magnificent had not been killed by the generals from the east and the Janissary army had rebelled, you would not have been able to conquer Asia Minor. This is fate. The Crusades are about to begin. This national war only delays the Crusades. Even if you don't surrender, Istanbul will be conquered by the Crusaders." Alexander's tone was equally calm. Alexander went from showing his sharp edge to losing his momentum, which made him even more terrifying. Hurrem Sultan was also a strong woman, although she was not as capable as Suleiman the Magnificent, who was killed by Witzubing during the Third National War. It took Alexander 6 or 7 years to conquer Asia Minor, which greatly delayed Alexander's expansion. However, Alexander the Great at his peak was already a saint-level commander. Athens, Sparta, and the Huns were Alexander's canines. Sultan Hurrem was ultimately defeated. On the island of Malta in the Mediterranean Sea, the fleet of the Knights Hospitaller of St. John of Jerusalem gathered, along with the Genoese fleet. Andrea Doria, the famous Genoese naval battle general, served as the commander of this fleet. Constantine came to the island of Malta and prepared to take a fleet composed of Malta and Genoa to participate in the Sixth National War. The Hospitallers, the Carthaginian war elephants, the Genoese crossbowmen, the Roman legions, and the cavalry from the east. In this national war, one of the two saint-level commanders must win. Constantine couldn't help but be jealous when he learned that in the Sixth National War, he might get up to 2 saint-level commanders. Saint-level commanders are very important to a civilization, especially for a civilization with a small population. It may be a qualitative change. In St. Petersburg, Catherine had a headache because she didn't have any decent naval battle generals. Build a shipyard in the Black Sea and produce at least 500 galleys before the start of the national war. Your Majesty, the emperors and kings of the Western continent are holding secret meetings in the city of Zurich, but they do not invite you. It seems that you are being targeted by them. Sophia reports a disturbing incident to Catherine. Catherine was ostracized by the Western lords. If it's just exclusion, it doesn't matter. Ekaterina is worried about more serious problems happening. Catherine had no way of knowing the specific content of the secret meeting of the Western lords in the city of Zurich. Only the king-level figures who attended the meeting knew the content of the Zurich conference. Sophia put a list on Ekaterina's desk. This is the list of generals for the Sixth National War. During the National War, 400,000 troops were sent to the border. The Teutonic Knights have been frequently active on the border recently. Yes. Chapter 1069 Zhou Lu Meng and Gan Ning. In the 17th year of the Lord's calendar, Chu Tian was deciding on the candidates for the Sixth National War. Because the Sixth National War involved naval battles, Chu Tian had to select several qualified naval generals and 800 warships. Chu Tian planned to bring with him the god of fire Zhou, the navigation master Zheng He, the anti-Japanese hero Chen Lin, the white-clothed Lu Meng, and the Ji-fan thief Gan Ning. A total of 5 celebrities in water warfare. Zhou was famous in the Eastern Han Dynasty because of the Battle of Chibi and the first governor of Suzhou. So he had a high profile. Name Zhou. Talent, Imperial Commander, Crossbow System/Navy Department. Level, 85. Identity, Governor of Suzhou. Loyalty, 85. Commander, 97, Water Battle. Force, 71. Intelligence, 96. Politics, 86. Charm, 97. Phasiality, Calm. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, Burning Red Cliff, SSS level exclusive feature. Fire attack ship damage plus 60%. Fire arrow and fire crossbow damage plus 20% can be applied to land fire attack. Characteristic 2, Governor of Suzhou, SS level trait. Whole Army Aura. Jiangdong Legion attributes plus 10%. Various warship attributes plus 10%. Zhou's own legion. Attributes plus 15%. Various warship attributes plus 15%. Characteristic 3, Wrong Song. Zhou Longu, S level trait. Surrounding generals' favorability towards Zhou increases. Characteristic 4, Land battle is slightly inferior. Negative characteristic. During land battle, the commander attribute is reduced by 7 points. Feature 5, for major governors, bond feature, when on the same battlefield with Lu Su, Lu Meng, and Lu Sun. The attributes of Jiangdong Legion plus 5%. The attributes of various warships plus 5%. Characteristic 6, the overall character is good, bonding characteristics. When on the same battlefield with Sun Ce, Zhou and Sun Ce plus 1 commander. Force plus 1. Legion attribute plus 5%. Special arms, Zhou's tribe, 7th level naval arm. Upper limit of 4,000. Zhou's fire attack ability is amazing. And the damage of fire attack ships is plus 60%. Which means that once the enemy's fleet is successfully attacked by Zhou's fire, the enemy's fleet will basically be severely damaged. The most enviable thing is that Zhou was born into a famous family. He was rich, handsome, talented in military affairs, and proficient in music. Except for Cheng Pu. All the famous generals in Jiangzhou had a good relationship with Zhou. They were winners in life. Because Zhou joined, the Fubo army has another core general. The fire attack fleet represented by Zhou, can frighten the enemy. The fire attack ship's damage bonus is 60%, which no wooden ship can withstand. As the third governor of Suzhou, Lu Meng and White also entered the martial arts temples of the Tang dynasty and Song dynasty. And he was very capable. Name, Lu Meng. Talent, King level commander, crossbow system/navy system. Level, 65. Identity, famous Suzhou general. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 88, 81 plus 10. Force, 77, 81. Intelligence, 80, 49 plus 40. Politics, 70, 48 plus 30. Charm, 74 plus 10. Phasiality, Calm. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, Crossing the river in white clothes, SS level exclusive feature. When a surprise attack is successfully launched, the fleet's sailing speed will be plus 15%. The Legion's attack power will be plus 15%. And the enemy's morale will be minus 20. Among the enemies, the character is timid. The probability of surrender of generals is greatly increased. Characteristic 2, Hard attack, S level trait. Enemy morale decreases at plus 15% rate. The lower the morale, the higher the probability of the enemy surrendering. Characteristic 3, after 3 days of separation, the Lord will treat each other with admiration, S level trait. After the Lord encourages Lu Meng to learn. Lu Meng's ability limit increases. Current status, already encouraged to learn. Characteristic 4, the 4 major governors of Suqiao. Bonding characteristics. When on the same battlefield with Lu Su, Lu Meng, and Lu Sun, the attributes of Jiangdong Legion plus 5%. And the attributes of various warships plus 5%. Special arms, none. Although Lu Meng's reputation among ordinary players is not very good because of Guan Yu. To the Lord, Lu Meng is a good fighter. He joined the army at the age of 15 and participated in most of the battles of Suqiao. He followed Zhou Yu in the Battle of Red Cliff. During the war, Sun Quan resisted Cao Cao twice at Ruxu, forcing Cao Cao to retreat, planned to capture 3 counties, and attack Guan Yu, which basically helped Sun Quan achieve his goal. If Zhou Yu is the queen of a famous family, then Lu Meng is the counterattack of common people, which is quite inspiring. And the Lord, Lu Meng's role is to attack by surprise, plus attack the enemy's heart and persuade him to surrender. With Lu Meng, you can use some more insidious tactics. Then, there is Gan Ning, one of Jiang Biao's tiger ministers. An absolute water warrior. Name, Gan Ning. Talent, Emperor-level warrior, Cavalry/Naval Division. Level, 97. Identity, Jiangdong Huchen. Commander, 76. Force, 95. Intelligence, 70. Politics, 55. Charm, 18. Character, reckless. Favorability, 50. Feature 1, 100 Cavalry Robbery Camp, SS level exclusive feature. When commanding no more than 200 cavalry to attack the enemy camp, Gan Ning and all cavalry attack power plus 30%. War horse impact power plus 20%. Galloping speed plus 10%. Enemy morale minus 15. Characteristic 2, the brave general who ascends first, S level trait. When attacking a city, personal attack power plus 20%. Defense power plus 10%. Climbing speed plus 30%. Characteristic 3, Jin Fan Thief, S level characteristic. When fighting on the water, Gan Ning's force plus 3. When commanding the Jin Fan Thief, the Jin Fan Thief's attack power plus 15%. Special unit, Jin Fan Thief, 8th level naval soldier. Upper limit 800. Gan Ning was a fierce general similar to Zhang Liao. During the water battle between Gan and Ning, the force is plus 3, which can reach the level of the 5 tiger generals. Therefore, the 5 tiger generals may not be able to defeat Gan Ning in a single fight during the water battle. Zhou Yu, Lu Meng, Gan Ning, Zheng He, and Shen Lin, 5 famous generals in water warfare, are enough to shoulder the important task. There are a total of 15 quotas for the 6th National War, and lords are not included. This national war included naval battles. But the most important thing was the battle for the city. That is, field battles and fortified battles. With the remaining 10 places, Chutian could not give them to famous generals in water warfare, but to famous generals in land warfare. Xiao Liang, who is in charge of the firearms branch. Wu Qi, the saint-level infantry commander. Yu Fei, the general commander of the system. And Sun Bin, the military advisor, are Chutian's first-choice generals. Xiao Liang's Shinji Battalion, coupled with the Hongyi Cannon, was undoubtedly one of the main forces of the Xiao army. Shinji camp has 5,000 people. Wu Qi teamed up with Wei Wu's soldiers to serve as the backbone of the battlefield. Chutian selected 30,000 highest-level Wei soldiers, all of whom had survived the unification war of the Han Empire. The cavalry is the king of war. However, infantry is generally the backbone of the battlefield. Saint-level commander Wu Qi is indispensable. Yu Fei commanded 8,000 Beiwei troops, which were 8th-level heavy cavalry, and were used to strengthen Chutian's cavalry army. Yu Fei is also a general with both command and strength. He can lead troops and charge into battle. As a strategist and military strategist, Sun Bin's auxiliary effect as a strategist has always been ranked first. As a result, 43,000 people have been called. Chutian's cavalry army of 20,000, annexed King Lanling's Baibao CNA and Qin Qiong Xuanjiao army. A total of 63,000 people. The navy includes Zhou Yu's 4,000 Buku and Qin Lin's 5,000 Lingnan navy, which can be a quick-fire gun, and Gan Ning's 800 Jin Fan thieves. About 10,000 troops. The 5th candidate is a strong guard-type general. This time Chutian brings a new general who has joined him, the tiger idiot Su Chu. The 6th candidate is Joan of Arc, who boosts morale and has a fanatical effect. As the representative hero of France, Joan of Arc has value until the later stages. Joan of Arc can even inspire firearms units. For the 7th and 8th candidates, Chutian selected 2 generals, Sun Ce and Schwerengui. Sun Ce led him, and Sun Jian's 8,000 Jiandong soldiers into battle. After Sun Ce obtained the SSS level characteristic, strengthening the mountain, he has reached the level of the 5 Tiger Generals. Jiangdong soldiers are all types of soldiers, and can fight on water or land. Chu Tian brought 800 warships to the national war, which required the navy. Without the navy, the cavalry and Wei soldiers could not be allowed to control the warships. I'm afraid it won't be beaten by the royal fleet or the invincible fleet. Jiangdong soldiers have everything from water battles at sea to field battles on land. In the same way, Chu Tian selected Xie Xian as the 9th candidate, and also selected 15,000 Beifu troops. The last quota of generals, and 4,000 men was given to Hua Mulan and Iron Eagle Scout by Chu Tian. A reconnaissance force is also essential. In addition, Chu Tian left Xiao Chue behind to prepare for himself to become emperor. Xiao Chue is proficient in internal affairs, and with her preparation and coordination of the interests of all parties, when he returns from the national war, he will probably be able to legitimately claim the title of emperor. A total of 100,000 people. Of the 24 Hongyi cannons, only 20 are still usable. Chu Tian always felt that he was missing something. His forces no longer lacked infantry, cavalry, crossbows, and naval forces. The only thing that was lacking was firearms. A Shinji battalion plus 20 Hongyi cannons are really not enough in front of a million-strong army. If the props redeemed in the national war include firearms, you must try to get more. Chu Tian thought about the musketeers and dragoons in the American civilization zone, and couldn't help but think about the future. The power of the Hongyi cannon is obvious to all. Sooner or later, there will be a battle between him and Marshall from the American civilized zone. In the 5th National War, Chu Tian had no chance to confront Marshall. In this national war, the two sides may confront each other. Chapter 1070 Zhuge Liang's new mission. At the end of July in the 17th year of the Lord's calendar, 100,000 troops gathered in Donglai County, preparing to participate in the 6th National War. 800 boats, sailing ships, fighting ships, building ships, and fortune ships gathered in Huang County, with strong troops and horses. At the same time, elite regiments such as the Iron Cavalry Army, Beiwei Army, Wei Wuzu, Beifu Army, and Iron Eagle Scouts gathered together, in order to compete for 2 Saint-level commanders and 20 King-level/Emperor-level generals. Chu Tian had to send out his main force in full force. The cavalry army absorbed Gao Chunggong's Baibao Xianbei, Gao Shun's Trap Camp, Qin Qiong's Xuanjia Army, and Su Chu's Tiger Guard Army, forming a strong force. Sun Ce commanded 8,000 Jiandong soldiers to participate in the war. As a future general, his status was equivalent to that of Wei Qing and Wu Zubing under Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. Wei Qing and Wu Zubing also relied on their relative status to rise to the top. But unlike their relatives who had nothing to do with the corpse, they established their power through military exploits. Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiandong, is not a mediocre person either. In this national war, among the 15 generals and counselors, there were Sun Ce and Zhou Yu. Zhou Yu's feather fan and silk scarf. Sun Ce's fierceness is the most powerful in the world. The two are outstanding and knowledgeable, representatives of Jiangsu heroes, and high-spirited. In Huang County City, Li Xiaoning protected Prince Chu Wu and several children and wandered around here, while Zhuge Liang was serving as an official in the Langya Kingdom. He was ordered to accompany the future prince to study, so he was among the crowd. Among the group of people was Sun Shangxiang, Chu Wu, Chu Xian, and Sun Shangxiang all had a bunch of candied haws in their hands. But the younger sister Chu Qi, because of her younger age, could only look at her brothers and sisters pitifully, drooling. Brother Chu Wu, sometimes we come to compete in martial arts. Sun Shangxiang was about the same age as Chu Wu and Chu Xian, so they quickly became friends. Chu Wu said, I'm afraid of hurting you. Suddenly, Chu Wu saw Ma Yunlu following Ma Teng, Ma Chao, and others in Huang County. So he walked towards Ma Yunlu. My strength is higher than yours. When Sun Shangxiang waved his little fist to demonstrate to Chu Wu, he found that Chu Wu had already left. In front, a girl in a green shirt stood tall and graceful. Next to the girl in green shirt, there are several famous Xiliang generals Ma Teng, Ma Chao, Ma Xiu, Ma Tai, and the fledgling Ma Dai. Xiliang Ma Jia is also rich in famous generals. Chu Wu greeted the girl in green shirt, and the latter treated Chu Wu very well. For some reason, Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. He pointed at the girl in green shirt and said, Who is that person? Chu Xian said. That's Sister Lu. Brother Chu Wu likes her. Humph. I will never play with Brother Chu Wu again. Sun Shangxiang couldn't help but curled her lips when she saw that Ma Yunlu was in her prime and attracting Chu Wu's attention even more than she was even younger. Li Xiaoning and Zhuge Liang, who were responsible for protecting the prince and princess, couldn't help but feel ashamed. These little guys were really as big as little people. Hurry up and pay your respects to His Highness the Crown Prince, Ma Ting said to his sons and nephew Ma Dai. He also didn't expect that his daughter would have a close relationship with Chu Wu because she often went to Xia Prince's mansion when she was a child. If this continues, his daughter Ma Yunlu might become the Crown Prince's concubine, and the Xiliang Ma family would also be able to rise to power with Ma Yunlu. Ma Xiao, Ma Tai, and Ma Dai were now able to serve as officials, and they all saluted the distinguished Chu Wu. Ma Dai was a little excited because he and Chu Wu were military generals of the same generation and might serve in the East Palace in the future. Ma Chao is much calmer. He has made many achievements and can still have a foothold even if he doesn't need to curry favor with the prince, because Ma Yunlu was older and no longer as reckless as before. He also saluted Chu Wu. She saw Sun Shangxiang staring at her among the crowd, so she asked in confusion, "Who is this sister?" Chu Wu replied, "She is the eldest lady of the Sun family." Jiannong Sun family? Ma Teng, Ma Chao, and others were all surprised, because the Sun family in Jiannong gathered their support, and Sun Jian was in charge of the 300,000 Jiannong army. The Sun family in Jiannong not only did not decline, but became more prosperous, and was currently the #1 family in Jiangsu. Sister Sun, what is your name? Snort. Sun Shangxiang refused to tell Ma Yunlu his name. Zhuge Liang had no choice but to talk briefly with Ma Teng. If you want to serve as the Minister of the Interior, it is natural to have close relationships with other civil servants and military generals. The Ma family of Xiliang is now also a large family. It made great contributions in the expedition and unification of the Han Empire. Originally, I recommended Ma Chao to your Majesty, but your Majesty already has a candidate. Ma Teng couldn't help feeling regretful when talking to Zhuge Liang. Chu Tian's forces are commanded like clouds, and their fierce generals are like rain. Ma Chao's Xiliang cavalry is not qualified to go to the 6th National War. The main reason is that Chu Tian himself is equivalent to a saint-level cavalry commander with a cavalry army, which conflicts with Ma Chao. Therefore, it is better for Chu Tian to bring other complementary generals to play the role of Ma Chao. Zhuge Liang probably understood Chu Tian's thoughts, so he comforted Ma Teng. Your Majesty should have his own ideas. General Ma Chao is unparalleled and is guarding Xiliang. It just so happens that the Western Region Protectorate has been in turmoil recently. If something goes wrong, General Ma Chao can go to help. What you said is true. Ma Teng couldn't help but be overjoyed after hearing Zhuge Liang's analysis. Chu Tian was currently counting the soldiers and horses heading out for the expedition, because the 6th National War involves 2 saint-level commanders. It is impossible for Chu Tian not to fight for them. It just so happened that after the unification of the Han Empire, everything was in ruins. Millions of soldiers and horses were killed and wounded. Arsenals and granaries were empty, and Chu Tian had no idea of a large-scale conquest in a short period of time. Chu Tian also heard the news of the fall of Dawan. Now that Dawan Kingdom has been lost, everything is done, and Chu Tian remains calm. The Western Region Protectorate captured Dayuan twice and lost it twice. Ultimately, it was because the Western Region Protectorate had a small population and insufficient military strength. If troops are sent to fight for the Dayuan Kingdom for the 3rd time, it will cause a war with Ajadai, and the entire Central Asia will be reduced to ruins. Before preparing enough food and grass for the expedition, Chu Tian had no intention of starting a war with Wokuatai in advance. Fang Xianling counted all the troops, horses, grain, and weapons, and said to Chu Tian, "Your Majesty, everything is ready. The grain and grass on the ship can last an army of 100,000 men for a month. If we can't get grain and grass after 1 month, once your Majesty can return when the provisions are exhausted." Chu Tian nodded. Chu Tian was about to send troops. Xiao Chua, Rufudiji, Huiqing, Bei Mihu and others came to see them off. Among them, Huiqing was finally pregnant with a child, but Xiao Chua still showed no sign. Xiao Chua was even more anxious. Chu Tian will be away for half a year this time, which means she has no chance. Chu Wu, Chu Xian, Chu Qi, Sun Shangxiang, Zhuge Liang, Ma Teng and others came to the dock to see them off. My father will definitely win the battle. Chu Wu already had some understanding of things and behaved appropriately under the guidance of Sun Yu, who paid attention to rules. Wu, during this period of time, you will follow your teachers to cultivate your moral character. Learn writing, archery, and firearms. Don't slack off. Chu Tian had high hopes for his eldest son. Chu Wu possesses the SSS level characteristic of breaking the cauldron, which is a divine characteristic that can change fate at a critical moment and defeat the strong with the weak. So Chu Tian hopes that his eldest son can grow up. In addition to writing and shooting, Chu Tian wanted to let Chu Wu know the power of firearms. So he also asked Chu Wu to learn firearm shooting. Chu Tian also noticed that Sun Shangxiang seemed unhappy. So he asked Chu Wu, "Did you bully the eldest lady of the Sun family?" Chu Wu looked innocent. "There is no child." What a strange thing. Chu Tian looked at Zhuge Liang again. "Kong Ming, there is a reclusive Mr. Shui Jing in Xiangyang. During this period, you go to Xiangyang to practice. After the experience, return to Langya Kingdom and serve as the minister of the East Palace." Zhuge Liang was shocked. "Mr. Shui Jing? People cannot be judged by their appearance, and sea water cannot be measured. This person is familiar with Jimen Duanjia and may be of help to you. I have already said Lo to him in advance." Yes. Zhuge Liang received a new mission from Chu Tian, which was to go to Xiangyang for training. Chu Tian can see Zhuge Liang's panel. One of Zhuge Liang's characteristics needs to be learned from Mr. Shui Jing, Sima Hui, in order to activate it. So this is why Chu Tian asked Zhuge Liang to experience it. The current Zhuge Liang is not yet complete. Chu Tian has taken care of brothers Zhuge Jin, Zhuge Liang, Zhuge Jun, and 2 daughters of the Zhuge family since childhood. In Zhuge Liang's mind, Chu Tian is equivalent to half of his foster father. Zhuge Liang's dependence on Chu Tian even exceeded his loyalty to Liu Bei in history. Chu Tian told Zhuge Liang that he had cultivated him since he was young and held a high position in Langya Kingdom. He also specially greeted Mr. Shui Jing and asked Mr. Shui Jing to teach Zhuge Liang the Qimen Duanjia. This ensures that Zhuge Liang will fully assist Chu Wu in the future. After Chu Tian assigned Zhuge Liang a task, he prepared to lead an army of 100,000 to participate in the 6th National War. "Your Majesty, this is my nephew Ma Dai, who can serve your Majesty." Ma Teng took this opportunity to recommend Ma Dai, the new general of the Ma family, to Chu Tian. Ma Dai, as a famous Shu general in history, was famous for killing Wei Yan. Shu had no generals, so Liao Hua became the vanguard. In the late Shu kingdom, the generals were withering, and Ma Dai was considered a passable general. However, Ma Dai was not very capable. The year after Zhuge Liang died, Ma Dai led his troops to attack Wei, but was defeated by the Wei general. Jin fought back and killed more than 1,000 people. Ma Teng recommended Ma Dai to Chu Tian, and Chu Tian naturally had no objections. Ma Dai is not suitable to be a general, but he can be a deputy general. Name: Ma Dai. Commander: 62, 78, Force: 79, 85, Intelligence: 50, 59, Politics: 30, 54. Charm: 74. Characteristic 1, Cavalry Assault, A-level trait. When Xiliang cavalry attacks, attack power plus 7%. Impact power plus 8%. Characteristic 2, Xiliang Brave General, A-level trait. Surprise attack on enemy troops. Personal attack power plus 15%. Enemy generals are easily afraid. Characteristic 3, Drive Chong and Hu, A-level trait. Chong and D people have an increased chance of surrendering, and are easily feared. Special unit, Xiliang Iron Cavalry, 7th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 1,000. Ma Dai is considered a brave general, and can serve as a general, but not a handsome man. It will take some time for Ma Dai to grow up. Ma Dai temporarily serves in the 2nd Corps of the Xiliang Army as a cavalry commander. Chu Tian randomly gave Ma Dai an official position. Ma Teng also recommended. "And my 2 sons. Ma Tai plays with Ma?" Chu Tian took a look at the upper limits of the 2 people's abilities. Name: Ma Tai. Commander: 55, 70 Force, 57, 62, Intelligence, 49, 56, Politics, 21, 47. Charm: 59. Ma's ability to play is almost the same as Ma's Iron. Compared with Ma Dai, it is another level behind. Relying on Ma Teng's influence, Ma Tai and Ma Wan could barely serve as mid-level generals. As for senior generals, their abilities were insufficient. Chu Tian also arranged official positions for Ma Tai and Ma Wan, because of the contribution of the Xiliang Ma family. It was only a small matter. After dealing with the affairs of Zhuge Liang and the Ma family, Chu Tian prepared to go to war. Ding! The 6th National War is about to begin. In 10 minutes, all participating lords and their legions will be teleported to the National War Battlefield. Chapter 1071 National War Battlefield. The scene before Chu Tian and the 100,000-strong army changed. Appearing on the battlefield of the National War, 800 warships were floating on the sea, and 100,000 soldiers and horses were scattered on the warships. Wei soldiers holding long swords stood on all decks, with spears and halberds like a forest. The National War Battlefield consists of 4 sub-islands and a main island hidden in the sea fog. In the distance, the sea mist is lingering, which must be the location of the main island and the main city guarded by the 2 saint-level commanders. There are 5 cities on the sub-island in front of you, guarded by king-level and emperor-level military officers. The Navy guards the warships, while the remaining troops and horses go ashore. The Iron Eagle scouts use War Eagles to explore the city and the enemy's location. Chu Tian was eager to attack the city and plunder the famous generals. Even though Chu Tian obtained a large number of generals after unifying the Han Empire, he was not willing to let the lords of other civilizations plunder these generals. Soldiers are valuable and quick. Zhou Yu's troops, Gan Ning's Jinfan thieves, and Xie Xian's Beifu army, totaling about 25,000 people, were left by Chu Tian to guard the warships. Warships were of little use when fighting for sub-cities. However, the navy and warships are the key to the battle for the main island. A civilization without a powerful navy cannot even land on the main island. Sun Tzu's 8,000 Jiandong disciples followed Chu Tian ashore. Military advisor Sun Bin was observing the position. We should be located east of the island. 8,000 Wei troops came ashore under the command of Yu Fei. Yu Fei held the Lichuan gun and led the Bei Wei army alone, which was different from Chu Tian's cavalry army. Groups of Wei Wu soldiers landed, dressed in sharp colors. 30,000 armored troops are terrifying. Wu Qi relied on the large number of Wei soldiers to suppress the Jingzhou army. The tiger fool Su Chu is brave and powerful, and serves as Chu Tian's personal guard in this battle. Su Chu was dissatisfied with Chu Tian at first, but he quickly adapted to his identity change. Zhou Yu and Zheng He served as the 2 commanders of the fleet and sent out sentry ships to explore in all directions. There may be other lords' fleets in the surrounding seas. There are 4 fleets that Chu Tian regards as the number 1 enemy: England, Spain, Netherlands, and Ottoman. These civilizations have no shortage of famous naval battle generals. Soon, Iron Eagle scouts War Eagle came back and landed on Hua Mulan's arm. 40 miles to the west, there is a city surrounded by 2 legions. I didn't expect to encounter legions from other civilizations so soon. Chu Tian thought for a while. March westward and send additional Iron Eagle scout cavalry to find out the origins of these 2 legions. Chu Tian didn't want to be attacked from behind by other lords when he was attacking the city with all his strength, and he was just used as someone else's wedding dress. Certain lords, even Chu Tian, would have to spend some time and energy to deal with them, especially if both sides had similar military strength. Alexander, Constantine, Marshal, Umayyad, Ogodai, and Tolai were all powerful enemies. The eastern part of the island is dominated by hills, with small plains between the hills, and the cavalry is not completely restricted. 75,000 soldiers and horses marched towards the first city, and 25,000 naval soldiers anchored at the seaside as follow-up troops. At the same time, supply lines were established to transport grain and grass to the main force. Each island is small, so conflicts among the various lords can easily break out. When the Iron Eagle scout discovered the first city, he had already discovered the legions of 2 lords. 20 Hongi cannons were left on the warship by Chu Tian. The Hongi cannon was used by Chu Tian to attack the main city. Attacking the branch city would not require Chu Tian to use the Hongi cannon. Chu Tian also brought a group of Chinese craftsmen, with the power of a large counterweight trebuchet, which was enough to break into the branch city. As long as we don't encounter the kings of Rome, Macedonia, Germany, and Mongolia, we should be able to defeat them easily. Chu Tian made a slight estimate. There are 4 islands in total, and all lords are randomly assigned to any island. The probability of 2 powerful lords appearing on an island at the same time is actually very high. In other words, it is very likely that he will confront one of the troublesome lords on this island, or even 2 troublesome lords. Near the Chu Tian army, King Manginglong of the Dongyu dynasty sat on a 9th-level war elephant. The armor of the war elephant is inlaid with gold, which is full of brilliance. The Portuguese mercenaries, War Elephant Corps, and Tounda cavalry are the core of the Tounda dynasty. As for the sword infantry, they are cannon fodder to protect the war elephants. When Mang Long saw the war eagle soaring in the sky, he suddenly had a bad premonition and called Prince Mang, "Lead 1,000 cavalry and follow the war eagle. When encountering the enemy, retreat." Mang replied, "Yes." Soon, 1,000 Dongyu cavalry galloped out to follow the war eagle. While the war eagle discovers the enemy's position, it can also easily expose its own army's position. Mang led 1,000 Dongyu cavalry to drive forward. But he felt uneasy. His father, Wang Yinglong, was wary of War Eagle. However, following War Eagle might lead to encountering a powerful lord. Hua Mulan led the Iron Eagle scouts to investigate in person. War Eagle can only discover the location of enemy troops, but cannot obtain more intelligence. "General, there is a cavalry in front, numbering from hundreds to thousands. Fight!" Hua Mulan summoned the nearby Iron Eagle scout cavalry and formed an array among the hills. An encounter broke out between two cavalrymen responsible for reconnaissance. Hua Mulan chooses to attack the opponent. When Mang saw the dragon flag of the cavalry that appeared, his pupil shrank and he showed a panicked expression. "Han Empire. This is the battle flag of the Han Empire." The Dongyu cavalry, including Mang felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. In every national war, the top-ranked lords are difficult to provoke. For the lords of medium-sized and small kingdoms, encountering the top 10 lords during a national war will be a nightmare. Alexander, Constantine, and Ajidai were among the top 10 lords. And the number 1 lord was none other than Chu Tian of the Han Empire. Almost all of the lords who encountered Chu Tian in the national war ended badly. Not long ago, the Tounda kingdom attacked Yongchuan County in the main world, plundered hundreds of thousands of people from Yongchuan County, and became enemies with the Han Empire. At this time, the national war encountered the legions of the Han Empire, and the two sides were almost fighting to the death. Although they looted Yongchuan County during the Han Empire Civil War, the chieftains of the Tounda kingdom also knew how powerful the Han Empire was, and they had absolutely no chance of winning at this time. "Retreat!" After Mang discovered that he was tracking the war eagle of the Han Empire, he was so frightened that his first reaction was to withdraw his troops. Hua Mulan came with hundreds of Iron Eagle scout cavalry. Her bow was like a thunderbolt. She shot and killed dozens of Dongyu cavalry, then drew her saber and chased them. The Tang sword was like a butterfly in Hua Mulan's hands. Wherever it went, the armor was cut into 2 pieces. Mang Yinglong only took away less than 600 cavalry and fled. "These are the troops and horses of Dongyu Kingdom." Hua Mulan learned the origin of this army from the scattered flags, and her expression relaxed slightly. The Tounda Kingdom ranks low in the main world, is not powerful, and is not a difficult enemy. So, Hua Mulan came back to report to Chu Tian. "Mang Yinglong from Tounda Kingdom?" Chu Tian looked strange. The Tounda dynasty represented by Mang Yinglong was once very powerful, defeating Lansong and Siam, and was considered a regional hegemon. Of course, compared with Chu Tian now, Mang Yinglong was at best a tycoon at the state pastoral level. Moreover, Mang Yinglong's sneak attack on Yongchuan County and plundering the population of the Han Empire made Chu Tian resentful. Anyone who offends a strong man will be punished no matter how far away he is. This is not just talk. He will naturally come back with revenge if he has the chance. However, Chu Tian was waiting for the Iron Eagle scout, who went to scout the 2nd Legion. In addition to Mang Yinglong, there is also a Lord's Legion nearby. Report: the team that went to investigate suffered heavy losses. Hua Mulan's scouts won the battle, but the other cavalry scouts were attacked and returned in defeat. Small-scale battles will also occur between scouts, and battles between scouts often break out before the armies of both sides come into contact. On the other hand, Iron Eagle scouts went out with 500 people, but only 300 came back, with a loss of 200. Iron Eagle Scout is a 6th-order light cavalry with strong combat power and better maneuverability, but it suffered a loss of 200, which shows that the opponent is not a good person. Chu Tian asked cautiously, "Can you find out the origin of the other party?" "Your Majesty, the other party seems to be the Legion of the Kingdom of Egypt." "Egypt?" Chu Tian was silent. The history of ancient Egypt is very long, and many heroes were born in Egypt. Until now, Chu Tian had not been at war with the Egyptian civilization. The more familiar Egyptian figure was Cleopatra VII, who had an affair with Caesar. In addition, Sultan Saladin of the Ayyubid dynasty of Egypt was a hero who fought against the Crusades. He once annihilated the main force of the Crusaders and captured the king of Jerusalem. This is also a legendary hero. Compared with Mang Long, the Egyptian legion's difficulty level has undoubtedly risen to a higher level. In other words, Chu Tian needs to compete with Mang Long, Cleopatra, and others for a nearby city. Chu Tian didn't know who the guard of the city was. He only knew that he was a king-level general or an emperor-level general. The legions of the three lords are approaching the same city and are on guard against each other. If Chu Tian wants to destroy Mang Long, he also needs to be prepared for a surprise attack by the mysterious Egyptian legion. When Mang Long learned that it was a legion of the Han Empire, he was horrified and worried about revenge from Chu Tian. So he sent out scouts to patrol. The three legions are less than 10 miles away from the city, and each chooses the terrain to garrison. In the eastern city, a general stood on the tall city wall, with his arms crossed, and behind him, 5,000 black-armored soldiers with long swords hanging on their waists, full of murderous intent. In addition to the 5,000 black-armored sergeants, there are also 50,000 low-level soldiers. The general in Dongfang armor murmured to himself, "It seems that a strong enemy is coming." Chapter 1072 Egypt's Famous Generals. There are Egyptian Legion and Tonggu Legion on the left and right of this city. If you want to monopolize this city, you must defeat these two legions or force them back. Military advisor. What do you think? Chu Tian used the Qishao sword to draw a crude map on the ground and circle the locations of the two hostile lords. Sun Bin replied, "Weak first and then strong. Then, attack the Dongyu Kingdom's army tonight and defeat it before nightfall and dawn." Chu Tian agreed with Sun Bin's idea and took action on Mang Long first to brush up his military exploits and ensure his ranking. The Egyptian Legion is a bit mysterious to Chu Tian. After all, Chu Tian has never had a confrontation with Egypt, and he usually doesn't care much about the North African civilization area. As for Mang Long, after entering Chu Tian's sight, Chu Tian had basically figured out Mang Long's strength. The Tangde dynasty represented by Mang Long had hundreds of thousands of troops, and was famous for its Portuguese mercenaries and war elephant corps. There are no tigers in the mountains, but monkeys are kings. Chu Tian believed that Mang Long's army could be defeated with a night attack. Then he went back and defeated the Egyptian army and took the city to himself. Sun Ce asked, "What should happen if the defenders in the city go to battle during this period?" Sun Bin smiled slightly and said, "My lord, I can't wait for the defenders to leave the city. If we fight outside the city, our cavalry can easily defeat them." Chu Tian nodded. Sun Bin expressed his thoughts. Chu Tian is not afraid of fighting in the wild. Or in other words, he is just what he wants. As for the offensive, it is very time-consuming and manpower-consuming. Wuqi led 30,000 Wei soldiers and 5,000 Shinji battalions to stay in the main camp to guard the grain carts and weapons, 20,000 cavalry troops, 8,000 Beiwei troops, 8,000 Jiannong soldiers, and 4,000 Iron Eagle scouts, and rob Dongyu at night. National Military Camp. Chu Tian decided to collect some interest from Mang Long during the national war, leaving a psychological shadow on Mang Long. Among the Egyptian dynasty's army, there were many Egyptian heroes such as the victorious King Babers, Saladin, and Cleopatra, and the Mamluk cavalry served as escorts. When the Mamluk cavalry repelled the Iron Eagle scout team that came to investigate, the Egyptian generals found out that they were cavalry sent by the number 1 Lord Chu Tian, and they couldn't help but feel uneasy. "I heard that this Eastern Lord has unified the largest empire, and his prestige reaches as far as 100,000 miles away." Cleopatra licked her bright red lips and seemed deeply interested in the lord of the largest empire. Exchanging one's own power and status by committing oneself to the emperor of a large empire was a common method used by Cleopatra. "Cleopatra, give up your plan. Eastern emperors may not have the same aesthetic taste as us. Moreover, conquerors in high positions will not be obsessed with beauty." Saladin used his dagger to cut off a piece of oily roast lamb leg to dispel Cleopatra's thoughts. "No one can say no to my body." Cleopatra held her head high and was so majestic that Saladin, Bybels, and others couldn't help but become greedy. As a famous queen, she naturally wouldn't care about the looks of Saladin, Bibers, and others. Saladin quickly returned his attention to the fire. "The Han Empire has always been ranked first. The emperor of the Han Empire has a population of hundreds of millions, and its territory is equivalent to the entire Western continent. We may not be his opponent. We can abandon this city and capture other cities." Babers was a little unwilling to give in. "Don't you want to compete with the emperor of the Han Empire?" Saladin said. Our coalition with the Arab Empire fought against the Roman Empire in the main world and suffered many defeats. Alexandria and other cities have been captured by the Roman Empire. In this national war, we urgently need a holy commander to help we defeat the Roman Empire. Otherwise, all of Egypt would have been conquered. Every civilization has its own troubles and crises. Even though it was as powerful as the Han Empire, the Yuan Kingdom was captured and lost twice. And Yongchan County was also looted by Manging Long of the Tungta dynasty. The ancient Egyptian civilization was attacked by the three emperors of the Roman Empire and was in danger. It even asked the Arab Empire for help to jointly resist the Roman Empire. The three emperors of the Roman Empire attempted to conquer North Africa and incorporate the Nile Valley, which was rich in food, into the territory of the Roman Empire. At this time, the Roman Empire was becoming increasingly powerful, with famous generals such as Scipio and Marius, Fabian, Octavian, and Antony gathering together. At the same time, during the last national war, the three Roman emperors also recruited a group of generals from other civilizations, making it even more powerful. Therefore, the precarious Egyptian civilization is eager to obtain a holy commander through this national war and help Egypt reverse the war situation. Saladin emphasized again. There are 5 cities on this island. Give this city to the Han Empire. We will attack other cities, and then use the fleet to attack other islands, or wait for the main island to open. We cannot waste our troops on top of the confrontation with the Han Empire. Saladin was still sane at this time. In the eyes of the lords of other civilizations, the Han Empire was actually a behemoth, unless they had to. Few lords took the initiative to provoke Chu Tian. Chu Tian usually took the initiative to look for trouble. In the Fifth National War, Alexander and others even had to form a coalition of Western lords before they dared to fight Chu Tian head-on. Otherwise, no lord would dare to fight Chu Tian one-on-one to the death. Bibbers also quickly calmed down and estimated in his mind that the winning rate in the battle with the Han Empire's legions was less than 30%. So he said, Saladin, maybe you are right. We may not be the opponents of the Han Empire. If we fight with them, and then we were defeated, and we never had the chance to obtain a saint-level commander, it's just a pity that we didn't have the chance to fight the most powerful Han Empire. There will definitely be a chance to fight for the Holy Commander-in-Chief in the end. Are you too afraid of the Emperor of the East? Cleopatra couldn't help but sneer when she heard that Saladin and Bybels, 2 famous Egyptian martial figures, turned their noses up at the Han Empire. Cleopatra, we can't even defeat the Roman Empire, and the Roman Empire has suffered losses at the hands of the Han Empire. There is really no need to provoke the Han Empire now. Saladin knew that Cleopatra had extraordinary special abilities, and he respected Cleopatra. Then I am more interested in the Emperor of the Han Empire. Cleopatra was more interested in conquering men. The generals of the Egyptian legion voted, and finally decided that it was best not to fight Chu Tian's Han Empire legion, but to avoid their sharp edges and try to survive until the time of competition for the Holy Commander, which was when the main island was opened. Chu Tian didn't know that the famous Egyptian generals were afraid of him and were unwilling to fight the Han Empire, so they had already thought about retreating. Chu Tian, on the other hand, concentrated on dealing with Manging Long's army, personally commanding about 40,000 cavalry, and launched a surprise attack on Manging Long's Dongyu army at night. Chapter 1073 Sun Tzu fights Manging Long. On the outside of Manging Long's camp, the cavalry of the Tungta Kingdom patrolled. But as the king of the Tungta Kingdom, Manging Long couldn't sleep. Manging Long found out that he had been framed by the lame Timur. During the melee in the Han Empire, Timur encouraged Manging Long to send troops to fight for the land on the southwest border of the Han Empire, believing that the Han Empire would not care about the gains and losses in some desolate places in the southwest. However, this is not the case. Chu Tian was worried about this matter. Leave camp overnight and stay away from this city. My son, lead your troops to the rear. Yes. The more Manging Long thought about it, the more uneasy he became, and decided to stay as far away from Chu Tian's army as possible. Otherwise, he may be attacked by Chu Tian at any time. Tens of thousands of Dongyu troops broke out of camp and left overnight. The Portuguese mercenaries were awakened and learned that the king had ordered the withdrawal. They were very dissatisfied and retreated while complaining. Manging Li led 5,000 cavalry to cut off the rear. The Dongyu cavalrymen were holding torches, and they were all frightened. The Han Empire is currently the #1 civilization, and the elites selected from the empire are extremely terrifying. The Egyptian army avoided its attack, and Manging Long of Dongyu State also chose to retreat and gave the city to Chu Tian. Chu Tian's reputation was enough to scare away all the lords after the top 10. None of these people dared to compete with Chu Tian for the city. However, Chu Tian had no intention of letting them go. In the dark night, the armor is shining brightly. The horses are armed, and the sound of horse hooves is heard. Cavalry! Lots of cavalry! The Dongyu cavalry were panicked. Mang Yinglong's intuition was right. The Han army launched a night attack. Fight and retreat! Mang Yingli, who was in charge of cutting off the rear, did not dare to fight the Han army, but turned around and ran away, while Mulan commanded the Iron Eagle Scout cavalry to come out of the darkness, and relied on the mobility of the light cavalry to catch up with Mang Yingli and contain Mang Yingli's cavalry. Groups of heavy armored cavalry came out of the darkness, and quickly caught up with, and overwhelmed the cavalry in Mang Yingli. Bai Bao Xianbei, composed of the most valiant warriors selected from among the Xianbei people, held horses in hand, launched a heavy cavalry attack, and cut off 5,000 Dongyu cavalry. In the plain terrain, the Dongyu cavalry was defeated in one blow in front of the high-level heavy cavalry. The tiger idiot Su Chu was naked and started killing among the cavalry of the Tumda kingdom. Wherever the tiger's sword touched, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The tiger's sword roared, and the morale of the Dongyu cavalry plummeted. Mang Yingli had no time to escape, and was cut off from his horse by Su Chu, sending him out of the country to fight. Almost all the 5,000 cavalry were wiped out. Sun Tzu's Jiangdong disciples transformed into light cavalry. When the cavalry army attacked the Tumda kingdom's cavalry, Sun Tzu led 8,000 Jiangdong disciples to pursue the main force of King Tumgu. Yu Fei's 8,000 troops carried Wei troops to cooperate with Sun Tzu's attack. Sun Tzu was responsible for the involvement, while Yu Fei was responsible for the assault. 8,000 soldiers from Jiangdong emerged from the darkness and attacked the war elephant army of Tumda kingdom. Sun Tzu took the lead. The overlord's fierce spear thrust out and turned into dozens of spear shadows. All the infantry and elephant slaves along the way were killed by Sun Tzu with one shot. However, Sun Tzu did not use the violent effect of strengthening the mountain, and just killed the war elephant army under normal conditions. The peak effect of strengthening the mountain has a 1-month cooldown period. Chu Tian did not want Sun Tzu to use all his strength when dealing with the bottom Dongyu army. Dozens of elephant slaves were killed, and the war elephants were frightened. The war elephants without the control of the elephant slaves went berserk and trampled among the Taungyu army. Hundreds of Taungyu infantry were trampled into pulp by the war elephants. Your Majesty, the Han army attacked at night, and the prince and 5,000 cavalry at the rear were completely wiped out. Nonsense! They have already caught up with me. Mang Yinglong pulled out his golden sword with a fierce look. Since you can't leave, kill me and get some military exploits. Probably Mang Yinglong also knew that once he was overtaken by the Han Empire's cavalry or entangled by the Han Empire's cavalry, he would probably be doomed, rather than being chased by the cavalry of the Han Empire and completely defeated. It is better to kill some of Chu Tian's troops and horses before being eliminated in exchange for military merit. As the number 1 lord, Chu Tian can also gain a lot of military exploits by killing Chu Tian's legion. Military merit can be exchanged for rare special props after the national war. Therefore, Mang Yinglong is eager to obtain military merit. Hundreds of Portuguese mercenaries rushed to load black powder. At this time, Sun Tzu rushed into the Portuguese musketeers and killed them in all directions. The Portuguese musketeers dispersed in a rush, being closely fought by the cavalry. The precious musketeers were harvested in pieces, with almost no power to fight back. Yu Fei held a gun and attacked from another direction, carrying the Wei army and trampling tens of thousands of Tumda national sword players and archers. The heavily armored Beiwei army, tall and powerful, holding a battle axe in their hands, killed the Tunggu infantry with one axe. The attack of the Beiwei army caused the collapse of tens of thousands of Taungyu infantry and archers. This is the elite of the Han Empire! Mang Yinglong held his sword and fought back. The Imperial Guards followed Mang Yinglong and fought with Sun Tzu's Jiangdong soldiers. Sun Tzu's overlord gun opened and closed, killing 7 generals of Dongyu Kingdom in a row. A Tunggu general with a strength of over 90 brandished a hammer to attack. Sun Tzu defeated him with 3 shots and suppressed the Tunggu general. Fight again! Sun Tzu shouted loudly, and the Imperial Guards of the Tumda Kingdom around him were heartbroken. After 10 rounds, the fierce general of the Tumda Kingdom fell from his horse and was killed by Sun Tzu. Mang Yinglong killed more than a dozen Jiangdong soldiers, but was finally targeted by Sun Tzu. Protect the king! The generals of the Imperial Guard knew that he could be resurrected, and they all sacrificed their lives to protect Manging Long. The overlord's fierce spear rotated rapidly in Sun Tzu's hands, harvesting weeds wherever it went. Several more senior generals of the Imperial Guard were killed by Sun Tzu. Under the cover of Jiangdong's disciples, Sun Tzu went straight to Manging Long. Manging Long swung his sword and slashed at Sun Tzu with a sharp sword energy. As one of the top heroes in the Taunga Kingdom, Manging Long could conquer various Burmese and Mon tribes in the mountains and forests. His force was not low. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill more than a dozen 7th-level Jiangdong soldiers in a melee. Sun Tzu took out his gun, and the overlord fierce spear whirled with air waves. He shot away Manging Long's golden sword, and Manging Long almost lost his sword. Manging Long's eyes were split open, and he tried his best to fight Sun Tzu. "Death to the barbarian king!" Sun Tzu shouted loudly, increased his strength by 3 points, and suppressed Manging Long. In Sun Tzu's eyes, the Dongyu kingdom located south of Izhou was undoubtedly a barbarian, and Manging Long was the barbarian king. Manging Long defeated many tribes, and had brute strength. Sun Tzu could not defeat Manging Long even in 10 rounds. However, Manging Long faced Sun Tzu, the little overlord of Jiangdong. Sun Tzu became more courageous as he fought, and even wanted to use the special effect of strengthening the mountain. But thinking of Chu Tian's words, he just fought with Manging Long in his normal state. Jiangdong soldiers and Beiwei's army had gained the upper hand, tearing the Dongshu army into several pieces, and killing tens of thousands. "General, do you want our help?" "No need." Sun Tzu fought alone against Manging Long. He was arrogant, and had absolute confidence in his own force. Therefore, he was unwilling to let his subordinates help him. This was also Sun Tzu's personality flaw. The two fought for hundreds of rounds, and Manging Long was exhausted. Overlord's fierce spear hit Manging Long's golden armor. Manging Long was severely injured. His internal organs were turbulent. He vomited blood, and his expression was depressed. "Remember, the one who kills you today is Sun Bofu, the overlord of Jiangdong." After Sun Tzu inherited some of Xiang Yu's abilities, he became more and more powerful in conquering mountains and rivers. His momentum skyrocketed. The overlord fierce spear came with blazing flames and penetrated Manging Long's golden armor, eliminating Manging Long from the national war. On the second day of the national war, before dawn, the Taunga kingdom, which had offended the Han Empire, was eliminated. Sun Tzu put away his gun, and the blade of the overlord's fierce spear was still filled with flames. The overlord fierce spear is an imperial level weapon, and like the Li Guang Gong, it comes with burning damage. Name: Overlord fierce spear. Quality: imperial level. Effect: attack power plus 15, penetration plus 15%, block plus 15%, attack speed plus 10%, with burning damage. Special effect: fire appears on the gun blade, and the burning damage is increased by an additional 20%. The effect lasts for a period of time. That's all. Sun Tzu didn't feel much pressure when he saw Manging Long's body turn into white light and disappear. Although the Taunga kingdom is an overlord in the Southeast Asian civilized zone, from the perspective of the entire civilization, the Taunga kingdom is only the bottom player. Manging Long does have some brute strength. When night came and dawn came, the Dongyu army was almost completely wiped out, turned into white light, and then disappeared, because they could be resurrected. It was difficult to obtain prisoners. After the king was killed, these soldiers gradually withdrew from the national war. A total of 30,000 points were obtained. Chu Tian checked the ranking list and found that his name was ranked first. There may not be a few lords who would take the initiative to provoke a war in the early morning of the second day of the national war. Manging Long actually got 10,000 points. Are my soldiers so valuable? Chu Tian didn't lose many soldiers and horses, but Manging Long could gain 10,000 points. The higher the ranking of the lord, the higher the equivalent combat merit of the legion. So when Manging Long counterattacked, he also gained 10,000 points. But that's about it. Manging Long has been eliminated and can no longer obtain military exploits. Go back and deal with the Egyptian legions and take this city to yourself. After Chu Tian easily defeated the Manging Long army, he turned his attention to the Egyptian army, which had a stronger fighting capacity. Among the arms of the Egyptian legion, Chu Tian currently knows about the Mamluk cavalry. At its peak, the Mamluk cavalry was full of martial virtue and repelled the Mongolian cavalry who tried to conquer Egypt. Hulagu's generals were too timid. The Mamluks were originally slaves of the Caliph of the Arab Empire and fought for the Arab Empire. Later, they gradually formed a unique military aristocratic group to rule Egypt. The Egyptian civilization was not that easy to deal with. Like the Arab and Persian civilizations, it once flourished. Your Majesty, the Egyptian legions have left camp. Just as Chu Tian was gearing up to fight the Mamluk cavalry, the Egyptian army retreated and gave up the city to Chu Tian. Chu Tian also did not expect that he would have such a great deterrent power in the eyes of generals from other civilizations. Maybe this is prestige. Attack this city. The Egyptian legion was unwilling to risk annihilation in a confrontation with Chu Tian, and Chu Tian was unwilling to attack the unknown Egyptian legion before occupying the city. Now that the troublesome guy has left, Chu Tian can concentrate on attacking the city. Hua Mulan continued to serve as the vanguard and led the Iron Eagle scouts to explore the city. Chapter 1074 Black Cloud and Long Sword City. General, the number of defenders in the city is unknown. The armor style of the defenders is similar to ours. They should be the generals of our civilization. Hua Mulan led a group of Iron Eagle scout cavalry to explore outside the city, and the city was lined with arrow towers, making it easy to defend but difficult to attack. Each city is guarded by a king-level or imperial-level general, and the strength of the troops is completely unknown to all the lords participating in the national war. In addition, the strength of the defender will also affect the difficulty of siege. If you encounter defenders like Zhang Sun, Lu Renjian, and Tian Dan, it will be a nightmare for the offensive side. According to Hua Mulan's judgment, the commander of this city is a hero of ancient China, not a hero of other civilizations. Military generals from ancient China accounted for a large proportion, so it was not surprising that the defenders of the first city they encountered were military generals from ancient China. The city's guard, dressed in black and wearing black armor, looked at Hua Mulan and the 3,000 Iron Eagle scout cavalry who appeared at the bottom of the city. His eyes were filled with fighting intent. Open the city gates and come out of the city to fight. Hua Mulan was waiting for Chu Tian's main force to arrive. The heavy city gates suddenly opened wide, and a group of black-armored soldiers rode out of the city to attack the Iron Eagle scouts. The black-armored soldier drew his sword, and his sword energy was flowing freely. Hua Mulan has experienced hundreds of battles, and can tell the strength of the enemy at a glance. The black-armored soldiers in front of him were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Or maybe the general of every city has an elite legion. Test their strength. Hua Mulan intended to test, so she fought with the black-armored soldiers who came out of the city. The Iron Eagle scout cavalry used their riding and archery skills to shoot arrows at the black-armored soldiers. Thousands of arrows were woven into the rain of arrows that covered the black-armored soldiers. The soldiers in black armor swept across with their sharp swords to resist the rain of arrows. This group of black-armored soldiers, like Changbanpo's sword god Xia Haoan, are proficient in swordsmanship, and their sword energy can block the rain of arrows. The Iron Eagle scout cavalry's mounted shooting did not achieve the results Hua Mulan expected. This is definitely a high-level unit, and it can fight 100 battles. Retreat! After all, Hua Mulan was just a vanguard scout. When she discovered that the black-armored soldiers were good at using long swords, and that cavalry shooting had little effect on the black-armored soldiers, she immediately changed her mind and chose to withdraw her troops. First, Mulan's special unit, the Iron Eagle Scout, is good at reconnaissance and mounted shooting. Once the mounted shooting fails, its combat power is basically halved, and it is unlikely to be a match for the black-armored soldiers in close combat. Secondly, Hua Mulan has probably learned the information about the black-armored soldiers. The hundreds of Iron Eagle scouts who fell behind were unable to retreat in time, and their sabers collided with the long swords of the black-armored soldiers. It was almost the same as Hua Mulan's estimate. 2 soldiers and horses fought in close combat. The black-armored soldiers' long swords pierced the Iron Eagle scouts' light armor and killed dozens of Iron Eagle scouts in a row. You retreat! Hua Mulan chose to go to the rear in person, using Tang Dao to cut off the opponent's black sword and kill the black-armored soldier. Several black-armored soldiers drew their swords at the same time and stabbed Hua Mulan from different directions. But Hua Mulan repelled her with a single blow. After losing 300 of their horses, the Iron Eagle scouts retreated one after another, while Hua Mulan fought hard, temporarily repelling the black-armored soldiers, and rode out of the enemy formation on Sa Luzi, which the black-armored soldiers could not stop. Famous horses such as Juing and Sa Luzi can save their owners' lives at critical moments. The enemy is not weak when we come. Return to the city and defend it. The leader of the black-armored soldiers withdrew his troops and returned to the city, closing the city and defending it. Although he repelled Hua Mulan's cavalry, he knew very well that Hua Mulan's cavalry was only here for reconnaissance and was not the main force of the opponent. Hua Mulan rode saw Lu Zi to join Chu Tian, who was coming later, and reported to Chu Tian about the battle with the black armored soldiers. A black armored soldier who uses a long sword as his main weapon. Chu Tian thought for a moment, looked at Xiao Liang as a player, and thought of an elite unit from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. The Black Cloud longsword capital of Yang Xingmi of the southern Wu kingdom. Heiyun Changjiandu and Yinqiangxiajidu are all elite soldiers from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Yang Shiho, who leads the Yinqiangxiajie capital, is currently serving in the Xiliang army in Chutian. Most of the Black Cloud swords are also 7th level soldiers, so it is natural for Hua Mulan to be repulsed. King Wu Yang Xingmi is quite ambitious. However, Yang Xingmi's ability is inferior to that of Cao Cao, Yu Watai and others. He has no foundation of his own in the main world and his lifespan is not long. He can be used as a general. Chu Tian wanted to get the slightly famous Heiyun Changjiandu. Yang Xingmi was considered a prince in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. However, he was not unappointable. As long as he lived shorter than Chu Tian, there was no need to worry about Sima Yi seizing power. Tens of thousands of Han troops approached the city, and Chinese craftsmen began to make Xiangyang cannons, crossbows, and ladders. The city was bound to be captured. Chu Tian sent people under the city to persuade him to surrender, but Yang Xingmi shot him with random arrows. The defenders of national wars will not surrender even if they know how to assess the situation. We can only attack by force. Fortunately, Yang Xingmi is not a defensive general, so Chu Tian will not be beaten to death in this city. However, spending some time is essential. While making weapons to attack the city, Chu Tian sent additional scouts to explore the locations of other cities and the enemies on the island. During Chu Tian's operation, Zhou Yu and Zheng He's navy were unwilling to be left alone and sent Gan Ning and Lu Meng to search for other civilizations' fleets in the nearby waters. Gan Ning led 800 brocade thieves carrying bows, arrows, bird feathers on their heads, and bells on their bodies, riding on 12 stern warships. Lu Meng, dressed in white, patrolled with 20 warships to meet Gan Ning. The sea surface on the battlefield of the national war was filled with fog, which increased the danger of naval battles. In the sea fog, dangers arose repeatedly. Take off the bell! Gan Ning suddenly realized that the existence of the bell might attract warships from hostile civilizations. The warships appeared and disappeared in the sea fog. Gan Ning stood on the bow of the warship, looking in all directions and listening in all directions. The sound of the waves around him changed obviously. Gan Ning shouted in a low voice, "Everyone, please be careful!" The 800 brocade sail thieves were also aware of the approaching danger, and were cautious, and did not dare to make a sound. The sailors at the oars slowed down, and held their breath. A huge ship loomed in the sea fog. The ship's sides and deck were covered with muskets and crossbows, and there were many Spanish heavy infantry, knights, musketeers, and crossbowmen. Gan Ning's face was solemn. If there was only such a behemoth, Gan Ning was not convinced. But according to the changes in the waves and the black shadows appearing in the sea fog, there were at least 10 such large warships. In addition, there are hundreds of other warships. This is a huge fleet. The fleet passed Gan Ning's boat, and did not notice Gan Ning hidden in the sea fog. When the fleet left, Gan Ning broke into a cold sweat. Is this the invincible fleet that His Majesty spoke of? Gan Ning indeed felt great pressure from the passing fleet. The Spanish civilization's invincible armada and Spanish grand phalanx once dominated for a while, and were the earliest great maritime overlords. They overpowered England and France, and plundered large amounts of gold from the Americas. Unfortunately, the Spanish had a small population and a lot of money, so they were replaced by the English. Let's go back. Gan Ning was not very willing to engage in battle with the armada, as both sides would most likely suffer losses. He went back to join Lu Meng. Lu Meng compared the distance between the 4 islands and the main island. The direction of this fleet is not to our island, but to the island closest to the main island. They want to seize the most advantageous position. Once the main island is opened, the first attack the main island at once. Lu Meng immediately deduced the intention of the invincible fleet. The armada seizes a favorable position. If other lords want to march to the main island, they may be blocked or attacked by the armada. Lu Meng and Gan Ning returned to Fubo's fleet. Gan Ning described to Zheng He, Zhou Yu and others about their encounter with the invincible fleet. Sooner or later we will have a battle with the armada. Before His Majesty captures this island, we must defend it, and must not act rashly. Zheng He and Zhou Yu regarded the Armada as their great enemy. And the giant ship Gan Ning saw was the San Martin of the Armada, which was equivalent to the Great Fortune ship of the Han Empire. On the 5th day of the National War, Chu Tian finally prepared all the siege equipment and sent out a large number of troops to attack the city defended by Yang Xingmi, king of southern Wu, with the black clouds and long swords. The main force of the siege was Wu Qi's Wei soldiers. Chapter 1075. Capturing Yang Xingmi alive. The huge rocks and fireballs thrown by the Xiangyang cannon fell, like dreamy bolide, bombarding the city, and the whole city was trembling. Yang Xingmi, king of southern Wu, led 5,000 Heiyuan Changyandu and 50,000 low-level soldiers to guard the isolated city to defend Wu Qi from 30,000 Wei soldiers. Wu Qi personally supervised the battle, using trebuchets as the main means of siege. The bombardment of the city continued for 2 days, destroying the Arrow Tower. Chu Tian and other generals served as the second siege echelon. The War Eagles of the Iron Eagle Scouts have gradually discovered the locations of the cities on this island. About 10 lords are concentrated on this island. Among them, King Mang Yinglong of Towngu has been eliminated by Chu Tian. The Egyptian legions went to attack other cities. There are also legions of other lords on the island. If he could encounter Yekaterina's army, Chu Tian would be able to gain a few friendly troops. But it's not entirely a good thing. If 2 people join forces, the benefits cannot be distributed. If Ekaterina is on this island, she will probably come closer to me if she sees the War Eagle. Chu Tian felt that he was a little sorry for Yekaterina, because Yekaterina basically took care of the princes and princesses of the Tsarist Empire by herself. The Egyptian legion is attacking other cities, and other lords are also taking action. This city must be captured as soon as possible. Chu Tian couldn't wait to capture Yang Xingmi and Heiyuan Changyandu. After all, the Black Cloud Sword is a special unit of ancient China, and it would be bad if it fell into the hands of the lords of other civilizations. Chu Tian recruited many generals from other civilizations, and the lords of other civilizations also recruited generals from ancient China through national wars. According to Chu Tian's understanding, Ogdi and Constantine both had Eastern generals under their command. Among them, there are many Han generals under Wakuatai's command. Wakuatai has a close relationship with ancient China. Therefore, many military generals from ancient China served under Wakuatai. Chu Tian was unwilling to hand over the general he was about to get in front of him. Su Chuwang asked for orders in a loud voice. Lord, let me attack the city as the first to attack. Allow. Chu Tian agreed to Su Chu's request to fight. Su Chu's panel is almost the same as Dian Wei's. Name Su Chu. Commander, 66, Force, 98, Intelligence, 36, Politics, 20, Charm, 56. Character, Loyalty. Characteristic 1, Tiger Fool, SS level trait. When trapped in a formation, own attack power plus 30%. When not equipped with armor, defense power decreases. Attack power plus 30% additionally, can activate the Tiger Roar effect, attacking enemies within a 100-meter radius. Soldier morale minus 20. Can be released 3 times in one battle, but cannot be superimposed. Characteristic 2, Arrive First, S level trait. When siege or trap, Legionnaire attack power plus 18%. Characteristic 3, Protecting the Lord in death battle, S level trait. Loyalty is not easy to decline. When the Lord/Monarch/Prince is in danger, the more serious the injury, the greater the increase in ability. Special unit, Tiger Guard, 8th level heavy infantry. Upper limit of 500. Higher quality requirements for soldiers. Su Chu's special effect is to greatly reduce the morale of a small group of enemy troops, which can work wonders in small-scale battles or charges. Su Chu grabbed a large shield with tiger stripes and participated in the siege. Lord, we request to attack the city together. 2 powerful generals, Xuerengui and Sun Ce, asked Chu Tian to fight at the same time, requesting to be the first generals to attack the city. Allow. Chu Tian took 3 powerful generals at once, and he was sure to win the city. Xiangyang artillery has been bombarding the city for 2 consecutive days. Hundreds of people in Yang Xingmi's elite Black Cloud Long Sword army were injured, and the arrow towers and ballistae were destroyed. Wu Qi saw that the time was ripe, so he ordered 30,000 Wei soldiers to attack in an all-out manner. 3 generals, Su Chu, Sun Ce, and Xuerengui, mingled with Wei soldiers and climbed the city. Yu Fei, commander of Beiwei's army, captured the city on foot. Chu Tian knew that Yu Fei's force was not low. and that Bai Wei's troops could be regarded as heavily armed axemen after they dismounted. So he took Bai Wei's troops forward with the aim of destroying the city in one battle. There are other cities on this island waiting for Chu Tian to capture, so he cannot waste too much time on one city. The 30,000 soldiers of the Wei dynasty are in sharp attire. Their physical strength and morale are at their peak, and their momentum is like a rainbow. Yang Xingmi, the king of southern Wu, couldn't help sweating when he saw the smoke billowing from the city, and the endless Wei soldiers concentrated on attacking the East City, North City, and South City. If his 5,000 Heiyun Chongjing capital were divided into 3 batches, each batch would only have more than 1,000 soldiers. Yu Fei's Bai Wei army was still waiting for the opportunity. Split the troops! Although there were not many elite troops, Yang Xingmi had to split the 5,000-strong Black Cloud Longsword army into 3 groups to defend the East City, North City, and South City respectively. Each city had 1,000 Black Cloud Longsword army and 10,000 low-level soldiers. Defense. Yang Xingmi left more than 1,000 Black Cloud Longsword army and 20,000 low-level soldiers as a reserve force. Su Chu, Xuerengui, and Sun Ce each led 10,000 Wei soldiers to compete with each other to see who could seize the city wall first. There are many powerful generals in Chu Tian's forces, and each of them hopes to overpower the other generals and secretly compete with each other. Chu Tian forces. The position of general is still vacant. The strength of the 3 fierce generals is the same. Whoever captures the city first means bragging rights for a year. War drums beat. Ladder trucks approach the city, and divine armed bows fire volleys to suppress the defenders. Wei Wu soldiers were surrounded by ants, and the defenders, including the Black Cloud Longsword army, attacked the defenders with stones, wood, yiksha stones, and kerosene. Many Wei soldiers fell down. Joan of Arc! Boost morale! Chu Tian brought Joan of Arc to boost morale. Joan of Arc waved the iris flag, and the motivational effect covered the entire army. For a time, the morale of the Wei soldiers soared. Do it all at once. Second time tired. Third time exhausted. Xuerengui swung his flying claws, hooked onto the city wall, carried Fang Tian's painted halberd on his back, and forcibly climbed up the city. Xuerengui's martial prowess is astonishing, and his agility is extremely agility. He is very familiar with sieges, and he feels as if he is walking on flat ground with his feet on the city wall. The Black Cloud Longsword army braved the rain of arrows from the city and threw stones. Suddenly, a fierce general climbed up the city and punched a black armored soldier, causing the black armor to break. Xuerengui punched with all his strength, and even ordinary generals could not resist it, let alone soldiers. Kill him! More than a dozen black armored soldiers drew their long swords and slashed at Xuerengui with fierce sword energy. Sure enough, he's good at using a sword, because Hua Mulan had already learned the details of the Black Cloud Longsword army through testing. Xuerengui had already taken precautions. Xuerengui took the halberd from the lower sky, and one halberd broke 10 swords. With a full blow, 7 or 8 of the dozen long swords were knocked away by Xuerengui. The Black Cloud Sword Sergeant was in disbelief, his wrists numb. Xuerengui's force was astonishing. Even the Black Cloud Longsword army could not resist. Xuerengui killed hundreds of people on the city wall. Many Wei soldiers climbed up the ladder and attacked the city, cooperating with Xuerengui to capture the city wall. Because of Xuerengui's fierce offensive, Yang Xingmi had to personally support Dongcheng and besiege Xuerengui on the narrow city wall with 300 Black Cloud Sword troops. Sword Array! The Black Cloud Longsword army triggers their skills and forms a sword formation to kill the fierce general. The black sword energy flows, and the damage of the Black Cloud Longsword soldiers is greatly increased. And the sword energy is compelling. Break! Xuerengui didn't make any extra moves, but used all his strength to defeat him. Fang Tian danced wildly with his halberd, and the longsword couldn't get close. The narrow city wall was a good thing for a fierce general like Xuerengui. The Black Cloud Longsword army could only fight with Xuerengui with more than 10 people at a time. But Xuerengui killed hundreds of people in a row. The corpses of the Black Cloud Longsword army were scattered all over the city wall. Yang Xingmi personally supervised the battle and provided bonuses to the Black Cloud Longsword army. Facing a fierce general of Xuerengui's level, there is really no good way. The only way is to use elite troops to exhaust their physical strength, and then look for opportunities to kill Xuerengui. When Chu Tian dealt with Xiangyu, who was more powerful, he also used the cavalry army and the Shinji battalion to consume all Xiangyu's physical strength. However, Chu Tian's army was not limited to Xuerengui. Sun Ce, Su Chu and Wei Wu's soldiers were attacking other city walls. Sun Ce, the little overlord of Jiandong, armed with his overlord's fierce spear, was killing people back and forth on the city wall, leaving corpses everywhere. Su Chu shouted loudly among the defenders, and the tiger roar effect exploded. The morale of the defenders within 100 meters radius was directly weakened, and they became even more afraid of Su Chu. One by one, the defenders were thrown off the city wall by Su Chu. The Black Cloud Longsword army tried to besiege Su Chu, but Su Chu cut off the long sword with a broadsword. The black-armored soldier looked at the broken sword in his hand. Before he could react, Su Chu hit him with a large tiger-patterned shield. The black-armored soldier seemed to have been hit by a truck. He flew several meters directly and fell from the city wall. Yang Xingmi supervised more than 1,000 Black Cloud sword troops to resist Xuerengui. But the defenders on the other two sides of the city were harvested by 2 tiger generals and a large number of Wei soldiers. The city defense arrow towers were destroyed by trebuchets, and the few remaining arrow towers were completely unable to suppress the archers under the city and the unattached Wei soldiers. Xuerengui restrained Yang Xingmi, and Su Chu and Sun Ce broke through the city almost at the same time and came to the city gate. Sun Ce and Su Chu looked at each other, unwilling to accept each other. The two men finally worked together to open the city gate, and the cavalry entered the city. Yu Fei's Beiwei army has already captured the city before they take action. Yang Xingmi was still fighting hard. Xuerengui came to Yang Xingmi. In less than 10 rounds, he knocked Yang Xingmi's sword away, knocked Yang Xingmi unconscious with one punch, and captured him alive. The general has been captured by me. Why not return quickly? Xuerengui carried the unconscious Yang Xingmi and showed off his force to the Black Cloud Longsword army. The surviving Black Cloud Longsword army finally abandoned their swords and surrendered when they saw that their master would be captured alive. This time Xuerengui captured the enemy general alive, while Su Chu and Sun Ce broke into the city in advance, almost at the same time. Therefore, the three of them shared the same success. Chu Tian saw that the 3 generals all had merit, so he asked people to record the merits of the 3 generals. It seems a bit easy to capture Yang Xingmi alive and recruit the Black Cloud Longsword army, but this does not mean that Yang Xingmi, the founder of the Wu Kingdom in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, was not strong. However, Yang Xingmi only had 5,000 black clouds and long swords, and it was impossible to stop Wu Qi's 30,000 Wei soldiers. What's more, there were 3 fierce generals to serve as force. The branch cities on the island are not difficult to attack, but what is really difficult to attack are the 2 main cities on the main island. They are guarded by holy-level military generals. It is estimated that they will be bloody. Chu Tian's army entered the city and gained a population of 300,000. Including 60,000 young and strong soldiers. In addition, Chu Tian surrendered 2,000 men from the Black Cloud Longsword army and 20,000 low-level soldiers. There are also arsenals and granaries in the city, which are stocked with weapons and grain, which are additional rewards for conquering the city. Chu Tian only carried enough food and grass for 100,000 people for a month and sat on a city to continue fighting. Replenish troops and horses. Recruit more Wei soldiers. If the high-level weapons are not enough, then recruit low-level soldiers. The first thing Chu Tian did was to recruit troops to expand his strength in the national war. Yang Xingmi was knocked unconscious by Xuerengui's punch, because Xuerengui used too much force. It took Yang Xingmi a long time to wake up, and he was still dizzy. Are you awake? Chu Tian looked at this important figure in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. The founder of the southern Wu dynasty. The territory of Nanwu is equivalent to the Huainan area, plus Jianye and Chaisang areas. The 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms were as chaotic as the 3 kingdoms, and even more chaotic than the 3 kingdoms. There were many princes and elite legions, and they were no less exciting than the 3 kingdoms. But they are not well known. Generals such as Wang Taijiang, Yang Shiho, and Yang Xingmi came from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms. Pan Mei, Qiao Bin, and Yang Yi could also be regarded as generals in the late 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. Can you surrender? Yang Xingmi is willing to surrender. Ding! Because you conquered the branch city, you gained the allegiance of the king-level commander Yang Xingmi. Ding! Because you conquered the branch city, you will receive an additional 30,000 battle merits. Chu Tian received a system prompt and felt something in his heart. A king-level commander with his own special unit, Black Cloud Longsword Capital, still had 30,000 points of combat merit. The rewards of national war are rich. Chapter 1076 The Persian Empire comes. After Yang Xingmi surrendered, Chu Tian could already see the face of the king of Wu. Name Yang Xingmi. Commander, 90, Force, 84, Intelligence, 78, Politics, 76, Charm 84. Feature 1, Black Cloud Long Sword, S-level feature. Commanding the special unit. Black Cloud Long Sword Capital. Legion attribute plus 12%. Long sword damage plus 13%. Feature 2, Water Attack Mastery, S-level feature. When water attack is successful, enemy morale is minus 50%. Special arms, Heiyun Changjiandu, 7th level light infantry. Maximum number of 5,000. Good at swordsmanship. Yang Xingmi's abilities are very simple. He commands the Black Cloud Changjian City, and is good at water attacks. The penalty for a water attack causing a 50% morale drop is very severe. Zhou Yu is a famous fire attack general, while Yang Xingmi is a water attack general, and each has its own use. The destructive power of water attacks is no less than that of fire attacks. Yu Fei tried to flood Xiangyan and Long Qi. Chu Tian once flooded Yeqing. Chu Tian looked at the data of Heiyun Changjian City again. Army, Black Cloud Long Sword Capital. Level, 7th level light infantry. Attack power, 23, defense power, 17, speed 6. Skills, advanced Phoenixin, morale improvement. Special sword array, when forming a sword array, the damage is greatly increased. Sword Chi passive skill. Attacks are accompanied by sword energy damage, and can also block arrow rain and reduce arrow rain damage. Continue for a period of time. Characteristics, King Wu's army, when Yang Xingmi serves as the general. Attack plus 5. Defense plus 2. Speed plus 1. Military pay, 10 taels/month. The Black Cloud Longsword Army is an elite unit that Chu Tian has rarely seen. They use long swords as their main weapons, and they also come with sword energy damage. Among the light infantry, the Black Cloud long swords were considered elite. Their black armor and long swords formed a sharp contrast with the white robe army. After Chu Tian surrendered Yang Xingmi, he immediately replenished Yang Xingmi's troops. The city's arsenal has a limited number of high-level weapons, so the number of high-level soldiers you can recruit is also limited. However, it was enough to make up for Chu Tian's losses, and to make up for the Black Cloud Sword Capital. In the National War, the recruitment period for high-level units is from half a month to 1 month, and the speed is faster. The initial level is level 50, and you can immediately enter the war. Low-level units can be recruited in less than 10 days, and the initial level is also level 50. Although the Black Cloud Longsword Army, as light infantry, was crushed by heavy cavalry on the plains, it was indeed impressive, and it is suitable for terrain such as Huainan that are not conducive to cavalry operations. Chu Tian found that the Black Cloud Longsword Army was indeed handsome. Just like a swordsman, the specific terrain is not suitable for the cavalry army to march straight into it, so the Black Cloud Longsword Army can come in handy. It will take time to capture this city and replenish high-level troops. Chu Tian was unwilling to wait. He was eager to capture the second city. The quality of the generals in the national war is pretty good, and a branch city has a king-level commander and an elite legion. Chu Tian looked at the rankings of the 6th national war again. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. I just want to farm well. 84,000. Second place, the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Constantine. 76,000. Third place, King of Macedon. Alexander. 71,000. Fourth place, Great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Ajadai. 60,000. Fifth place, Empress of the Russian Empire. Ekaterina. 57,000. Sixth place, Governor of the United States. Marshal. 51,000. Seventh place, Shogun Oda Nobunaga. 45,000. Eighth place, King Louis of France. 44,000. Various lords fought one after another, and Ekaterina also appeared on the ranking list, indicating that Ekaterina's legion was at war with other legions. However, the early battles were not too fierce. The various lords had just begun to clash. The final battle for the Holy Commander was the key. Every civilization hopes that a figure can emerge who can turn the tide and change their situation. There are 2 cities at a similar distance from us. The Egyptian army is attacking one of the cities. How should we choose? Mulan has been letting the War Eagle track the Egyptian legions. The threat of the Egyptian legion is not small. So it is necessary to assign a war eagle to follow the Egyptian legion and know its whereabouts. Since the Egyptians deliberately avoided our attack, there is no need for us to embarrass them and attack another city. Chu Tian has his own code of conduct. Since the Egyptians know how to promote, there is no need to embarrass them. Between the two cities, which one is better to attack depends purely on luck. The Egyptian legion, Cleopatra, the defender of the Arab world Saladin, the victorious King Babers, and other famous Egyptian generals drove Egypt's elite legion to attack the city. Cleopatra was actually a female pharaoh. She had a team of high-level soldiers called the Egyptian Pharaoh Guards, who were responsible for protecting Cleopatra's safety. The pharaoh's guards were armed with sickles and swords, weapons characteristic of ancient Egypt, and were highly hierarchical. Cleopatra has her own abilities and an elite army, so her status among the famous Egyptian generals is not low. Saladin, Bybels, and others also have to give Cleopatra some face. In troubled times, strength means status. Without strength, anyone can ravage you. If I take charge of the legendary hidden unit Anubis Guards, it will be easy to capture this city. Cleopatra was desperate for power and to protect Egypt. The background dynasty of Cleopatra is not the distant ancient Egypt, but the Egyptian dynasty established by Ptolemy, a subordinate of Alexander the Great. According to legend, the pharaohs of ancient Egypt had a bodyguard of Anubis, the god of death, 100 miles away from Chu Tian and 80 miles away from the Egyptian legion. The third city was being attacked by another lord, and the city was crumbling. Chu Tian marched towards the city. It seems to be Ardashir, the lord of Persia. Chu Tian encountered the second troublesome lord. The Persian lord Ardashir has the undead army, the holy fallen cavalry, and the sovereign cavalry. The Egyptian legion and the Persian legion have profound foundations. Chu Tian hesitated. In addition to fighting for the sub-city, the key is the fight for the main city. Before fighting for the main city, whether against the Egyptian legion or the Persian legion, most of them will suffer heavy losses. The Holy Meteor Cavalry is the most famous unit of Persian civilization, and it is also an extremely terrifying 9th-level heavy cavalry. The opponent of the Holy Meteor Cavalry is the Xuanjia army, Zhongxia army, and Qixua army from the east, which shows the terror of the Holy Meteor Cavalry. The Undead army is also an extremely troublesome tribe. Most of the elite cavalry in the Persian Empire are sovereign cavalry composed of military nobles, among which the elite can be transferred to the Holy Fallen Cavalry. When he learned that the Persian Empire was besieging the third city, Chu Tian, who was marching towards the city, was somewhat hesitant. The Persian civilization was severely damaged by the Mongolian massacre, so its presence is not as strong as in the early stage, but it is not a very weak civilization. My lord, the Persian Emperor Ardashir has sent an envoy. Bring to me. When Chu Tian was hesitating whether to attack Ardashir's legion and estimating the possible losses, Ardashir took the initiative to send someone to contact Chu Tian. A Persian general came to Chu Tian's war horse Juing and saluted. Your Majesty, the great, noble, King of Kings in the Far East, I, the general of the Anxi Empire, Suleina, have come to request you on the order of my king. Joint. Suleina. Chu Tian knew this general. Historically, in the Battle of Kaye, Suleina used 20,000 Parthian cavalry to defeat the 7 Roman legions of Crassus, one of the 3 giants of Rome. About 40,000 people. Crassus died in the battle and became a god in the battle. Speaking of which, Chu Tian had not heard about Crassus for a long time. And the lord, the unlucky Crassus, was captured by Temujin. Later, after escaping back to Rome, he was placed under house arrest by Constantine. No news about Crassus was ever heard from again. Suleina is considered a first-class cavalry general in Persian civilization. If it weren't for the national war that could resurrect Chu Tian and capture Suleina alive, and Suleina could commit suicide and return to the main world, then Chu Tian wouldn't mind detaining Suleina. Guard Su Chu glared at Suleina, telling Suleina not to dare to act rashly. Otherwise, if Suleina assassinated Chu Tian, the Han army would suffer heavy losses. Because Chu Tian was protected by Su Chu, he had no fear. The King of Kings of Persia. How does he want to unite? Chu Tian's request to the Persian Lord Ardashir was not surprising, except for the Western lords headed by Alexander, who were offended by Chu Tian. The lords of other civilizations generally did not dare to attack Chu Tian. For example, the Egyptian army avoided fighting against Chu Tian. Ardashir of Persia obviously had a longer-term vision. Ardashir, who was attacking the city at this time, was really unwilling to start a war with Chu Tian. So Ardashir sent Selena to ask for help. Selena replied, "As long as your majesty does not attack our army, our king is willing to help your majesty in the battle for the main city." Get help from the Persian Emperor Ardashir when attacking the main city. Chu Tian couldn't help but be tempted. Ardashir's conditions undoubtedly moved Chu Tian's heart. Chu Tian Guizhan likes to offend other lords. Because he does not offend other lords, he often cannot be ranked first. If everyone loves each other, no one can attack Chu Tian. It is said that Alexander, Constantine, Hohenzollern and other kings held a secret meeting in the neutral city of Zurich not long ago. And Chu Tian was also a little uneasy. The Persian Emperor Ardashir took the initiative to show his kindness, which may be an opportunity to win this national war. However, Chu Tian also knew that Ardashir took the initiative to show his kindness in order to capture the city in front of him. "Does your king not want to get the holy generals of the main city? We just want to get the generals from this city. That's all. If you ask me to abandon the city you are attacking, where will my troops go? Not far away. Pompey, the emperor of the Roman Empire, is attacking another city. Your majesty can attack Pompey. If your majesty lets us go, our king will definitely keep his promise. Otherwise, there may be a hard battle." Sulena's words were both soft and hard, implying that if Chu Tian attacked the Persian army, the Holy Meteor Cavalry and the Immortal Army would fight to the death, and the Han army would also suffer heavy losses. At the same time, the Persian legion wanted to divert trouble eastward and encouraged Chu Tian to attack the Roman legion. Chu Tian had no previous experience of cooperating with Ardashir, so he didn't know whether he would keep his promise. The Egyptian legion and the Persian legion are not easy to mess with. And then, there is Pompey, the weakest among the three emperors of the Roman Empire. On this island. Chapter 1077 The Dragon and the Phoenix nestled in the water mirror. In the main world, the teleportation array of Xiangyang City. Young Zhuge Liang came out and looked at this giant city. Before the national war, Chu Tian gave Zhuge Liang a new task, asking Zhuge Liang to visit Mr. Shui Jing, Sima Hui, who lived in seclusion in Xiangyang, and learn the art of Qi Duanjia in order to reach its peak. Xiangyang City is undoubtedly the largest city in Jingzhou. The original Song King Yang Shilang surrendered to Chu Tian, allowing Xiangyang to avoid the war. Therefore, Xiangyang City is still prosperous, and Xiangyang's aristocratic families, the Kai family and the Pang family, are still busy, as if nothing has changed. Zhuge Liang's father, Zhuge Xian, was serving as an official in Xiangyang at this time. Hearing that his nephew Zhuge Liang was coming to Jingzhou, he came to meet him. "Your father died of illness in the past, and I was about to go to Taishan County to pick up several of your brothers to take refuge in Jingzhou. Unfortunately, the war was in chaos at the time, and the letters were delayed. However, you have been taken in by the king of Xia and returned to your hometown of Langya Kingdom. So I don't force it anymore. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years have passed in a blink of an eye, and you have become a hero among people. Do you have a cousin?" Zhuge. The Zhuge family in Langya not only did not decline, but became even more prosperous. Zhuge Liang replied, "Your majesty gave my nephew the nickname Kongming. Kongming. Zhuge Kongming. Good. Very good. Since it is a token of reward from King Xia, you must cherish it. Work hard, and not let down King Xia's love." Zhuge Xian paid more attention to Zhuge Liang, with a sparkle in his eyes, and believed that Zhuge Liang could make the name of the Zhuge family of Langya Kingdom go down in history. "Please follow your father's guidance, and take your nephew to Shuijing Manor to visit Mr. Shuijing." Zhuge Liang still puts Chu Tian's orders first. Since Chu Tian asked Chu Tian by name to visit Mr. Shuijing and learn some skills from Mr. Shuijing, Zhuge Liang obeyed. In Zhuge Liang's mind, Chu Tian was even higher than Zhuge Xian, whom he had not seen for many years. "I have ordered my servants to prepare a carriage, and we will go to Shuijing Manor." In Shuijingzhuang, clouds and mist shrouded the woodcutter and villagers, and a carriage was walking on the muddy dirt road. In the end, Zhuge Xian and Zhuge Liang had to give up the increasingly bumpy carriage and hike up the mountain. "This is a place where chickens and dogs are herd. It is a rural mountain village. Mr. Shuijing lives here in seclusion. He has a thatched house with 3 idle willows as rafters. He feels at ease in his heart and forgets both things in me." Zhuge Liang couldn't help but sigh when he learned that Mr. Shuijing was living in seclusion in the mountains and forests. Zhuge Xian and Zhuge Liang went all the way to the gate of Shuijing village and met the book boy sweeping the floor. When the boy saw them, he said, "You two must be from the Langya Zhuge family. Sir, I am already waiting for you two in the manor. Please come with me. Zhuge Xian was also surprised at this time. Mr. Shui Jing is really an expert. Zhuge Xian and Zhuge Liang entered Shui Jing Manor and found that there were several huts here, forming a simple manor. An old man was picking mulberry leaves, and another man, slightly older than Zhuge Liang, but not much older, was talking to Sima Hui. The book boy said to the old man, Sir, 2 guests have been brought. Zhuge Xian saw that the ordinary old man picking mulberry leaves in front of him turned out to be the legendary Mr. Shui Jing. He couldn't help but be surprised. A man should have a prominent status in life. Why does Mr. Shui Jing want to treat women with silkworms? Sima Hui smiled slightly. Does it take a maid from the high pavilion to stand out? The young man who was talking to Sima Hui looked strange. He looked at the two arriving Zhuge Xian and Zhuge Liang curiously, and finally his eyes fell on Zhuge Liang, who was about the same age. Zhuge Liang also looked at this person. Sima Hui said, The king of Xia has already said low to a mountain villager like me in advance, asking me to teach Kongming, Taoism, Shimen, Art of War, Confucian classics. I wonder what skills Kongming wants to learn. Zhuge Liang replied, The art of governing a country. Ha ha ha. Sima Hui laughed dumbly. Zhuge Liang asked in confusion, Why are you laughing? Sir? I laugh at Kongming. You already have a good teacher. Why bother to come all the way to study with me? There are so many talents in Prince Xia's palace. And there are so many good ministers, whose talent in governing the country is not better than mine. Sima Hui also admitted that there are too many good things in the world. The Chu Tian forces, including Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Chen Ping, Li Kui, Li Si, Sun Yu, and Sang Hongnan, were proficient in official administration, law, agriculture, and economy. In terms of expertise, they were all superior to Sima Hui. As for the art of war, people like Wu Qi and Sun Bin were even more talented. King Xia ordered me to teach you Qimen Duanjia. Sima Hui has his own areas of expertise, and Chu Tian has already greeted him in advance. Sima Hui was not fully born. If there were disciples like Zhuge Liang, Sima Hui would not be disgusted. When Chu Tian greeted Sima Hui in advance, he had already mentioned to Sima Hui that this disciple would not let him down. Now that Sima Hui saw the visiting Zhuge Liang, he was indeed very satisfied and willing to give him everything he had. This man's name is Pang Tong, and his courtesy name is Xiwan. For the next 3 years, you will temporarily live here and concentrate on your studies. Sima Hui recommended Pang Tong to Zhuge Liang. At this time, the two geniuses Wulong and Feng Chu finally met for the first time, because Chu Tian intercepted Hu and left Zhuge Liang in Langya Kingdom. Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong now knew each other. Wulong and Feng Xiao. Whoever gets one can bring peace to the world. But Chu Tian has already pacified the world. The problem is not big. This world can be the Han Empire, or it can be all civilizations. Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong introduced each other and chatted quickly, thinking that they had similar interests. Zhuge Xian saw that Zhuge Liang was chatting constantly with Sima Hui and Pang Tong, so he was relieved. Then Mr. Shui Jing will take care of Kongming on his behalf. Kongming, please don't cause any trouble to Mr. Shui Jing for 3 years. Zhuge Liang bowed and said, Yes, please take care of yourself. Father. Zhuge Xian left Zhuge Liang behind and returned to Xiangyang City. As Zhuge Xian was leaving in his carriage, he encountered another carriage and had to avoid it. Isn't Mr. Shui Jing living in seclusion? Why is there suddenly so many people today? Who is this person? Although Zhuge Xian was curious, he continued on his way because of official duties. The arriving carriage stopped near Shui Jing's, and an old man got off. Shui Jing, I brought good wine. You must agree to my request this time. Before anyone arrives, the sound comes first. Sima Hui already knew the identity of the visitor. This is Mianyang Huang Chengyan. As a disciple of a Jingzhou family, Pang Tong knew Huang Chengyan, who was also from a famous Jingzhou family. It turns out to be Mr. Huang. Huang Chengyan, Zhuge Liang, who had been active in Langya Kingdom, met the Xuzhou family, not the Jingzhou family. So at this time, he didn't even know who Huang Chengyan was. Huang Chengyan came in with a jar of old wine and saw 2 young disciples beside Sima Hui. One of them was Pang Tong, whom he was already familiar with, and the other one he had never seen before. However, Huang Chengyan's eyes shone, and he looked up and down at Zhuge Liang, who seemed very satisfied. Zhuge Liang is handsome and handsome. Zhuge Liang was a little baffled. Huang Chengyan and Zhuge Liang were strangers to each other, and his behavior was really a bit abnormal. Sima Hui, the good gentleman, still smiled slightly. Why do you take out the good wine you have sealed for many years, when you have free time today? Pang Gong made a fortune for my little girl. We will discuss it in private. Sure, Yuan. Take Kong Ming to his hut. Yes. After Pang Tong took Zhuge Liang away, Huang Chengyan and Sima Hui went to the thatched cottage to have a drink. Sima Hui asked curiously, "What did Mr. Pang say?" Huang Chengyan said mysteriously. Pang Gong calculated the marriage fortune for the little girl and thought that the little daughter-in-law will appear in Shuijing's Wang today, excluding Pang Xiuan. Then it must be that young man. By the way, does that young man have a name? The disciple recommended by King Xia is named Zhuge Liang, whose surname is Kongming. He is from Langye country in Suzhou. He is undoubtedly a piece of jade. Good, very good. Huang Chengyan heard about Zhuge Liang's origins. Behind Zhuge Liang was even the king of Xia, who was more powerful than the Xiangyang Kai family behind Huang Chengyan. He couldn't help but slap the table, and was even more satisfied with Zhuge Liang. Huang Chengyan has determined that Zhuge Liang is his son-in-law, and his son-in-law's backer is the future emperor, and he is determined not to wrong his daughter. Moreover, Zhuge Liang is likely to become an important minister of the court in the future and shine on his family. Ahem. Not a word of it. Kong Ming will definitely be a figure in the future. I'm afraid the families who want to marry their daughters to him will be able to line up from here to Xiangyang City. Sima Hui knew that Huang Chengyan had tried his best to find a suitable son-in-law for his daughter Huang Yuing. However, it is difficult to say that Zhuge Liang would like Huang Yuing. After all, Zhuge Liang did not need to rely on the power of the Xiangyang family, but the power of the Langye family, Huang Chengyan said with emotion. To be honest, my daughter is average-looking and talented. It is not easy to find a suitable husband who can also like her. I don't know what Kong Ming is thinking. If there is a chance, I can my little girl introduce him to promote a good relationship. Even if there are difficulties, we must create conditions. Even though Sima Hui is a good gentleman, he can't help but feel depressed. Before he could fulfill his promise to Chu Tian to teach Zhuge Liang the art of shielding, Huang Chengyan came to rob him. Looking at Huang Chengyan's attitude, he wanted to kidnap Zhuge Liang immediately to the Huang family and force Zhuge Liang to go to the church to marry his ordinary-looking daughter Huang Yuing, leaving Zhuge Liang no time to regret. Kong Ming will stay here for 3 years. Next time I go to see you, I will take him with me. As for whether it can happen, it depends on fate. Sima Hui also quickly sold Zhuge Liang. You and I are worthy of being close friends in the mountains and rivers. Huang Chengyan couldn't help but be overjoyed. If Pang Digong's prediction is correct, his daughter can finally get married. Poor Zhuge Liang didn't realize that he had been sold to Huang Chengyan by Mr. Shuijing. Since it took 3 years to complete his studies, Zhuge Liang could calm down and study. Chapter 1078 The famous Roman general Aetius. On the battlefield of the national war, Chu Tian's legion avoided the Egyptian legion and the Persian legion and began to march towards Pompey, one of the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Chu Tian temporarily agreed to the request of the Persian Emperor Artaxerxes not to go to war with Artaxerxes, and instead attack Pompey. The Western lords have a basis for cooperation in the 5th National War. Chu Tian is uneasy about this and believes that in this competition for the Holy Commander, he can consider accepting an ally. Pompey participated in the Zurich secret meeting of the Western lords, and Chu Tian regarded Pompey as an enemy. Pompey, one of the 3 giants of Rome, once more powerful than Caesar. Chu Tian did know the 3 former Roman giants in history. Crassus, the former Roman triumvirate, was good at speculation and business, but not very good at fighting. Pompey conquered the eastern provinces for Rome. Caesar conquers Gaul. When Pompey came out, Caesar was not that strong. However, in Lords, the NPC Lord Caesar and the player Lord Constantine overpower Pompey. But Pompey's power is the smallest. So Chu Tian decided to attack Pompey's army. The cavalry of the Han Empire is approaching us. Pompey learned from the Roman scout cavalry that the Han Empire's legions were marching towards him, and his face was gloomy. Pompey was a little unlucky and attacked the city. But Chu Tian took the initiative to come to him. 10 Roman and Gothic generals gathered under Pompey's command. Brutus, Aetius, Pompey the Younger, and other Roman generals were present. Are we going to fight the Han army to the death? Pompey asked 10 generals for their opinions. The city in front of him was about to be captured, and Pompey was really unwilling to give up the city. However, the Han army was approaching fiercely, and Pompeo was unsure. Without Caesar and Constantine, although the Roman Empire was full of famous generals, it was unable to reach its peak state because of its dispersion and the fact that the generals of the Eastern Roman Byzantine Empire were recruited by other lords. Aetius, the famous Roman general who fought against Attila, the whip of God, said to Pompey, "Your Majesty can let the Han army attack the fortified city. When the Han army suffers heavy losses and is exhausted, we will fight with it and defeat it." Pompeo was still hesitating. "This is indeed a good idea, but the timing is difficult to grasp. If the city is captured by the Han army, the famous generals in the city will be plundered by the Han army, which will outweigh the gain. Even if the Han army suffers losses due to the siege, the army may not be able to defeat it." Aetius reminded Pompey, "Your Majesty seems to have forgotten the secret meeting in Zurich. It makes sense." Pompey immediately realized what Aetius meant. So Pompey issued an order to withdraw his troops, gave up attacking the city, and moved in other directions. Chu Tian's legion is like a plague, but all the lords who see Chu Tian's legion want to go as far as possible. There is no lord who can persist for 17 years in lords, who is not wily and cunning. Without certainty, these lords would not easily start a war. The Egyptian legion avoided Chu Tian's attack. The Persian legion sued Chu Tian for peace, and the Roman legion saw Chu Tian's arrival. So they took the initiative to abandon the siege and wait for the opportunity. Chu Tian accepted the favor of the Persian Emperor Artaxerxes and marched to the city. Pompeo actually escaped. If it had been Caesar or Constantine, they might not have been so panicked. Chu Tian was a little surprised. Pompey was so proud that he did not dare to fight him head-on. Chu Tian was already prepared to defeat Pompey after a fierce battle. But Pompey retreated. Xiao Liang said, "According to the information provided by Roman players, Pompey recruited a group of Roman civilized generals and a group of barbarian generals, especially the Goths. Among them, the most famous general under Pompey is the last Roman's Aetius. The last Roman is not just Aetius, but the title of some people in Roman history who have the traditional spirit of ancient Rome. The passing of these people shows the disappearance of this spirit. Famous Roman generals and emperors with this title include Belisarius, Stilicho, Justinian I, and others. Aetius is one of the most famous figures because his military and political talents enabled the Western Roman Empire to defeat internal and external enemies many times and avoided the premature demise of the Western Roman Empire. Aetius's opponent in the same era was the Visigoth king Theodoric I. Later, Aetius united with the Visigoths to deal with Attila, the scourge of God. Aetius and Attila were both friends and rivals. Compared to a simple general, Aetius, who was good at commanding troops and horses, and was good at diplomacy, was undoubtedly a more formidable opponent. The Western continent is different from the unified Han Empire. The kings of the Western continent attach great importance to diplomacy, and there is no shortage of alliances, betrayal, and use of each other. Chu Tian deduced that Aetius's ability was to drive barbarian soldiers to fight, which was somewhat similar to the generals of the Western Region Protectorate of the Han Empire and the generals of the Anxi Protectorate of the Tang Empire. But they were very different. In addition to Aetius, Pompey also had a group of famous generals under his command. The Roman civilization did give birth to many famous generals. If you include the Eastern Roman Empire, it lasted almost 2,000 years. Pompeo will probably not be willing to give up a city he is about to acquire. He dispatches the Iron Eagle Scout Cavalry to explore the surroundings and pay attention to whether there are any allies of Pompey nearby. Chu Tian thinks things are not that simple. Since Aetius, the Roman general recruited by Pompey, had diplomacy, and since there seemed to be some agreement between the Western lords, Chu Tian had reason to suspect that Pompey would join forces with other lords. On this sub-island, the Egyptian army was besieging the second city, and the Persian army was besieging the third city. Chu Tian had already captured the first city and snatched away Pompey's fourth city, leaving only the fifth city. The remaining lords without cities had the possibility of union. After sending out cavalry to investigate, Chu Tian ordered the craftsmen to build trebuchets to prepare for another city. The commander of the fourth city is not a military commander from the ancient Chinese civilization, but it is very likely that he is a general from the Persian civilization. Chu Tian could quickly identify the civilization to which the opponent belonged based on the armor pattern of the defenders. Chu Tian thought for a while, and it seemed that his force had not recruited any generals from the Persian civilization. So if he captured this city, he might recruit the first Persian general. The Persian civilization. What Chu Tian coveted the most was the two absolute elite legions of the undead army and the Holy Meteor Cavalry. This general, who was supposed to belong to Pompey, was about to fall into the hands of Chu Tian. This is why Pompeo is unwilling to give in. The fifth city on the sub-island. The somewhat elderly Caesar had already conquered the city. Octavian, Antony, and Lepidus stormed into the city and marched straight in. Your Majesty, Pompey has sent an envoy Aetius. Bring Aetius to me. Yes. Soon. The famous Roman general Aetius came to Caesar and said to Caesar, Your Majesty Caesar, we have encountered the legions of the Han Empire. They are about to attack the second city. Please send troops to help. Chu Zimu of the Han Empire was so fast. Caesar defeated a civilized lord and captured another city. After all, it was a step too late. Chu Tian was already attacking the second city. What was Pompey thinking? Please His Majesty Caesar send troops to prevent the Han army from attacking the city. He's not easy to deal with. Caesar fell silent. In the last national war, a group of Western lords joined forces and relied on their superior strength to suppress Chu Tian. But they were tricked by Chu Tian. This time, it was just him and Pompeo, and the chance of victory was not good. Chapter 1079 Battle against the Roman Giants. A Persian general stood on the city wall, commanding the sovereign cavalry to go out of the city gate and harass the Han army that was about to attack the city. Chu Tian was stationed here, preparing siege equipment, while the Roman legions were watching eagerly. The city is guarded by Persian civilization. Wei soldiers attack the city and seize the city as soon as possible. The other cavalry are on guard against the Roman legions. After Chu Tian drove Pompey away, Pompey was stationed nearby and might attack at any time. There are only 5 cities on this island, and if you capture one, you will lose one. The lords who have not obtained a city gather near each city to fight for opportunities. In addition to Pompey of Rome, there were also Qinshengzong Huang, king of the Diaviate kingdom, and Sunny Ali, king of the Songhai Empire, who also coveted this city. If they cannot capture the city, they will soon be forced to withdraw from the national war battlefield. There is still some hope of capturing the city. But if we don't capture the city, there is no hope at all. While Chu Tian was attacking the city, he had to resist enemies from 3 directions. Pompeo, Xin Huang, and Sunny Ali. All 3 of them did not dare to act rashly. It is not easy for Chu Tian to attack the city with all his strength. NPC defenders came out of the city to attack from time to time, allowing Chu Tian to determine that the defenders of this city came from the Persian civilization. The situation was somewhat stalemate for a while. However, trebuchets were hurling stones into the city, demoralizing the Persian defenders. The Han army began to ignore other surrounding lords and prepared to attack the city. Chu Tian only used Wei soldiers to attack the city, and other cavalry were waiting for the opportunity. How dare the Han army ignore us? Isn't he afraid of my Roman legions? Pompey was greatly shocked when he learned that the Han army was attacking the city. When will Caesar arrive? Caesar has just captured a city and is still reorganizing his army. I don't know if it will be late. If the Han army captures the city early, something bad will happen. Pompey couldn't help but worry. He would rather give up the city to Caesar in exchange for a benefit from Caesar than let Chu Tian take over the half-attacked city. Otherwise, he would not be able to get any benefit. Pompey's youngest son, Sextus Pompey, little Pompey, encouraged his father. Father, that is the general we are about to acquire. How can we give it to the emperor of the Han Empire? This is the decisive moment for victory. At the right time, other lords will not miss this opportunity. The defenders in the city may also go out of the city to counterattack. Pompey asked his Roman and Gothic generals. What do you think? Aetius said. If we can't take the city and replenish weapons and food, we won't have the capital to compete for the main city. Why not give it a try? That makes sense. Roman legions, listen to my orders. The enemy army is the most powerful legion in the world, but I want you to defeat them with your bravery, and use your blood to prove your loyalty to me. Pompey assembled a group of Roman Praetorian guards, 9 Roman legions, as well as Visigoth heavy cavalry, Gothic swordsmen, Germanic barbarian battle axemen, and other troops to march towards Chu Tian's legions. The Romans couldn't contain themselves any longer. With their arrogance, it is indeed intolerable for them to give up the spoils they are about to receive to the lords of other civilizations. This is our chance. Diaviate army. Qinshengzong summoned about 10 famous Diaviate generals to peek at the city. Qinshengzong took Qinshengdao, a famous general who fought against the Mongol Empire, as the vanguard general and waited for the opportunity. The king of the Songhai Empire also wanted to seize the opportunity. The competition for the branch cities is already very fierce. and the competition for the main city is bound to be even more fierce. Some lords just want to fight for a branch city. The armies of the three civilizations of Rome, Viet, and Songhai are approaching. Viet and Songhai want to sit back and watch Chu Tian and Pompey fight. They, small and medium-sized lords, only have a chance to pick up the slack. 3 legions have already approached this city. Chu Tian was monitoring the movements of the 3 legions at the same time. The Viet kingdom was located in the south of Jiaozhou, and had always been at odds with the Jiaozhou pastoralists of the Han Empire. The Songhai Empire was in West Africa. The 2 kingdoms are not first-tier civilizations, and their strength is similar to that of Mang Yinglong of Town to Kingdom. They all want to attack the city, so we can only defeat them quickly. This time, we will be strong first and then weak. After defeating Pompey, the other 2 civilized kings will definitely not dare to act rashly. At this time, Sun Bin put forward the opposite suggestion from last time, believing that Pompey, the strongest, should be defeated first. Although Pompey is currently at the bottom among the 3 Roman emperors, he is still stronger than the Viet kingdom and the Songhai Empire. The Iron Cavalry Army, the Beiwei Army, and the Jiannong Army will follow me to defeat the enemy. Wei Wuzu will take the city as soon as possible. Chu Tian repeated his old trick and carried out a night attack. Yang Xingmi said, Heian Changjian has requested to fight. Can! Chu Tian brought along the Black Cloud Longsword Army, which currently only had 2,000 people. The Black Cloud Longsword Army may be able to play a role at a critical moment. The sword was also one of the weapons commonly used by Roman legions. Chu Tian counted more than 30,000 people and went to make a surprise attack. Xiao Liang Shinji Battalion defended the camp, while Wu Qi accelerated the attack on the city to prevent more lords from being attracted. At night, in the Roman legion's camp, Pompey the Younger led the Roman cavalry to patrol. The Roman legion was divided into 3 groups, with 3 Roman legions in each group staying awake to prevent surprise attacks. Aetius and several barbarian generals were discussing how to arrange their troops and defeat the Han army. Among the barbarian generals was Theodoric I, the Visigoth king. The Han Empire had vast grasslands and good armor, so they had a large number of elite heavy cavalry. The usual tactics used were infantry square formations and chariot formations as the backbone, and then light cavalry harassment and heavy cavalry raids. Aetius deduced the attack and defense with the Han army on the map, but it was difficult to find a flaw. The Han Empire has a complete range of arms and has no obvious shortcomings, which is its greatest advantage. Suddenly, shouts of killing broke out outside the camp. Aetius, Theodoric and other generals all stood up. They were less than 30 or 40 miles away from the Han army. At this time, there were shouts of killing, indicating that the Han army launched a surprise attack at night. Accept the challenge, Aetius. I never thought that one day we would join forces to fight against the enemy. King Theodoric of the Visigoths mounted his war horse and commanded the brave and capable Visigoth heavy cavalry regiment. Why can't Rome and the barbarians join forces? Aetius has an additional bonus to the barbarian army, so recruiting barbarian soldiers is beneficial to Rome, but also dangerous. The various legions in the Roman camp immediately stood up and went into battle under the command of various Roman generals. Pompey the Younger's Roman cavalry fought against Euphae's backway army. Euphae's Lechian gun stabbed forward more than 10 times, causing several Roman cavalry to fall off their horses. The Beiwei army wielding long axes took the lead in defeating the Roman cavalry and broke into the camp. In the camp, the garrison Roman legions formed a phalanx, commanded by Pompey himself, and threw heavy javelins at the Beiwei army. The sharp javelin made a sound of breaking through the air and penetrated the armor of Beiwei army. Many cavalrymen of Beiwei army fell. The javelin is also a commonly used weapon of the Roman legions, and it has an armor-breaking effect. The Roman archers behind fired thousands of arrows. The Beiwei army appeared in the darkness and collided with the Roman legions. Euphae personally served as the vanguard, breaking the formation with a gun, trying to open a gap and let the Beiwei army behind the Roman phalanx tear apart. Euphae picked up dozens of men, and Roman heavy infantry armed with spears and short swords came from all directions to besiege Euphae. The Wei army was like a wave, one after another attacking the Roman phalanx. The 26th Army Corps advanced to the left front. The 27th Army Corps advanced to the right front. Pompey mobilized 3 Roman legions to attack Beiwei's army. 3 Roman legions were equivalent to tens of thousands of high-level soldiers. Chu Tian led the cavalry army to attack the Roman camp from another direction, and encountered the Gothic heavy cavalry of the Visigoth king Theodoric head-on. Su Chu served as the vanguard of the cavalry army. With a flash of sword, a Gothic heavy cavalryman was slashed in two by Su Chu. The Tiger Crazy effect is triggered, and the morale of the surrounding Visigoth heavy cavalry drops by 20 points. Bai Bao Xianbei and Xuanjia army formed a cone-shaped offensive formation to attack the Visigoth heavy cavalry army. King Theodoric of the Visigoths held a mace in his hand, and hit the armor of a black armor cavalry with one hammer. The terrible force and heavy armor-breaking weapons caused the black armor cavalry to be dented, and the ribs were broken. Theodoric was killed with one hammer. Theodoric shows the terrifying force possessed by the barbarian king. The Visigoth heavy cavalry has the bonus of Theodoric's King of the Goths, and the additional bonus of Aetius on the barbarian warriors, bravely fighting against the cavalry army composed of many high-level heavy cavalry. Some heavy cavalry are equipped with Gothic plate armor, which has amazing defensive power and high fighting spirit. The Jiangdong disciples of Sun Tzu, the little overlord of Jiangdong, were advancing, breaking through part of the Roman camp, and fighting the Roman legions, who woke up from their sleep. Sun Tzu killed a Roman general. A group of ancient Roman gladiators holding daggers and shields attacked Sun Tzu as if they were desperate for their lives. Sun Tzu fought with the Roman gladiators in the chaos, and found that these Roman gladiators were very powerful personally, but not good at fighting in formation. In other words, Roman gladiators were not suitable for battles between the imperial armies. They were suitable for dealing with the opponent's strong generals, or for surprise attacks. At this time, Sun Tzu was besieged by a group of ancient Roman gladiators. This group of Roman gladiators were good at fighting and killing ferocious beasts. During the melee, they cut off the legs of their horses, forcing Sun Tzu to dismount and fight on foot. Sun Tzu fell from his horse, and a dozen Roman gladiators, who were desperate for their lives, immediately pounced on him. Die! The overlord's fierce spear in Sun Tzu's hand swept across, and in the lightning flash, more than a dozen Roman gladiators died. Kill him! The Roman general Brutus, who assassinated Caesar and lost the battle with Octavian, used 3 Roman legions to block the Jiangdong soldiers, and then ordered Roman gladiators and assassins to kill Sun Tzu. Because Sun Tzu was confident in his own military power, he was able to break into the enemy's formation and lose touch with Jiangdong soldiers. Hundreds of Roman gladiators besieged Sun Tzu, and Roman assassins armed with crossbows shot Sun Tzu's armor, causing Sun Tzu to groan. If this continues, even if Sun Tzu is a fierce general, he may be killed. Sun Tzu's negative characteristic is frivolity, disrespecting his own safety, increasing the probability of being assassinated. He was restrained by Brutus, the Roman hero who assassinated Caesar in history. Brutus has assassins and gladiators under his command, all of whom are huge threats to the fierce generals. Sun Tzu was hit by 3 crossbow arrows in a row, and had more than a dozen wounds on his body from the gladiators, who were not afraid of death. His physical strength was declining. How can you die here when everything is pending? Sun Tzu's momentum was rising rapidly. Chu Tian asked Sun Tzu not to easily use the effect of the SSS level characteristic, strengthening the mountain. At this time, Sun Tzu was in a desperate situation and thought it was necessary to enter a violent state, strengthening the mountains and overwhelming the world. Sun Tzu roared, and his veins popped out. A dozen gladiators who were besieging Sun Tzu were blown away by the air waves, and cracks appeared on the ground. The Roman general Brutus was stunned when he witnessed the horrific scene Chu Tian saw in the Battle of Julu. Chapter 1080, Defeat Pompey. The Roman general Brutus saw the Oriental generals, who broke into the Roman legion, suddenly went berserk and killed all directions. Hundreds of Roman gladiators were killed by the Oriental generals. A dozen assassins were also pierced by the overlord's gun. The flames of the overlord's gun burned brightly. Can't help but be horrified. The assassins he trained were very powerful, and the single combat power of the Roman gladiators was also amazing. However, they were all killed by Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu was possessed by black energy and stood with a gun among the corpses of a group of Roman gladiators and Roman heavy infantry. Hundreds of high-ranking soldiers were killed by Sun Tzu alone. The Roman soldiers around looked at this Eastern warrior in fear, unable to swallow their fear. Sun Tzu fought among the Roman legions on foot. All the Roman soldiers who dared to approach Sun Tzu were killed by Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu shot a Roman heavy infantryman flying more than 10 meters, and landed hard with his internal organs shattered. In the eyes of the Roman soldiers, Sun Tzu at this time was like the demigod son Achilles in ancient Greek legend. Sun Tzu had veins on his forehead and was sweating profusely. It seemed that he could not bear Xiang Yu's strength. If he hadn't acquired some of Xiang Yu's abilities, perhaps he would have been killed by Brutus gladiators and assassins. However, Xiang Yu's ability is too powerful. And only saint-level generals, with a strength of 100 can bear this kind of power. As for Sun Ce, he couldn't hold on for long. General! Jiangdong's soldiers repulsed a Roman legion and joined Sun Ce, only to find that their general had gone berserk. Kill the enemy general! Before Sun Ce's strength disappeared, he directly captured the Roman general Brutus. Brutus began to panic, and the gladiators and assassins under his command were almost slaughtered by Sun Ce. Protect me! Brutus quickly dispatched a Roman legion to return to the defense. The Roman legions fell into brief chaos due to Brutus's sudden change of orders. Jiangdong's soldiers took this opportunity to attack in a large scale, passing through the gaps in the Roman legions, stabbing the Roman soldiers to death with spears, and defeating the Roman legions again. Sun Ce was like a demon king, taking over the horses from his own soldiers, piercing through the Roman legions, pressing forward step by step. The Roman soldiers in front of Brutus were harvested by Sun Ce. They watched in panic as the fierce generals from the east were coming to kill them. The Roman soldiers were retreating steadily. Die! The overlord's spear surged. Black air swirled, and dozens of Roman gladiators were killed by Sun Ce. Brutus pulled out the Roman general's sword and tried to block Sun Ce's overlord's spear. However, the domineering Sun Ce was already unstoppable. The dagger was knocked away, and Brutus was dismounted by the overlord's spear and nailed to the ground. Sun Ce rode up and drew his overlord's spear, his muscles all trembling as he gasped for air. Strengthening the mountain is a heavy burden for Sun Ce, whose strength is only 95, and it quickly exhausts Sun Ce's physical strength. If it were Xiang Yu in the Jilu battle, he could even completely destroy Brutus' army. Brutus was killed and disappeared into white light. The 3 Roman legions of Governor Brutus were demoralized by the death of their general. On the other side, King Theodoric of the Visigoths fought with the tiger fool Su Chu in the rebellious army. The 2 brute force generals fought back and forth. The weapons collided, and the sound shook hundreds of meters. Su Chu was killed and bloody, and he fought to the death with the Visigoth king. Tigers roared in the mountains and forests. Su Chu's broadsword slashed with brilliance, and Visigoth King Theodoric I swung his mace with the sound of thunder. Chu Tian observed the situation on the battlefield indifferently. The number of cavalry troops is greater than that of Gothic knights. As for the Visigoth king, who is more powerful, he should not be afraid with Su Chu die as a check. Yu Fei was fighting Pompey, one of the 3 emperors of Rome, and Pompey joined the Roman Praetorian Guard. The Roman Praetorian Guard was different from the Roman legions and came from the general's guard. When Pompey, Caesar, and Constantine became emperors, the general's guard naturally advanced to the Roman Praetorian Guard. Yu Fei defeated a group of Roman Praetorian Guards and 3 Roman legions with 8,000 Beiwei troops. He used less to attack many. Rome is indeed the most glorious civilization in the ancient West. Chu Tian felt a little emotional when he saw that Pompey's Roman legion resisted fiercely, and his own cavalry also suffered a lot of losses. During the rise of the barbarians in the 4th National War, the Roman Empire subdued a group of barbarian soldiers. Aetius had the ability to get close to the barbarians, and specialized in using barbarian soldiers to protect Rome. Chu Tian had to admit that the Roman legions at their peak were so powerful that the ancient and mysterious Egyptian civilization was suppressed by the 3 Roman emperors. Chu Tian had already heard about the dispute between the Egyptian civilization and the Roman civilization, and the latter wanted to conquer Egypt. This is why Chu Tian did not choose to take action against the Egyptian army and the Persian army. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yang Xingmi, you led Heiyun Changjiandu to set fire to the camp. Chu Tian sent the newly conquered king of Wu Yang Xingmi and 2,000 Black Cloud sword troops. Every military unit has its own purpose. Chu Tian recruited Heiyun Changjiandu and would not hesitate to use them at critical moments. Everyone, follow me! The Black Cloud longsword army, dressed in black clothes and black armor, blended into the night and weaved in and out of the battlefield. Yang Xingmi and the Heiyun longsword army drew their swords and used their sword energy to harvest the Roman soldiers in the rear. Many Roman soldiers were sealed with long swords before they could react. The Black Cloud swords are all in the night battle. Like ghosts, thousands of Roman soldiers were killed by the Black Cloud sword. Braziers and torches overturned, and fire spread throughout the Roman camp. Yang Xingmi's eyes reflected the blazing fire. The Black Cloud sword soldiers held long swords and torches in their hands. The fire took advantage of the wind to set fire to them. The grain carts in the Roman camp were destroyed by fire. The morale of all Roman soldiers dropped, and they were gradually suppressed by the Han army. Joan of Arc once again grasps the holy flag and activates the ability to boost morale. The Han army broke out for a second offensive, and the cavalry army pushed back the Visigoth heavy cavalry army. The Xuanjia army advanced triumphantly, and with the help of high-level heavy cavalry such as Baibao Xianbei, Xinjing, and Zhongxia army, they finally defeated the Visigoth elite with the help of high morale. The Gothic cavalry around the Visigoth king Theoderic were killed one after another, and Theoderic was trapped among the tiger guards. "Let me kill him alone!" Su Chu's tiger body trembled, and he stopped other tiger guard soldiers from attacking Theoderic, but regarded Theoderic as his opponent. "Ignore him and defeat the Roman legions." Chu Tian didn't take Theoderic, the Visigoth king, seriously either. After killing Theoderic, Theoderic can return to the main world. Defeating the Roman legions and gaining military exploits is the best strategy. The points gained by attacking the Roman legions were more than those gained by attacking the Tonggu legions. Although the Han army also suffered considerable losses, Chu Tian also gained corresponding military exploits. The Han army's advantage was getting bigger and bigger, and Pompey's main force was still being restrained by Yu Fei, making it impossible to divide his forces. Pompey saw that the situation was not good, so he fled under the protection of the Roman Praetorian Guards. The Gothic barbarian soldiers were defeated by Chu Tian's cavalry army, and the famous Roman general Aetius had to retreat. Theodoric couldn't fight with Su Chu for a long time, and found himself surrounded by the Han army. He finally committed suicide and returned to the main world. At night and dawn, the Roman camp was in a state of chaos. Pompey lost more than 30,000 elite troops, more than half of them, and many famous Roman generals were eliminated. Sun Tzu fell to the ground due to exhaustion, but his life was not in danger. The battle between Su Chu and Theodoric continued until the end, and finally lost his strength, and his majestic body collapsed. Chu Tian himself did not go into battle. 50,000 battle merits. The Roman legion provided a lot of battle merits. Defeating Mang Yinglong only had 30,000 battle merits. Chu Tian's current number of military exploits has reached 130,000, still ranking first. The news that Chu Tian defeated the Roman Pompey reached the ears of Qin Shizong of the Dai Viet Kingdom and Sunny Ali of the Songhai Empire. The two lords were all frightened by the news. Pompey, one of the three emperors of Rome, was defeated in battle. Their strength may not be as good as Pompey, as expected of the suzerainty in the north. Even the Romans cannot punish him. Qin Shizong and Qin Huang felt tremendous pressure. The Han Empire was just to the north of Dayue Kingdom. Qin Shizong and Mu Wang Defa of Jiaozhou were fighting back and forth. The princes, who were equivalent to the Mu Wang of the Han Empire, could hardly compete with the elite selected by Chu Tian, who now owned 19 states. The famous Dai Viet generals including Tran Hung Dao did not dare to say anything. If Qin Shizong asked them to attack the Han army, they would just attack the stone with an egg. If this place were a jungle, maybe we could still manage to defeat the Han army. But this place is hills and plains. I hope your majesty will act with caution. Qin Shingdao persuaded Qin Shizong to stay rational. Sun Bin has already figured out the psychology of Qin Shizong of the Dai Viet Kingdom and Sunny Ali of the Songhai Empire. As long as they defeated the strongest Pompey, Qin Shizong and Sunny Ali were afraid of the Han army and did not dare to fight. Withdraw your troops and capture the Persian city. Qin Shizong also knew that it was impossible to match the Han Empire's cavalry in the plains, so he gave up and withdrew his troops. The West African indigenous soldiers of the Songhai Empire also retreated one after another. When Chu Tian defeated Pompey, Wu Qi and Xuerengui fought against the Persian civilized generals guarding the city. Xuerengui ascended the city first and attacked the city. The Persian general was captured by Xuerengui. The Persian cavalry was defeated by a steady stream of Wei soldiers entering the city and surrendered one after another. The second city was captured. After Chu Tian defeated Pompey of the Roman Empire, he was about to return to the army. Sun Bin said to Chu Tian, "Your Majesty, when the Dai Viet Kingdom and Songhai Empire learned about our rapid defeat of Pompey, they must think that our losses are too great. If we fight again, why not take this opportunity to attack Dai Viet and Songhai Empire again?" Sun Bin is going to cause trouble. However, Chu Tian agreed with Sun Bin's idea. The army is in danger. In the last national war, Chu Tian was unable to redeem some special top-quality props because of insufficient military exploits. But this time, Chu Tian wanted to obtain as much military exploits as possible. Therefore, obtaining the most military exploits at the minimum cost is Chu Tian's goal. Which one should we attack? Dai Viet or Songhai Empire? Dai Viet. Chu Tian finally chose to attack Dai Viet. Don't you state covets Izhou, while Dayue state covets Jiazhou. So Chu Tian must eliminate Qinshengzong of Dayue state. Dayue kingdom was originally part of ancient China. It separated from the Central Plains during the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms period. The Song dynasty failed to regain Dayue kingdom, and it parted ways with China ever since. From this point of view, the Song dynasty was a slight failure. Chu Tian believed that it was necessary to reconquer Dai Viet. Tens of thousands of Han troops marched non-stop to attack Dai Viet's army. Chapter 1081 Kill Qinshengzong. The emperor of the Han Empire, Chu Zimu, was so powerful that the Roman giant Pompey was defeated in one battle. What should our country, Dai Viet, do in the future? Qinshengzong of Dayue kingdom was shocked to hear that Chu Tian defeated Pompey overnight. So he retreated hundreds of miles to avoid Chu Tian's attack. Chu Tian's reputation was achieved with 1 soldier and 1 soldier. Chu Tian's current reputation caused Egypt to retreat, Persia to seek peace, and Vietnam to retreat hundreds of miles in fear. As a promising king of Dayue kingdom, Qinshengzong of Dayue kingdom was very worried. He is not worried about national war, but worried about the Han Empire in the main world. The Han Empire is in the main world, located in the north of Dayue kingdom. This means that after the Han Empire is unified, it may lead its troops southward at any time to conquer Dai Viet. Just like the Mongol Empire in history. The Mongol Empire in history was indeed very powerful, and had a strong desire for expansion. It launched expeditions to Dai Viet, Java, Indonesia, and Japan, but failed because of the unsuitable climate and local resistance. And, Lord, there is a teleportation array, which makes it easier to conquer other civilizations. Because if something goes wrong, troops can be immediately dispatched from the Central Plains to quell the rebellion. This is also the worry of Qinshengzong of Dai Viet kingdom. Not to mention, the feud between Dayue kingdom and the Han Empire occurred in Jiazhou. Your Majesty, our country of Dayue is full of jungles. If the Han army goes south, it will fortify the walls and clear the fields, and divide the troops to harass. If the Han army cannot fight for a long time, it will definitely retreat. A group of Dai Viet generals, including Qinshengdao, spoke out to appease their emperor. That's all. Qinshengzong was still uneasy when he heard what others said, but he had no better way. Report: the Han cavalry is less than 5 miles away from us. Just as Qinshengzong breathed a sigh of relief, the Han army arrived unexpectedly. Qinshengzong's face suddenly turned pale. We have retreated hundreds of miles. Why did the Han army catch up so quickly? All the famous Dai Viet generals also looked pale. Their worst fears arise. After the Han army defeated Pompey's Roman legions, they immediately attacked the Dai Viet legions non-stop, giving these medium-sized lords no chance at all. In Chu Tian's eyes, these legions were walking meritorious deeds. Fight! Tens of thousands of Dai Viet soldiers and horses quickly formed a formation, with war elephants, infantry, and cavalry mixed. The earth was trembling, and before the Dai Viet army had time to complete their formation, the formidable Shui army had already appeared on the horizon. Thousands of Mongolian bows were bent and fired in volley, and arrows rained down. The rain of arrows took away the lives of a group of Dai Viet soldiers. The cowardly Shui army was merely an intrusion, causing Dai Viet to panic. Subsequently, high-ranking heavy cavalry such as the Xuanjia army, Zhongxia army, Yuban army, and Baibao Xianbei held their horses and attacked the Dai Viet army's formation head-on. The cavalry army relied on the Great Gap to crush them forcefully. The Dai Viet sword soldiers were knocked away by the Xianjia army, and their leather shields were as fragile as tofu in front of Ma Shan, who was charging at high speed. Tens of thousands of soldiers and horses of the Dayue kingdom were trampled by the cavalry. Chu Tian waved the Qishao sword and killed more than a dozen soldiers of the Dayue kingdom. Hua Mulan followed Chu Tian, waving the Tang sword and harvesting the lives of the soldiers of the Dayue kingdom. Your Majesty the Protector! Tren Hungdao and other famous Dai Viet generals did not fight back immediately, but protected Qinshengzong, because these famous generals of Dai Viet knew well that they would not be able to turn defeat into victory when they were overtaken by the Han cavalry on the plain terrain. The cavalry army, which had experienced hundreds of battles, was overwhelming. Yu Fei served as the vanguard general and pushed all the way until he was in front of Qinshengzong. His horse hooves were raised high, and Yu Fei drew his gun. The Li Quan gun shot out of the air, and a Dai Viet general tried to block it with his spear, but Yu Fei shot him in the throat. The blood from the throat of the general of Dai Viet kingdom turned into white light. Kill instantly with one move. When Qin Shi Huang faced Yue, the emperor-level commander and emperor-level warrior of the Han Empire, his face was like pig's liver. Although the national war can be resurrected, the feeling of being killed is not good at all. Qin Shi Huang and other famous Dai Viet generals worked together to block Yu's attack. The Annan Imperial Guards fired arrows at Yu. Hundreds of crossbow arrows covered Yu. 2 or 3 of them passed through Yu's defense and hit Yu's armor. Covered General. A row of Wei army cavalrymen raised their long axes high, harvesting the soldiers of the Da Viet kingdom and attracting the attention of the Annan Guards. Yu took this opportunity to kill 3 Dai generals in a row, and the blood even splashed on Qin Shi Huang's dragon robe. Anyone who offends a strong man will die. Yu was condescending, with a cold voice, and stabbed Qin Shi Huang with all his strength. Qin Shi Huang was so nervous that his long sword got stuck in the scabbard. Before he could even draw the sword, he was shot through by Yu and nailed to the ground. Your Majesty! When Qin Shi Huang and other surviving Dai Viet generals saw that Qin Shi Huang was eliminated by Yu, they were extremely sad and angry and attacked Yu frantically. Yu pulled out his Lichuan spear, then stabbed back, breaking Qin Shi Huang's spear. The Beiwei army overwhelmed the generals of the Dayue kingdom, and the falling long axe chopped down Qin Shi Huang. The Dai Viet army was almost completely wiped out and was eliminated by Chu Tian. Clean the battlefield as soon as possible and attack the Songhai Empire. Chu Tian looked at the entire battlefield indifferently. The Han army was chasing the remaining soldiers of the Dayue kingdom. Chu Tian's military exploits were also rising rapidly, and the soldiers of the Dayue kingdom were gradually eliminated. The next target attacked by Chu Tian was the Songhai Empire in West Africa. The Songhai Empire has no allies and is not very powerful, so Chu Tian can defeat it without any worries. Strength is the foundation, and weak civilizations do not even have the capital to cooperate. The Songhai Empire Legion was similar to the Dai Viet kingdom. They did not expect that Chu Tian would launch a blitzkrieg and defeat the nearby lords one after another. Chu Tian's purpose is very simple. That is, to gain military exploits. When the indigenous soldiers of the Songhai Empire saw the appearance of armored cavalry all over the mountains and plains, they quickly fell into despair. The ruthless armored cavalry overwhelmed the natives of the Songhai Empire. The tribal wizards of the Songhai Empire added various states to the indigenous soldiers, hoping to improve the combat effectiveness of the indigenous warriors. However, before these wizards could finish adding the states, they were trampled by the armored cavalry. The Songhai Empire repeated the fate of the Dai Viet kingdom, and was quickly defeated by Chu Tian's cavalry. The leader of the Songhai Empire, Sunny Ali, fled. For a moment, the 3 nearby lords either died or fled. After defeating the 3 lords, Wu Qi captured the city again, and Chu Tian's points reached 250,000. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. I just want to farm well. 255,000. Second place, the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Constantine, 150,000. Third place, King of Macedonia. Alexander, 146,000. Fourth place, Marshal, Governor of the United States, 138,000. Fifth place, Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, Ajadai, 121,000. Sixth place, Kingdom of Sweden, Gustav, 103,000. Seventh place, Empress of the Russian Empire, Ekaterina, 102,000. Chu Tian defeated 3 lords in a row, and his points were unparalleled, surpassing the other lords. Go back and meet Wu Qi. Chu Tian achieved his goal. In order to gain more military exploits, he suffered a lot of losses and needed time to replenish his troops. At this time, Wu Qi had captured the second city and captured the Persian generals, and Chu Tian was about to recruit Persian generals. After Pompey was defeated, he gathered the remaining troops. In addition to 30,000 naval troops, Pompey only had 20,000 troops left. Caesar met Pompey, who was also the emperor of the Roman Empire, and said condescendingly, Pompeo, you are really embarrassed. I have already warned you in advance that you cannot go to war with the Han Empire before I arrive. Your defeat is not difficult. Understand. Caesar knew how terrifying Chu Tian was. Without several lords joining forces, they could not deal with Chu Tian. However, Pompey took the initiative to attack Chu Tian, but returned with a huge defeat, which led to the loss of Roman civilization in this national war. Pompey was in charge of 9 legions, and the Visigoth legions, which was quite a force. Now, Caesar could only try to find Constantine and make Rome greater. Pompey was disgraced. After the defeat, he could not hold his head up in front of Caesar. I still have 30,000 naval troops and 20,000 soldiers. I will try my best to help you fight for the main city. However, I need 10 city-states as compensation. Okay. Your remaining soldiers should go to my city to resupply. Because lords of the same civilization could not attack each other in a national war, Caesar chose to join forces with Pompey to garrison the same city and wait for the main island to open. Two Roman lords met. Pompeo is really incompetent. Caesar's adopted son Octavian despised Pompey. As the first emperor in the history of the Roman Empire, Octavian had a fairly gorgeous panel, so he looked down on the defeated Pompey and the lords. If Caesar dies, Octavian will take over Caesar's legions. Pompey and Caesar withdrew their troops, unwilling to fight Teution again. Teution also returned to the occupied city. After Wuchi captured the city, he obtained more than 20,000 Persian cavalry and captured a famous Persian general. As an ancient empire that spans thousands of years, the Persian Empire also has many powerful generals. The captured Persian general was brought to Teution with a stubborn look in his eyes, as if he was unwilling to be captured. He was probably a Persian military general with a brave personality. Chapter 1082 Persian Royal Wild Boar. Serve me, and with your bravery, you will have a foothold. Teution looked at the Persian general in front of him. Teution knew little about the generals of the Persian Empire, but there is no doubt that the Persian Empire also had a group of famous generals and a group of elite cavalry. Shabalaz is willing to serve you. Ding! The Persian civilization Emperor General Shabalaz pledges his allegiance to you. Although the Persian general was somewhat dissatisfied, he still had to be loyal to Teution because of the rules of national war. Shabalaz. Why is this name so awkward? Teution is the Lord of the East, and the names of generals from other civilizations are more difficult to pronounce. However, the general in front of him was an emperor-level general of the Persian civilization, and was no longer an unknown person in the Persian Empire. Teution could already see the data panel of the Persian military commander. Name, Shabalaz. Civilization, Sasanian dynasty of Persia. Talent, emperor-level warrior, cavalry type. Commander, 89 force, 96, intelligence, 78, politics, 46, charm 60. Characteristic 1, Royal Wild Boar, SS level trait. Commander of heavy cavalry launches a pig charge. Heavy cavalry impact plus 40%. Personal attack power plus 20%. Feature 2, Sly Fox, S level feature. When the cavalry ambush is successful, the enemy's morale will be an additional minus 20, and the heavy cavalry pig's impact will be an additional 15%, and the enemy will easily fall into chaos. Characteristic 3, Repeated defeats and repeated battles, a level trait. The negative impact of defeat on the morale of the legion is minus 30%, and when fighting, morale is restored by 5%. Special unit, Sovereign Armored Cavalry, 7th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 5,000. Deeds. The brother-in-law and general of King Khosrow II of Persia participated in quelling the rebellion of Persian General Chubin. During the Byzantine-Persian War, he defeated the Byzantine Emperor Heraclius and captured Syria, Canaan, and Egypt from the Byzantine Empire area, and was later defeated by Heraclius's Byzantine army. Nicknamed the Royal Boar. Royal Boar. In this way, the ability of this Persian general is obvious. He is a cavalry general used to attack pigs. The impact of the armored cavalry is very terrifying, and coupled with the bonus of Shabalaz's pig thrust, it will become a sharp spear in Teution's hand. Shabalaz also has a special unit, the Sovereign Armored Cavalry of the Persian Empire, which just matches his pig's sudden ability. Generally speaking, the first general under an emperor has some ability. Shabalaz was the first general of King Khosrow II of Persia and participated in the war with the Byzantine Empire. The final result was regrettable. Both Persia and Byzantium suffered losses. Instead, the new Arab Empire rose and defeated Persia and Byzantium, ushering in the era of the Arab conquest. In the first month of the National War, Teution had already captured Yangqingni, the Black Cloud Sword of ancient China, and Shabalaz, the Royal Boar of Persia. I'll call you Wild Boar from now on. Teution gave this nickname to Shabalaz. In fact, Shabalaz means wild boar. Thank you, Your Majesty. Shabalaz not only did not find this nickname shameful, but considered it a symbol of bravery. Recruit troops and wait for the main island to open. Teution concluded that at this speed, the main island would open quite quickly. The fight for the sub-islands is just the appetizer. The two Saint-level commanders on the main island are the key. Chu Tian obtained 2 elite units, the Black Cloud Longsword Army and the Sovereign Armored Cavalry, to increase the success rate of their fight for the Holy Level Commander. In addition, Chu Tian received a favor from the Persian Emperor Ardashir. In fact, Chu Tian was not that kind. If given the chance, he would also seize the cities of the Egyptian and Persian legions. But unfortunately, he would not get the chance. Before and after Chu Tian captured the second city, the two lords of Egypt and Persia captured their first city. From this point of view, the strength of the Egyptian and Persian legions is not weak. The entire island and 5 cities were captured one after another. Suddenly, a reminder sounded in the minds of all the lords. Ding! 12 branch cities have been captured, and the main island is opened. Ding! There are 2 main cities on the main island, and each main city is surrounded by 4 branch cities to protect them. The main city defender can mobilize the troops of the branch cities. The lords who have survived until now are very powerful, so they quickly met the conditions for opening the main island. The main island opened faster than I thought. It has only been less than a month. Chu Tian had to admit that the lords of each civilization had their own trump cards, and they could destroy the city very quickly. Intuition told Chu Tian that the battle for the main island would be very fierce and not that simple. There are 2 main cities on the main island, and each main city is defended by 4 cities, which is equivalent to 10 cities on the main island. Kingdoms with the lowest strength such as Town to Kingdom, Diavia Kingdom, and Songhai Empire have been eliminated in the first round of competition. So the remaining lords are basically the top 20 lords. Chu Tian was not in a hurry to go to the main island. The 2 Saint-level commanders each had 4 separate cities to defend them. With such a configuration, even Chu Tian was not sure of capturing them, and the other lords were probably also confused. With 2 cities, Chu Tian's troops could reach hundreds of thousands, barely to around 200,000. My lord, the Persian Emperor Ardashir wishes to see you. Bring him in. Chu Tian let Ardashir go, and he owed Chu Tian a favor. Now Ardashir comes to return the favor to Chu Tian. The sword-browed, star-eyed Ardashir came to Chu Tian, his face a bit shaken. The Persian Empire in the main world is at war with Tolai, the son of Genghis Khan Temujin. Tolai was served by Subutai, Gibi, Nirachi and others, and the Persian Empire was not having an easy time. Give me a seat. Chu Tian treated each other with the courtesy of an emperor. After all, Ardashir represented the ancient Persian civilization. Ardashir got straight to the point. We can unite and march towards the main island. Chu Tian squinted his eyes and roughly guessed Ardashir's real intention. Persia's navy seems not to be very good. You want to use the power of my fleet to obtain protection and go to the main island. Ardashir's eyes also changed. Chu Tian had already seen through his thoughts. Yes, I really want to go to the main island to see the strength of the Holy Commander. The main island has 2 main cities and 8 branch cities. I can help you fight for the main city, and I may fight for the branch city with my own strength. Chu Tian stared at Ardashir's eyes, trying to see through Ardashir's true thoughts. Ardashir was using him. Chu Tian doesn't mind being used by others, as long as he is also using others. In the final analysis, alliance is an exchange of interests. The coalition forces of Sun and Lu defeated Cao Cao, but they fought over the distribution of Jingzhou. Chu Tian wanted to march into Central Asia in the main world, but he couldn't avoid 2 powerful enemies, Waquitai and Tuolei, and Ardashir is the enemy of the Dragmine. This is enough to establish a basis for cooperation. We can march to the main island together, provided that you agree to your promise. Otherwise, I will fund tow mines in the main world and completely destroy Persia. Ardashir's face twitched. Chu Tian's threat was severe enough. The tow mines of the main world suppressed Ardashir, and Ardashir's cavalry skills could not be favored by the Mongolian cavalry. If Chu Tian still funds the tow mine, Persia will soon perish. I think tow mines are our common enemy, and the principle of diplomacy is common interests. You can trust me, Ardashir reassured. Go back and prepare. Transport all weapons and provisions to the ship. I have a large number of troops, and I may need to use some of your ships. Now that he decided to cooperate, Chu Tian decided to march into the main island with Ardashir. Vaguely, Chu Tian thought that entering the main island would not be so smooth. Ardashir's Holy Meteor Cavalry and Undead Army are a powerful force that may help them win. On the other hand, Chu Tian was secretly wary of Ardashir. In theory, there is a possibility of Ardashir's betrayal. Once Ardashir, who has mastered the Holy Fallen Cavalry and the undead army. Rebels during the war. The outcome can be decided. This general's armor. A general from our Persian civilization? Ardashir suddenly saw the royal boar, Shabalaz, standing behind Chution, and recognized him at a glance as a general of the Persian civilization. Chution responded calmly. Shabalaz, the general obtained by capturing this city. It turned out to be a wild boar. Ardashir clearly knew this Persian general and was shocked. During the war between Khosrow II and the Byzantine Empire, Khosrow II had 3 generals under his command. Shaheen, Shapkin, Shabalaz. The wild boar is the greatest general among them. It's a pity that he plays for me now. Chution felt no emotion in his heart. It was impossible for him to return the Persian generals he had obtained through his own skills to the Persian lord. Although Ardashir was jealous that Chution had recruited the royal wild boar. But now that the wild boar was working for Chution, he could only feel regretful and could not do anything to Chution. Ardashir left Chution city and returned to the city he occupied to prepare troops and food. The Persian legions also had a naval division. However, just as Chution estimated, the navy of the Persian legion, which valued cavalry, was far inferior to Chution's fleet. So Ardashir wanted to obtain Chution's protection. Chution also carried the food, grass and weapons from the 2 captured cities to the warships. At the same time, soldiers recruited from the 2 cities boarded the ship and prepared to march to the main island. The navies of Zhenghe and Zhou Yu have been stationed on the coast and have not had any conflicts with the fleets of other civilizations for the time being. If you go to the main island, a naval battle may break out. Raise an army for 1,000 days. Use it for a while. There are only a handful of times when the navy can be used. But without the navy, sometimes it is very difficult. On another island, Catherine ordered the cavalry of the Russian Empire to board the ship and looked at the fog-filled main island. Finally, we can see Chution on the main island. Next to Yekaterina was a newly recruited ancient Chinese general. It just so happened that the city that Catherine conquered was the city guarded by ancient Chinese military generals. The Viking general Harold, wearing a Nordic horn helmet and carrying a battle axe, led the Varangian guards aboard the Viking warship. Chapter 1083. Warships gather and march towards the main island. Is this the new general recruited by the Lord? When Zhenghe, Zhou Yu, Gan Ning and other navy generals saw that Chution had brought back 2 elite divisions and 2 famous generals, they couldn't help but look at these 2 men. Yang Xingmi is a relatively calm person, while Shabalaz, the Persian royal boar, has an arrogant attitude. Different generals have obviously different personalities. Groups of elite Savalan cavalry boarded the ship. If you want to fill 800 warships with 200,000 soldiers and horses, one warship needs to carry 250 people on average, which is difficult to achieve. Not just people, but also horses, grain, and weapons. In addition, not all ships are large ships that can carry hundreds of people. Overcrowding is not a good thing if a naval battle breaks out. Chution's cavalry can move across the plains, but naval battles are quite weak. At present, the elite troops that the Chution naval battle needs to rely on are the Beifu army, Jianong Zidi army, Zhou Yu's tribe, Jinfan thieves, and Lingnan navy. Heiyun Changgandu's water combat ability is not bad. Chution wanted to enter the main island, but encountered the first problem. That is, there were not enough ships. Zhou Yu pondered for a while. My lord has defeated several lords, and their ships must still be on the seashore. These warships can be plundered. It makes sense. Chution suddenly thought that the ships of Dai Viet Kingdom did not seem to be very bad. Dai Viet had been at war with Wang Defa of Jiaozhou for many years, and he must have managed to collect a lot of drawings of warships. You go and plunder the ships of Taungu and Dai Viet. Chution immediately mobilized Zhou Yu and Zhenghe, and divided his troops into 2 groups to attack the fleets left by Taungu and Daiyue. The lords of Taungu and Daiyue had been eliminated, and the remaining navy had no fighting spirit. They were quickly defeated by Zhou Yu and Zhenghe and fled in all directions. Zhou Yu and Zhenghe plundered a total of 700 large and small warships and returned. However, Chution was still not very satisfied. The reason was simple. Compared with the warships of the Fubo army built by Chution, the size of the warships of the Taunga kingdom and the Dai Viet kingdom had significantly shrunk. In fact, if you think about it, you will know that Chution has a huge finance and can build a large number of blessing ships. But it is impossible for Taungu and Dai Viet to build a fleet like that of the Celestial Dynasty. Chution frowned and reluctantly used the plundered ships. Zhou Yu then said to Chu Tian, 300 of the boats can be used as fire attack ships to pile up hay and fire. Good. Chu Tian knew that Zhou Yu had a high fire attack bonus. And whether the naval battle was successful or not had a lot to do with whether Zhou Yu could successfully achieve the fire attack. Therefore, Chu Tian did not mind using 300 captured boats as capital for Zhou Yu's fire attack. Zhou Yu's fire attack ability is indeed terrifying. But it's a bit wasteful. A total of 1,500 warships were formed in the National War Fleet, including 300 fire attack ships. The Persian Emperor Ardashir commanded 800 Persian warships and joined Chu Tian. A trireme warship engraved with Persian patterns appeared. A large number of sailors rowed the oars as the main power. There was a sharp ram on the bow, which was used to hit the flank of the enemy ship. In addition to the classical trireme warships, Ardashir also produced the advanced Galassi warships and the Western European Krok warships. Ardashir's fleet was not as weak as Chu Tian had imagined, but was quite capable of fighting. However, Ardashir was uneasy and believed that he should find a strong ally and march to the main island, so that he could cooperate with Chu Tian. Chu Tian was shocked when he saw a large number of trireme warships and Galassi warships appearing. It's not that the trireme warships and the Galassi warships are comparable to the Great Fortune ships in the East, but I am surprised by the differences between Eastern and Western civilizations. Trireme warships and Galassi warships are warships built to adapt to the Mediterranean environment, while Dafu ships are ships built by ancient China to adapt to the maritime trade on the southeast coast. Geographical features determine the technology tree of ancient civilizations. The delay combined oars and sails and required hundreds of oarsmen to operate. When Ardashir got off a Galatian warship, he saw the Great Fortune ship in the east and was also shocked by the hard-sailed warship, which was different from the soft-sailing ship. We have a total of 2,300 large and small warships. As long as we don't encounter those maritime civilizations, we basically have nothing to fear. After Chu Tian joined forces with Ardashir, his strength was truly astonishing. This is also the reason why Chu Tian would accept an ally. 2,300 large and small warships. This scale is daunting. Of course, the fleet formed temporarily by Chu Tian and Ardashir was not without enemies. In fact, several Western maritime civilizations are powerful opponents on the sea. Pompey joined Caesar's fleet near Caesar's city. Pompey's fleet was commanded by his youngest son, Pompey the Younger. Pompey's fleet was still dominated by traditional triremes. However, Caesar's fleet was different. Caesar captured Venice, and the Venetians had galleys and galleons. Even players in the Eastern Han dynasty know that the Venetian merchants once dominated the Mediterranean in the late Middle Ages and did not begin to decline until the opening of new shipping routes. Players in the Eastern Han dynasty may not know this. The Galla race is a masterpiece of the Venetians. Caesar put on his red shirt and looked strong. Pompeo, when we get to the main island, we may have a decisive battle with the Han Empire. Pompey was defeated by Chu Tian, and he had resentment in his heart. It's hard to say whether they can reach the main island. The secret meeting in Zurich City has decided to launch a crusade operation. The Han Empire will know how powerful this national war is. Caesar did not deny Pompeo's idea. He couldn't help but take a look at the standings of the national war. Chu Tian Ichijuechen couldn't help but sigh. The gap is too big. No wonder Alexander, Hohenzollern, Louis and others advocated the formation of a new crusaders. Otherwise, the western continent will be swept by the armies of the east. Caesar and Pompey's fleet of more than 1,000 warships marched towards the main island. The Egyptian fleet also set off at the same time, and famous Egyptian generals such as Cleopatra, Saladin, and Bibris rode the waves. This national war was the last struggle of Egyptian civilization. They were unwilling to be suppressed by the three Roman emperors. Constantine, the third emperor of the Roman Empire, and the only player who was born as a player, led the fleets of Genoa and Malta on an expedition. Genoa, like Venice, was once a powerful maritime civilization in the Mediterranean. With a powerful Mediterranean fleet, the main body of the Maltese fleet is the Knights Hospitaller. The Knights Hospitaller is also known as the Knights of Malta because it is stationed on the island of Malta. The Knights Hospitaller had a powerful fleet. The Knights Hospitallers were quite fierce in history. They challenged the Ottoman Empire across 3 continents. They often used their fleets to attack the fleets of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, which made the Ottoman Empire unbearable. They even dared to rob the pilgrim fleet of the Ottoman Sultan, capture the Sultan's concubines and sons, and kill or sell them. The reason why the 3 major knights in Europe are the 3 major knights does have a legendary history. Constantine had 2 fleets. Genoa and Malta. And the navy was not weak. Chu Zimu of the Han Empire actually gained more than 200,000 points. How did he do it? As a player, Constantine was very concerned about the gain and loss of points, and found that Chu Tian's points were much higher than the second place, which was unbelievable. The surviving lords set off one after another towards the main island. For a time, the storm surged and warships gathered. Alexander appointed the red-bearded Barbarossa Hayreddin as general of the Macedonian fleet and assembled 800 warships to march. The Umayyads, the lords of the Arab Empire, organized a fleet to march to the main island. Waquitai and Tuolay also pieced together a naval force. The Mongolian cavalry is not good at naval warfare, but Waquitai has naval generals from ancient China under his command, so they have a certain combat capability. Oda Nobunaga's Japanese fleet also sailed to the main island. However, Japan's own warships were very poor. They could only buy a batch of blueprints of middle and low-level warships from Portuguese merchants. And then, they built a passable fleet. At least 20 lords marched forward, fighting with each other. In the waters near the main island, 3 huge fleets appeared in the sea fog. The Sultan Umayyad of the Arab Empire had a total of 800 warships, and he was bound to win over the Holy Commander. 800 Mediterranean galleys and Arabian dhows cut through the wind and waves. The famous generals of the Arab Empire, including Sword of Allah, Khalid, closed their eyes and meditated. The 2 saint-level commanders were the focus of competition among all the lords. The lords of various civilizations gathered around the main island like moths flying into a flame. The lord of the Arab Empire, Umayyad, also wanted to obtain a holy commander, although he already has the holy commander Khalid, who is good at desert warfare. No one dislikes getting a second holy commander. If the main island has desert terrain, then no holy commander can be Khalid's opponent. Umayyad wore a turban and looked towards the unknown main island of Guizhan, guarded by 2 saint-level commanders. As the holy commander of desert warfare, Khalid was no match for Wu Qi in the desert. In the last national war, Khalid gave Chu Tian a long-lost defeat. Suddenly, Umayyad's pupils couldn't help but dilate. In the sea fog, hundreds of huge black shadows appeared, and huge warships rammed into the Arab Empire fleet. No! The naval generals of the Arab Empire suddenly changed their expressions when they discovered the terrifying armada emerging from the sea fog. Boom! The San Martin of the armada overturned an Arab Empire dhow, and dozens of sailors fell into the sea. The armada met the fleet of the Arab Empire. They were condescending and fired blunderbuss and crossbows. The Arab Empire's warships were riddled with holes, and hundreds of soldiers were shot and killed. Kill them all! Queen Isabella found out that it was the Arab Empire's fleet, which could be regarded as a feud. So she mercilessly crushed the Arab Empire's fleet with her invincible fleet. With its huge hull, the armada rammed into the Arab Empire's warships and knocked them to pieces. Even though Umayyad has the holy commander Khalid under his command, this is not a desert, but a sea, and the invincible fleet has an absolute advantage. Spanish musketeers and archers ruthlessly cleansed the Arab Empire's warships of sailors, resulting in the near annihilation of the Arab fleet heading toward the main island. Chapter 1084 The Royal Fleet of England. The points of the lords of the maritime civilizations of Spain, England, and the Netherlands began to rise. They attacked various lords near the main island. On the way to the main island, Chu Tian discovered that Spain, England, and the Netherlands, which had not had a strong presence in the first place, suddenly emerged and actually squeezed into the top 10 of the rankings. Chu Tian believed that these marine civilizations would ambush each lord when all the lords were attracted to the main island, eliminate their opponents, and gain military exploits. Some civilizations that swept across the land were no match for these marine civilizations on the sea. The Mongol Empire and the Arab Empire could conquer a large amount of land, but they could never conquer the sea. Entering the main island is not that easy. The lords of Spain, England, and the Netherlands knew that it was not easy to achieve military success on land, so they simply set up ambushes in the sea near the main island to specifically attack the lords, who entered the main island, and accumulated points and eliminated opponents through naval battles. Sure enough, every lord is very insidious. Chu Tian thought so, but forgot to include himself. Chu Tian took a look at the new points ranking list. Because Zhou Yu and Zheng He attacked the fleets of Taungu and Dai Viet before setting off. They helped Chu Tian gain another 30,000 points. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. I just want to farm well. 285,000. Second place, the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Constantine, 190,000. Third place, Queen Isabella of Spain, 179,000. Fourth place, King of England, Charles, 176,000. Fifth place, King of Macedonia, Alexander, 166,000. Sixth place, Governor of the United States, Marshall, 163,000. The seventh place is Wakuatai, the Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, 155,000. Eighth place, Netherlands, Prince of Orange, 145,000. The Queen of Spain owns the Armada. The King of England owns the Royal Fleet. And the Netherlands is known as the Sea Coachmen. They represent the three major Western maritime civilizations in the era of new sea routes. The lords of these three civilizations are also very insidious and specialize in ambushing in the waters near the main island. The sea fog near the main island is suitable for fleet ambush, and it is impossible to guard against it. To be honest, Chu Tian was not very willing to fight the three enemies, the Armada, the Royal Fleet, and the Sea Coachmen in the sea fog. In addition, if you encounter the maritime city-states of Venice, Genoa, and Malta, it will also be a bit tricky. It's not that Chu Tian thinks he can't defeat them, but Chu Tian's warship is loaded with a large number of elite cavalry. If the warship sinks, Qiushua's army will be drowned. Enemy ship found ahead. Suddenly, Lu Meng and Gan Ning's stern fleet, which were the vanguard of the fleet, sent signals to the rear that they were encountering an enemy, because the sea was filled with fog. A fleet of 2,300 large and small warships were not far from each other. All warships were immediately on alert. Lu Meng and Gan Ning's vanguard fleets have already engaged each other. Chu Tian, who was in the middle, still didn't know what was going on and who the enemy was. With 2,300 warships and the diffused sea fog, once a naval battle breaks out, it is indeed difficult to judge the situation. As a navigation master, Zheng Yi played a greater role than Zhou Yu and Lu Meng at this time, and immediately commanded the operation of the fleet. The fleet of the Persian Empire was parallel to the Han army. At this time, Zheng Yi asked the Persian fleet to come forward to attack. Chu Tian was in the fleet and was confused, so he could only let Zheng Yi take command. There are specialties in martial arts, but Chu Tian is really not good at naval combat. To Chu Tian's surprise, the battle that broke out ahead ended quickly. He also learned what happened ahead. Lu Meng and Gan Ning's fleet encountered the retreating Siamese fleet, and then defeated it again and captured them. Hundreds of ships. Before this, Siam might have encountered the fleet of Western maritime civilization. Although Chu Tian was not good at naval battles, he understood the situation well. The Siamese fleet marched towards the main island, but was severely damaged. Then the unlucky Siamese fleet retreated, and encountered the combined fleets of the Han Empire and the Persian Empire, and the entire army was annihilated. There is also a powerful fleet nearby. I'm really worried about what's going to happen. Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh. If you think about it carefully, the fleet of 2,300 warships is so vast that it is not easy to bypass the three Western fleets hunting near the main island. Call the entire army to be on full alert. A powerful enemy is nearby. Chu Tian has already determined that among the three major maritime civilizations, at least one fleet is ambushing them in the nearby waters. As for which civilization's fleet it is, Chu Tian cannot tell for the time being. Both the Han Empire's fleet and the Persian Empire's fleet were in unrest, and many Navy soldiers were sweating. The three major maritime civilizations chose to ambush in the waters near the main island and defeated many lords' fleets in succession, which shows that they are already familiar with the nearby waters, wind direction, and ocean currents. An unprecedentedly powerful enemy. After the unification of the Han Empire, the Fubo army of Zheng He, Chen Lin and others once again encountered a powerful enemy. In the sea fog, a large fleet may appear at any time. Lu Meng and Gan Ning once again served as the vanguard, leading dozens of stern ships to clear the way. They had encountered the Spanish Armada not long ago, so they knew that the other side was a formidable enemy, so they did not dare to relax. In the sea fog, Francis Drake, the legendary privateer captain of Elizabethan England, two-time voyager around the world, and the admiral who defeated the Armada, aboard the legendary Hellenic bark, the Golden Heart, holding a single-tube brass telescope in his hand, observing ships that may appear in the sea fog. Suddenly, Drake saw a few black shadows in the sea fog. Another prey has arrived. Please inform His Majesty the King. Drake immediately signaled to the main body of the English royal fleet. King Charles of England, who was in the middle of the royal fleet, had passed the naval battle and ranked fourth. Charlie ordered, "Find out whether the other party is the Lord of the Crusader Alliance. If not, destroy it. Hawkins, you go help Drake." "Yes." The Black Prince Edward and other English generals were by Charles's side, while another pirate merchant, John Hawkins, was sent by Charles to fight alongside Drake. The predecessor of the Royal Fleet of England was a group of privateers, so the famous naval commander was also a pirate, privateer captain, and businessman, similar to Zheng Zhilong. When the Royal Fleet of England discovered the vanguard fleet of Lu Ming and Gan Ning then noticed that Drake's Golden Heart was approaching him. The distance between the two sides is gradually getting closer. Drake's telescope is a special prop that can improve the sailor's field of vision and identify the shape of the opponent's warship faster than Lu Ming and Gan Ning. There is a huge difference between the style of the Han Empire's warships and that of Western warships. "This is a warship from the east. Attack them." Drake immediately gave the order to attack. "Fight!" Gan Ning saw hundreds of flames appearing in the sea fog and knew that the opponent was starting to attack. Dense fire arrows covered Gan Ning's warship. Chapter 1085 Battle of the Three Armies. The rockets fell and were nailed to the shields and sterns. A dozen G-Fan thieves were killed by the rockets. The vanguard fleet led by the navigation master Drake took the lead in attacking Gan Ning's G-Fan pirate fleet, firing rockets and volleys of fire cannons. The warship in the front was shot into a sieve, and the rocket ignited the warship. The warship burned fiercely, and the warships in the rear could already see the fire appearing in front. Lu Ming ordered people to wave torches and pass information to the rear. Zheng He, as the commander of the ancient Chinese ancient Persian fleet coalition, immediately mobilized the entire fleet. There are 2,300 warships, and even Zheng He's 97-point commander cannot give all warships bonuses. In fact, the 2,300 warships were divided into several fleets, commanded by Zheng He, Zhou Yu, Shen Lin, Lu Ming, and 2 Persian generals. Zheng He, who was also a master of navigation like Drake, served as the commander and issued orders to each fleet. It was a showdown between the sailing masters of the East and the West. Zheng He sailed to the Western Ocean, and Drake sailed around the world. Both of them had a high bonus to the speed of the fleet, and they were like each other. It's not just about the two commanders, but also about the generals, warships, and soldiers. Artemisia, the female commander-in-chief of the fleet of the Persian Empire, said to Ardashir, "Your Majesty, the Han army's forward fleet encountered a strong enemy, and we ordered us to send a fleet to attack from the right. Artemisia, you have full command of all warships to help the Han Empire's fleet so that we can reach the main island smoothly." Artemisia was a vassal of King Xerxes of the First Empire of Persia and a rare female naval hero. Ardashir knew that it might be difficult to break through the monopoly of the 3 major maritime civilizations with only the fleet of the Persian Empire. At this time, he could only cooperate with the fleet of the Han Empire to open the channel to the main island. Artemisia stood on a huge Ghalese warship, holding a Persian war sword in her hand. Hundreds of sailors paddled, leading 200 warships to make a circuitous move from the right side. Sea fog obscured the sight of many captains, and a sea battle broke out between 3 fleets in the waters near the main island. The Persian rowing boats struggled to move forward due to the waves. The collision angle at the bottom of the water hit the English sailing warship. With a violent impact, the sailing warship was damaged and seawater poured into the cabin. Boarding battle. A fierce hand-to-hand battle broke out between the English sailors and the Persians. Tens of thousands of crossbows fired volleys, and dense rain of arrows hit each other. The English were also startled by the sudden appearance of the Persian fleet from the sea fog. Drake originally thought that there was only one Eastern fleet. However, next to Chutian's fleet, there was also a Persian fleet. The raid by the Persian fleet caused damage to several English sailing warships, and they had to fight with the Persian warriors who climbed up. Hawkins, you go deal with the Persians. Drake abandoned the smaller Golden Hind for the larger schooner Elizabeth. Another admiral, Hawkins, used the Mary Rose as his flagship to attack the Persian fleet. When the English reacted, they used the tall Clark warship to disperse the Persian fleet. The English longbowmen and gunmen on the warship fired volleys. The Persian soldiers on the top deck were shot dead, and their bodies were everywhere. During the naval battle, the Holy Meteor Cavalry and the Undead Army were far inferior to the English longbowmen and fire gunners, and were ruthlessly harvested. The Black Prince Edward stood on the deck of the God Save King Henry, pointing his sword at the Persian warship. the English longbowmen released fire arrows, weaving bolides in the air, and ignited a trireme warship. Black smoke billowed, and the Persian soldiers who were on fire fell into the sea. Bored, the Persian female commander-in-chief Artemisia gritted her teeth and commanded the Galay warships and triremes to ram the English galleons, and then engaged in close combat. The bonus of Persian arms in naval battles is not as good as that of English arms. The characteristic of English civilization is naval battles. It occupies the terrain advantage and has destroyed several lords. The Persians can only use the most primitive method, through boarding battles, to turn naval battles into infantry battles. The Galician warship approached the Clark warship. God save King Henry. The two warships collided. The soldiers on both sides were shaken. Artemisia and a group of Persian soldiers waved their flying claws and hooked the God save King Henry. The side of the ship wanted to occupy this tall Clark warship. Edward, the Black Prince, drew his sword and led 100 knights of the Round Table to fight the Persians who boarded the ship. As a 9th level soldier, the Knights of the Round Table have astonishing individual combat power. Artemisia's Persian soldiers were killed by the Knights of the Round Table. Edward and Artemisia had a fierce battle, and the two long swords collided and sparks appeared. Artemisia gritted her teeth. The Black Prince Edward's military strength was obviously not low. He was one of the best generals under King Charles of England. Surrender to me and serve as my servant. The Black Prince Edward's long sword trembled, and he approached Artemisia. The Persian soldiers who climbed up from the Galician warship were almost slaughtered by the Knights of the Round Table. Don't even think about it. Artemisia returned her sword and killed a Knight of the Round Table. There was a fire all around. The warship was broken, and broken boards were floating on the sea. More than 100,000 Navy soldiers fought fiercely. On the other side, two navigation masters, Zheng He and Drake, were fighting each other. The warships poured crossbows, rockets, lead bullets, and stone bullets at each other. The two fleets, which do not yet have long guns on board, use primitive firearms at the level of blunderbuss, ballistae, crossbows, and individual fire blunderbuss as long-range weapons, and compete in the furious sea. Jinlin's 7,000 Lingnan navy was equipped with muskets, manned dozens of warships, and continuously shot at the English galleons. The English longbowmen fought back hard, and the musketeers fired a volley. Chu Tian was in the middle of the army. Countless warships were mobilized. Fires flashed. Black smoke billowed, and the shouts of killing shook the heaven and earth. All he could do was wait for the result. It turned out to be the royal fleet of the English. Chu Tian had a headache. Fighting the English on the sea is equivalent to fighting the Arabs in the desert. If you want to win, you need to pay a high price. Thousands of warships were already in chaos. When Chu Tian felt a headache, the English Lord Charlie was also unable to dismount. Originally, Charles only wanted to defeat the fleet of the Eastern Lords head-on and gain tens of thousands of military merits. However, his royal fleet fought with two Eastern Lords. At this time, it was not so easy for the royal fleet to retreat. The three armies were already inextricably linked. Charlie can only bite the bullet and keep fighting until the winner is determined. Have Drake attack the ship with fire. As the Lord of Drake, Charlie knew that Drake had a fire attack bonus and saw it was difficult to decide the outcome. So he used the captured Siamese warships to conduct a fire attack on the Han Empire's fleet. At the same time, Zhou Yu also prepared 300 fire ships. The generals of the two fleets almost thought of it together, and a large number of fire ships attacked each other, turning the entire sea area into a sea of fire. Zhou Yu's fire ship hit the Royal Fleet of England. The Clark warship, Great Harry, was affected by several fire ships. The fire spread to the Clark warship. The expensive Clark warship, Great Harry, became a fire ship. The fleet of the Han Empire was also attacked by fire. Many lucky ships were burned, and the flames shot into the sky. Gan Ning led the Jin Fen thieves to climb up to fight for the English's Dauntless. Gan Ning, who had a bonus of force in water battles, killed everyone on the English Dauntless. The Beifu army and Jiangdong soldiers were responsible for engaging in hand-to-hand combat, while Sun Tzu used his gun to wash the deck with blood. Yang Xingmi's Black Cloud Longsword army also boarded the ship to engage in close combat, fighting with the English two-handed swordsmen. Soldiers fell from the warship from time to time. Su Chu, a tiger idiot, originally planned to join the battle, but the violent shaking of the warship made Su Chu look pale. Chu Tian took a look at Su Chu's status. During the naval battle, Su Chu's military strength dropped by 8 points. However, Sun Tzu, Yang Xingmi, Gan Ning and other Jiangsu generals, or naval battle celebrities, had no impact on their military strength at all. Gan Ning's strength even rose to 98 points, which was comparable to the 5 Tiger generals at sea. Zheng He continued to increase his troops, and the Persian Emperor Ardashir also continued to increase his troops. The two fleets attacked England's royal fleet. The royal fleet captured a group of warships belonging to other lords. The number of warships exceeded 1,000. However, the number of English Navy soldiers was not enough. After the three fleets engaged in a melee, they gradually became exhausted. Drake looted a blessing ship and looked around. The fire stretched for miles. Zhou Yu's fire attack ship caused huge losses to the royal fleet. The enemy's warships are more numerous than we imagined. Drake discovered that more and more warships appeared in the sea fog. The 2,300 warships of the Eastern Fleet faced the royal fleet's warships of over 1,000 years old. With their numbers and strength, they gradually formed a suppressive force. Derek used fire attacks, and Zhou Yu also launched fire attacks. The generals of the Fubo army specialized in plundering the opponent's galleons, causing a lot of losses to the royal fleet. Your Majesty orders the fleet to retreat. King Charles of England finally could not bear such heavy losses and ordered a retreat. If the battle with Chu Tian results in 78 casualties in the royal fleet, then Charlie may have to withdraw from the national war. Due to the gap in warships, the royal fleet finally chose to withdraw its troops. The Persian female General Artemisia was rescued from the sea by Persian soldiers. She was scratched by the sword of Edward the Black Prince. Artemisia reported to the Persian Emperor Ardashir, "You've done a great job." Ardashir lost more than 300 warships in this battle. Considering that the opponent was the royal fleet of England, one of the 3 major maritime civilizations in the western continent, he thought it was worth it. Both Persia and China mainly focused on land warfare, and the kings of both sides were best at cavalry. Gan Ning successfully captured the English sailing ship Dauntless. Although the national war cannot take away the spoils, the capture of the Galenic sailing ship of the royal fleet can just make the generals of the Fubo army familiar with their future naval opponents. The English royal fleet should not be in peak condition yet. At least the Sea King has not been seen. Chu Tian boarded the captured sailing warship Fearless. Unfortunately, this warship will disappear after the end of the national war. After repelling the royal fleet, the main island is already within easy reach. The retreating royal fleet should not dare to attack again. As an ally, the Persian fleet also devoted its full strength to this battle. Chapter 1086, The Holy Commander of the Main Island. The Holy Commander is at your fingertips. While the various lords were fighting the fleets of the 3 major maritime civilizations, famous generals such as Cleopatra, Saladin, and Bybels of the Egyptian Legion were lucky enough to avoid the fierce naval battle and reach the main island. The area covered by the sea fog is too large, and there will always be lords who bypass the hunting of the 3 major ocean civilizations and come to the main island unscathed. The Mamluk cavalry and the Egyptian pharaoh guard came ashore. Saladin had a Damascus sword hanging on his waist, and he could see the outline of one of the main cities standing on the main island. The Egyptian Legion was lucky enough to be the first batch of troops to attack the main city. Cleopatra asked Saladin, "Saladin, are you confident that you can take this city?" Hard to say. As a famous general in the Arab world, Saladin felt equally unsure when facing a holy commander. Every saint-level commander is a leader in each civilization and has his own expertise. Faber said, "We in Egypt need to obtain a holy commander to reverse the war with Rome. Otherwise, Egypt will become the breadbasket of the Romans." Cleopatra did not particularly dislike Rome. She believed that she could rely on a powerful civilization and maintain Egypt's status by showing weakness. However, Saladin and Babers, as supporters of the Arab world, did not allow Cleopatra to rely on the Roman emperor and resolutely resisted the Roman legions. Because Egypt has been conquered by the West and the Arab world in history, Egypt is not a monolithic country. The only thing that allowed them to join forces was probably profit. Capture a branch city as a stronghold. Otherwise we may not have a chance when Caesar, Alexander, and other emperors arrive. They are no weaker than the saint-level commanders of the main island. Saladin was afraid of the 2 western lords, Caesar and Alexander. Before the arrival of the western lords, the Egyptian generals marched towards one of the branch cities. There is a city on each side of the main city, where NPC legions are stationed. Each branch city has 70,000 defenders, and the main city has 120,000 defenders, for a total of 400,000 defenders. 2 saint-level commanders have an army of 800,000. Saladin and others still underestimated the strength of the main island. The Egyptian legion of about 100,000 people stretched for more than 10 miles. When a powerful enemy attacks, we must fight to the death. The holy level commander coveted by the Egyptian military generals was not in the main city, but in a branch city. The saint level commander is different from the defenders of the branch cities. He does not passively defend, but actively attacks. The black armor is like clouds. The halberds are like forests. The saint level commander is riding a war horse, and he has gathered nearly 200,000 defenders, swallowing thousands of miles like a tiger. Two famous Egyptian generals, Saladin, the defender of the Arab world and the sworn enemy of the Crusaders, and Babers, who defeated the cowardly Mongolian cavalry who invaded Egypt, who commanded the Mamluk cavalry, suddenly became uneasy. These first-class generals have keen intuition, and they have already sensed the approaching danger. The Mamluk cavalry in front had already broken out into battle with the enemy, when famous Egyptian generals such as Saladin and Babers rode their horses over the hills. The extremely shocking scene in front of them made the pupils of these famous Egyptian generals suddenly dilate. Black-armored soldiers all over the mountains and plains were charging towards the Egyptian legions, launching an offensive. Countless powerful crossbows fired, and the sky was filled with arrow rain, covering the sky and the sun. The Mamluk cavalry were hit by a volley of powerful crossbows, and many cavalrymen were hit by arrows and fell from their horses. The black-armored cavalry galloped, and the huge infantry phalanx advanced with murderous intent. Murderous intent filled the air, and the black-armored phalanx charged, pushing forward 10 miles. The Mamluk cavalry that originally attacked had to retreat step by step. How could the defenders take the initiative to launch an attack? Saladin was shocked by the black-armored army formation that suddenly came out, and he was sweating profusely. The Mamluk cavalry assemble. Saladin, we only have this chance. If we defeat him, we can gain his allegiance. Babers pulled out the Damascus steel sword with a solemn expression, as if facing a powerful enemy. The saint-level commander who commands the black-armored military formation is undoubtedly a powerful enemy, as can be seen just from the momentum of the military formation. Tens of thousands of Mamluk cavalry gathered under the command of Saladin and Babels, including the Mamluk guards advanced from Mamluk heavy cavalry. The Egyptian legion has been involved in a contact battle with one of the holy commanders. Saladin and Babers believe that it is necessary to give it a go and defeat this holy commander before recruiting him. If you fight with all your strength, you still have a chance to win the holy level commander. When several powerful lords from the west and east arrive, the probability of their Egyptian legion getting a saint-level commander is even smaller. The legions of Alexander, Constantine, Shutian, Marshall and others were no less a threat than a saint-level commander. Fighting with them is tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. The greater the risk, the higher the reward. For the Arab world, the Mamluk generals, including Saladin and Babers, wielded their Damascus knives and attacked from 3 sides, trying to defeat the black-armored army of the holy commander. The black-armored legion, which is mainly infantry, faces the Mamluk military group, which is mainly cavalry. Cleopatra watched indifferently as the Mamluk nobles went into battle. Egypt is divided into 2 factions, the ancient Egyptians and the Mamluks. Cleopatra's Egyptian pharaoh guards have not yet taken action, but are looking to see if the Mamluk cavalry has a tendency to win. If the Mamluk cavalry can open a breakthrough, the Egyptian pharaoh guards as a reserve will press forward. Otherwise they will retreat to preserve their strength. In another main city, the second saint-level commander looked at the beacon in the distance. Immediately, the saint-level commander looked at the sea again. A powerful enemy is approaching here. Hundreds of war elephants, thousands of soldiers, and cavalry gathered together, creating a dense darkness. On the sea, Constantine's fleet encountered the Armada, but Queen Isabella of the Armada spared Constantine and did not fight Constantine. Constantine's fleet consisted of Genoese and Maltese fleets. In fact, it was not that easy to provoke. The Roman legion was able to successfully land on the main island. The Knights of the Knights Hospitaller disembarked with their horses, and the Crusader flag sounded. Scipio the Great, Scipio the Younger, Marius, Fabian and other famous Roman generals came ashore. The Carthaginian commander Hamilcar, Lightning, Barca ordered the Carthaginian war elephants to be driven off the ship. The Roman gladiator Spartacus stands next to Constantine, his arms wrapped with iron ropes, showing his strength. The saint-level commander will definitely belong to me, but I am not sure about defeating him. I should wait until other lords arrive, and each will rely on his own ability. Constantine deduced that although he had many famous generals under his command, he had no confidence in defeating the defenders. Hamilcar, go and investigate. Constantine sent the Carthaginian general Hamilcar, Lightning, a famous Carthaginian general who was good at guerrilla tactics. Hamilcar led hundreds of Carthaginian cavalry away from the Roman legions. If you have the chance, you can take down both of these two saint-level commanders. Alexander landed on the main island from another direction, and the Macedonian, ancient Greek, Ottoman, Huns, and Byzantine forces came ashore. Alexander's ambitions were even greater than those of Constantine. After obtaining Belisarius, he was still not satisfied with being a saint-level commander. One after another, lords arrived on the main island. The double-headed eagle flag of the Russian Empire was damaged. The remaining fleet commanded by Catherine broke through the blockade of the Dutch sea coachmen and resisted the main island, losing nearly half of the warships. The Dutch? I won't let them go. Catherine marched to the main island with 120,000 troops. However, only 70,000 people successfully reached the main island. Ekaterina, who lacked a famous navy general, suffered heavy losses when facing these marine civilizations. The Varangian guards, Polish hussars, boyar cavalry, and Cossack cavalry came ashore. Catherine ordered the troops to count their losses and reorganize the army. Where is Jution? Ekaterina looked around at the surrounding coast. The main island was quite large, and it would not be easy to find Jution. She might encounter other enemies in advance. Like Jution, Catherine had few allies, and the kings of the western continent were all enemies. After repelling England's royal fleet, the combined fleets of Jution and Ardashir finally arrived at the main island with two saint-level commanders. During this period, they did not encounter the Armada or the sea coachmen. It was obvious that the royal fleet, the Armada, and the sea coachmen each divided their sea areas and specifically ambushed the lords, who were marching towards the main island in the sea fog. Jution's 200,000 troops and horses lost more than 30,000 people, and the Persians suffered similar casualties. The combined forces of the two civilizations numbered slightly more than 200,000. The English are still a threat in naval battles, but once we fight on land, they are no match for you and me. The Persians fought bravely, but Jution's attitude towards Ardashir was a little gentle. The Persian civilization and the western continent can also be regarded as feuding. Jution saw the holy meteor cavalry of the Persian Empire. This type of super-heavy armored cavalry is an advanced unit of Savalon cavalry, equivalent to the advanced Zhongxiu army of Helahi army and the advanced Iron Eagle Rui of Qin Ruishi. The famous Persian general, Royal Boar, recruited by Jution, only has the exclusive unit, Savalon cavalry, not the rare holy meteor cavalry. It was not surprising that Ardashir, who had successfully infiltrated the Persian Empire, was in charge of the Holy Fallen Cavalry. Jution also obtained powerful cavalry such as the Xuanjia army, the Zhongxia army, the cowardly Shui army, and the Beiwei army. The Persians were certainly more brave on land than on the sea. In addition to the Holy Meteor cavalry, there are also undead soldiers wearing ferocious masks and carrying double swords among the Persian legions. Ardashir also brought dozens of Persian war elephants. If the number of warships were not limited, Ardashir might have brought more war elephants. These are the elite of Persian civilization. Only if Ardashir has strength is he qualified to cooperate with Jution. If it were lords such as Mang Yinglong and Chen Xingzong, Jution would not even look at them. Jution and Ardashir came ashore in a shallow bay. After regrouping their troops, the two men joined forces to march towards the main city. Maybe there are lords who have taken the lead, but it's hard to say whether they can defeat the Holy Commander. Jution had already seen the beacon fire in the distance, indicating that there were lords fighting. When Ardashir saw that Jution had a saint-level commander named Wu Qi, he felt a little envious. Our Persian civilization might also have a saint-level commander. Chapter 1087 Yekaterina and Ogidi. On the battlefield between the Egyptians and the Holy Commander, the Mamluk cavalry attacked the black armor phalanx 6 times in a row, but they were still unable to penetrate the black armor phalanx, and were defeated by the black armor phalanx pushing back. The black armored legions fired thousands of arrows. The Mamluk cavalry fell to the ground, and were trampled into pulp by the charging cavalry from behind. The victorious King Baybars personally led the Mamluk guards into the enemy formation. The Damascus sword in his hand slashed among the rebels, splattering blood. The Mamluk cavalry suffered heavy losses, and Baybars himself was seriously wounded. Saladin and Baybars wanted to defeat the Holy Commander, but a steady stream of black-armored soldiers appeared, with a strength of 200,000, and wiped out tens of thousands of Mamluk cavalry. The battlefield was full of corpses of horses and cavalry. Damaged shield. Battle flag. A group of black-armored cavalry emerged from the black-armored legion, drew their swords, and besieged Baybars. The Mamluk guards around Babers were exhausted after a long battle. They were attacked by elite troops and defeated by the cavalry. Die! Babers was hysterical. The attack power of the black armored soldiers was extremely astonishing. The Mamluk cavalry of the Egyptian legion were hit by the opponent's weapons and were either killed or injured. The saint-level commander on the opposite side provides his legion with a high attack power bonus. The black armored legion terrified the Mamluk cavalry. The troops on the other side are more powerful than ours. This battle has failed. Cleopatra looked slightly pale. The 100,000 Egyptian legions encountered the opponent's 200,000 troops. Saladin and Babers tried their best, but they were still defeated. It is not difficult for a saint-level commander to command an army of 200,000 people. He also has generals from 4 cities under his command. The two armies met and faced each other head-on. The Egyptian army was defeated and retreated. As a reserve force, Cleopatra simply gave up reinforcements and chose to retreat to retain her strength. Babers was unable to escape in the melee and was killed by the defenders of the main island. Saladin led a group of Mamluk cavalry to knock away a black armored soldier and break out of the siege. Dripping with blood. The attack power of his legion is too high. The attack power of his legion may be even higher than Caesar's. The pain that spread all over his body made the legendary General Saladin grimace. Apart from killing tens of thousands of the opponent's troops and fleeing, the Egyptian legion was completely unable to seriously injure the opponent's holy commander. Saladin even considered leading the cavalry to implement beheading tactics. But the opponent's defense was equally airtight. The opponent's cavalry made a detour and surrounded the Egyptian legion, hoping to annihilate the entire Egyptian legion. Fortunately, Cleopatra's pharaoh escort escaped quickly, saving a little hope for Egyptian civilization on the battlefield of the national war. Saladin, seriously wounded, joined Cleopatra. The saint-level commander was worried that the main city would be unexpectedly attacked by other lords, so he did not pursue him, but retreated to the main city and divided his troops to defend it. For branch cities guard a main city. If any branch city is attacked, the main city may send troops to attack. Therefore, with the power of a lord, it is basically impossible to defeat a saint-level commander with troops guarding 5 cities. Saladin was disgraced and lost his fighting spirit. I didn't expect that the holy commander would be difficult to defeat. Now Egypt is over. Cleopatra disagreed. We can use other lords. We don't have to fight in person. Facts have proved that you are all wrong. Next, you must obey my orders. The Mamluk cavalry was severely damaged, and Cleopatra also had the pharaoh's guard. So Cleopatra took the initiative. Jution is marching towards one of the main cities. He didn't know which main city was easy to attack, so he could only act according to circumstances. The war eagles of the Iron Eagle Scouts soar in the sky, guarding against nearby lords. The Holy Meteor Cavalry is stationed in the center of the army, while the slow-moving Persian war elephants fall behind. The more than 200,000 soldiers and horses stretch for hundreds of miles and are likely to be intercepted by the enemy. Lord, there are 2 soldiers and horses fighting. One of the soldiers is a Katerina. Hua Mulan, who is in charge of the investigation, brought back important information. Who is she fighting with? Jution did not doubt that a Katerina had the strength to enter the main island. Wakwatai. It turned out to be him. Jution was a little surprised. Ajadai is currently the overlord of Central Asia and the second great Khan of the Mongolian Empire. He has conquered the Dawan kingdom controlled by the Protectorate of the Western regions and is definitely a formidable enemy. It's not that Ogodiai's personal strength is amazing, or how high his commander-in-chief is. Ogodiai's military ability is much worse than Temujin's. Ogodiai's rise still relied on the team left by Temujin. He was the heir to the Mongol Empire. The Mongol Empire has a high probability of rising when other countries are at war. At this time, Wakwatai was riding a war horse and looked down at the 2 armies fighting below. The Chishua army of the Golden Horde, the Turkic Eagle Division, and the Shelia cavalry of Yeludashi fiercely attacked Yekaterina's army. The Polish Hussar cavalry, the cowardly Shwe army, the Turkic Eagle Division, the Western Liao cavalry, and the Cossack cavalry fought in a melee. Around Wakwatai, several important figures such as Yeludashi, Timur, and Mahmud gathered. Batu, Shibi Khan and other grassland generals personally led their troops to fight. Wakwatai, Yeludashi, Timur, Mahmud and others all have army auras, and have met the upper limit of the 3 army auras. The Prairie Cavalry has exploded to its highest combat power. Last time the National War allowed a Katerina to escape. This time we surrounded her again. Don't let her go. As soon as Ajadai had the opportunity, he met a Katerina and immediately launched an attack. Ekaterina was targeted by Ogodai. If we look at the map, Ogdi's Central Asian territory was actually sandwiched between the Han Empire and the Tsarist Russian Empire. It was threatened by the Western Region Protectorate to the east and the Tsarist Russian Empire to the northwest. Therefore, targeting Ekaterina is also reducing the threat posed by Chu Tian. For this reason, Ogdi spared no effort in suppressing Catherine. The Lame Timur asked Ogdi, "Great Khan, if you conquer the Deccan Plateau, should you advance eastward or westward?" "Go eastward. I will take back the Mobe my father lost with my own hands." "I see." After Timur understood Ogdi's intentions, he continued to focus on the battlefield. Ogdi then said to the Turkic general Mahmud, "Mahmud, you command the Ghaznikalam cavalry and defeat the Russians. From now on, we will turn the Russians into our slaves." Shinbo is his head. Mahmud commanded thousands of Ghaznikalam's cavalry, commanding from a high position, and launched a charge. The Cossack cavalry in the melee was attacked by the Turkic Ghulam cavalry, like a wave being split by a sharp blade. Yermak, the leader of the Cossack cavalry, swung his Cossack saber and hit the armor of Ghaznikalam's cavalry, causing his wrist to go numb. The Ghulam armored cavalry of the Ghaznavid dynasty had astonishing defensive capabilities, coupled with the impact brought by the war horses. It was very difficult for even generals to deal with them. The Cossack cavalry around Yermak were scattered by the Ghulam cavalry, and he himself was overwhelmed by the Ghulam cavalry in the melee. "Send in the Varangian guards. Hold on a little longer." Catherine remained graceful and sent out the Varangian guards, who killed 1,000 enemies and suffered 800 losses. Harold and the Varangian guards met Mahmud's Ghulam cavalry, but before they made contact, the Varangian guards went berserk. The rampaging Harold and the Varangian guards suddenly grew in size, swinging their Viking battle axes to chop off horse legs. The horse of Ghulam's cavalry was targeted. The horse stumbled. The heavy armored cavalry rolled off the horse's back, and the ground shook. Harold's battle axe emitted cold light, killing dozens of Ghulam's cavalry and cutting off the heads of Ghulam's cavalry and war horses head-on. After the Viking berserker goes berserk, he does his best to output regardless of friend or foe. "These are the Varangian guards. Trample them." Mahmud recognized the Varangian guards under Catherine's command and knew that they were a bloody elite regiment, which aroused Mahmud's desire to conquer. Ghaznikalam's cavalry are quickly eating away at the Varangian guards. "Please let the general go out to fight." The ancient Chinese generals newly recruited by Yekaterina asked her to fight at this time. "Can." Catherine knew how powerful this general was, so she sent him to the battlefield. Ancient Chinese military generals held guns and swords and rode alone into battle. Wherever they went, the enemy troops were swept away by spears. "Polish hussars, follow them to advance." Ekaterina knew that although a single strong general could break the formation, his manpower was limited. Only strong generals and heavy cavalry could be effective in battle. Bathory led the Polish hussars, followed the ancient Chinese generals, and pushed back against the Ghulam iron cavalry. Mahmud thought he could wipe out the Varangian guards, but a fierce general on the other side advanced with a gun and swept across all directions. Hundreds of Ghulam cavalry were carried away. The Polish hussars were holding super long lances and stabbed the armor of Ghulam's iron cavalry. The gun barrel broke, and the impact left a dent in the armor of Ghulam's iron cavalry, severely injuring it. After the lance broke, the Polish hussars drew their sabers and continued to kill. Wakwatai frowned slightly. Catherine's legions were not so easy to deal with. Bata's cowardly army wanted to overrun Yekaterina's central army, but was blocked by Yekaterina's 9th-level Tsarist guards. General Tanmachi said to Wakwatai, "Great Khan, a large army is approaching us. Where are the troops?" "Still exploring." "Withdraw troops." Wakwatai made a prompt decision. Since Yekaterina cannot be defeated quickly, no matter who the coming lord is, as long as the other party is not a friendly force, it will be very dangerous for Ogdi, and it is likely to be a lose-lose situation. Ogdi wanted to withdraw his troops, but Catherine refused to give him a chance, because Yekaterina knows Hua Mulan's War Eagle. She can even recruit Hua Mulan's War Eagle to pass on information. She knew that the coming legion was Chutian's cavalry, so it was impossible to let Wakwatai go. "You chased me last time, but this time the situation has changed." Yekaterina sent out troops and attacked Ogdi with all her strength. Chu Tian and Aldashir personally led the cavalry and came to help. Ogdi and Tolai are the same force, and they are also enemies of Ardashir. Chu Tian personally supervised the cavalry, while Ardashir supervised the Holy Meteor Cavalry to fight, rushing into the battlefield at lightning speed. Chapter 1088. Hundreds of people kill Xia Rookie. On the periphery of the battlefield, 2 iron cavalry came to kill, and the earth trembled. The Tang Empire. The Xuanjia army fighting for Li Shimin. Persian Empire. Super heavy armored Holy Meteor Cavalry. 2 iron cavalry drove straight in and broke through the Turkic Jeli Khan, who was on guard outside. Jeli Khan's Turkic cavalry defense line was broken through by the heavy Holy Meteor Cavalry. Ardashir raised his Damascus sword high and personally provided bonuses to the Holy Falling Cavalry. The Emperor came in person, and he acquired some of the characteristics of Ardashir I, the founding emperor of the Persian Sassanid dynasty. Therefore, his Holy Fallen Cavalry was very terrifying. This is also the reason why Persian civilization has not perished for more than 10 years. Jeli Khan's Turkic archers were crushed by the Holy Meteor Cavalry. Persian warriors, avenge your dead comrades. Many cities in Ardashir's territory were massacred by Tuolai, so they hated the grassland forces of Ajadai and Tuolai and fought extremely bravely. At the same time, the Holy Meteor Cavalry's killing of the Turkic cavalry can also help him gain military exploits. The Holy Meteor Cavalry erupted again, with a rainbow-like momentum and holy fire, knocking away the Turkic cavalry. The Turkic cavalry rolled down and were trampled by the Holy Meteor Cavalry, killing them instantly. The fallen helmet was trampled and dented by the hooves of the Holy Meteor Cavalry. The Holy Meteor Cavalry is indeed the flagship legion of Persian civilization. However, we cannot show weakness. Chutian's Chishua army provided cavalry and shooting cover, while Xuanjia army and Zhongxia army made a frontal assault, achieving a breakthrough from another point. The galloping war horses trample everything in front of them and destroy the enemy. This is Holy Meteor Cavalry. The Wakuatai Legion was attacked by 2 elite cavalry, and they tried their best to organize their troops to retreat. The Mongolian and Turkic cavalry were defeated, and each general could only try his best to control his men and retreat to the rear. The Catherine army, which was originally suppressed by Ogodai, received 2 supporting troops and counterattacked with all its strength. The ancient Chinese general, who worked for Yekaterina, fired his spear like a dragon and stabbed dozens of Ghulam cavalry off their horses. The Turkic general Mahmud was helpless against this fierce general. If the 2 armies confront each other, he can still wear them to death with the help of the Ghulam cavalry. However, the Ojdai legion was defeated, and Mahmud was unable to mobilize his troops to attack this fierce general, and was instead chased and killed by the opponent. Zhu Zimu. Timur followed Ajadai and recognized the Xuanjia army of the Han Empire, and he couldn't help gritting his teeth. Timur also regarded Chutian as a powerful enemy. Chutian, Ardashir, and Yekaterina teamed up to hunt down Wakuatai for 30 miles, killing tens of thousands. Finally, when the strength of the Holy Meteor Cavalry and Black Armor Cavalry was about to be exhausted, Chutian and Ardashir stopped. Although the ability of the Holy Meteor Cavalry and the Black Armor Army to break formations is terrifying, their shortcomings are also obvious. They consume their physical strength too quickly. Heavy cavalry has strong explosive power, but insufficient endurance. If they continue to pursue, it is very likely that Ajadai will win with a light cavalry counterattack. Ajadai's men were killed in large numbers, and Chutian successfully rescued Yekaterina. Ekaterina is also Chutian's ally, or in other words, the closest ally at present, because half of the royal family of the Tsarist Russian Empire is of Chutian's blood. An ancient Chinese general held a gun, and his armor was stained with blood. In this battle, at least 200 high-level Ghulam cavalry died under his gun. This is a military commander from ancient China. Chutian saw this bloody general, and through his armor style, he recognized that this was a general from ancient China. He had never seen this person under Yekaterina before. He was probably a general recruited by Yekaterina during this national war. Seeing that Chutian noticed this general, Yekaterina said to Chutian, "Xia Rookie, the general in your civilized area." Sure enough, Shiruchi. Chutian knew that this was a fierce general. Xia Luchi, a famous general in the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, protected the Emperor Li Kongsu of the later Tang dynasty, and killed more than 100 enemy troops with his own hands. He was one of the famous 100-man killers in ancient China. Xia Luchi's greatest achievement was to capture Wang Yanzhang alive in a melee. Wang Yanzhang's performance in the early stage was very conspicuous. Being able to capture Wang Yanzhang alive, Xia Luchi's strength is definitely not low. Yekaterina showed Shiruchi's panel to Chutian. Name, Xia Rookie. Civilization, Guards of Emperor Xuanzong of the later Tang Dynasty. Talent, Emperor level warrior, cavalry type. Commander, 66, Force, 98, Intelligence, 65, Politics, 69, Charm, 85. Character, Loyalty. Characteristic 1, kill hundreds of people, SS level trait. Attack the enemy formation. The more enemies you kill, the higher your personal attack power and defense power will be. The upper limit is 70%. Feature 2, the square is a city, S-level feature. City building and fortification speed plus 10%. Legion defense plus 10% when defending the city. Characteristic 3, protecting the Lord in death battle, S-level trait. Loyalty is not easy to decline. When the Lord/Monarch/Prince is in danger, the more serious the injury, the greater the increase in ability. Special arms, none. Chu Tian was still a little shocked when he saw Xiao Luqi's panel. In summary, Xiao Luqi is like a strong guard-type general such as Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, and Su Chu, who is loyal to his master. The special thing about Xiao Luqi is that in the melee, the more enemies he kills, the braver Xiao Luqi fights. And the Lord becomes more fierce when encountering danger. 100 people kill can provide Xiao Luqi with a personal bonus of up to 70%. This is a quite exaggerated value. However, in Lord, powerful characteristics have limitations. The number of enemies Xiao Luqi killed reached a 70% bonus, and there was not much physical strength left. The existence of physical strength and morale is also a limitation. Still, Shuruk is a tough guy. Want to give him to you? As long as you stay with me in St. Petersburg for 1 winter, I can give him to you. Ekaterina didn't seem to care much about Shuruchi. To her, Shuruki is a sharp blade used against enemies, but its effect may not be that great. But there are not many winters in life. Let him protect Peter and Anna, and I don't want it. Chu Tian thought that he still had a son and a daughter in St. Petersburg, and that they would sometimes come to live in Xia City. So he decided to let Xiao Luqi protect Chu Peter and Chu Anna. Chu Tian has generals such as Zhao Yun, Dian Wei, Su Chu, and Yu Qigong who can serve as guards. So there is not much marginal benefit from having one more Xiao Luqi. Ekaterina pouted. You just don't want to come to St. Petersburg to accompany me. Chu Tian smiled slightly and said, after I become emperor, if I have free time, I will go to St. Petersburg to live for a while. Really? It was necessary for Chu Tian to go to the Western continent to investigate the situation there. The kings of the Western continent seemed to be plotting something recently. Ekaterina was usually as cold as frost in the eyes of everyone in the Tsarist Empire. But in front of Chu Tian, she showed some girlishness. After all, the two people have a frank relationship. Ekaterina also likes to play some strange games in private. Catherine counted the losses, and found that 40,000 people remained. Chu Tian united with the two lords Yekaterina and Ardashir, with a total of 250,000 troops, on the main island. This is a large force that is qualified to compete for the Holy Commander-in-Chief. No one dares to underestimate this huge force. Help me fight for the Saint-level commander, and I will compensate you in the future. Although there are not many troops left in Catherine's army, they are still a considerable force. Catherine also has a 9th-level Tsarist Guard. The Tsar Guard and the Holy Meteor Cavalry are currently Chu Tian's allies. Ekaterina has cooperated many times, and Chu Tian can trust her completely and leave his flank to her to cover. As for Ardashir, the relationship between the two parties is only mutual use, and there is a possibility of betrayal. Ardashir was shocked when he saw Chu Tian and Yekaterina reunited. The combined territories of Chu Tian and Catherine stretched across Eurasia, reaching the Pacific Ocean in the east, the Baltic Sea in the west, the Arctic Ocean in the north, and the South China Sea in the south. Ardashir even doubted whether he wanted to cooperate with Chu Tian, even if Persian civilization escaped the Mongolian cavalry. It seemed that it would be annexed by the Han Empire and the Tsarist Empire. This game is too difficult. Ardashir has been in Lords for 17 years, climbing step by step from the player to the position of the Persian Emperor. However, the Persian Empire, which had a profound foundation, never developed. There are powerful enemies all around. Every powerful enemy is striving to expand and want to build an unprecedentedly vast empire. At this time, Ardashir could only bite the bullet and form an alliance with Chu Tian and Yekaterina. If he betrays at this time, he will offend two great lords at the same time. Yekaterina meets Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, and Joan of Arc, who are in Chu Tian's army. Xiao Liang glared at Yekaterina. I didn't expect you to come to the main island alive. I disappoint you. I never thought that with your physique, you would dare to come to the country to fight. Ekaterina is still competing with Xiao Liang. Hua Mulan and Joan of Arc are used to two people fighting, just being silently eating the melons. On the other side, Wakuatai collected the remaining soldiers, with less than 60,000 people left, and his face was gloomy. Originally, Wakuatai tried his best to re-establish the Mongol Empire and finally regained his confidence. Unexpectedly, the Sixth National War left Wakuatai with a psychological shadow. Great Khan, Master Tuolei's army is marching towards the main city. Tuolei is here too? Just in time. Wakuatai sighed deeply and led the remaining soldiers to join forces with Tuolei. Yelu Dashi was thinking, how come the lords of the Han Empire and the Persian Empire are together? If they are allowed to join forces, we will still not have enough troops if we join forces with Tuolei. Indeed, we need other allies. Wakuatai also felt deeply troubled. He and Tuolei joined forces, and their strength was less than 200,000, which was less than the coalition army formed by Chu Tian. It is basically impossible for a lord to capture the main city. At this time, a coalition force needs to be formed to attack the city, and the coalition forces need to coordinate their interests. And there are more variables. On the other side of the main island, Constantine joined Caesar and Pompey, and the three emperors of the Roman Empire joined forces. There are only 2 saint-level commanders, and we may not be able to win them all. So, how should we distribute them? Caesar, you are already old. Why don't you let me be your heir? I can make Rome great. Constantine was unceremonious. Chapter 1089, Ordinary Huang Yuing. In Nianyang, Huang Qingyan's home, Mr. Shui Jing, Sima Hui, brought Zhuge Liang to visit. Zhuge Liang has been learning Qi Duanjia under Sima Hui for more than a month. However, at this time, Zhuge Liang had no idea why Sima Hui brought him to the home of Huang Chengyan, a famous scholar in Nianyang. Huang Chengyan is Kai Mao's brother-in-law. In fact, he has a very high status in Jingzhou. If you want to enter an official career in the future, getting the support of the Jingzhou family will be of great benefit to you without any harm. Sima Hui deceived Zhuge Liang like this. With Zhuge Liang's intelligence, he saw that Sima Hui had hidden secrets. But Zhuge Liang considered the task assigned to him by Chu Tian. He also needed to learn Qi Duanjia from Sima Hui and activate a characteristic. Therefore, Zhuge Liang did not expose Sima Hui. There was another person visiting Huang Qingyan's home. When this person saw Sima Hui coming in, he stood up and said, Mr. Shui Jing, it turns out to be Su Yuanji. Why? Do you want to return to the mountains and forests again? Sima Hui recognized this person. Su Shu, the counselor of Song King Yang Shirlang. After Yang Shirlang surrendered Xiangyang, Su Shu chose to become an opposition counselor and lived in seclusion near Xiangyang. Su Shu felt a little ashamed. I studied the art of counselors under the guidance of Mr. Pang Digong and others, but I was unable to turn around. The general trend was the general trend, and I could not turn the tide for the Ming dynasty. In fact, my interest was waning. It's good to go back to the countryside to recuperate for a while. Sima Hui did not despise Su Shu. At this time, it was a time of great struggle, with fierce generals like clouds and counselors like rain. Faced with the absolute gap in strength, Su Shu could not help Yang Shirlang fight for the world. Su Shu looked at Zhuge Liang, who was following Sima Hui. This should be Mr. Shui Jing's new disciple, Zhuge Calming of Langia. Zhuge Liang bowed. Brother Yuanji, you will have a bright future by following King Xia. Su Shu couldn't help but be envious. Zhuge Liang followed Chu Tian, who conquered the world from the beginning, while Su Shu followed Yang Shirlang and failed in the Central Plains. The gap can be imagined. Zhuge Liang said, the king of Xia used kindness and power to stop the war with force, calm the world in the troubled times, and make the people live and work in peace and contentment. This is a good thing. Why should Brother Yuanji be disappointed because of this? Su Shu laughed dumbly. It is a good thing for the world. But for me, it is inevitable to be disappointed. Kong Ming, sit down. Huang Chengyan stroked his beard and looked Zhuge Liang up and down, making Zhuge Liang a little restless. How to say? Huang Chengyan's eyes didn't look like he was looking at a young man or a close friend, but more like an old father-in-law looking at his son-in-law. Under the introduction of Sima Hui, Zhuge Liang gradually integrated into the circle of Xiangyang aristocratic families and met Su Shu, Pang Tong, Pang Digong, Huang Chengyan and other celebrities. Zhuge Liang regarded Huang Chengyan as a respected senior and celebrity, but Huang Chengyan wanted Zhuge Liang to be his son-in-law. Ahem. Kong Ming is 20 this year. Have you ever considered starting a family? Finally, after Huang Chengyan managed to abduct Zhuge Liang to his home, he saw his plans. Zhuge Liang immediately understood that he had been sold to the Huang family by Sima Hui. I am working hard to pursue my studies. I just want to repay King Xia for his kindness in raising me. And I have never considered starting a family. As the saying goes, if the Xiongnu is not destroyed, why should we have a family? Huang Chengyan shook his head. This is wrong. The Xiongnu have already surrendered to the court. The Xia king is also the great Chanyu. And there are no more border dangers in the northern grassland. How can we say the Xiongnu are not destroyed? Since the Xiongnu are destroyed, we can start a family. After all, Zhuge Liang was still young and was manipulated by Huang Chengyan in terms of human sophistication. Huang Chengyan added, with your talent, Kong Ming, you must already know my intention. Then I might as well get straight to the point. Our Huang family is not prosperous. I have a daughter under my knees. Her appearance is ordinary, but her talent is worthy of you, Kong Ming. If you don't give up, I will marry my little girl to you right now. In 3 days' time it will be an auspicious day, and we can get married. Zhuge Liang had a dark look on his face. Huang Chengyan is so eager to promote his daughter. How unconfident is he about his daughter? I'm afraid ordinary may be the best adjective. Kong Ming is sincerely frightened, but his parents' orders and the matchmaker's words are enough. Kong Ming, your parents are both dead, so you don't need your parents' orders. Besides, now that strangers are in power, why do you care so much? Huang Chengyan disagreed. The world of lords is not a complete ancient world, but a game world. Otherwise, female players would not be able to show their faces and would not have to play. The world of lords mainly serves players, and its values are biased towards players. Civil servants and generals are not polite when speaking. Zhuge Liang couldn't shirk it for a while, so he had to say. Kong Ming accepted Mr. Huang's kindness. But my daughter is in the backyard. You can go and talk to her. If it's not suitable, I won't force you. Huang Chengyan seemed to be very reasonable. But when Zhuge Liang saw that Huang Chengyan had found a few strong men to block the door, Zhuge Liang didn't think so. This time, it is extremely difficult to escape intact. Zhuge Liang bravely entered the backyard, thinking about how to escape. Facing a person of Huang Chengyan's level, it is not easy to leave. Any fledgling disciple of an aristocratic family naturally yearns for beauties. Although Zhuge Liang claimed in Chu Shi Biao that I am a commoner and work hard in Anyang. However, Zhuge Liang was born in a prominent family in the Lenga kingdom. His ancestor served as a silly school captain in the Western Han dynasty. So he was not a commoner. Silly Xiaowei is a high-ranking official, and his status is higher than that of the state governor. What's more, Zhuge Liang himself was 8 feet tall and handsome. It couldn't be easier to find an extraordinary-looking woman. Huang Chengyan claimed that his daughter had the same talent as Zhuge Liang. But Zhuge Liang was skeptical of Huang Chengyan's words. This is most likely just Huang Chengyan's family comment. Strange. Why are there so many carpenters here? Zhuge Liang came to the Huang family's backyard and found that there were many mechanisms and equipment in the yard. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang saw a girl in white shirt leaning on the wooden pillar of the pavilion on the corridor of the pavilion by the pond, holding an ancient book and reading it. This young girl has delicate features, seems to be otherworldly, and looks a little thin. Alas! The girl in white shirt found that a man suddenly broke into the backyard, and she couldn't help but panic, and the book almost fell into the pond. Zhuge Liang felt moved when he saw the shy posture of the girl in white. She couldn't be who Huang Chengyan said. An ordinary daughter. Right? Apart from being thin, Zhuge Liang really can't fault him. If the person in front of you is mediocre, then there aren't many good-looking people in the world. As a member of a distinguished family, Zhuge Liang naturally would not panic and saluted calmly. I'm Zhuge Kongming, a native of Langia. I heard from your majesty that you are Miss Huang Yuing? Huang Yuing was a little timid and nodded timidly. Apparently she didn't go out much. Zhuge Liang was also inexperienced, and the two of them didn't know how to continue. Suddenly, Zhuge Liang thought of the wooden mechanisms in the backyard, and asked, could it be that the mechanisms in the courtyard were made by girls? Huang Yuing nodded again, but did not speak. There was another silence between the two of them. The personalities of the Huang family's father and daughter are a bit strange, and they are really difficult to deal with. However, considering that the mechanisms and equipment in the Huang family's backyard were all made by the girl in front of her, Huang Yuing is definitely a special talent. In addition, Huang Yuing was not as ordinary as Huang Chengyan said. Zhuge Liang felt good about it, and tried hard to talk to Huang Yuing, who was a little afraid of strangers. Huang Yuing secretly looked at Zhuge Liang. This man from Langya Kingdom had an extraordinary appearance and outstanding talent. In the front yard, Huang Chengyan drank with Sima Hui and Su Shu. Huang Chengyan toasted to Sima Hui. Thanks to Shui Jing for trapping Kong Ming. If it leads to a good relationship, I will definitely repay him. Sima Hui was puzzled. How can your daughter's appearance be ordinary? Huang Chengyan lamented. My little girl has been staying in the backyard to do the magic tricks of the Mo family and doesn't want to go out. It's really helpless that outsiders don't know her beauty and ugliness. From my point of view, compared to her talent, her appearance is ordinary, isn't it? After hearing Huang Chengyan's comparison, Su Shu secretly thought to himself that he was indeed his own father, cheating his daughter like this. Sima Hui said, Your love is good at mechanism skills. Maybe she can improve the crossbow. Chapter 1090 Cleopatra asks for an audience. Near the main city guarded by the two saint-level commanders, lords gathered, and soldiers from all walks of life arrived one after another, forming a siege on the main city. Among them, one of the main cities that Chu Tian attacked was coveted by Wokuatai and the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces that were dragging mines. In addition to the two main competitors Chu Tian and Wokuatai, there are also legions of other lords waiting for opportunities. The future emperor of the Han Empire. His legions are also here? The remaining Egyptian legions were stationed by the forest, with only 20,000 men. Cleopatra was seeking information about various lords. She noticed that Chu Tian of the Han Empire was also marching into this main city. Chu Tian is currently the #1 lord in the main world. If he can rely on Chu Tian, then he might be able to keep Egypt and her status. Since you don't like the lords in the west, then let's attach ourselves to the lords in the east, and then take advantage of the opportunity to capture the main city. Cleopatra gathered together a few of the surviving Egyptian generals to announce her decision. The three emperors Chu Tian, Catherine, and Ardashir joined forces with 250,000 troops to march on the battlefield between the Holy Commander-in-Chief and the Egyptian Legion. The corpses on the battlefield have turned into white light, but the broken weapons and shields scattered on the ground indicate that this place has experienced a tragic war. This is the legionary standard of the Egyptians. Chu Tian could tell the origins of the warring parties through the armor, turbans, and battle flags scattered on the battlefield. One of the parties was the Egyptian Legion. The Mamluk cavalry of the Egyptian Legion can compete with the Mongolian cavalry and is famous. Even Napoleon praised the Mamluk cavalry. Being able to defeat the Egyptian Legion showed that Chu Tian's initial conclusion was correct. The holy commander of the main city was not so easy to win. It's better to come early than to come by chance. What defeated the Egyptian Legion was our ancient Chinese armor. Chu Tian picked up a pair of damaged armor from the battlefield, and was shocked when he recognized it as armor from his own civilized area at a glance. The weapons and armor of ancient China were quite different from those of other civilizations. Xiao Liang's expression was solemn. So it seems that this saint-level commander is from our civilized area? Chu Tian looked at the looming main city wall not far away. Since he is the commander-in-chief of our ancient China, there is nothing he can do to let it fall into the hands of other civilized lords. Knowing that the other party was the holy commander of his own civilization, Chu Tian felt even more pressure. Once the saint-level commander of the ancient Chinese civilization is acquired by the emperors of other civilizations, the consequences will be serious, which means that he will become Chu Tian's opponent in the future. If it were a saint-level commander from other civilizations, then the pressure on Chu Tian would not be that great. Hua Mulan returned from reconnaissance. My lord, Wokuatai and the cavalry that are dragging mines have joined together, with a strength of about 150,000 to 180,000. If we attack the main city, Wokuatai and Tuolei will definitely send troops to make a sneak attack and reap the benefits. The same will be true if they attack the main city. Chu Tian and Wokuatai were trapped in a prisoner's dilemma, and no one dared to take the initiative to attack. The city guarded by the saint-level commander is not so easy to capture. Chu Tian and Wokuatai, whoever takes the initiative to attack, will suffer. The two coalition forces faced each other, and with the main city guarded by the holy commander, the three parties were at a stalemate. In addition, other lords came to the main island one after another. How about defeating Ajudai first, and then attacking the main city? When Chu Tian attacked the branch city, his strategy was to defeat the surrounding lords and then take the city leisurely. Chu Tian wanted to repeat his old tricks. However, Wokuatai and Tuolei are not Mong Yinglong and Qinshengzong, and their legions do not lack emperor-level commanders. Subutai, Timur, Mahmud and others were all imperial cavalry commanders. To completely defeat Wukutai and Tuolei, winning is not a problem. The question is how many troops Chu Tian will have to attack the main city after winning. If he ended up with a tragic victory and then attacked the main city, he would end up like the Egyptian legion and be defeated by the holy commander guarding the main city. Although the saint-level commander is the commander-in-chief of ancient China, he will not show mercy to anyone. Chu Tian would not dare to attack the main city without defeating Wukutai. This is where the difficulty lies. Want to break the deadlock? Sun Bin said. It may be necessary to rely on the power of other lords. Chu Tian asked. How? Borrowing power can be divided into two types. One is using the power of others to directly use it for one's own use. The other one is using other people's power for one's own use indirectly. The military advisor can tell you clearly. In this way, Sun Bin told him his plan. And Chu Tian nodded slightly. My lord, an Egyptian general named Cleopatra is seeking an audience outside the camp. Hua Mulan had a strange look on her face when she brought a piece of news. Cleopatra? Who is this? Chu Tian thought for a while, and realized that the names of Western generals were very difficult to pronounce. Catherine and Joan of Arc are already relatively easy to remember names. And Cleopatra. Chu Tian really couldn't react for a while. The Egyptians were severely injured by the holy commander of this city, and they must beg me for help at this time. However, they have lost the qualification to compete for the holy commander. What do they want? Chu Tian fell into deep thought. Showing courtesy for nothing is either cheating or stealing. Bring her to me. Chu Tian was curious about the other party's purpose. Soon, Cleopatra came to Chu Tian's camp, and a voluptuous woman appeared. Wherever she went, even the tiger guards, who were responsible for guarding, could not restrain their impulses. As if she had natural charm skills. Chu Tian has SSS-level characteristics, Tian Khan, and Han Wu, which can offset Cleopatra's charming effect. To be honest, the woman in front of me, Cleopatra, has an extremely perfect figure, but her eyeshadow and appearance may not conform to Eastern aesthetics. Could this woman be Cleopatra? Chu Tian knew about Cleopatra. In order to fight for the throne of Egypt and prevent Egypt from being annexed by Rome, he seduced Caesar. Later, after Caesar was assassinated, Cleopatra and Caesar's general Antony, later, who ruled the eastern province of Rome. One of the three giants of Rome is good. Later, Antony was defeated by Octavian, and Cleopatra committed suicide or was exterminated and killed by Octavian. Octavian also killed all the illegitimate children of Caesar, Antony and Cleopatra. This is a woman who is truly a beauty and a disaster. If it weren't for the blessings of many emperor characteristics such as Tian Khan and Han Wu, Chu Tian would be hard-pressed to rely on himself. Cleopatra of Egypt. What happened? Cleopatra is willing to lead the Egyptian soldiers to help you capture the main city. Even I myself can also serve you. Cleopatra's passive charm skills were in effect with every move she made. Chu Tian knew that as Cleopatra was a famous queen, her consideration was not for love, but for profit. What do you want from me? Your mercy. And in the main world, give us some necessary support in Egypt. I will pay a sufficient price. Cleopatra held Chu Tian's hand and slowly leaned toward her, speaking in an enchanting tone. Ahem. Xiao Liang and Yekaterina interrupted Cleopatra's skills and appeared in the camp, glaring at Chu Tian and Cleopatra. Hearing Hua Mulan mention Cleopatra's request for an audience, Xiao Liang and Ekaterina felt deeply uncomfortable, so they turned enemies into friends and interrupted Cleopatra's charm towards Chu Tian. Snort! Cleopatra failed to activate her charm skill, and she couldn't help but feel a little unwilling. Chu Tian said righteously and sternly, I, Chu Zimu, have never lusted after women. If your Egyptian army helps me seize the city, I will give you a batch of gold and silver in the main world as appropriate as the cost of employment. Chapter 1091 Wukutai towing Mine Coalition Forces. Egypt still has 20,000 soldiers and horses. The leader is Saladin and Cleopatra's pharaoh guards. We can hire these Egyptian soldiers and horses for our use. Chu Tian considered that the Mamluk cavalry and the pharaoh guards were the elites of the kingdom of Egypt. If he received the help of 20,000 high-level Egyptian troops, the probability of defeating the Ogodii and Tolii brothers would increase. You're not trying to get Cleopatra, are you? She only serves the interests of Egypt and her own interests and can be attached to anyone. But of course she cannot be trusted. Chu Tian faced Xiao Liang and Yekaterina's doubts with awe-inspiring righteousness. If the harem catches fire, something bad will happen. She is not a good woman. She has her own charm skills. It is rare for a Katerina to unite with Xiao Liang. Cleopatra, who has her own charm skills, although she has no military ability, is good at dealing with men. Chu Tian would not change his strategy for a woman. The coalition forces of Chu Tian, Yekaterina, Ardashir, and Cleopatra are located in the east, while the coalition forces of Ajadai and Tuolei are located in the north. To the south, other lords arrive one after another. Let the Han Empire fight with the barbarians on the grassland to the death. Then it will be our chance. Marshall led the United States Dragoons and camped by the river, waiting for an opportunity. Staff Officer Adams said to Marshall, Charlie of England has abandoned the royal fleet and came to join us. I heard that Charlie's army encountered the Han Empire and the Persian fleet and suffered heavy losses. He only has 40,000 troops left. It's Chu Zimu of the Han Empire again. Marshall's face didn't look very good. Charles of England was the ally he found in this national war. However, in the battle with the combined fleets of the Han Empire and the Persian Empire, Charles of England was severely damaged. If we can get a Saint-level commander, it will be a huge improvement for us who don't have many generals. Together with Oda Nobunaga, Gustav, and Prince of Orange, after Chu Zimu and Agadai were both injured, we attacked the main city. Outside the camps of Wakutai and Tuolei, Shinjian Zibi, who carried a Mongolian bow and quiver on his back, led a team of cavalry on patrol, while Wakutai and Tuolei discussed their advance and retreat in the big tent. Marshall is unwilling to join forces with us. He wants to sit back and watch us fight, and both sides will suffer. Ajadai was furious because Marshall refused to join forces with him. The number of Saint-level commanders is limited, and various lords are also at odds with each other. Tuolei pondered for a while. Chu Zimu can unify the Han Empire. He will not fail to see Marshall's idea of taking advantage of the fishermen, and will not fight to the death with us. The most likely situation is a three-legged confrontation, and no one dares to make a move. Great Khan, Chu Zimu sent troops to attack. Before Tuolei finished speaking, Timur hurriedly entered the camp. Maybe he's crazy. No matter Wakutai or Tuolei, their expressions changed at this time. Chu Tian's reaction was completely different from what they expected. Chu Tian actually wanted to defeat them first before sending troops to attack the main city. Tuolei's face was gloomy. Isn't he afraid that both sides will suffer losses and take advantage of others? Mingwan, who followed Tuolei to the national war, said, He always doesn't act according to common sense, and anything is possible. It's really stupid. Since he came to attack, the winner will be decided today. Wakutai was forced by Chu Tian and had to fight. Mongolian, Turkic, and Persian cavalry were dispatched all over the mountains and plains. Tuareg had robbed half of the Parthian Empire, and therefore had cavalry from Persia. Hundreds of thousands of cavalry lined up in the plains. Several big lords fought in advance to compete for the holy commander. Subutai, the first general of the Mongolian Empire, reined in his horse and looked into the distance as the coalition forces composed of the four civilizations of ancient China, ancient Persia, ancient Egypt, and the Tsarist Russian Empire swept in. Xianhan died at their hands, and this revenge must be avenged. Subutai had not fought with Chu Tian for a long time, and now his blood was boiling. Mengge, Kublai Khan, Hulagu, and the sons of Tolai all participated in this national war and have identified Persian armor. Kublai Khan said to Tuolei, Father Khan, the Persians are in Chu Zimu's camp. We must completely conquer them in the main world and seize the Persians' holy meteor cavalry and undead army. Tuolei saw the hostile Persians. Last time, I mobilized 1,000,000 troops, combined with the power of Narachi, Mingwan, Tuoba Tao and others, and finally besieged Baghdad. The Arab Empire sent reinforcements, and Alexander marched into Asia Minor to control Armenia. So the Persians survived by falling short. Hulagu said, My child is willing to be a pioneer and attack Persia again. Tuolei nodded. When we return to the main world, we will definitely destroy it completely. The combined forces of Wakutai and Tuolei were divided into 3 armies. Wakutai personally took charge of the central army, while Subutai was on the left and Tuolei was on the right. All 3 are former members of the Mongol Empire. Subutai's left army consisted of 5,000 Qingxue troops, as well as Mawali's Tanmachi and Batu's Changzi troops. The right army that dragged the thunder, the 8 Banners Cavalry, the Dragon City Cavalry, the Chain Iron Horse, were as armored as clouds, and as long as the forest. Wakuatai's central army, the Indian generals War Elephants, Timur's Takhan heavy cavalry. Mahmud's Gashikalam heavy cavalry. Yeludashi's Shili cavalry. Shibi Khan's Turkic Eagle division. The Waquitai and Tuolay coalition forces, with cavalry as the absolute main force, recruited grassland lords from all sides, and also gathered famous generals. The prairie forces were divided into two. Some of the prairie generals defected to Chutian, such as Xiaochua, brother Yelxiu, Yufulua, and Yuantai, and some of them defected to Tuolay, such as Nurhasai, Tuoba Tao, and Murong Ba. Each side is its own master. Tuolay can entrust part of the territory to the heroes of the grassland, so Tuolay is even more supported by them. Wakuatai also implemented the feudal khanate system, which was completely different from Chutian's county system. However, there are also some grassland generals who do not necessarily want to break the soil and become kings. They just want to keep their tribes or succumb to the force of the Central Plains dynasty. The cavalry of Waquitai and Tuolay allied forces were black and majestic. Their armors were cold, and their swords were sparkling. With the help of the team Temujin left them, the two once again joined forces to build a powerful empire. The chaotic Central Asia, South Asia, and West Asia gave them the opportunity to rise. All the cavalry generals looked at Ajadai, the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire. As long as Ajadai gave the order to attack, they would launch a deadly attack on Chutian's coalition forces. The quota for the national war was limited, and Tuolay only gave one quota to the 8 banners. When Nurhasai, the leader of the 8 banners, saw the great Khan's battle flag in Ajadai, he couldn't help but envy. When will I be able to establish a dynasty that spans thousands of miles? The Xianbei cavalry represented by Murong Ba received 2 quotas. Murong Ba and Murong Ku were both on the battlefield. Tuolay infeft part of the territory captured from the Persian Empire to Murong Xianbei, allowing them to serve as the vanguard of the attack on the Persian Empire. Although Murong Ba and Murong Ku knew that Tuolay was using them, Tuolay agreed with them to establish the Great Yin Khanate in West Asia. So they had to work for Tuolay. At least Chutian could not agree to these people establishing an independent Khanate in the territory of the Han Empire. I didn't expect to have to fight that person again. Murong Ba and Murong Ku thought of the decisive battle in western Liaoning, and the scene where they were defeated by Chutian. In the decisive battle in western Liaoning, the Dragon City cavalry and the Chain cavalry were wiped out, which was extremely tragic. Murong Ba and Murong Ku still have psychological shadows to this day. The 4-nation coalition forces formed by Chutian arrived on the battlefield one after another. The Han army was in the center. Catherine's legion was on the left. Ardashir was on the right. And Cleopatra served as a mercenary reserve. In Chutian's western expedition plan, Wakuatai and Tuolay's grassland empire were difficulties that could never be bypassed. Since you can't avoid it, crush them head-on. Chutian's side also has strong troops. The left army composed of Catherine included the Varangian Guards, the Tsarist Guards, Cossack cavalry, Boyar cavalry, and Polish hussars. Ardashir's right army includes the Holy Fallen cavalry, Sovereign cavalry, Undead army, and Parthian archers. Among them, the Undead army is divided into the Undead infantry of the Achaemenid dynasty and the Undead cavalry of the Sasanian dynasty. No one dares to underestimate the elite of Persia. There are 20,000 Egyptian mercenaries. The main generals are Saladin and Cleopatra, the defenders of the Arab world. The main forces are Mamluk cavalry and the Pharaoh guards. In order to prevent the Egyptians from rebelling during the war, Cleopatra was taken as a hostage and detained by the Chinese army. Chutian invested 200,000 troops in this battle, including 100,000 Han troops, 40,000 Russian troops, 40,000 Persian troops, and 20,000 Egyptian troops. There are about 160,000 Wakuatai and Tuolay coalition forces. Chutian forces have a slight advantage in military strength. If Temujin had not been eager to attack the Central Plains, but developed like Ogdi and Tolai, perhaps the Mongol Empire would have been stronger. Chutian pointed his riding whip at the powerful Waquitai and Tuolay coalition forces on the opposite side. Temujin initially brought great shock to the Central Plains and almost defeated Liangzhou and the Western Region's protectorate. However, in Chutian's view, Temujin was still too impatient at the time. If Temujin managed patiently, the Mongol Empire might now be sitting on the Mabe and Western Region protectorate, as well as the land currently occupied by Ajadai and Tolai, spanning Europe and Asia. Since Temujin can't do it, Chutian can only do it, not Ogdi. Seeing that time was almost up, Chutian drew his long sword and said, "Attack!" Wokutai on the opposite side also drew his saber. Defeat them. Federal Chief. Chu Zimu of the Han Empire is at war with Wokutai of the Mongol Empire. Charlie, Gustav, Oda Nobunaga, and Prince of Orange. It's time for us to send out troops to capture the main city of the Holy Commander. Once we capture the main city, I will compensate you in the main world. Marshall received the intelligence, and after identifying the two powerful enemies, Chu Tian and Wokutai, to fight, he united England, Sweden, Japan, and the Netherlands to form a five-nation coalition to attack one of the main cities. In another main city, the three emperors of Rome, Alexander, Hohenzollern, Louis, Isabella, and other lords from the western continent joined forces to attack. And they also intrigued each other to compete for a spot as a holy commander. Chapter 1092 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. Kill! Xia Rookie, the 100-man killer, rode forward alone. A rain of arrows fell like locusts. Xia Luchi shot through the armor of the 8 Banners cavalry and killed him. The female military General Bathory led the Polish hussars to advance behind Sharuk. The Polish hussars adopted the most courageous tactics and attacked the 8 Banners cavalry head-on. The Ekaterina army is on the left, attacking the torpedo army on the enemy's right with all its strength. The 8 Banners cavalry fired a volley of heavy arrows, piercing the breastplates of the Polish hussars. Dozens of the Polish hussars in the front row fell off their horses. The 8 Banners cavalry's heavy arrows are very capable of breaking armor, and Bathory was almost killed by the 8 Banners cavalry's bow and arrow. The Polish hussars broke through the 8 Banners arrows, and their super long lances stabbed the 8 Banners cavalry, hitting the opponent earlier than the 8 Banners spears. An inch long, an inch strong, Xia Luchi rushed into the 8 Banners cavalry. The more enemy cavalry he killed, the stronger his combat power became. Crush them! Nurachi raised his saber high and faced off with the Polish hussars. 2 elite cavalry from the east and west clashed on the battlefield of the national war. They stabbed each other to death with lances and spears, and each high-level cavalry disappeared into white light. Xia Luchi relied on one man's strength to defeat more than 108 Banners cavalry in a row, and his offensive became more and more fierce. Murong Xianbei's Dragon City cavalry and chain cavalry launched a counterattack against Yekaterina's army. Thousands of mounted cavalry made the ground tremble. Murong Ba held up his spear and charged head-on with the boy heavy cavalry of the Russian Empire. More than a dozen boy cavalry were stabbed to death by Murong Ba. Murong served as commander-in-chief and military advisor, assisting Murong Ba. Ekaterina held her sword with both hands and commanded the Russian army from a high place. The Tsar's Guard and the Varangian Guard are loyal to her. The Viking General Harold carries a battle axe and wears a horn helmet. He is extremely powerful. The Varangian Guard, with less than 200 people left, may suffer from blood at any time. Exciting and violent. Prepare! Musketeers of the Tsarist Guard, protected by pikemen, loaded black powder. The iron hooves galloped. The muskets fired volleys, and the recoil shook the musketeers' shoulders, blocking the Xianbei chain iron horses trying to break through the defense line. The armor-breaking effect of the musketeers of the Tsarist Guards caused Murong's chain of iron horses to be shot and killed continuously. One of the 3 horses in the chain of horses fell to the ground, and the other 2 horses were also affected, causing them to flip over. The chain of iron chains brings a terrifying impact, but it has obvious shortcomings. It lacks the ability to turn and affects friendly forces. White gunpowder smoke filled the air, and the Tsarist Guards fired 3 rounds, resulting in hundreds of casualties and casualties in the chain of iron horses. Break through the enemy formation! Murong Ba took the lead and hit the Tsarist Guards with a torrent of steel. The iron horse in the chain is destined to go there without any return. Move forward indomitably, and there is no way out. The spearmen in the front row of the Tsar's Guard could not escape, and they used a dense phalanx of spears to resist the sudden attack of the chain of iron horses. Kill them all! Harold shouted, and a group of Viking berserkers from the Varangian Guards threw the small throwing axes on their waists. The sharp flying axe hovered in the air. The axe blade radiated cold light, and made a sound of breaking through the air due to its rapid rotation. The Xianbei armored cavalry forming a chain of iron horses looked into the air. More than 100 flying axes flew in. Among them, Harold's flying axe hit the armor of a Xianbei armored cavalry. The sharp battle axe cut directly into the armor, killing the Xianbei armor. The armored cavalry kills. At least 40 armored cavalry were killed with flying axes. Harold crossed the Tsarist Guards, cut into the chain of iron horses, entered a violent state, slashed with the battle axe, and cut off a war horse. Such power! Murong Ba was among the Xianbei cavalry, and was horrified when he saw Harold killing everyone. As a king among Viking berserkers, Harold is one of the most powerful Viking berserkers. Groups of horses passed by Harold. From time to time, Xianbei cavalry were cut down by Harold. The blood of the horses splashed on Harold. Like a bloody war god, the Viking berserkers of the Varangian guards also entered the gap between the chain horses, activated their fury, temporarily increased their combat power, and used their flesh and blood to form a defense line to block the front of the Tsarist guards. The musketeers of the Tsarist guards seized the time to reload and fired the next volley at the chain of iron horses. Murong divided the chain of iron horses into 30 teams, one team after another, and continued to impact Yekaterina's defense like waves. Die! Murong Ba saw that each of his subordinates was cut in half by Harold's battle axe. So in the melee, he rushed to Harold. With his horse's hooves raised, Murong Ba stabbed out with his spear, directly to Harold's throat. With a clang, the Viking battle axe blocked the war gun. The impact of Murong Ba's galloping made Harold fall back, leaving a 2-inch deep dent in the ground. Harold's eyes were red. His muscles were trembling, and he was wielding a Viking battle axe, fighting on foot and on horseback. When the left army was fighting, Wakutai ordered an Indian general to drive dozens of Indian war elephants to attack Chutian's Chinese army. Ajudai conquered many areas of the Mughal Empire in India, and one of the characteristic arms of the Mughal Empire in India was the elephant soldiers. If it were not for the limited number of ships in the national war, Ajudai would consider bringing more war elephants to participate in the national war. Wakutai believed that Chutian did not have time to prepare to deal with war elephants, nor would he prepare a fire attack to deal with dozens of war elephants. However, Chutian borrowed a Persian general and dozens of Persian war elephants from the Persian Lord Ardashir. Persian war elephants and Indian war elephants are equally matched. 2 elephant soldiers lead the battle, and the Indian generals and Persian generals face each other to the death. The high-level infantry and high-level cavalry around the armored war elephant fought fiercely, with arrows flying above their helmets. It is said that a long time ago in ancient China, there were a large number of elephant soldiers in the Central Plains. Later, the climate in the Central Plains was not suitable for war elephants to survive, so only the southernmost counties still used elephant soldiers. Chutian rarely used war elephants. This time, the war elephants cooperated with Wei soldiers and cavalry in fighting. If Chutian wants to form a war elephant army, it is not impossible. Chutian can recruit elephant slaves and war elephants from the southern barbarians. Wuchi commanded Wei Wuzu and advanced behind the Persian war elephants, blocking the frontal assault of Gashnikulum's heavy cavalry and the harassment of the Turkic Eagle division. Ogdi's troops suffered considerable losses in the previous battle with Yekaterina, which indirectly affected the outcome of this battle. Mahmud, who was responsible for attacking the Wei soldiers, found that his Ghulam heavy cavalry was insufficient in number and could not complete the breakthrough. Shibi Khan's Turkic Eagle division faced the divine arm, equipped by Wei Wuzu. In large-scale battles, the range and power of infantry crossbows are still higher than those of mounted archers. 2 troops, Beiwei Army and Jiangong Zidi Army, were on the left and right sides to cover the advancement of Wei Wu soldiers. The Han Army wants to break through the middle and prevent them from advancing. Wakutai has already seen Chutian's intention. Chutian gathered the main force in the center, while the troops on the 2 wings were relatively weak. Most of them wanted to defeat Wakutai in the middle, and then lead the troops to surround Tolei or Subutai on the flanks. Wuchi's Wei soldiers pressed forward step by step, and Mahmud's Ghulam heavy cavalry failed to attack the Wei soldiers' phalanx head-on, and suffered heavy losses. In order to help Wakutai stabilize the situation, Yeludashi personally commanded the Shilia cavalry and tried to disperse the Wei soldiers. Tamerlane also went into battle at the same time. Ardashir of the Right Army fought against Subutai, the first general of the Mongol Empire. A great battle broke out between the Holy Meteor Cavalry and the Chishua Army, and the Undead Army and the Elder Sun Army, leaving corpses everywhere. Ardashir and Subdai, the general under the Torii tent, were sworn enemies, and the 2 were evenly matched. The Holy Meteor Cavalry erupted. The Holy Flame swirled and hit the Mongolian cavalry. The Chishua Army collided head-on with the Holy Meteor Cavalry. 2 9th-level main arms representing different civilizations. Regardless of casualties, the mighty cavalry rushed past. The cavalry of the Sasanian Undead Army raised their guns and violently attacked Muwali's Tanmachi. Originally, Ardashir wanted to act according to the situation, But when he encountered the Tomine force, which was his mortal enemy, he attacked at all costs. The most brutal battle since the Sixth National War broke out among more than 300,000 elite troops. Hua Mulan urgently reported, "My lord, the United States and others have begun to attack the main city." When he was duking it out with Wokuotai and Tuolei, Chu Tian naturally did not forget that there were other lords nearby such as Marshal and Charles of England. "I hope you didn't lie to me." Chu Tian looked sideways at Cleopatra. According to the intelligence provided by the Egyptians fought with the holy commander of this main city, and probably killed tens of thousands of NPC defenders. But it was far from the point where the holy commander was seriously injured. So even if lords like Marshal join forces to attack the main city, they may not be able to win. Cleopatra carefully replied, "I have no reason for you to deceive you. Now that you have been hired, the Egyptian legion can go into battle." Chu Tian saw that the time was almost there, so he sent the Egyptian legion as a reserve team to the battlefield. The Egyptian priests were singing, providing various bonuses to the pharaoh guards. The pharaoh guards were armed with sickles, swords and shields and followed the way soldiers to advance. Saladin drew his Damascus sword and commanded the Mamluk cavalry to attack. The vast battlefield was filled with black smoke and tens of thousands of cavalry were killed. In the forest where the Egyptians were originally stationed, the royal boar, Shabalay, and the 5,000 sovereign cavalry have not moved yet. Yang Xingmi's Black Cloud Longsword army and even Chu Tian's cavalry army were camped in the forest, waiting for opportunities. Hold on! When Chu Tian and Wokuotai were fighting, Xiao Liang was ordered to lead a partial army to stand by in the forest. The five-nation coalition formed by Marshal was already at war, with the holy commander guarding the main city. The five nations' allied forces, including dragoons, English longbowmen, Swedish cavalry, Japanese warriors, and Dutch musketeers, formed an army of more than 400,000 and swept towards the main city. The coalition troops all over the mountains and plains were divided into 4 groups and attacked 4 branch cities at the same time, leaving the Saint-level commander powerless. The Saint-level commander guarding the main city simply gave up dividing his troops and concentrated his forces. 2 of the branch cities have been captured by the five-nation coalition forces. However, the strength of the holy commander was not much damaged, and he began to defeat them one by one, and counterattacked the Japanese army of Shogun General Oda Nobunaga. After Oda Nobunaga captured a branch city, he found himself surrounded by black-armored soldiers. A steady stream of black-armored soldiers climbed up the city, and thousands of Japanese samurai were killed. Chapter 1093, The Oriole is Behind. Oda Nobunaga held the famous pressure cut sword and directed the iron artillery team to fire a volley to suppress the black-armored soldiers who ascended the city. Hundreds of thousands of black-armored soldiers feverishly climbed the city. Japanese military generals such as Shimazu Yahisa and Shibata Katsui were eliminated in the battle, and Oda Nobunaga's troops became increasingly dwindling. The Black-Armored Legion with the bonus of the Holy Commander had extremely high attack power, and the Japanese warriors were massacred. This branch city was almost destroyed, and Oda Nobunaga had to go into battle with his sword and fight with the black-armored soldiers. This legion's attack power is very high. Tachibana Michiyuki holds the Tachi, Raikiri. The blade has a faint thunder light that can paralyze the opponent. However, when a dozen black-armored soldiers holding halberds work together to attack, the attack power is higher than that of infantry of the same level. Tachibana Michiyuki was wounded by a black-armored soldier and was dripping with blood. The famous Japanese generals, including Oda Nobunaga and Tachibana Michiyuki, were sweating profusely at this time. They underestimated the strength of the Holy Commander, especially an offensive Holy Commander. Saint-level commanders, who are good at attacking, often cause a lot of damage to the enemy. The 90,000 Japanese army were besieged by the Holy Commander, leaving less than 30,000, with a death rate of over 60%. This is under the premise that Oda Nobunaga is defending the city. The Japanese warriors were completely at a disadvantage in the close combat with the black-armored soldiers. Only Oda Nobunaga's iron artillery team brought a lot of damage to the black-armored soldiers with their firearms. The matchlock guns used by the iron artillery team can shoot through the armor of black-armored soldiers and kill them. However, the black powder brought by the iron artillery team will soon run out. Your Majesty General, almost all of our Takeda family samurai have been wiped out. Takeda Tadayoshi informed Oda Nobunaga of bad news. In the tug-of-war in this branch city, the Takeda family's red cavalry and samurai were severely wounded by the black-armored soldiers with the bonus of the Holy Commander, and almost all of them were wiped out. Oda Nobunaga gritted his teeth. Our allies haven't arrived yet. Could they have given up on us and attacked the main city? Oda Nobunaga could unify the 4 islands through operations, and was a tyrant in his own right. Oda Nobunaga, who had not seen reinforcements for a long time, thought that Marshall had abandoned him, and attacked the main city with all his strength. In fact, Oda Nobunaga's judgment was completely correct. The Saint-level commander sent troops to besiege Oda Nobunaga, and 4 other troops attacked the main city in large numbers. The Saint-level commander who was about to completely annihilate Oda Nobunaga soon realized it. So he gave up annihilating Oda Nobunaga, and returned to attack Marshall's United States troops. Oda Nobunaga, Tachibana Michiyuki, several surviving generals, and 20,000 Japanese samurai breathed a sigh of relief. Oda Nobunaga saw the city in a mess, and it seemed that he was still under the shadow of the holy commander, and he did not recover. This Saint-level commander is good at offense, so he basically doesn't consider defense. The unlucky Japanese army became the target of attack. Of the 90,000 people, only 20,000 were left. The other party didn't seem to be seriously injured yet. Takeda Tadayoshi said to himself, I wonder if Marshall and Charles can defeat this commander together. No, it shouldn't be a problem for Marshall and Gustavus II to join forces. Takeda Tadayoshi knew that the Nordic lion, Gustav II, as the first person in Europe to use firearms, and the father of modern European war, had the strength to arm wrestle with other Saint-level commanders. As a Saint-level commander of the firearms department, Gustav, coupled with Marshall's dragoons, I am afraid that other Saint-level commanders will also fall under their hands. It just depends on how much Marshall and Gustav are willing to pay. The Black Armored Army severely damaged the Japanese army, causing the Japanese army to lose its combat effectiveness. It then continued to attack the coalition forces of the 4 lords Marshall, Gustav, Charles, and the Prince of Orange, who were besieging the main city. Hundreds of thousands of troops are fighting fiercely below the main city. The Swedish musket phalanx fired a volley, killing the black armored soldiers, while the black armored soldiers rushed to attack the Swedish musket phalanx with halberds. Fire Dragon Legion! Griffin Legion! Attack the rear! Marshall sent 2 dragoons to attack the rear of the black armored corps. Wind! Wind! Gale! The morale of the black armored legion was high. The mountains roared and the tsunami roared, and tens of thousands of powerful crossbows fired at the opposite side. Many English knights and heavily armored soldiers were killed by crossbows. Fire the arrow! Edward, the Black Prince of England, commanded the English longbowmen to fight back. The arrows from both sides were like locusts flying towards the other side's camp, overwhelming the sky. Charles ordered, Lancelot, lead the Knights of the Round Table and crush the enemy from the flanks. As commanded, Lancelot, the most powerful knight of the Round Table, attacked with other Knights of the Round Table heroes, and 200 Knights of the Round Table broke into the black armored soldiers. Lancelot wore black plate armor and cut down the Black Knight's sword. The black armored soldier was instantly killed with one sword. The Knights of the Round Table bumped into the black armored soldiers, and Lancelot opened the way, forcing a bloody path, allowing the English knights behind to open a gap. However, the attack power of the black armored soldiers was astonishing, and the Knights of the Round Table fell into a black swamp, except for the extremely powerful first knight Lancelot. Other ordinary Knights of the Round Table and English knights died one after another. The dragoons were in full swing, firing volleys from the musket phalanx, and the black armored soldiers fell to pieces. Halberds were harvested, and powerful crossbows were fired with thousands of arrows. The soldiers of England, the Netherlands, and Sweden also suffered heavy losses. Marshall, Gustav, Charlie and others seemed to have underestimated the opponent's strength. The opponent's legion had average defense, but extremely amazing attack power. They exchanged lives for lives. If this continues, our losses will be considerable. But it is not a problem. Chu Zimu and Waquitai of the Han Empire are fighting to the death. According to my data, they will both suffer losses and be unable to come to fight. When they react, the Saint-level the commander-in-chief has been captured by us. Adams analyzed it for Marshall and believed that it was inevitable to win. Marshall agreed with Adams's conclusion. Gustav's bonus to firearms is really terrifying. If it weren't for his bonus to firearms, we might not be able to defeat this holy commander. After returning to the main world, try to win over Gustav. Husband, for our use, Adams said. Gustav's military ability is very strong, but the population of Northern Europe is insufficient. If he wants to go to war, he must obtain our funds and support. It is easier to use him than Alexander of Macedonia or Charles of England. No one has trouble with gold coins. Gustavus II provided bonuses to the Swedish musket phalanx and the United States dragoons, which increased the power and accuracy of the firearms. The black armored soldiers fought hard, but many people were killed by the firearms. The five-nation coalition had 400,000 troops. After paying the price of 200,000 troops, Gustav, Marshal, Charles, and the Prince of Orange gradually formed a pincer attack. The black armored soldiers of the Saint-level commander were suppressed by firearms and besieged by the lords of the four countries. In order to defeat the opponent, Gustav II even used 10 original cannons in his collection to bombard the black armored soldiers. Swedish cavalry covers the Swedish musket phalanx. English longbowmen, Knights of the Round Table, Dutch musketeers, United States dragoons, and Indian archers all participated in the battle. The number of holy level commanders is getting smaller and smaller. He couldn't help but frown. If he encounters a legion with completely cold weapons, he can also cause greater casualties to the opponent. However, he met Gustavus II and Marshal, who were good at firearms, as well as English longbowmen and Knights of the Round Table. Gustav II used 10 bronze cannons, which caused the morale of the black armored soldiers to decline. After all, he is only one person, and he has to divide his troops to defend the main city. This saint-level commander will be mine. Marshal could already foresee that this holy commander would become his prisoner and then serve the United States. He successively severely damaged the Egyptian army and the Japanese army, and then fought against the four nations' allied forces. The four nations' allied forces also had firearm civilization. The strength of this holy level commander had already tempted Marshal. Lord has a lot of restrictions on firearms. Marshal believes that it is necessary to have a huge army of cold weapons. Charles of England saw that the number of the Black Armored Legion was getting smaller and smaller. But he had other ideas and recruited Lancelot, the first knight of the Round Table. You try to capture that holy commander alive and bring him to me. Charlie believed that the conditions given to him by Marshal might not be as great as the benefits of obtaining a saint-level commander. So he secretly planned it. Gustav also recruited several famous Swedish generals. Try to compete for the holy commander. After several Western lords worked together to defeat a powerful enemy, they each had their own agenda. There are less than 20,000 black-armored soldiers left. Not all of the legions commanded by the saint-level commander of the main city are high-level soldiers, and a considerable part of the troops are low-level soldiers. He was still trying his best to resist, causing tens of thousands of casualties to Marshal, Gustav, and others. There is no way to save it. The saint-level commander had to admit defeat. The four-nation coalition, which used a mixture of firearms and cold weapons, was indeed powerful. Gustav also had 10 rare bronze cannons, which caused the morale of the black-armored soldiers to drop. There was a Black Hawk circling over the battlefield, giving a bird's-eye view of the entire battlefield, and a few black feathers fell down. Several Western lords, including Marshal, were preparing to compete for the holy commander-in-chief, and they were within easy reach when the dull sound of horse hooves suddenly came from the distance. The dragoons who were on guard outside the battlefield were the first to discover the cavalry, who suddenly intervened in the battlefield. Almost all Western lords and generals on the battlefield fell into chaos. Iron hooves crisscrossed the area, and 5,000 Persian sovereign heavy cavalry charged, kicking up billowing sand and dust. Royal boar, Shabalaz is at the forefront. What Shabalaz is best at is the pig attack tactic. After approaching the battlefield, he immediately launches a pig attack. The Royal Boar feature gave Shabalaz sovereign heavy cavalry a 40% impact bonus. The sovereign heavy cavalry directly overwhelmed the surrounding dragoons, without giving them a chance to dismount and form a formation. The Royal Wild Boar, the allied forces of the four nations, and the black armored soldiers are located in a straight line. The Wild Boar has a huge appetite and wants to penetrate the two armies of the four-nation alliance army and the black armored soldiers through the pig thrust. The Black Cloud Longsword army and the Iron Cavalry army are behind the Royal Wild Boar, with the Royal Wild Boar as the vanguard general. At this time, Marshal, Gustav, Charles, and the Prince of Orange were stunned when they saw the cavalry entering the battlefield. Marshal's face twisted. Stop them! Chapter 1094 Capture the Holy Commander. The Sovereign Heavy Cavalry, commanded by Royal Boar, Chabalet, broke through the blockade of the Swedish dragoons. Thousands of Swedish cavalry were routed. The Sovereign Heavy Cavalry used their astonishing pig-breaking capabilities to overwhelm the four-nation coalition's cavalry that came to stop them. The Griffin Legion of the United States is an elite heavy cavalry legion. ordered to resist the royal boar's pigs. Chabalay's spear smashed down, knocking down a heavy cavalry of the Griffin Legion. The latter's helmet is dented, and he is too dead to die. Hurry! We can't give the Saint-level commander to them. No matter who among us can grab it. We can't give it to Chu Zimu. Marshal knew that Chu Tian was a formidable enemy. If the Holy Commander fell into the hands of Chu Tian, it would be equivalent to him working for Chu Tian. In the future, the Han Empire might even go on an expedition to America. Brand, the leader of the Fire Dragon Legion. Edward, the Black Prince of England. Lancelot, the first knight of the Round Table. Several famous Swedish generals. And the Prince of Orange of the Netherlands. All mobilized to attack the Holy Commander and his remaining remnants. Not many troops. Charles of England has fallen into madness. But his military strength is not high. He can only wait anxiously for Edward and Lancelot to capture the Holy Commander for him. At this time, he could no longer care about the agreement with Marshall. In the face of easy benefits, allies may also fall out, coupled with the appearance of an elite legion on the periphery of the battlefield. The situation was even more chaotic. Charlie wanted to fish in troubled waters and gain the allegiance of the Holy Commander. By then, the deal is done, and Marshall can't do anything to him. The knight's sword in Lancelot's hand slashed, and the black sword energy harvested the black armored soldiers and took the Holy Commander directly. In order to protect their commander, the elite black armored soldiers around the Holy Commander risked their lives to resist Lancelot. Anyone who stands in my way will die. The knight's sword was as light as nothing in Lancelot's hand, and even the 9th level soldiers were killed by him with one sword. The sharp black knight's sword cuts through iron like clay and easily cuts through armor. The Holy Commander is ours. Several famous Swedish generals led cuirassiers and came from the other direction to fight for it. Gustav also had several cavalry commanders under his command. In addition, Gustav also conquered a group of Viking berserkers. Because Viking berserkers were originally a unique unit of Nordic civilization. When they joined forces to besiege the Holy Commander, Gustav not only contributed firearms, but also had Viking berserkers and Swedish cavalry to cover him. The Black Prince Edward charged towards him with his sword and also wanted to capture the Holy Commander. The 400,000-strong army finally exhausted the legion of the Holy Commander, and everyone was snatching the victory. To this end, all the lords tried their best. The battlefield was extremely chaotic, with various armies fighting. Dozens of black armored soldiers were knocked away by heavy cavalry. Royal Wild Boar! Chabalez took the lead and fought his way out of a group of black armored soldiers. The first task he received was not to kill the enemy, but to take away the Holy Commander. The commander in charge of the army may not be as powerful as a wild boar. Cover me! Chabalez shouted loudly. And the sovereign heavy cavalry went to block the knight of the Round Table Lancelot and the Black Prince Edward. Chabalez swept the guards around the Holy Commander with a gun and attacked with all his strength. The Savalon heavy cavalry has the Royal Boar Burst bonus, which is full of explosive power. The attacking soldiers and horses from all directions were instantly dispersed by the Savalon heavy cavalry. Lancelot wielded the Black Knight's sword and killed the Savarin heavy cavalry with sword energy. 5,000 Savalon heavy cavalry advanced one after another. After launching the charge, they could not stop and could only keep charging forward. Lancelot was only armed, but he was blocked by the 7th level Savalon heavy cavalry. Edward, the Black Prince, encountered the same predicament as Lancelot. The Savarin heavy cavalry took the lead. He slashed with all his strength, trying to kill the endless heavy cavalry. Knight's sword and armor collide. The wild boar Chabalez swung his gun with his right arm and knocked away the sword from the Holy Commander's hand, effortlessly capturing this general, who had made countless lords break their heads to snatch him away. As Chu Tian imagined, the strength of a saint-level commander may not be high. The war eagle circling over the battlefield emitted a loud hawk's cry and struck the sky, alerting the wild boar Chabalez to retreat. Chabalez originally wanted to complete the major feat of capturing the Holy Commander and defeating the Four-Nation Coalition, but Xiao Liang requested him to retreat immediately through War Eagle. Walk! Chabalez unceremoniously picked up the Holy Commander and turned around to escape. Xiao Liang was cautious in using his troops. After the Holy Commander was captured, he chose to withdraw his troops to prevent being recaptured by Marshall. Without Chu Tian's cavalry bonus, the cavalry's combat effectiveness is greatly reduced. In this state, when fighting Marshall's coalition forces, they are likely to be defeated, and the gains outweigh the losses. Yang Xingni commanded the Black Cloud Long Sword Army, and Schwerengui commanded the cavalry army to respond to Chabalez's sovereign heavy cavalry. When Lancelot, the Black Prince Edward, and the Nordic Lion Gustav reached the commander's flag, the Holy Commander had been kidnapped by Chabalaz. Hunt them! Marshal, Charles, Prince of Orange, and other lords were furious when they saw that the Holy Commander they were about to obtain was taken away. This was the opportunity for them to invest all their forces in the national war in exchange for the opportunity to capture the Holy Commander. As a result, they were taken over by the Han army, which they could not accept. In fact, the pain of being deprived of food by a tiger's mouth is greater than that of Mang Yinglong, Qin Shizong, and others who were eliminated on Fendeo. Mang Yinglong and Qin Shizong were unable to come to the main island on their own, while Marshall and Charlie worked for Chu Tian. It was obvious that the latter was in more pain. The allied forces of the four nations were in hot pursuit at the rear, fighting to the death. On the battlefield between Chu Tian and Wakuatai, the two sides fought fiercely, leaving corpses everywhere. Wakuatai and Tuolei's eyes were bloodshot, and they were panting. Their soldiers and horses were almost completely killed and injured in this battle, and they lost the possibility of competing for the Holy Commander-in-Chief. Opposite them, the 200,000-strong coalition forces of Chu Tian, Yekaterina, and Ardashir also suffered heavy casualties in order to annihilate the 160,000-strong army of Ogdi and Tolai. Wakuatai and Tuolei brought almost all high-level troops. If they wanted to annihilate them, the price paid would be heavy. In the end, both sides withdrew their troops, but no one benefited. Although Uchi's soldiers are terrifying, it is not difficult for legions such as Wakuatai and Tuolei, which are composed entirely of cavalry, to escape after being defeated. He is hurting both of us! What is this for? Why? Wakuatai saw that the battlefield was in a mess. On Chu Tian's side, at least 120,000 soldiers and horses were killed, with only tens of thousands left. This puzzled Wakuatai. Both he and Chu Tian were strong candidates to compete for the Holy Commander. However, Chu Tian chose to lose both sides. This was equivalent to indirectly benefiting other lords and giving up the Holy Commander to others. Wakuatai couldn't understand Chu Tian's intention. Tuolei speculated. Did he fight with us just for the sake of military exploits? Impossible. The military merit gained from fighting with us is not as valuable as a Holy Commander. Furthermore, by attacking the main city, one can already obtain military merit, unless he has other intentions. Wakuatai thought that Chu Tian's vision was not so short-sighted. How many points is a saint-level commander worth in this national war? No lord knows. But it is definitely no less than hundreds of thousands of points, or even worth millions of points. Withdraw troops? After Chu Tian severely damaged the Wakuatai and Tuolei coalition forces, he chose to withdraw his troops. The national war can be resurrected, but it doesn't make much sense to waste time chasing down Wakuatai and Tuolei. Compared with personal grudges, as a lord, interests come first. On the surface, both sides lose, but in fact Chu Tian may have made a profit. Chu Tian chose to fight Wakuatai and Tuolei. One of his purposes was to severely damage Wakuatai and Tuolei so that they would lose the ability to compete for the Holy Commander. Another purpose was to induce Marshall to attack the Holy Commander, so that both Marshall and the commander guarding the main city would be harmed. Then Xiao Liang, Yi Zhu, and Yang Xingmi would launch a surprise attack and seize the food from the tiger's mouth. It is entirely possible for the Legion of the Holy Commander to severely damage the coalition forces of the United States. Sun Bin and Chu Tian mentioned two ways of borrowing money: hiring the Egyptian Legion as a reserve force, which is direct borrowing, and inducing Marshall to consume the strength of the Holy Commander. And the fishermen will benefit, which is indirect borrowing, to destroy the three armies of Wakuatai, the Holy Commander, and Marshall at the same time was a risky plan. Chu Tian didn't know that the other side had successfully captured the Holy Commander, and he was still a little uneasy at this time. There is a danger in snatching food from the tiger's mouth. If the saint-level commander is captured by Marshall in advance, Chu Tian's deployment will fail. Then it depends on luck. As the saying goes, it's up to people to plan things, and it's up to God to make things happen. If he didn't take risks and Wakuatai and Marshall joined forces, Chu Tian would really not be able to defeat the two men's 550,000 troops. Cleopatra felt a little broken at this time. Originally, she wanted to use Chu Tian's power to see if there was a chance to take away the Holy Commander when Chu Tian was about to conquer the main city or capture the Holy Commander. Cleopatra's ambitions were not small, and she was still thinking of becoming a saint-level commander. As a result, Chu Tian brought her to attack Ogdi, causing the Egyptian army to suffer heavy casualties. Now she no longer had the strength to complete her plan. Cleopatra asked Chu Tian, Emperor of the Han Dynasty. You have exhausted your troops here. Don't you want to compete for the Holy Commander? Chu Tian estimated that it was almost time. So he no longer concealed anything. I have divided my troops to fight for the main city. Cleopatra's face turned pale. She was also tricked by Chu Tian. Chu Tian was worried about taking Cleopatra and Artashir to seize the main city, fearing that they would steal the results in the end. This was one of the reasons why he launched a crusade against Ogdi. In short, this time Chu Tian and the others teased all the nearby lords, including their own allies. Return to the teacher. Xiao Liang, Xuerengui, Yang Xingmi, and Shabalaz led their troops to flee into the forest, while the frustrated marshal and others were still pursuing them. The Saint-level commander was brought to Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang already had some guesses about the commander's identity, but she still wanted to confirm his identity. Who are you? Since we are defeated, we can only choose to be loyal. Ding! Saint-level commander Bai Qi pledges his allegiance to you. Chapter 1095 The Killing God Bai Qi. It's indeed Bai Qi. Xiao Liang and Chu Tian had probably guessed from Cleopatra's dictation that the holy commander who severely damaged the Egyptian legion was Bai Qi, the leader of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period. Bai Qi was already very fierce in destroying the Egyptian army and the Japanese army, and fighting with the 4-nation coalition. And that black-armored legion is the Qin army that advocates black, and is composed of Iron Eagle Rui warriors, Qin Rui warriors, and low-level Qin soldiers. It was precisely because he guessed in advance that this holy commander was Bai Qi. So Chu Tian used Marshall to consume Bai Qi's troops. Marshall formed the 5 powers allied forces, and only then did he use up the White Army. This is trouble. Xiao Liang originally just wanted to confirm the identity of the prisoner, but Bai Qi suddenly pledged his allegiance to her. Bai Qi thought he was defeated by Xiao Liang. It was actually Chu Tian who was deployed. However, there was no possibility of betrayal by Xiao Liang, so Chu Tian asked her to supervise the troops. As a player, Xiao Liang can also see the panels of the generals he is loyal to. Name, Bai Qi. Level, 100. Talent, the first of the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period, Holy Commander. Infantry/Cavalry type. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 100. Force, 84. Intelligence, 91. Politics, 23. Charm, 35. Favorability, 50. Phaseality, calm. Characteristic 1, Wanjuan Bai Qi, SSS level exclusive trait. Whole Army Aura. On the battlefield, the whole army's attack power plus 20%. Formation maintenance plus 10%. Morale decline rate during battle minus 15%. Qin Ruishi. Iron Eagle Ruins. Great Wall Army. Lishan Army and other Qin troops have an additional plus 10% attack power, and an additional plus 10% formation maintenance. Feature 2, God of Killing, SSS level exclusive feature. During a battle, the attack power of your own army plus 20%, and the Legion soldiers gain a murderous aura bonus. Every time an enemy soldier is killed, the soldier's attack power plus 10%, up to stacked 4 layers. That is, the attack power is an additional plus 40%, the enemy is prone to fear, and the defense power is reduced by 1 to 15%, which is related to the command value of the enemy general. Feature 3, 6 Kingdoms of Bird Hunting, SSS level exclusive feature. Once the enemy is surrounded in the wild, and an annihilation war is carried out, the attack power of the own army will be increased by an additional 30%. The enemy will fall into chaos and morale will immediately drop by 5% to 50%. Related to the enemy general's command value. Characteristic 4, Fusion of Enemies, SSS level feature. Bai Qi can divide a team of strange soldiers to attack the enemy's rear, with an upper limit of 15,000 people. Even if the leader of this strange force is not Bai Qi, it can still get Bai Qi's bonus, and the attack strength plus 15%. Does not stack with characteristics 3 and 5. If the enemy's rear is successfully attacked, the enemy's morale will immediately drop by 5% to 50%. Related to the enemy general's command value. Feature 5, Overwhelm the city like a mountain, SSS level feature. When attacking a city, the attack power of the troops is plus 36%, which does not overlap with features 3 and 4. After conquering a city, the morale of the army is immediately restored by 1% to 30%, which is the same as the attack power. The difficulty of the city is related. The more difficult the city is to attack, the greater the morale will be restored after it is conquered. Characteristic 6, Killing people like water, negative characteristics. Easy to kill and surrender. Easy to shock the master with high achievements. and the people's sentiment in the occupied area will drop significantly. Special arms, Iron Eagle Warriors, 9th level infantry/cavalry. Upper limit of 1,500. Inherited the Legion of Qin General Sima Qiu. On the way to retreat, Xiao Liang took a look at Bai Qi's abilities. All of them were features that increased attack power. They almost topped up the attack power of the Legion. None of the features were related to defense. It can be said that Bai Qian, Lord, has fully improved the ability of the Legion to attack. And in addition, it reduces the enemy's morale and defense, so that his Legion has more terrifying output. This is an extremely abnormal attack-type military commander. Facing Bai Qi's army, even if he wanted to severely damage Bai Qi, he had to be prepared to suffer heavy losses. In comparison, Wu Qi and Wang Jian are relatively conservative, and their bonuses are relatively comprehensive, and they are not as biased as Bai Qi. However, it is precisely because of his partiality that he can enhance his attack to the extreme, which is unmatched by other commanders. Bai Qi is good at annihilation battles, dividing troops to bypass the rear, and siege cities. He is good at all aspects, no matter sneak attacks or sieges. He has a high attack bonus. Bai Qi also has the 9th level soldier, Iron Eagle Warrior. Xiao Liang knew that Chu Tian also had an Iron Eagle Warrior token in his hand. In this way, the Han Empire has 3,000 Iron Eagle Warriors. A 9th level soldier. The Iron Eagle Warriors may become an elite group of the Han Empire in the future, fighting in both the south and the north. The Iron Eagle Warrior, coupled with Bai Qi's ultimate bonus to attack, should be invincible. The premise is that Chu Tian has enough national power for Bai Qi to squander. In the Battle of Chongping, Qin also paid a heavy price. If you focus too much on offense and underestimate defense, you will suffer considerable losses. In short, as long as Bai Qi is given enough troops, he can basically defeat him. If the opponent wants to defeat him, he will have to pay a heavy price of killing 1,000 enemies and damaging himself 800. In addition, Bai Qi has a negative characteristic of killing people like water, which is easy to kill and shake the leader. Moreover, the conquered areas hate Bai Qi, and the people's morale has dropped significantly. The existence of negative characteristics makes Bai Qi more suitable to conquer some stubbornly resistant areas and level them. As for some areas that require gentleness, sending Bai Qi to conquer them may not be very beneficial to subsequent governance. It is difficult to conquer the world, and it is not easy to defend the world. His great achievements shocked the Lord. Xiao Liang suddenly remembered that in history, shortly after the Battle of Chongping, King Qin Zhaoxiang ordered Bai Qi to commit suicide. It was not because Bai Qi killed and surrendered that King Qin Zhaoxiang suddenly realized his conscience, but because King Qin Zhaoxiang was about to be 70 at that time. It was necessary to eradicate Bai Qi, who had unprecedented prestige after the Battle of Chongping. 60-year-olds. 70-year-olds are rare in ancient times. If King Qin Zhaoxiang does not get rid of Bai Qi before his death, it will be difficult to guarantee that Bai Qi will not usurp the throne. After Bai Qi pledged his allegiance, Xiao Liang seemed to be able to use Bai Qi to launch a counterattack. My lord is not here. You provide bonuses for the Legion and defeat the pursuers. Xiao Liang thought that Bai Qi could provide a high attack bonus to the Legion and could temporarily replace Chu Tian's bonus to cavalry. So he appointed Bai Qi as the chief general. The Royal Wild Boar Chabolet is good at assault. Yang Xingmi is good at water attack. Xueragui is good at personal force and bow riding. And Bai Qi is good at offense. To counterattack at this time, Bai Qi's ability will be used. Take orders! Bai Qi immediately took over the Iron Cavalry Army, Savalan Cavalry, and Black Cloud Long Sword Army. After Bai Qi became the commander-in-chief, these three troops suddenly became filled with murderous intent, which was suffocating. Bai Qi's second SSS level characteristic, Killing God, takes effect, and the Legion soldiers gain a murderous aura bonus. Every time an enemy soldier is killed, the soldier's attack power is increased by an additional 10%, which can be stacked up to 4 levels. In other words, the more enemies Bai Qi's legionnaires kill in a battle, the higher their attack power will be. This is similar to Xiao Luqi's characteristic, killing 100 people. What a terrifying attack power! Xiao Liang somewhat understood why the troops of the 6 nations could only defend when facing Bai Qi. When encountering the Qin army with such strong attack power in the wild, they can only be harvested. Zhao Kuo led the Zhao army to fight Bai Qi's Qin army in the wild. He was undoubtedly seeking death, especially when he was surrounded by Bai Qi. And Bai Qi was best at annihilation battles. According to Bai Qi's panel, once Bai Qi successfully surrounds the enemy, The SSS level feature, 6 Kingdoms of Bird Hunting, will also provide Bai Chi's Legion with an additional 30% attack power bonus. Bai Chi's superposition of attack power was a bit excessive, especially during the Annihilation War. Therefore, facing Bai Chi, the best way is to defend as tightly as Lianpu, and not give Bai Chi a chance to surround him in the wild. Then Bai Chi will not be able to use the extra attack bonus of 6 Kingdoms of Bird Hunting. In addition, if Bai Chi Legion is not given a chance to kill, Bai Chi Legion will not be able to superimpose murderous intent, and its combat effectiveness will also be affected. All in all, when fighting against Bai Chi, you need to pay attention to many aspects. Otherwise, Bai Chi's general's attack power may be superimposed at any time, and the consequences will be very serious. Under normal circumstances, Bai Chi can already provide the army with a 40% attack bonus with the army aura, 20%, and Killing God, 20% of Guanju and Bai Chi. If each soldier of the Bai Chi Legion has 4 layers of murderous intent, the attack bonus can reach up to 80%. In the wild, there is an additional 30% attack bonus for annihilating surrounded enemy troops, and an additional 10% attack bonus for the Qin army. The theoretical maximum attack power bonus is 120%. At present, there is no general in the Chutian forces who can make the Legion achieve such a high attack power alone. Bai Chi's current attack power for the 3 troops is 40%. Under Bai Chi's command, the Cavalry Army, Sovereign Cavalry, and Black Cloud Long Sword Army counterattacked. Marshal, Charles, Gustav and more than 100,000 troops who were chasing the Han army were suddenly attacked by Bai Chi. And there was chaos. A Black Cloud Long Sword Army kills a Swedish cavalry with a long sword, with even more murderous intent and an additional plus 10% attack power. The average attack power of the Bai Chi Legion gradually increased due to killing enemy troops. Xiao Liang seems to have understood how to use Bai Chi's ability. During the war, we must try to make the Bai Chi Legion superimpose their murderous intent, and try to encircle and annihilate the enemy as much as possible, so as to add up to the Bai Chi Legion's attack power layer by layer. Marshal, Charlie, and Gustav were severely injured by Bai Chi. Marshal looked embarrassed, because he had sensed the unique murderous aura of the Holy Level Commander's Legion from the Han cavalry, who turned back to counterattack. The stronger the murderous intent, the higher the average combined attack power of each soldier of the Bai Chi army. Damn it! The Holy Commander has been recruited. Marshal was almost furious. It was unbearable to see the Holy Commander he was about to obtain snatched away halfway. During the National War, once recruited by the opponent, even if Bai Chi is killed, Bai Chi can be resurrected in the main world, which means that Marshal and the others can no longer compete for Bai Chi. Retreat! Marshal had to give up the pursuit and was driven away by Bai Chi. Soldiers are crafty. Easterners are indeed as cunning as foxes. Gustavus, the Great Northern Army, was unwilling to retreat. This was probably the most unsuccessful sale he ever made. The fight for the Holy Commander failed, and Marshal was not necessarily willing to give Gustav the gold coins he promised in the main world. The population of Gustav's Swedish kingdom was too small, and he needed gold coins to maintain a huge military budget. Giving the Saint-level commander to Chu Zimu today will definitely cause serious trouble in the future, Charles of England boldly predicted. A Saint-level commander who is good at attacking will serve for the Han Empire, and will be a nightmare for every civilization in the future. Chapter 1096 The Ownership of the Second Holy Commander. After Chutian severely damaged the Waquitai and Tuolei coalition forces, they were short of troops and chose to withdraw their troops and return to join Xiao Liang. According to his plan, Xiao Liang's partial army broke into the battlefield after both Marshal and Bai Chi were injured, kidnapped Bai Chi, and even temporarily recruited Bai Chi, then counterattacked and defeated Marshal. A general followed Xiao Liang. Bai Chi had murderous intent and was not angry but powerful. It seemed that as long as he drew his sword, the murderous intent would go straight to the bullfighting. Chu Tian had already guessed Bai Chi's identity in advance, so he was not surprised. Xiao Liang asked Bai Chi to be loyal to Chu Tian, but Bai Chi was unwilling. He would rather be a retainer than serve the emperor. It seems that Bai Chi instinctively believed that serving under the emperor was more dangerous, because he was killed by the emperor in history. Chu Tian read the panel sent by Xiao Liang. The minimum attack power bonus is 40%, and the maximum is 120%. It also reduces the enemy's morale and defense. Who can withstand this? After Chu Tian understood the mechanism of Bai Chi's ability, he took a deep breath. Bai Chi's attack bonus against Legion is too high. Generally speaking, Only a few special generals have more complicated mechanisms. Bai Qi's mechanism is already relatively complicated, and it also needs to be superimposed with murderous intent. If Chu Tian was dissatisfied with anything, it was that Bai Qi's defense bonus to the Legion was 0%. However, Chu Tian cannot expect Bai Qi to reach perfection. Otherwise, Chu Tian can release his military power with a glass of wine in advance and let other generals retire and return home. Obviously, Bai Qi is positioned as a top offensive commander. In Bai Qi's eyes, there is no concept of defense. The best defense is offense. Only strong national power can support Bai Qi's continuous attacks. It is obvious that Chu Tian has this national power. The current Chu Tian is somewhat similar to King Qin Jiaxiang, who can give Bai Qi troops to attack various civilizations. Bai Qi's negative characteristics still make it difficult for Chu Tian to let go. If we cannot suppress Bai Qi in the future, then we must try to take Bai Qi away before we leave. Chu Tian said this to Xiao Liang in private. If Chu Tian thought that his life was about to end, and Chu Wu did not have enough military exploits to inherit the throne, then Chu Tian might have to kill Sima Yi, Bai Qi, Yu Tai and others. The birds are gone. The good Bao is hidden. The cunning rabbit is dead. And the lackeys are cooked. This is the emperor's helplessness. Of course, Chu Tian's military exploits are currently at a high level, and Bai Qi has just recruited. So Chu Tian is not worried that Bai Qi's military exploits will overwhelm his master. Currently, the Chu Tian forces still have Wu Qi who can check and balance Bai Qi. As a saint-level commander, Wu Qi has high and comprehensive bonuses to Wei soldiers. Wang Jian, Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Hu Xubing and other generals join forces to suppress Bai Qi. No matter how brave Bai Qi is, he is still a person after all. In addition, Bai Qi's political ability seems to be not very good, and he lacks the ability to form gangs. Chu Tian was worried that Bai Qi would be used by Sima Yi and others as a thug to threaten his son's rule. Of course, this is something Chu Tian will have to consider when he gets old. For now, Chu Tian can use Bai Qi with confidence. Chu Tian's forces have many advisors, so it is relatively easy to check and balance them. Cleopatra and the Persian Emperor Ardashir were jealous when they saw the legendary holy commander. Chu Tian's behavior of secretly building a plank road to assassinate Shen Song was not very kind to his allies. But there was nothing they could do. Chu Tian had already captured one of the saint-level commanders with his own military strength. At the same time, he gained military exploits through the battle and made a lot of money. Cleopatra's plan to use Chu Tian's military strength and then seize the holy commander completely failed. As for Ardashir, no one knew whether he had the same plan as Cleopatra at the beginning. So he found Chu Tian. Alas! The troops are almost exhausted. It is estimated that there is no hope of competing for the second saint-level commander. Chu Tian couldn't help but sigh. In order to severely damage the Waquitai and Tuolei coalition forces, the Quartet coalition forces on Chu Tian's side lost 120,000 lives. Xiao Liang's partial division of tens of thousands of people also suffered a lot in the battle with Marshall and others. In other words, Chu Tian had almost exhausted its main force and was unable to compete for the second main city. But if you think about it carefully, fighting for the two main cities means going against almost all the lords. And Chu Tian's military strength is not enough. When Cleopatra and Persian Emperor Ardahi heard Chu Tian sigh, their faces twitched. Chu Tian was too greedy. There are only two places for saint-level commanders in this national war. If you can win one saint-level commander, you will be thankful. Egypt, Persia, the Mongol Empire, the Ilkhanate, the United States, England, Sweden, the Netherlands, Japan, Tsarist Russia. So many civilizations competed for one main city, and only Chu Tian won it, which shows that the competition is fierce. In another main city, Roman, Macedonian, Spanish, German, French, Amazon, Mughal and other civilizations were also fighting, scheming against each other, and had millions of soldiers. Want to capture two main cities at the same time? This probability is infinitely close to zero. Chu Tian just sighed with emotion. He was able to recruit Bai Qi and did not let Bai Qi fall into the hands of other lords. He had achieved his goal. Moreover, it made Marshall, Charlie, Gustav and others angry. How can it be described as pleasant? Just like Chu Tian's guess. When Chu Tian arranged for a partial division to snatch Bai Qi, nearly 1,000,000 soldiers and horses surrounded the second holy commander on another battlefield. The various lords attacked the holy commander frantically. Even a saint-level commander could not sustain himself in the face of so many crazy lord attacks. This battlefield may be even more intense than the battlefield in Chutian. The three major knights in Europe are all on this battlefield. The Teutonic Knights of Germany, the Knights Templar of France, and the Knights Hospitaller, currently controlled by the Romans, are fighting. The Roman legions marched across the field. The Spanish phalanx advanced. The Indian war elephants were trampled by war. The Macedonian cavalry attacked. And the Amazon jungle female warriors raided. The lords of various civilizations used all their methods and elites in order to snatch the second besieged on the hillside. Holy Commander. The second saint-level commander seemed a little helpless. He was alone. And the lord below seemed crazy to get him. Queen Isabella of Spain even wielded a sword and shield to kill the enemy. Alexander the Great was even more powerful. He held a war gun and, with the most elite cavalry partners of the Kingdom of Macedonia, dispersed the female Amazon jungle warriors. Alexander does not show mercy to women, let alone the Amazon jungle warriors, who kill their enemies without mercy. The Teutonic Knights clashed with the Templar Knights, and Paladin Roland killed hundreds of Teutonic cavalry. Before defeating the Holy Commander, these Western lords would consider joining forces. When they joined forces to defeat the second Holy Commander, the coalition forces immediately disbanded and started fighting each other. Almost all the lords are frantically attacking the hillside. Don't even think about taking it away! Alexander caught up with Caesar, who was rushing at the front, preventing Caesar from taking away the Holy Commander. According to the agreement between the Western lords, they could not defeat this Holy Commander alone without joining forces. But after defeating the Holy Commander, everyone competed based on their abilities. So Alexander unceremoniously blasted Caesar's legions from behind. Damn Alexander! Caesar knew that Alexander was in his prime, and it was very difficult for him to be overtaken by Alexander's companion cavalry. Hohenzollern, your territory of the Holy Roman Empire is already large enough. Give me this Holy Commander! The Knights Templar of Louis of France and the Teutonic Knights of Hohenzollern fought while going up the mountain. Hohenzollern gritted his teeth. Don't even think about it! The other lords are also fighting each other, and no one is willing to let the other party get there first. There are only two saint-level commanders. They have exhausted their forces in the fight for this holy-level commander. So there is no way they can spare any energy to fight for another saint-level commander. They are in a similar situation to Chutian. Therefore, if you don't succeed, you will succeed. You are my prisoner now. In the fierce competition, Constantine of the Roman Empire, under the cover of the legendary gladiator Spartacus and the Knights Hospitaller, finally reached the top and captured the second Holy Commander. Serve the great Roman Empire. Hannibal! Constantine's eyes were hot. In order to recruit this Holy Commander in North Africa, he had gone through a lot of hardships and even missed Hannibal in the Second Punic War. Copy! And the Holy Commander in front of him, who made countless Western lords crazy, was Hannibal Barca, who had wiped out Roman legions many times in history, captured Roman consuls, and once made the Roman Senate doubt his life. The two commanders-in-chief of this national war, Chi and Hannibal, both relied on their own strength to achieve great results, which is very important. As a mortal enemy of Rome, Hannibal had to say, Hannibal is willing to serve you because of the national war mechanism. Hateful! Alexander and Caesar restrained each other, but instead allowed the player Constantine to snatch away the Holy Commander. The angry Alexander showed his anger by nailing Octavian, Caesar's adopted son, to death. Poor Octavian became a tool for Alexander to vent his anger, turned into white light, and returned to the main world. This little guy Constantine! Caesar also felt tremendous pressure. Among the three emperors of Rome, Constantine as a player became more and more powerful. Constantine, who had obtained Hannibal, no longer had to fear Caesar. Ding! The ancient Chinese saint-level commander Bai Qi is recruiting for the Han Empire. Lord, I just want to farm well. Chu Tian. Ding! Hannibal, the saintly commander of Carthage, is recruiting for the last Roman, Constantine, the lord of the Roman Empire. Ding! Since all two saint-level commanders have been recruited, the Sixth National War has ended early, and each lord will be sent off the battlefield the next day. From now on, points will no longer be calculated. The system's voice sounded, and all the lords stopped fighting. If you fight again at this time, you will no longer be able to gain points, nor will you be able to obtain a saint-level commander. Bai Qi was recruited by Chu Zimu. Western lords such as Alexander, Caesar, and Hohenzollern originally focused on Hannibal. But suddenly they learned that another saint-level commander had been recruited by Chu Tian, and they couldn't help but look at each other. Hannibal fell into the hands of Constantine, and the balance of the western continent would not be broken. Alexander could compete with Hannibal. What makes the western lords even more panicked is that Chu Tian has obtained another holy level commander. Currently, Chu Tian already has 2 holy level commanders, Bai Qi and Wu Qi. Since it was originally agreed that everyone should rely on their abilities, then the Crusader alliance should still count. Although Alexander was somewhat unwilling that Hannibal would eventually fall into the hands of the Romans, he still tried his best to maintain the alliance. What was scary about Chu Tian was not only his generals, but also the huge population of the Han Empire. This is the source of panic among the lords of the western continent. Chu Tian was marching towards Hannibal's main city at this time. Although he had very few troops left, he still wanted to see if there was a chance to seize the second holy commander. You still have to have dreams as a human being. Otherwise you will be no different from a salted fish. Chu Tian suddenly heard the system prompt in the middle, and then he stopped advancing. Then Chu Tian looked at the standings again, and his name was still ranked first. Sure enough, the other lords are not vegetarians either. It's a pity. In the future, if you have the chance, compete with them again. People still have to learn to be content with what they have. Obtaining a saint-level commander and ranking first in military exploits is barely acceptable. Cleopatra, Saladin, the defender of the Arab world, and Artaxerxes, the king of Persia, couldn't help but roll their eyes. Look, are these human words? Chapter 1097, Exclusive Rewards for Ranking First in Points. In Chu Tian's camp, Chu Tian asked people to count the military exploits of various generals in order to record their merits. At the same time, the rewards for the Egyptian and Persian legions were discussed. The Egyptian and Persian civilizations also contributed in the war, and they might be able to be used in the main world. Before entering the main island, Chu Tian already had 285,000 points. On the way, he encountered the English royal fleet and gained 70,000 points. He fought against Waquitai twice and gained 225,000 points. He fought against Marshall and gained 30,000 points. A total of 610,000 points were obtained. Still ranking first, Chu Tian can see the fixed ranking of all lords. First place, King Xia of the Han Empire. I just want to farm well. 610,000. Second place, the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire. Constantine, 400,000. Third place, King of Macedonia. Alexander, 375,000. Fourth place, Marshall, Governor of the United States, 367,000. Fifth place, Great Khan of the Mongolian Empire, Ajadai, 363,000. Sixth place, Queen Isabella of Spain, 358,000. The seventh place is Ogodai, Khan of the Ilkhanate, 348,000. Eighth place, King of England, Charles, 320,000. Ninth place, Holy Roman Emperor, Hohenzollern, 315,000. 10th place, the 3 emperors of the Roman Empire, Caesar, 312,000. Except for Chu Tian Ichi Ju Chun. The top 10 lords are all very close in points, followed by Louis, Gustav, Ekaterina and other lords. The Sultan Umayyad of the Arab Empire was directly eliminated on his way to the main island. Egypt and Persia suffered heavy losses and did not enter the top 10. This time, the national war seems to have ranking rewards. I will ask someone to send you the gold you deserve as a commission. You'd better be able to hold off your respective enemies. Chu Tian began to lay out his plans in the main world. The Han Empire's expedition needed to prepare sufficient troops, equipment, and food. And once the expedition started, it might last for several years. If during the preparations for the expedition, the 2 civilizations of Persia and Egypt could delay the Ilkhanate and the Roman Empire, it would be a good choice. Persia and Egypt, as 2 ancient civilizations, still have some heritage. It's hard to charm this person successfully. Cleopatra wanted to use Chu Tian's troops to compete for the Holy Commander but failed. And she also wanted to rely on Chu Tian to deal with the Romans who attempted to annex Egypt. However, Chu Tian was unmoved. Chu Tian, who had the characteristics of Khan of Heaven and Wuhan of Han, could offset Cleopatra's charming effect. In addition, Chu Tian also had Xia Liang and Yekaterina, who were wary of Cleopatra and did not give her a chance at all. At the camp of the United States, Marshall summoned Gustav, Charles, the Prince of Orange and other lords. Everyone looked disappointed. All their efforts were used as wedding clothes for others. and all they had left was the reward for their military exploits. Gustav, although this cooperation failed, I will never break the commission I promised you. Marshal thought twice, but chose to fulfill his promise and give Gustavus II a commission in exchange for Gustavus II's support. Gustav had a group of famous Swedish generals under his command, as well as legendary Viking heroes such as Canute the Great and Olaf. Canute, Olaf and other Viking heroes stood behind Gustav and glared at the other lords, making these lords also wary. Viking berserkers are very powerful. The only thing that limited Gustavus II's expansion was lack of population and gold coins. Thank you for your generosity. Gustavus II was short of military funds, and Marshall's commission met his immediate needs. A penny stumps a heroic man. For the Lord, he cannot pay for military expenses. His military morale is shaken, and he may even start a rebellion. Gustav's Swedish and Viking legions were brave and good at fighting, but they were short of money. Gustavus feared that the Vikings would rebel because he could not afford to pay his troops. The royal fleet and sea coachman, 2 fleets, went to West Africa to rob people and sell them to us in the United States. Our land is vast, but we lack people. In addition to using Gustav, Marshall was also using England and the Netherlands, which were rich in navigation masters. Charlie naturally understood what Marshall meant. You mean to start the triangular trade? This kind of behavior will be condemned by many players. If the population of West Africa is plundered to the United States, they may rebel. The natives of West Africa have been kneeling for a long time and do not dare to rebel. As for the triangular trade, as long as you are willing to give gold coins, no captain will refuse. We in the United States have a lot of gold resources and will give you the rewards you want. Marshall played with a gold coin in his hand. Charlie and the Prince of Orange looked at each other and finally nodded. Triangular trade is indeed hugely profitable. The various civilizations and lords are dominated by the weak and the strong. Conquering the indigenous kingdoms in West Africa is undoubtedly much less difficult than fighting against the powerful kingdoms in Eurasia. The Songhai Empire was already one of the most powerful kingdoms in West Africa, but it was still easily defeated by Chu Tian. So conquering West Africa is not that difficult. Shogun Oda Nobunaga survived the fierce battle and came to Marshall's camp. The Han Empire has conquered Goryeo and may launch an expedition from Goryeo to the 4 islands of Japan at any time. My troops cannot resist the Celestial Master. Oda Nobunaga looked around at the several Western lords present. Takeda Tadayoshi suggested that Oda Nobunaga seek help from these lords. After the unification of the Han Empire, the 4 Japanese islands faced unprecedented pressure. Once the Han Empire decided to march eastward, the Japanese shogunate would rely on its own strength to defend the 4 islands. And the probability was 0. Give me part of Iwami Ginzen's output. If necessary, I can ask the Fire Dragon Legion and Griffin Legion to help you defend Kyushu Island. Marshall agreed to Oda Nobunaga's request for help. I can give you half of Iwami Silver Mountain. Oda Nobunaga frowned. During the National War, his legion was almost wiped out by Baichi. Baichi was recruited by Chu Tian. Then, Baichi returned to the main world. If Chu Tian asked Baichi to be the commander of the crusade against the 4 Japanese islands, even if Oda Nobunaga personally took charge, it would be difficult to resist Baichi's crusade. On the other side, Alexander, Caesar, Constantine, Pompey, Hohenzollern, Louis, Isabella, and other lords from the western continent gathered. Behind Constantine stood the newly recruited Holy Commander Hannibal. Not only Hannibal, but before this, Constantine had already recruited Hannibal's father, Lightning, Hamilcar, who was also a famous Carthage general. They were both famous generals from the Carthage Bacca family. Behind Alexander stood Belisarius, Leonidas, Seleucus, and other famous generals. The eyes of all the lords will inevitably focus on Hannibal. Hannibal, who once made the Romans shut themselves up, is already one of the top generals in the West. The city-state of Carthage had been captured by Constantine, and Hannibal now served in the Roman Empire. Go back to the main world and form a crusade as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be too late. Although Hohenzollern was very concerned about Hannibal being taken away by Constantine, he did not dare to start a war with Constantine in the main world. Now Constantine has occupied Genoa, Malta, Carthage, Morocco, and other civilized areas. Going to war with Constantine is equivalent to declaring war on the Roman Empire. Caesar and Pompey are not vegetarians. Every Roman emperor has there are a group of famous generals. Even the weakest Pompey. There are famous generals such as Aetius, King Visigoth, and Pompey the Younger. Compared with the threat of Constantine, the threat of the Han Empire was more terrifying. Alexander said, I have been paying attention to Chu Zimu's expansion. The current Han Empire, Mabe, the Western Region's Protectorate, and Goryeo have all been occupied by him. His territory is larger than the entire Western continent. I suspect that Chu Zimu is planning for the Western expedition. There is also the Empress of the Russian Empire, Catherine, who obeys Chu Zi's advice and threatens us from the north. The Crusaders will be divided into two groups, one going north and one going west, sweeping across Moscow and Baghdad. Everywhere they go will be holy land. The spoils and land captured will be divided according to contribution. We in Rome now have Hannibal and Scipio as commanders, so we should divide more land. Constantine, don't go too far. This time we work together to defeat Hannibal, so you have a chance to recruit. If it weren't for our combined efforts, you have to say whether you can defeat him. Then the share agreed upon at the Zurich secret meeting will be followed. Hohenzollern, Louis, and Gustav were responsible for sweeping Moscow, while Alexander, the Roman emperors, Isabella, and Charlemagne conquered Persia, Egypt, and Arabia. A group of Western lords sought to coordinate their interests in Wakuatai and Tuolei's camp. The two of them were also discussing the attack and defense of the main world. The national war is only to enhance the national power of the lord in the main world, and all the forces still have to see the real results in the main world. The Han Empire may choose to march westward. Our territory is located between the east and the west, and there will definitely be a battle with Chu Zimu. Don't worry, Great Khan. As long as the Han Empire's expeditionary force enters Central Asia, we can completely use the mobility of the cavalry to lure the enemy deep and annihilate them. Conquer Persia as soon as possible. It is best to divide the sphere of influence with the Western lords and start a war with Chu Zimu. There should be no worries. Please let me go as ambassador to Macedonia. Yeludashi planned to take the initiative to negotiate with Alexander. The next day, the Sixth National War ended, and each lord was teleported out of the National War battlefield. Ding! Since you rank first in the points of this national war, you will receive the exclusive reward of first place, a holy civilian recruitment order. When Chu Tian led the generals back to the main world, he received a system prompt. Recruitment order for Saint-level civil servants. Chapter 1098 Saint-level civil servant. Recruitment order for Saint-level civil servants? Chu Tian had an extra recruitment order in his hand, which allowed him to recruit Saint-level civil servants. The value of a Saint-level civil servant may be equivalent to 1 million taels of gold. The Saint-level commander is responsible for training troops and leading troops to attack, while the Saint-level civil servants manage the rear, recruit soldiers and horses, and provide weapons and food. Both are indispensable. When Chu Tian returned to Xia City, the national war had ended early. The Saint-level civil service recruitment order is a ranking reward, and the achievements in the national war can also be used to exchange for special props. Ding! The lords ranked 2nd to 10th will receive a random Imperial Hero recruitment order. Ding! The lords ranked 11th to 20th will receive a random King-level Hero recruitment order. When Wakuatai returned to the main world, the ranking reward he received was an Imperial-level recruitment order. Since the 2nd to the 10th are all Emperor-level recruitment orders, then isn't the first one a Saint-level hero? Wakuatai holds the recruitment order in his hand and can randomly recruit a civil servant, general, or special talent. Wakuatai couldn't help but be a little jealous of Chu Tian. Jealousy is jealousy. Wakuatai still has to try to revitalize the current situation. Maybe in a few years, Chu Tian will start his western expedition. Wakuatai did not hesitate to use this recruitment order. A general who looked somewhat similar to a Mongolian appeared in front of Ajadai, with a tiger's back and a wolf's waist, and a murderous look in his eyes. Shaibani is willing to serve the Great Khan. Asterisk Shaibani Khan, the first general of the Uzbek Khanate, a Turkic Mongolian, a descendant of the Golden Family Joki, the eldest son of Temujin, destroyed the Timur Empire and defeated Timur 100 years after Timur's death. A descendant of his son, young Babur, the founder of the Mughal Empire in India, later fought with Ismail I of the Persian Empire, the founder of the Third Persian Empire, and was defeated and died. Shaibani Khan fought for hegemony with the founding emperors of the two great empires. He was brave and good at fighting. Babur was afraid of him. He was positioned as an emperor-level general in the Lord. Shaibani, you compete with Timur. Let Ben Khan see your ability, and then give him an appointment. Yes, because OGDI is an NPC and cannot check Shaibani's data. He let Shaibani lead the cavalry to compete with Timur to see Shaibani's ability. Both Shaibani and Timur claim to be descendants of the Golden family. The two are competing against each other. Shaibani has a high level of force, but Tamerlane the Conqueror has a higher bonus to cavalry than Shaibani. He uses cavalry to defeat Shaibani. Beni. This is a strong general who can establish a khanate. Ogdi and other generals watched Shaibani and Tamerlane forming their troops. Ogdi finally believed that Shaibani was still inferior to Timur, but he was enough to serve as the king of Khan. The nomadic empire established by Ogdi had a military system from top to bottom, the Mongolian Great Khan. The Khanate, 100,000 captains, 10,000 households, 1,000 households, and 100 households. The world of Lord is too large and has a large population. 10,000 households are no longer the core high-level members of the Wokuitai Empire. The Khans below Wokuitai include Batu, Timur, Yeludashi, Mahmud, Shibi Khan, Jeli Khan, Shaibani, Kushan Khan and others. Each of them is in charge of at least 100,000 troops. Even more. Yeluchukai, who served as the chief minister, asked Ogdi, Great Khan, where is the fiefdom given to Shaibani? Self-confer him to the Dayuan kingdom and make him the Uzbek Khan. Let Shaibani recruit troops and invade the Ili Valley of the Western Region's Protectorate. This will not give the Western Region's Protectorate a chance to hide its capabilities and bide its time. Yes. Each Western lord returned to his own territory and received corresponding rewards. Only Chu Tian received the recruitment order for Saint-level civil servants. Alexander played with an Imperial-level random recruitment order in his hand. This time he did not recruit a Saint-level hero for the national war, while his biggest opponent Chu Tian may have obtained 2 Saint-level heroes. Chu Tian held the Saint-level civil service recruitment order in his hand and played with it for a while before using it. After all, this special item was too rare. It was the first time for Chu Tian to get the Saint-level civil service recruitment order. Ding! You have consumed a Saint-level civil servant recruitment order to gain the allegiance of the holy-level civil servant Guan Zhong. A civil servant appeared in front of Chu Tian and bowed to Chu Tian. Guan are willing to assist Duke Ming and achieve hegemony. Guan Dong. He strengthened Chituba, assisted Duke Huan and united the 9 princes, respected the king and resisted the barbarians. He was the earliest representative of legalism in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period. Unexpectedly, Guan Zhong was positioned as a Saint-level civil servant and should be one of the top auxiliary ministers. Name, Guan Zhong. Talent, Saint-level civil servant. Level, 100. Identity, Prime Minister of Qi/Guanzi. Loyalty, 90. Commander, 88. Force, 64. Intelligence, 94. Politics, 100. Charm, 95. Phaseality, calm. Favorability, 50. Feature 1. Respect the king and fight the barbarians. SSS level exclusive feature. The auxiliary effect belongs to the force. When the legion commanded by the Lord personally attacks the alien race, the legion's all attributes will be plus 12%, and the damage to the alien race will be plus 12%. It is not the same as the aura of the whole army and the characteristics of the general. Conflict of military advisor characteristics. Foreign races tend to be afraid of the Emperor's Legion. Characteristic 2, 9-in-1 Princes, SSS level exclusive feature. Auxiliary effect. The princes and princess canonized by the Lord will be afraid of the Lord. Their loyalty will not be reduced easily, and the probability of rebellion will be reduced when the Lord crusade against other princes. The legions commanded by the Lord himself will be more powerful against the prince's legions. Damage plus 30%. Does not conflict with the aura of the entire army. General characteristics and strategist characteristics. Characteristic 3, Spring and Autumn Dominance, SSS level trait. Legalist influence plus 20%. Security in each city improved. Number of prisoners reduced. Number of new high-level arms added each year plus 20%. Recruitment speed plus 10%. Feature 4, Currency accumulation, SSS level feature. Economic development speed of the entire territory plus 15%. Production speed of weapons, armor, and warships plus 10%. Cost minus 10%. Good horse production rate increased. Characteristic 5, Good Prime Minister of Qi State, SS level trait. When governing Qi Land's economy plus 10%. Food production increased by 10%. Cultural influence plus 10%. Characteristic 6, Harmony between monarch and ministers, S level trait. Civil servants with this trait will do their best to assist the king and will not betray. Special treasure, Guanzi, Imperial Treasure. Holders of this book can obtain the SSS level characteristic, Currency Accumulation, and the SS level characteristic, Qiguxiang. The two characteristics cannot be superimposed. Chu Tian looked at the panel of the Saint-level civil servant Guanzhong and was quite shocked. Guanzhong has two auxiliary characteristics, which are bonuses when Chu Tian is conquering foreign tribes and conquering princes. They are: respect the king and repel the barbarians, and 9 combined princes. They do not conflict with any characteristics. If Guanzhong is obtained in advance, it may be easier for Chu Tian to unify the Han Empire, because Chu Tian's legions can increase their damage by 30% by attacking the princes. But in the future, there is no need to worry about the rebellion of the feudal princes and princes. Guanzhong's suppressive effect on the princes is very strong. Spring and autumn dominance can reduce the difficulty of recruiting high-level troops, increase the recruitment speed, and build a country with dominance. Currency accumulates wealth, accumulating gold, silver, weapons, and war horses to enrich the country and strengthen the army. In addition, Guanzhong also has characteristics similar to Wang Ming. Wang Ming was the good prime minister of Guanzhong, while Guanzhong was the good prime minister of Qi. The Qi state in the spring and autumn period was roughly equivalent to Qinzhou in the Three Kingdoms period. Unlike Sima Yi, Guanzhong had no possibility of betrayal. Guanzhong, Zhuge Liang, and even Wang Ming were all civil servants who could be reused. Guanzhong's strategy of repelling the barbarians was similar to Cao Cao's method of using the emperor to control the princes. In essence, he promoted hegemony, annexed small countries, and united the princes to make Qi dominate. Chu Tian is planning an expedition in a few years, and the expedition requires a large amount of troops. Gold and silver. Guanzhong can just increase the national power of the Han Empire and increase the success rate of the expedition in these few years. The Great Expedition may not be that simple, because once the Han Empire launches an expedition, all civilizations will panic. The world of lords has a large number of players. They know the history of the Arabian conquest and the Mongol Western expedition. It is difficult for other players not to think of the Mongol Western expedition, the expedition of the Han Empire. During the Mongol expedition to the west, various civilizations were scattered and were pushed flatly by the Mongolian cavalry, which taught many player lords a lesson that if they work together, they will survive, and if they divide, they will die. Guanyiwu, you join the cabinet, assist me, and sweep the world. Chu Tian would not go so far as to call a recruited civil servant Father Zhong. He would just treat Guanzhong like a normal civil servant. Chu Tian forces also included civil servants such as Zhuge Liang, Wang Ming, Sun Yu, Li Si, Fan Xianling, Gao Jun, Sang Hong'an, Li Kui, Zhang Zhao, etc. Unlike Jihuan Gongjiang Xiaobai, who could only rely on Guanzhong. Compared with Duke Huan of Qi, Chu Tian had too many ministers at his disposal. Guanzhong replied, "The wealth of the country will lead to the strength of the army. If your majesty devotes all his efforts to developing internal affairs and recuperating, he will surely dominate the world in less than 10 years. It's natural." Chu Tian's strategy was indeed to spend several years replenishing his arsenal and granaries for launching an expedition. Guanzhong's thinking is somewhat similar to Chu Tian's. Recruiting soldiers, producing swords, raising horses, and building ships. Which one does not cost money? Unifying the Han Empire cost Chu Tian almost all his savings. The empire's territory is too large, and natural disasters always occur somewhere every year, and money has to be spent on disaster relief. The main reason why Qi became the overlord was that Qi had the advantage of fish and salt. It boiled the sea to make salt and mined mountains to cast money. In addition, the situation was stable and the economy was prosperous. So all countries were afraid of Qi. Chu Tian led Guanzhong to the cabinet in Xiaqing and introduced him to Sang Hong'an, Wang Ming, Li Si, Sun Yu and others to form the strongest cabinet group in history. In addition, there are also Kautilya, a civil servant of the Indian Mauryan dynasty, and Bhimiku, the queen of the Yamatai kingdom. In the cabinet, Kautilya has a somewhat peculiar appearance and currently serves in the cabinet. Chu Tian kept Kautilya in order to conquer the Indian peninsula in the future and achieve effective rule over the Indian peninsula. He kept Himahu in order to rule the 4 Japanese islands in the future. The 2 of them may be the future feudal officials. If you are not an imperial civil servant, you are generally not qualified to enter the cabinet. Ding! Your forces gather the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Li Mu, and Lian Pe. You have completed the SS level achievement, the 4 great generals of the Warring States period. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Li Mu, and Lian Pe have obtained the bond attribute, the 4 great generals of the Warring States period. You'll get extra rewards, special treasures, and jade. Chu Tian suddenly received a system prompt. NCM? A flawless jade appeared in Chu Tian's hand. Chapter 1099 He's Bai and the Imperial Seal. He's Bai has an ancient origin. He's Bai was originally a treasure of the Chu state, but later fell into the hands of King Zhao. King Zhao Xiang of Qin was willing to exchange 15 cities for He's Bai. Lin Xiangru of Zhao state managed to bring He's Bai back to Zhao. Hence the idiom, return the complete Bai to Zhao. After the Qin state destroyed the Zhao state, it was rumored that the first emperor of Qin used He's Bai to make a jade seal passed down to the country. And the seal was engraved with the characters, ordered by heaven. He will live forever. In fact, the imperial seal is in Chu Tian's hands. Chu Tian unified the Han Empire, and since he wanted to usurp the throne, he naturally found the jade seal that represented the orthodoxy. However, when Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty, a quarter of the imperial seal was broken. Chu Tian took the flawless Hashur Bai to the arsenal of Prince Xiao's mansion and found the damaged jade seal passed down from the country. The imperial seal is an important prop in Lord, and naturally has its own attributes. Name, Chuanhui Jade Seal. Grade, Holy Level Treasure, damaged. Effect, unknown. Description, the holder can become the Orthodox Emperor. Because when Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty, the jade seal passed down to the country collapsed, and Wang Mang ordered the craftsman to replace it with gold. Therefore, the emperor of the Eastern Han dynasty got the damaged jade seal passed down the country, which could no longer exert its effect. It is heartbreaking to see a holy treasure damaged like this. The damaged imperial seal fell into Chu Tian's hands and was unable to exert its effect until Chu Tian obtained He's Bai. Name, Hashur Bai. Level, Special Treasure. Effect, can reshape the national jade seal. Description, a treasure of Chu state. Priceless. He's Bai can reshape the jade seal of the kingdom, restoring the jade seal of the kingdom to the effect of a holy treasure. This is the value of He's Bai. Ding. Are you sure you want to consume He's Bai to rebuild the imperial seal? Yes. Please decide on the name of the dynasty. Summer. Ding. You have consumed a piece of He's Bai, and the imperial seal has been repaired. Chu Tian held the perfect imperial seal in his hand. The broken part of the imperial seal has disappeared, and the whole body is jade. Flawless. Chu Tian checked the effect of the imperial seal again, and sure enough, it had changed. Name, Chuanhui Jade Seal. Grade, Holy Level Treasure, Xia Dynasty. Effect 1, after receiving orders from heaven, longevity and national luck will increase. The overall blessing value will increase, and the probability of auspiciousness will increase. The birth rate of high-level civil servants and generals in the empire's territory will increase, and loyalty to the empire will increase. The probability of the king dying from illness will decrease, and his lifespan will increase slightly. Improved luck. Effect 2, Daitian herdsmen, princes, generals, wealthy families, and ordinary people in the market are afraid of the emperor, and the hidden ambition value of military commanders decreases. Effect 3, after the division of the unified empire, the civil servants and generals born in the empire tend to unify the empire's territory. Description, the holder can become the Orthodox Emperor. Chu Tian couldn't help but feel suffocated when he saw the effect of the imperial seal. It is worthy of being a saint-level treasure. It can actually improve the fortune of the country. It is undoubtedly the real treasure of the country. Ordered by heaven. You will live forever, and, son of the plain, are metaphysical abilities, and can also slightly increase the king's lifespan. Holding the complete jade seal of the kingdom will make it easier for Chu Tian to proclaim himself emperor and suppress various princes, generals, aristocratic families, and ordinary people. It is necessary to use the Hashur Bai obtained to repair the jade seal of the kingdom. In order for the jade seal of the kingdom to be effective, this setting is actually quite interesting. If you get the damaged imperial seal like Yuan Shu and proclaim yourself emperor in advance, it may have no effect, and you will still be beaten up by the various princes. And what Chu Tian got was the intact jade seal passed down from the country. In this way, Chu Tian has already obtained even the tools to become emperor. While Chu Tian was participating in the Sixth National War, Xiao Chue had already reached conditions with various aristocratic families and military commanders to help Chu Tian overcome the obstacles to becoming emperor. In fact, it was only a matter of time before Emperor Xian of Han was replaced by Chu Tian with such terrifying military exploits. Raising troops from the Langya Kingdom, Chu Tian unified the Langya Kingdom, defeated Tao Qian, forced Cao Cao to surrender, swept away the yellow turbans of Qizhou, and occupied the central plains. He expeditioned north to Jizhou and Yuzhou, resisted the Mongolian Empire, conquered Liaodong in the east, attacked Guangzhou, and unified the Han Empire, almost participated in all major battles, and achieved great success. His military exploits are too high to be inferior to others. I will finally become emperor. Chu Tian took another look at the bond characteristics of the four famous generals of the Warring States period. Bai Qi, Wang Jian, Li Mu, and Lian Po were on the same battlefield. Their respective legions had attack power plus 8% and defense power plus 7%. Each time an enemy army was defeated, morale was restored by 1-20 points. Unknowingly, Chu Tian had gathered together the 5 good generals, the 4 famous generals of the Warring States period, the 3 generals of the Northern Qi dynasty, and the 5 tiger generals. Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei have not yet truly pledged their allegiance. Chu Tian took out the imperial seal. Soon he will officially proclaim himself emperor and use the imperial seal. At that time, Chu Tian will be the emperor of the Central Plains and serve as the great Chanyu of the grassland. Merging the Central Plains and the grassland, the imperial seal was placed on Chu Tian's desk, and Chu Tian checked the list of items that could be exchanged for this national war. There are a lot of good things in every national war. Even Chu Tian, who is often ranked first, does not have enough points. Chu Tian checked the list of redeemable items. The prop with the highest points required was the recruitment order for the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty. Name, recruitment order for the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty. Grade, Super Saint level. Description after use. You can recruit the 3 heroes of the early Han dynasty: Han Xian, Zhang Liang, and Xiao He. Points required 2 million. Number of redemptions, the only prop. No one can redeem 2 million points. Chu Tian shook his head. He remembered that he had seen this item before, which required 9.99 million points. But now it only costs 2 million points. And he still couldn't afford to replace it. It's better to change to some props within your ability. Chu Tian mainly considered exchanging firearms. The threat posed by the firearms of the Western Lords was not small, and it was difficult to deal with it with only the 5,000-person Shinji battalion. In a restaurant in Xiaoqing, Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Su Yu gathered together. When the 3 of them met again, they couldn't help but feel a little emotional. After Yuan Shao was captured, he lived in seclusion in Xia City to reduce Chu Tian's defense against him. The 4th and 3rd prince of the Yuan family, Yuan Shi, was killed, and Yuan Shao's influence was not small. However, as Yuan Shao lived in seclusion for 10 years, and Chu Tian unified the Han Empire, his reputation was at its peak. Therefore, Chu Tian's supervision of Yuan Shao decreased, and he believed that Yuan Shao was not a threat. In fact, Yuan Shao really has no influence. The trees fell, and the hosen scattered. In order to protect himself, Yuan Shao lived in seclusion for 10 years, with few people around him. Nowadays, the aristocratic families rely on the Sun family in Jiangdong, the Chao family in Qiao County, the Ma Jia in Xiliang, as well as civil servants and generals such as Fang Xinling, Jia Su, and Wei Qing. People are so realistic. It is not unreasonable that Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei's Taoyuan friendship can be passed down for thousands of years. What most people value is only profit. Yuan Shao looked in the direction of Prince Xia's palace. King Xia has brought peace to the world, and will probably proclaim himself emperor soon. Originally, I thought it would be our Yuan family who can conquer the world, Cao Cao said. Now that the world is stable, it is really a blessing for the people. Without King Xia, the war might have lasted for hundreds of years, and everyone would have been devastated. Cao Cao had been fighting for Chu Tian for 11 years, and was already content to serve as a general. Su Yu shook his head. Mingde is wrong. Outside the Central Plains, powerful enemies are everywhere. In my opinion, within 10 years, the king of Xia will probably start another war and conquer all directions. Cao Cao's eyes were bright. Si Yuan, you are right. The arms department, military strategy department, and logistics department are busy with affairs. However, Fighting outside the Central Plains will bring less damage to the people than the civil war in the Central Plains. What's more, if the Central Plains does not take the initiative to attack, then in the future barbarians from all walks of life will invade the Central Plains, and thousands of miles will be deserted. Cao Cao is currently one of the generals, and Suyu is in the military strategy department. Chu Tian has established a new military system. Chu Tian directly governed and appointed various military leaders and legion commanders, and also established a military strategy department, a weaponry department, a logistics department, and a supervision department to assist him in controlling each legion. With the status of Cao Cao and Suyu, it is not difficult to detect Chu Tian's intention to conquer the West. I'd better continue to live in seclusion in Xia City. I haven't led troops in 10 years, and I am already unfamiliar. Yuan Shao's spirits were waning, and he couldn't bear to face Chu Tian to ask for an official position. If Yuan Tan, Yuan Shang, and Yuan Shi want to serve as officials, restore the status of the Yuan family, and participate in the imperial examination, it should be easy. Cao Cao knew how many sons Yuan Shao had. It is a pity that neither Cao Cao nor Yuan Shao's sons are as capable as their father. I'll let them try. Yuan Shao knew that Chu Tian held imperial examinations every year to recruit new talents. The imperial examinations established by Chu Tian were divided into civil examinations and military examinations, which were the main ways to become generals and prime ministers. Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Suyu talked casually. When they talked about the past, the three drunken people couldn't help crying and laughing, and couldn't help but slap the table. Others in the restaurant thought these three people were crazy. Outside the restaurant where Cao Cao and the others were, the three brothers Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei passed by. The world had been at peace for a year, and Liu Bei was granted the title of Marquis of Zhua County by Chu Tian. He returned to his hometown in fine clothes, making everyone in Zhua County envious. If the world is unified, Liu Bei cannot escape to territories outside the Han Empire. However, Liu Bei, who is currently well-dressed and well-fed, feels that life is a little less fun. Liu Bei, who has been surrounded by crises for a long time and competes in the Central Plains, suddenly is not used to a peaceful life. Second brother. Third brother. My shoulder has been revived recently. It has been too long since I have been riding a horse to fight. It is really uncomfortable. Liu Bei complained to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei, who loved soldiers as much as his sons, said carelessly, "Isn't it true? Our troops have been deprived of our strength. I want to vent to Fan Jiang and Zhangde. Now they are not under my jurisdiction. Although King Xia is still a good man, who can bear the title of Marquis for the eldest brother, the second brother, and me, but not to lead troops? Guan Yu stroked his beard and could not agree more. The three brothers Liu, Guan, and Zhang were in their prime, like wolves and tigers. If they were not allowed to lead troops, it would be almost equivalent to killing them. If we have the opportunity in the future, it would be better to ask the King of Xia to lead us troops to kill the enemy than to become a marquis." Chu Tian granted Liu Guan and Zhang the title of marquis, but did not allow them to lead troops. This kind of torture was even worse than house arrest. Liu Bei could only take Guan Yu and Zhang Fei for a stroll every day, playing music and dancing. Second brother. Third brother. I will invite you to a restaurant for a drink today. Liu Bei took Guan Yu and Zhang Fei to the restaurant. The drunken Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Suyu threw a wooden table away, but Zhang Fei caught it with one hand. Who attacked me? Zhang Ida from Yin? Chapter 1100 Shinji Camp Honey Cannon. Zhang Fei put down the wooden table with one hand and glared at everyone in the restaurant. Everyone in the restaurant suddenly became frightened when they saw a strong man from Yin with a heavy back and a heavy waist. You? Who are you? Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Suyu went up, top heavy, and circled around Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei frowned and mentioned Cao Cao effortlessly with his right hand. If you don't know how to drink, don't imitate others to drink. Ha 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 ha. Cao Cao laughed loudly, singing over wine. Life is so long. It's like morning dew. It will be more miserable in the past. Crazy. Crazy. Zhang Fei threw Cao Cao to the ground again. Cao Cao was still very excited about poetry, lying on the ground and shouting. Generosity should be shown as generosity, and worries will be unforgettable. How can we relieve worries? Only do calm. Yuan Shao and Suyu tapped the wine jar with wooden chopsticks and echoed. Okay. Isn't this Chao Mingda, Yuan Benchu, and Suzy Yuan? Liu Bei couldn't help but feel depressed when he saw the three drunken and crazy people. Originally, he thought that the world was at peace and that his buttocks were resurrected, which was already outrageous. However, it turned out that Cao Cao, Yuan Shao, and Su Yu were even more outrageous, and they seemed to want to demolish the restaurant. In fact, Cao Cao really could afford to pay. Zhu Tian had already given Cao Cao many rewards, and Cao Cao's father, Cao Song, was a wealthy businessman in Xia City. After the unification of the Han Empire, the war came to an end for the time being, and the generals, who had nothing to do other than training their troops, had to come to the restaurant to drink. Qing Zijin, you care about my heart, Lu Xuanda? Cao Cao stood up quietly, and the two heroes of the three kingdoms met again. Cao Cao vaguely recognized Liu Bei. Liu Bei replied, I heard that Cao Mingde was in charge of 300,000 troops. Why did he make trouble in the restaurant? This restaurant is my father's property. If it is destroyed, it will be destroyed. Xuanda, let's drink together. I'm sure you won't miss Shu. Cao Cao captured Liu Bei and had a drink with Liu Bei. Cao Cao and Liu Bei both had the title of Marquis, and their status was equal. Since Liu Bei has surrendered to the imperial court, he might as well make friends with Cao Cao, Yuan Shao and others, so that he can also take care of him in the court in the future. Su Yu said, Hao's UFU poems are really great. Where did I just say that? Cao Cao suddenly forgot the UFU poem he had just casually recited. Yuan Shao replied, Mingde, you are drunk. You just said that you should sing to wine. What is life like? Cao Cao slapped his forehead and shook his head. Singing over wine. How many years have passed in life? It lingers in my heart. Brother Benchu, where did I go? Yuan Shao was also confused. Sing while drinking wine. Geometry. Geometry. Liu Bei frowned. Yuan Shao and Cao Cao seemed to be in an endless loop. Second brother, from my point of view, peace in the world is not a good thing. Zhang Fei couldn't help but said to Guan Yu when he saw a group of former big shots drunk and dreaming. Guan Yu patted his thigh, which had gained weight unknowingly. We belong to a time of trouble, not a world of governance. Not only Lu Guanzhong, Cao Cao and others, but also other generals are not used to a peaceful life. For them, the current life is too comfortable. Zhu Tian, who really has the right to decide whether to start a war, is looking through the list of redeemable items. Name, Hongi Cannon Production Drawings. Level 10 Firearms. Source, in the late 16th century, Western artillery with long barrels and spindle-shaped structures was imitated by local craftsmen and appeared on the battlefields of the late Ming Dynasty. It was also known as the Red Cannon. Effect, by consuming this blueprint, 20 effective Hongi cannons can be produced. The production time is inversely proportional to the level of the firearms workshop. Points required, 100,000 points. Number of redemptions, 3. Zhu Tian saw the production drawings of the Hongi cannon again. This time, the redemption list included the production drawings of the Hongi cannon, which only required 100,000 points and could be redeemed up to 3 times. A red barbarian cannon manufacturing blueprint can produce 20 red barbarian cannons. In other words, the 3 Hongi cannon manufacturing drawings can produce a total of 60 Hongi cannons. In addition to Chuqian's current remaining 20 Hongi cannons, durability has declined. There are a total of 80 Hongi cannons, which is enough to form a Hongi cannon battalion. As one of the top firearms in Lords, the Hongi cannon has the special effect of destroying enemy formations and reducing enemy morale. Therefore, if the points are enough, Zhu Tian will naturally choose to exchange the production drawings for the Hongi cannon. In addition, Zhu Tian spent another 50,000 points in exchange for an 8th level firearms workshop. An 8th level firearms workshop can produce 80 solid bullets per month and 960 solid bullets a year. Currently, the Zhu Tian forces have an 8th level firearms workshop. Adding an 8th level firearms workshop can increase the production of solid bullets to nearly 2,000 pieces per year. 5 years later, Zhu Tian had 80 Hongi cannons and 10,000 solid bullets or shots. Alas. Zhu Tian touched his chin and thought about it for a moment. In the world of Lord, where cold weapons are mainly used, having such a firearms army is already terrifying. Lord has great restrictions on firearms. The Hongi cannon is in an auxiliary position. The real ones who fight hand-to-hand are the infantry, and the harvest depends on the cavalry. Zhu Tian has spent 350,000 points, compared with the last national war. Although Chuqian's points were lower, The points required for redeemable props were also reduced several times. Chu Tian has 610,000 points and 260,000 points left. Among a bunch of props, Chu Tian finally found the one he longed for. Legion Expansion Order. Name: Legion Expansion Order. Level: Special Props. Effect: consuming national war points can increase the upper limit of exclusive arms. For every 10,000 points consumed, the number of troops at the 5th level and below can be increased by 1,000. Or the number of the 6th level troops by 500. Or the number of the 7th level troops by 250. Or the number of the 8th level troops by 125. Or the number of the 9th level troops by 60 people. Or upgrade 20 people to the 10th level of the army. Points required: unknown. Number of redemptions: 1. This is an extremely special prop that can increase the upper limit of troops. For example, you can use points to turn 8,000 Jiangdong soldiers into 10,000 Jiangdong soldiers. What Chu Tian needs is this kind of prop. What Chu Tian had to consider was how to maximize the effectiveness of this prop. Chu Tian still has 260,000 points, which can increase the number of 26,000 troops in the 5th level, 13,000 in the 6th level, 6,500 in the 7th level, 3,250 in the 8th level, 1,560 in the 9th level, and 520 in the 10th level. Using this prop, Chu Tian could increase the number of Xuanjia troops from 1,200 to 2,760. However, Chu Tian did not consider the 9th level arms because the price/performance ratio was too low. Chu Tian was thinking about Shinji Camp. The Shinji battalion of 5,000 men was too small, and was simply not enough to compete with the firearms legions of the Western Lords. The Shinji battalion is more special. When equipped with fire blunderbuss, it is a 7th level firearms arm. When equipped with a matchlock, it is an 8th level firearms arm. When equipped with bronze cannons, it is a 9th level firearms arm. When using the Legion Expansion Order, the Shinji battalion is applicable to the 7th level arms. So 260,000 points can expand the Shinji battalion from 5,000 to 11,500. The 11,500-man Shinji battalion, equipped with matchlock guns and 80 Hongi cannons, will become one of the top firearms corps among the lords. After weighing the cost-effectiveness, Chu Tian chose to expand Shinji Camp to make up for its shortcomings. Chu Tian forces already have too many cavalry, and their marginal utility is small. I don't know what the props of other civilizations will be like. Chu Tian probably judged that the props that could be redeemed by lords in different civilization areas were slightly different. For example, the Hongi cannon can only be exchanged in the Eastern Han Dynasty, while the Western lords may exchange it for other primitive firearms. Regardless, Chu Tian has already begun actively preparing supplies for the expedition. The Waquitai and Tuolei that will be dealt with next are mainly cavalry. So Chu Tian, who also has a large number of cavalry, is not afraid. After Chu Tian increased the upper limit of Xiao Liang's special troops, he also added 80 Hongi cannons to the Shinji battalion's establishment, making the detachment of women responsible for protecting the Shinji battalion. Xiao Liang divided Shinji Camp into 3 battalions, upper, middle and lower, each with 20,000 people. The 4th Shinji Corps of the Imperial Guard currently has a total of 60,000 people, including 11,500 from the Shinji battalion and 10,000 from the detachment of women. The rest are the gunners of the Hongi cannon and low-level auxiliary units. During the actual battle, Chu Tian would also ask other legions to cooperate with the 4th Divine Machine Army. After all, the Divine Machine Battalion and the 80 Hongi cannons had become one of the core main forces. Chu Tian's cavalry army and Xiao Liang's Shinji army are the ace troops of the Imperial Guard. One represents the pinnacle of cold weapons, and the other represents primitive firearms. After redeeming the rewards and improving the combat capabilities of the firearms corps, Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. Next, Chu Tian planned to proclaim himself emperor in the winter of the 17th year of the Lord's calendar, and regarded the 18th year of the Lord's calendar as the first year of the Xia dynasty. After conquering a huge empire with force, there is no pressure to become emperor. In troubled times, force is everything. This force does not refer to personal force, but to the army in charge. 3 Romans, Constantine, Caesar, and Pompey, jointly proclaimed themselves emperors. No one in the Roman Senate dared to say anything because the 3 of them divided the Roman legions. The news that Chu Tian was about to proclaim himself emperor spread like wildfire, and everyone in the Han Empire was alarmed. Finally, the Han Empire was unified, ending 16 years of chaos and entering a new chapter. Chu Tian proclaiming himself emperor may make the Han Empire more powerful. Or it may bring the entire empire into endless war. And it may be beyond redemption. Let the provincial governors, and county guards gather in Xia City, and the Xia Palace will be upgraded to a royal palace. Xiao Liang and Xiao Chua were busy instead, notifying all the big shots in the Chu Tian forces to come to Xia City. Soon Xia City will be renamed Xia Capital. Xiadu is close to the sea and peeking into the American civilization area opposite. It is obvious that Chu Tian's ambition is not only to conquer the eastern continent, but also the American continent. Chapter 1101 Heroes Gather and Become Emperor. Jiaozhou, Nanhai County, Panyu County. Jiaozhou Governor Wang Defa summoned his civil servants and generals. After surrendering to the imperial court, Wang Defa gave up his official position as Jiaozhou Mu and was demoted to Jiaozhou Governor. Chu Tian was about to proclaim himself emperor, and Wang Defa, as the governor of Jiaozhou, could not fail to be present. Moreover, he would also take the governors of Jiaozhou counties to Xiaqing to meet the emperor. Fuyuan and Li Dingwu, you two are guarding Yongji Pass to guard against the invasion of Dai Viet. I don't want anything to happen within my jurisdiction at this critical moment. Wang Defa knew that Chu Tian had usurped the throne and was unwilling to conquer other civilizations for the time being. So he left two Ming dynasty generals, Fuyuan and Li Dingwu, to station at the junction of Jiaozhou and Daiyue to prevent Qinshengzong of Daiyue from sending troops into Jiaozhou and ruining Chu Tian's mood. These remote and small countries often cannot see the situation clearly and often create obstacles for Wang Defa. Zhang Chengdong, let's go to Xiaqing. Although we have been forgotten by the world, our navy in Jiaozhou is not weak at all. Wang Defa brought one of his men, Zhang Chengdong, the son of General Zheng Zhilong and the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Navy. Lord Tashi of the Tubo Protectorate also chose to surrender after defeating Liu Bei and Chu Tian. In Tashi's view, Tubo was part of the Han Empire. Basically, whoever unified the Central Plains would surrender to him. Chu Tian appointed him as the great protector of Tubo to guard against threats from the Ganges Plain. When the new emperor ascends the throne, how can we, the Tubo Protectorate, be left out? Tashi Shui led a group of officials and generals from the Tubo Protectorate to Xiaqing. In the Western Region Protectorate, Luntai City, Huan is preparing to go to Chu Tian with Miuk to celebrate. At the same time, his sister Huaqin finally gave birth to Chu Tian's child. And Huan, as his brother-in-law, also had to go there. Huaxubing, King Wusun, Ban Chao, and Chen Tang are responsible for the defense of the Yili Valley. Gao Xinji and Li Sai are responsible for the defense of Songling and Qiuzi. Wang Xuanzi must not let up on the defense of Luntai City. Otherwise, Wokuatai and Yeludashi will attack in large numbers. And the western regions the protectorate is in danger. Huan knew that the tranquility of the Han Empire was just a manifestation. In fact, there was an undercurrent. The Han Empire and the Grassland Empire established by Wokuatai were at war with each other. And the war was about to break out. When two empires border each other, and there is no other direction in which to expand, there will most likely be a fight. The storm is about to come, and the wind is filling the building. Miss Sir, it's time for us to set off. Okay. I have prepared 888 bloody horses as a congratulatory gift. As a good brother of Chu Tian, Huan was in a marriage relationship, so he was generous in spending. Huan directly paid tribute to more than 800 BMWs worth thousands of gold. Huan and Miuk walked into the teleportation array in Luntai City, and the next moment, they arrived in Xia City. The teleportation array in Xia City is overcrowded. High-level officials from the 13 states and 6 major protective offices of the Han Empire gathered together. Millions of players poured into Summer City from all directions, just to witness the historical moment of the Lord World. Wang Defa from Jiaozhou and Tashi from the Tubo Protectorate, even rare ones, are here. It is indeed a big day. Huan saw two lords, who were usually very low-key. These two lords were low-key and able to assess the situation. They actively attached themselves to the overlord of the Central Plains and still hold high positions to this day. Except for Huaxubing and others who were guarding the border. Almost all other generals arrived in Xiaqing. Su Fengnian, Ma Teng, Han Sui, Ma Chao, Cai, Yang Shiho, Ma Yuan, Yu Wentai, and Dugu Xian of the Xiliang army. Wang Jian, Meng Tian, Meng Wu, Li Ji, Feng Yi and Yang Yi of the Guanzhong army. Zhu Ning, Zhu Das Ho, and Lu Yi of the Liaodong army. Wei Qing, Li Guang, and Zhou Yafu of the Yuzhou army. Zhang Dao, Zhang Jiao, Yin Yin, and Li Yin of the Yizhou army, Guozi, Han Shizhong, Wu Jie, and Huang Zhong of the Jingzhou army, Yu Fei, Yang Zixing, Lu Su, Tian Ji, and Wen Yang of the Huainan army. The 5 good generals of the Hebei army, Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun, Wu Qi, Peng Wan, Wei Wuji, and Chao Ren of the Central Plains army. In short, Xiaqing gathered almost all the civil servants and generals of Qutian's forces. Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun were considered top figures in the 3 kingdoms. But in Xia City, where all the heroes gathered, they were not top-notch generals. In addition to military generals, there were also figures such as Li Bai, Du Fu, Kai Wenji, Du Chan, Xiao Qiao, Li Qingxiao, Su Shi, Fan Zhongyan, etc. The crowd erupted in surprise from time to time. There are countless historical figures who appeared in Xia City, ranging from thousands to thousands. Many of these historical figures are not very famous, so they are regarded as ordinary NPCs by players. Only household names like Yu Fei and Li Bai really arouse everyone's excitement. Thousands of historical figures gathered in Xia City just to witness the new emperor ascending the throne. In Prince Xia's mansion, Zhuge Liang, who was studying Qimen Duangjia at Shuijingzhuang, temporarily returned to Xia City. Chu Tian, who had raised several members of the Zhuge family in Lengjia, ascended the throne as emperor. At such a moment, Zhuge Liang thought it necessary to be present and listen to Chu Tian's teachings. Chu Tian was very satisfied with Zhuge Liang's attitude, and before he ascended the throne, he recruited Zhuge Liang into the palace. What surprised Chu Tian was that Zhuge Liang also brought back a girl in white. Chu Tian asked Zhuge Liang to go to Sima Hui to learn Qimen Dunjia. It turned out that Zhuge Liang was not good at Qimen Dunjia. He kidnapped a girl before he could learn Qimen Dunjia. Zhuge Liang won't be crooked by his own training, right? Chu Tian didn't know whether his intervention would turn Zhuge Liang into another type of hero. This is Huang Yuing, the daughter of Huang Chengyan, a famous scholar from Yanyang, who has come with me to pay homage to His Majesty. Zhuge Liang's parents died young, so he regarded Chu Tian as a half-adopted father since he was a child, and thought it was necessary to bring Huang Yuing to meet his parents. It turned out to be Huang Yuing. Chu Tian took a closer look at Huang Yuing. Not only was she not as ugly as the legend said, but she was a talented woman who matched Zhuge Liang's talent and appearance very well. The two of you met in Mianyang. This is a good match. Don't miss it. Chu Tian encouraged Zhuge Liang and Huang Yuing to be together. After all, they were the original couple, and Huang Yuing's talent was indeed worthy of Zhuge Liang. Huang Yuing received Chu Tian's approval. Her cheeks were hot. Thank you, Your Majesty. She followed Zhuge Liang out, and also had to meet the emperor, so she had mustered up great courage. Chu Tian summoned Chu Wu again and said to Zhuge Liang, after you have completed your studies, you will serve in the East Palace and assist the prince with all your strength. Don't slack off. Zhuge Liang replied, I am willing to devote my whole life to you and die. Well, you don't have to do everything yourself. Pay attention to the people you use. The world is so big and there are so many things. Even if one person has the talent to do everything, he can't cover everything. Chu Tian knew that Zhuge Liang was serious, but it is also this serious character that will make his life short. If there are suitable and reliable subordinates, Chu Tian will be happy to be the boss. Zhuge Liang regarded Chu Tian's words as wise words and nodded repeatedly. Wu, these are your senior brothers and senior sisters. If you are in doubt about something in the future, you can ask them. Chu Tian asked Chu Wu to treat Zhuge Liang and Huang Yuing as kindly as possible. Chu Wu nodded. This can be regarded as the team that Chu Tian trained for Chu Wu. As a prince, it is necessary to have his own team. Otherwise, if something happens to Chu Tian, the generals below may rebel. In another 5 years, Wu will be able to go into battle. Zhuge Liang will almost reach his peak. Chu Tian was full of expectations for his eldest son. 5 years is the time when Chu Tian plans to launch an expedition. By then, the dynasty he established would have enough troops, horses and food to conquer all directions and sweep across all barbarians. Chu Wu will also face the first huge test in his life when he leads his troops on an expedition. The empire built by Chu Tian must be as powerful as the Han and Tang dynasties. As the crown prince, Chu Wu must establish sufficient military achievements to be qualified to inherit the throne in the future. You go down for now. Before Chu Tian proclaimed himself emperor, he had to meet many generals and get closer to them, so he didn't have much time to meet Zhuge Liang and Huang Yuing. Wu, go play with the eldest lady of the Sun family. After Zhuge Liang and Huang Yuing left, Chu Tian asked Chu Wu to establish a good relationship with the Sun family in Jiangdong. Dad, she ignores the child. Did you bully her? The child is wronged. Dot. Chu Tian found that Chu Wu and Sun Shangxiang seemed to have a small conflict. If you don't sweep one house, why sweep the world? You take the initiative to try to reconcile with him. This is a test for you as a father. Chu Tian asked Chu Wu to learn to deal with problems by himself. Although this is a trivial matter, a person's character and way of doing things can often be seen from trivial matters. Chu Tian is also observing whether his son is really capable. Chu Wu scratched his head, and under Chu Tian's pressure, he took the initiative to find Sun Shangxiang. I hate brother Chu Wu the most. Sun Shangxiang saw Chu Wu coming to find him, but he didn't appreciate it. Chu Wu received Chu Tian's request and had to try to solve the problem by himself. So he thought for a while and said to his sister Chu Xian, Sister Xian, let's go shopping for candied haws with Sister Xiaoning, so we won't bring Sister Xiangxiang with us. Wait! Sun Shangxiang stamped his feet, gritted his teeth, and followed. These little guys! Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Hua Qing, Xiao Chua and others were observing secretly. Among them, Xiao Liang was very satisfied when he saw that Chu Wu could solve the problem by himself. Given time, Chu Wu can also become an excellent commander and prince. Xiao Liang can't wait to see his son grow up. She and Chu Tian only have one son, so they attach great importance to and cultivate him. Xiao Chua was a little helpless. She never had a son or daughter. She and her may become an eldest princess, who can lead troops to fight in the future. Hua Mulan also has hopes for her daughter. Hua Mulan has a very high status in Chu Tian's mind. Her daughter Chu Xian was named the eldest princess by Chu Tian. Her status is noble, second only to Chu Wu. In the cold winter of the 17th year of the Lord's calendar, Chu Tian officially ascended the throne as the emperor, and designated the 18th year of the Lord's calendar as the first year of Xia. Qing and Xiao Chua became concubines, established the capital of Xia, and granted amnesty to the whole world. Chu Tian proclaimed himself emperor and directly activated the SSS-level achievement mission Unify the 13 states, and his personal attributes skyrocketed. Prince Xia's mansion was officially upgraded to a royal palace, and Chu Tian used the construction drawings of Weiyang Palace. Now, not only everyone in the Han Empire was shocked, but also all civilizations were shaken. All Western civilization is trembling, because there are various signs that Chu Tian is planning a Western expedition after he becomes emperor. Alexander of the Kingdom of Macedonia officially proclaimed himself Emperor Alexander the Great, and the Kingdom of Macedonia was upgraded to the Macedonian Empire. The day after Chu Tian in the East proclaimed himself emperor, Alexander in the West also officially proclaimed himself emperor. Alexander once said that as long as Chu Tian does not proclaim himself emperor, he will only be a king. Now, when the most powerful opponent proclaimed himself emperor, Alexander immediately proclaimed himself emperor and competed with Chu Tian. In the eastern and western continents, undercurrents are surging, and various forces use several continents as chessboards to make moves. Chapter 1102 The Crown Prince's First Expedition. In the 5th year of the Xia calendar, Emperor Xia ascended the throne, and the world was basically stable, and efforts were made to enrich the warehouse. However, in the past, the heroes of the Central Plains were divided, and the princes were fighting each other, resulting in many refugees and remnants of soldiers in various counties and counties. Some mountain people or bandits built forts to escape from the world, unwilling to pay taxes to the government, or hostile to the Chu Tian forces. Hanzhong, Qinling. 67 years ago, this place was one of the main battlefields for Chu Tian and Liu Bei's forces. There are still abandoned cities and forts in the Qinling Mountains. There are at least hundreds of thousands of mountain people and bandits in the Qinling Mountains. They may be subordinates of King Qin, Zhang Dao, Liu Bei, and Yang Su in the past. For various reasons, they hate our government and bring disaster to us. If we can conquer these mountains, the people and bandits can, on the one hand, increase the population and provide corvée services, and on the other hand, they can quell the banditry. A group of soldiers and horses marched in the Qinling Mountains. There were about 2,000 people, 700 of whom were elite high-level soldiers, and the other more than 1,000 were county soldiers used to maintain public order in Nanjing County. 700 people were trapped in the camp, and the leader was Gao Shun, who was ordered to follow the prince to defeat the bandits. Chu Wu, who was 16 years old, was dressed in black armor, and held a long spear in his hand. This was the first time he was ordered to go on an expedition. As the crown prince, he is destined to learn to lead troops in war, before competing against famous generals. The first task Chu Wu accepted was to defeat bandits and use them to gain experience. In order to ensure Chu Wu's safety, Queen Xiao Lian arranged for Gao Shun's trap to be responsible for protecting Chu Wu. As for Chu Tian, my father went to participate in the dungeon battle and has not come back yet. Chu Wu knew that his father had gone to participate in the epic battle, and his mother was temporarily regent. This epic battle seems to be a bit difficult. Chu Tian has disappeared for 2 months. Before my father comes back, this mission must be completed perfectly. Chu Wu knew that this expedition was a test for him. In order to train Chu Wu, these 2,000 soldiers and horses did not have a military advisor. Gao Shun just followed orders faithfully, not a military advisor. Leading the troops of Nanjing County was Zhang Wei, the captain of Nanjing County, who was Zhang Lu's younger brother. Only Gao Shun and Zhang Wei accompanied Chu Wu on the expedition. Such a lineup was already very pitiful for the prince's status, and he could only rely on his own ability to complete the mission. Zhang Wei was also a little surprised, because the prince only brought 700 people to fight against the bandits, and with the addition of his county soldiers, he might not be able to successfully fight against the bandits. There are many fierce ones among the bandits. Although these bandits may not be historical military generals, the strength of some ordinary bandit leaders may reach 70 or even 80. Bandit leaders are generally high in martial arts and low in leadership. They may not be able to lead troops in battle, but they may use force to launch a surprise attack and kill the captain who comes to attack. Zhang Wei said to Chu Wu, Your Highness, the bandits in the Qinling Mountains, many of them were soldiers of Guangzhong, Hanzhong, and Shu counties. Some of them are rebellious, and some of them have a deep hatred against your majesty, so they are unwilling to surrender. In various counties in Hanzhong, for captains have been killed in the past 5 years. Chu Wu's face was solemn. It seems that the task of defeating bandits is easy, but in fact it is not. Hanzhong County consists of 9 counties, and each county has a captain who is responsible for managing public security, capturing key criminals, and pacifying bandits. As a result, 4 captains were killed by bandits in 5 years. The bandits in Hanzhong County may be the remnants of Yang Su's former army, or other remnants of defeated generals, and cannot be compared with ordinary bandits. Each legion was recuperating and did not engage in major wars. The task of pacifying the bandits in each county was left to the prefects and captains of each county. No wonder the queen asked me to be careful. Chu Wu found that things were not that easy. He was not just going through the motions, but wanted to fight with the fierce bandits with real swords and guns. A bandit cavalry standing on a mountainous hillside had discovered Chu Wu and his party, who were entering the mountain for encirclement and suppression. In a fort in the mountains of Qinling Mountains, 2 bandit leaders gathered thousands of desperados to defend the city and looted various places. This Wubao was originally built by Liu Bei to prevent the Guangzhong army from attacking Hanzhong from the Qinling Mountains. Later, Liu Bei surrendered, and the Wubao originally used to garrison troops was abandoned or occupied by bandits. The 2 bandit leaders had burned scars on their faces and looked hideous. Boss, the officers and soldiers from Nanjing County are here to encircle and suppress us again. They really don't know how to live or die. The last captain was just killed by us, and another one has come to die. Boss, this time there are more than 500 officers and soldiers coming, but about 2,000. Strange. Could it be that the troops sent out to encircle and suppress us this time are not the county soldiers, but the Hanzhong army? The 2 bandit leaders knew that among the Zhou army, the Hanzhong Army Corps commanded by Zhang Dao was stationed in Nanjing County, accumulating food and grass and rarely sending troops. Usually, only ordinary county soldiers were used to attack the bandits. A more cautious bandit leader said, If it is the Hanzhong army with 100,000 troops, we have no chance of winning, so it is better to avoid it temporarily. You are overthinking. If the Hanzhong army sends troops, there will not be only 2,000 people. Furthermore, even if the Hanzhong army really sends troops, only 2,000 people will come. With the abilities of the 3 brothers Zhang Jiao, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang and others, we may not be afraid. It's better to be careful and summon the leaders of various forts in the Qinling Mountains to encircle and suppress these officers and soldiers. Don't they want to encircle and suppress us? Let them try what it feels like to be encircled and suppressed this time. Then do as you say. Soon the bandit cavalry galloped and summoned the owners of other forts in the Qinling Mountains. The fort masters or bandits, ranging from 1,000 to 100, were all alarmed when they learned that the officers and soldiers wanted to completely pacify the bandits in the Qinling Mountains. The bandits from each branch gathered at the location of the officers and soldiers. Chu Wu, Gao Shun, and Zhang Wei were now less than 5 miles away from the Wubao they wanted to attack. My father will not let me use the burning cauldron easily. Instead, I must rely on my own abilities to resolve the crisis. Chu Wu possesses the SSS level characteristic, Break the Cauldron, which can keep the Legion in peak condition within 3 days. However, the Burn the Cauldron trait has a 1-year cooldown and should be used at critical moments. I have a bad feeling. Gao Shun, who had always been taciturn, suddenly said to Chu Wu and Zhang Wei. Gao Shun has experienced many battles and has a keen intuition of danger, and he quickly sensed the approaching danger. Chu Wu was a little panicked at this time, and remembered the teachings of several teachers. Divide into 8 teams of scouts. Each team has 3 people, and explore 5 miles outside. Yes. The low-ranking light cavalry probed outside, and unfavorable news came one after another. There are a large number of rogue bandits around. It seems that all the rogue bandits nearby have been alerted. It seems that the number of troops we brought is still a little less. Zhang Wei finally understood why the previous captain led 500 troops into the mountains to encircle and suppress him, but was killed by the rogue bandits instead. There may be thousands of bandits in this area. General Gao Shun, if the bandits become too powerful, you must protect His Royal Highness from leaving, and I will be responsible for breaking up the rear. Zhang Wei realized that this time he would be besieged by rogue bandits during his expedition against bandits, so he decided on the division of labor with Gao Shun in advance. The taciturn Gao Shun nodded. However, he still has confidence in his trapped camp. Chu Wu was unfamiliar with commanding the camp. After all, talking about war on paper and actual combat were completely different. Going into battle for the first time, commanding 2,000 people was already in a hurry. Fortunately, it is prohibited by the camp's orders. Rogue bandits in the Qinling Mountains began to appear in the sight of Chu Wu, Zhang Wei, and Gao Shun. The war horses screamed, iron hooves rolled, and the horse thieves waved their swords, climbed over the mountains, and appeared from all directions. 2,000 officers and soldiers formed a square formation and guarded the 4 corners with carriages. Chu Wu could see the menacing bandits on the horizon. The bandits are so dark that they may number in the thousands, or even tens of thousands of people. 2 bandit leaders came out from among tens of thousands of bandits, armed with spears, and challenged the officers and soldiers. Gao Shun also rode out of the battle, and when he saw the appearance of the 2 bandit leaders, he, who had always been calm, couldn't help but be shocked. Chu Wu asked, "Does General Gao Shun know them?" Gao Shun replied, "They are Li Ju and Gusi. During the Battle of Wei Bei, they fell into the Wei River and disappeared. Unexpectedly, they fled into the Qinling Mountains and became bandits. Li Ju, Gusi." Chu Wu heard about his father's war. Li Ju and Gusi were Dongzhuo's generals, but later surrendered to Lao Qin. Chu Tianping settled the Battle of Guanzhong and set fire to Wei Bei. Li Ju and Gusi fought this battle. His subsequent whereabouts are unknown. Zhang Wei was sweating profusely. If they were rogue bandits commanded by Li Ju and Gusi, then ordinary captains would not be able to attack them. It's actually Gao Shun? Gao Shun, you actually surrendered to Emperor Xia. Li Ju and Gusi also recognized Gao Shun, who came to attack him, and their faces were ashen. Gao Shun and his trapped camp charged forward and were invincible. Gao Shun came to attack. Although they had an absolute advantage in numbers, they may not be able to defeat Gao Shun. Who is that boy? Gao Shun actually wants to be his subordinate. His origins are extraordinary. If I kill him, I can avenge the Weishui River. My scar is still aching. Li Ju and Gusi were burned by the Xia army's fire during the Battle of the Weishui River, which changed their personalities and became more brutal. They had already seen that Chu Wu, who led Gao Shun and Zhang Wei to attack them, was of high status. He is qualified to lead troops in war at the age of 16. And Gao Shun, who has experienced hundreds of battles, will serve as his deputy general. Maybe he is the crown prince of Emperor Xia. Kill him! Li Ju and Gusi guessed a possibility, which aroused their ferocity even more. If it weren't for Chu Tian, the 2 of them would not have fallen to this point. Tens of thousands of bandits, led by Li Ju and Gusi, madly attacked Chu Wu, Gao Shun, and Zhang Wei in the middle. Arrows rained down, covering the sky and blocking out the sun. Chu Wu pulled out his green sword and faced the Wanlu bandits directly. After Chu Wu could go on an expedition alone, Chu Tian gave him the Qingji sword. I just didn't expect that the first time I went out to fight, I would have to compare 2,000 to 10,000. Li Ju, Guisi, the number of bandits is still increasing. Something bad is going on. Zhang Wei pulled out his long sword, the hand holding the sword trembling. The rogue bandits were densely packed throughout the valley. It's better that he is dead. If His Highness the Crown Prince were killed in battle during his first expedition, the entire empire would probably be shaken. Chapter 1103 Lu Lingqi. The ambition to be trapped in a battle will lead to death, but not life. Gao Shan personally led 300 bandits to fight among the bandits, killing 800 bandits in a row. The trapped camp is an 8th level unit, and its combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary bandits. The bandits' arrows rained down like rain, and the trapped camp formed a shield array, with the shields filled with arrows. Many of Li Ju and Guisi's soldiers were veterans who followed them, and among them were the remaining Shiliang cavalry and the Flying Bear army. Guisi, take 200 Shiliang cavalry and 2,000 infantry archers to hold Gao Shan down for me. I'll kill that kid. Li Ju recruited a new group of Flying Bear troops and personally attacked Chu Wu's 400 trap camp and Zhang Wei's county soldiers. Gao Shan, fight to the death today. Guibang led the Shiliang cavalry, and the pig suddenly fell into the camp. A battle broke out between two elite troops of the Shiliang cavalry and the trapped camp. The Shiliang cavalry threw a javelin, and the sharp javelin penetrated the shield of the trapped camp, killing more than a dozen soldiers of the trapped camp. 200 Shiliang cavalry, holding their spears straight, charged into the camp from a corner. Guisi personally used his gun to pick off a soldier who was trapped in the camp. Gao Shan, I've heard before that your trapped camp is invincible. Today, I want to see whether the trapped camp is more powerful or the Shiliang Iron Cavalry is better. Guisi takes Gao Shan directly. The trapped camp reduced its troops and tried its best to resist the sudden advance of the Shiliang Cavalry. This is the remnant of the Flying Bear army. Your Highness, retreat immediately. Zhang Wei was guarding Chu Wu, and the soldiers from Nanjing County were shot dead by Fei Xiong's army. Li Ju, as a brave general from Shiliang, killed dozens of soldiers from the army. County soldiers are just ordinary low-level soldiers, low in cost, and their combat effectiveness is far inferior to that of special units. Li Ju charged among the county soldiers and harvested low-ranking soldiers. But his target is Chu Wu, who is protected by the 400 traps camp. In this situation, we can only stand a chance of winning by forming a defensive formation. If we separate and run for our lives, we will only be chased by the enemy. Chu Wu commanded 400 trap camps to form a defensive formation and attack Li Ju, who broke the formation. The trap camp was as solid as a rock, blocking Li Ju's assault. Li Ju couldn't kill the trap camp with one move. If he wanted to kill high-level soldiers, he would need at least several moves to do so. Many people of the Flying Bear army were stabbed to death by the spear array of the trapped camp. The trapped camp strode forward and pushed back Li Ju. The Flying Bear army cavalry. Is this a trap? Zhang Wei witnessed with his own eyes that the trapped camp was divided into two. Gao Shan led the 300 trapped camp to fight against Guisi's more than 2,000 people, while Chu Wu led the 400 trapped camp to push back Li Ju's Flying Bear army. Zhang Wei ignored one thing. If you want to make the trapped camp explode with powerful combat effectiveness, in addition to the attributes and equipment of the trapped camp itself, you also need to look at the ability of the leader. Gao Shan was originally the military commander who best suited the trapped camp, while Chu Wu already had 6 characteristics, but lacked experience. This time was the first time Chu Wu led troops, and his opponents were Li Ju and Guisi, his father Chu Tian's former enemies. It was not only a training experience, but also a complete solution to the hidden dangers left by his father. Attack! Chu Wu saw that Li Ju was beginning to retreat, so he ordered 400 soldiers from the trapped camp to stride forward and attack the Feixiong army fiercely. At least 100 Flying Bear soldiers were trapped in the camp and stabbed to death. Your Highness, please do not pursue me. Zhang Wei suddenly noticed that Chu Wu's soldiers who were trapped in the camp were gradually leaving the chariot formation under Li Ju's inducement. So he hurriedly reminded Chu Wu loudly. Chu Wu was just a fledgling boy, but Li Ju was a veteran of Shiliang who had been fighting for more than 20 years, and he was cunning with his troops. Chu Wu turned around and found that the trapped camp had become a protruding point while chasing the Flying Bear army. Boy, you are still a little green. If your father comes, Maybe I can only escape into the mountains. Brothers, kill him for me. Li Ju led the flying bear army to turn around and attack fiercely. The crossbowmen mixed in with the bandits on both sides fired a volley. Hundreds of crossbow arrows were fired at Chu Wu. The green sword was waved in Chu Wu's hand, and the crossbow arrow was blocked by Chu Wu, causing the arrows to fly. However, 3 or 4 crossbow arrows still hit Chu Wu's armor. Once you fall into a trap on the battlefield, you must pay the price. When Chu Wu was just starting out, he encountered 2 powerful enemies and realized this truth deeply. Fighting in person is completely different from strategizing in the rear. When commanding soldiers and horses in the rear, even if they are defeated, it will only be an increase or decrease in numbers on paper. However, for the soldiers fighting in the front, misjudgment means their lives will be lost. This is why both Chu Tian and Xiao Liang decided to let Chu Wu lead the troops alone. Only by surviving the battlefield and sharing the joys and sorrows with the soldiers at the front can we know how difficult it is to conquer the world. Chu Wu's order to attack directly put the 400 camps into crisis. This kid is so terrifyingly powerful. Li Ju was shocked by Chu Wu's force. According to the strength of the crossbowmen Li Ju ambushed just now, they could kill the enemy generals, but they only wounded Chu Wu. The trapped camp led by Chu Wu burst out with powerful combat effectiveness. Facing Li Ju's 3-sided attack, they were still able to kill Li Ju's troops and retreat to the chariot formation. Li Ju took advantage of the situation to attack the cart formation. The bandits pushed away the grain carts and entered the formation. 2 soldiers and horses were fighting hand to hand. A melee. Chu Wu held the green sword and beheaded the 2 flying bear soldiers off their horses. At first, Chu Wu was still trembling when he killed the enemy. However, after becoming familiar with the brutality of the battlefield, Chu Wu killed more than a dozen flying bear troops in a row. Chu Wu calculated in his mind how to turn defeat into victory. He still has 2 ways to win, but they are very restrictive. One is to use the burning cauldron effect, and the other method is even more restrictive. It seemed a waste to use burning cauldrons and sinking boats to deal with Li Ju and Guobang, because Chu Wu knew that the expedition would begin soon. It seems that the only option is to resort to burning the cauldron. If Chu Wu did not survive the immediate crisis, he might not survive until the expedition began. Suddenly, a group of cavalry entered the battlefield. A flaming war horse knocked away the bandit infantry and opened a passage. Horse hooves trampled them. Halberds were waved, and the bandits along the way were killed by a girl. If she were alone, she still wouldn't be able to repel Li Ju's troops. But there was a group of light cavalry behind her. About 300 people. This group of light cavalry was obviously a veteran of hundreds of battles. They killed hundreds of bandits, causing the morale of Li Ju's army to drop. You again! Li Ju seemed to recognize the person and was very angry. It seems that there is no need to use burning the cauldron. Soldiers, fight back. Chu Wu discovered that a reinforcement army had arrived. So he led the enemy camp and launched a massive counterattack with Zhang Wei's soldiers. On the other side, Gao Shun led 300 soldiers from the trapped camp and defeated Guixi's 2,000 men. Li Ju and Guixi gradually became exhausted. The flaming horse galloped, and the girl holding Fang Tian's painted halberd had killed dozens of people. And Li Ju's tribe was terrified. Chu Wu led the trapped camp to fight back, wielding the Qingji sword with green light, causing heavy casualties to the flying bear army. The various Wubao leaders did not necessarily work together with Li Ju and Guixi, but for the common benefit, they jointly attacked the officers and soldiers this time. At this time, seeing that Li Ju and Guixi's formation failed, they fled. Tens of thousands of bandits fled, and Chu Wu pursued Li Ju and Guixi for 10 miles. Li Ju and Guixi fled with their cavalry and escaped into the mountains of Qinling Mountains. Chu Wu failed to pursue him, and was worried that there were other historical generals in the Qinling Mountains who might fall into trouble and become bandits. So he withdrew his troops. Chu Wu looked at the girl who was rescuing him. The latter was riding on a flaming war horse and holding Fang Tian's painted halberd in her right hand. She was young but heroic and possessed incredible strength. Thank you for saving me. I wonder which army in Hanzhong you belong to. Chu Wu was about to step forward to say thanks, but the girl waved Fang Tian's painted halberd and slashed at Chu Wu. Fang Tian's painted halberd collided with the green sword, and Chu Wu's body was shaken. The opponent's force is absolutely extraordinary, the girl said indifferently. Are you from the government? I am also the bandit you want to destroy. How can it be? Chu Wu couldn't believe it. The 300 cavalry brought by this girl should be extremely elite cavalry. They don't look like bandits at all. They are clearly elite. Chu Wu thought of a possibility. Li Ju and Guasi were originally professional military generals. But because they hated Chu Tian and were wanted by the officials in the Guangzhou region, they became bandits in the Qinling Mountains. Then the girl in front of me. It may also be a hidden danger left by his father Chu Tian. Then why did you come to my rescue? Li Ju and Guobin want to unify all the fortresses in the Qinling Mountains. With them as the leader. They also plunder our food. How can we let them go? You don't need to thank me. Because we are enemies. The girl put away Fang Tian's painted halberd and was about to leave. At this time, Gao Shun fought off Guobang. And when he saw the girl, he showed an unbelievable expression. Miss! Miss? Chu Wu knew that Gao Shun had been Lu Bu's general before. So could the girl in front of him, who killed hundreds of people in Li Ju's army, be Lu Bu's daughter? The flaming war horse in front of you is most likely the legendary Red Rabbit horse. In the Battle of Hanzhong, Lu Bu died in the battle, and the whereabouts of the Red Rabbit and horse are unknown. It is no wonder that Lu Lingqi resented the government, because her father was killed in the battle with Xia Jun. Gao Shun, if you join Xia Jun, we will become enemies. Lu Lingqi recognized Gao Shun and believed that Gao Shun had betrayed Lu Bu. In fact, Gao Shun was wronged. Chu Tian used special props to make the die-hard Gao Shun give in. Chu Wu saw that Lu Lingqi had high military power and took in some of Lu Bu's old troops. So he wanted to recruit him and surrender. You should be the daughter of Wenhou Lu Bu. When the heroes were divided, anyone could die on the battlefield. The Battle of Dingjun Mountain. Not only your father, but the number of soldiers on both sides who died in the battle is at least 200,000. Who should avenge those soldiers who died in the battle? Now that the world has been decided, why bother to lead your father's old troops to resist in the mountains? Shut up! Lu Lingqi was very angry. And Fang Tian drew a halberd and stabbed Chu Wu. Miss! No! Gao Shun blocked Lu Lingqi with a gun. He was in a dilemma. On one side is the daughter of the old master, and on the other is the son of the current master. Gao Shun, stand down. Since she wants revenge, she will come to me. Chu Wu secretly observed Lu Lingqi's force, and it was not that easy for Lu Lingqi to kill him. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Who are you? Lu Lingqi saw that Chu Wu could command Gao Shun at such a young age, so his background must be extraordinary. It doesn't matter who I am, but if you don't surrender, no one in your father's old army can escape. There are 100,000 troops in the Hanzhong army and 400,000 troops in the Guangzhou army. As soon as I gave the order, 500,000 troops laid a dragnet and swept across the entire country. Qinling! Chu Wu remembered that his mother had told him that using force to solve problems was a bad idea, and using the mind to solve problems was the best way. Lu Lingqi didn't believe it. Who do you think you are? You and I are only about the same age. How can you mobilize an army of 500,000? Really? Chu Wu summoned Zhang Wei. Order Zhang Dao's Hanzhong army to attack Xiegu. Chu Wu had already considered that Li Ju and Guisi were entrenched in the Xiegu area. This was no longer a problem that could be solved by the county soldiers maintaining public order. Zhang Dao's Hanzhong army corps had to be used. Zhang Dao is an old acquaintance of his father. If he asks for help, Zhang Dao will definitely not refuse. As for the 400,000 Guangzhou army corps, Chu Wu was really not qualified to mobilize them. Chu Wu just frightened Lu Lingqi and made her believe that he had the ability to mobilize an army of 500,000 to sweep the entire Qinling Mountains. Although Lu Bu's daughter is excellent in martial arts, her intelligence seems not to be very good. Lu Lingqi's face was indeed pale. She only had hundreds of Lu Bu's old troops under her command, and it was impossible for her to survive the encirclement and suppression of 500,000 officers and soldiers. However, Lu Lingqi was still very stubborn. I don't believe that the 100,000 Hanzhong army will come to Xiegu. Chapter 1104 Recruiting Lu Lingqi. Your Highness, in this battle, 317 people were killed in the camp. Nanjing County soldiers lost 527 people and 612 horses were lost. 2,000 enemies were killed and 1,000 were captured. Zheng Wei counted the losses and reported them to Chu Wu. The officers and soldiers who came to attack the bandits in the Qinling Mountains suffered half casualties. After the brutal battle, the officers and soldiers stopped attacking the bandits and settled in camp to rest and recuperate. Li Ju and Guisi were active in the Qinling area, which undoubtedly made it more difficult to defeat the bandits. Now Chu Wu had a new goal. While trying to wipe out the bandits in the Qinling Mountains, He also wanted to find a way to recruit Lu Bu's old troops. Chu Wu and Gao Shun visited the injured soldiers and calmed their emotions, which was helpful to stabilize the morale of the troops and restore morale. One general's achievements make thousands of bones dry up. When using troops, you need to be cautious. Otherwise, these brothers who share life and death will be wiped out because of the mistakes of the general. Gao Shun rarely spoke, hoping to teach the prince a lesson. The incompetence of one general affects all three armies. In the future, Chu Wu may be in charge of hundreds of thousands of troops, and his decisions are related to the life and death of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Chu Wu nodded. As his first experience package, Li Ju and Guobang gave Chu Wu a big shock and almost forced Chu Wu to use his trump card. Zhang Dao, who was stationed in the fields of Nanjing County and helped develop agriculture in Nanjing County, received a letter from Chu Wu asking for help. He was a little surprised to learn that the bandits in the Qinling Mountains were Li Ju and Guosi. Ordinary bandits can be brought down by the county soldiers responsible for public security. However, Li Ju and Guosi are not beings that ordinary county soldiers can capture. Unconsciously, Chu Tian's son can lead an army alone. However, this is the first time he goes into battle, and he encounters such a strong enemy. I'd better go and support him personally. Although Zhang Dao believed that using 100,000 Hanzhong troops to attack Li Ju and Guosi in the Qinling Mountains would be a waste of money, Chu Wu was the prince after all. So Zhang Dao still had to weigh his order. Zhang Dao ordered that the 100,000-strong Hanzhong army began to break out of camp and march to the Qinling Mountains to attack the bandits. The crusade against a group of bandits actually requires me to go on an expedition. King Chuang Li Zicheng is still Zhang Dao's top thug. Li Zicheng dared to fight without risking his life, so he was appointed as a vanguard general by Zhang Dao, and led the Chuangwangli a private camp with 10,000 people to support him. Zhang Dao himself took the three brothers Zhang Jiao, Chen Sheng, and Wu Guang as backup. 100,000 Hanzhong troops broke out of camp in a mighty manner. The Hanzhong Legion has not fought in 5 years and has been training, raising troops for 1,000 days, and using them for a short period of time. The Chutian forces have raised nearly 2,000 troops and horses. The soldiers and horses are strong. The average level of the Hanzhong Legion is very high, and there are basically no new recruits. Can he really mobilize the Hanzhong army? Who is he? Lu Lingqi, who was camping in Xiegu, was hesitant. Chu Wu wanted to recruit her, but she resented Xia Jun. Several hundred of Lu Bu's old men joined Lu Lingqi, and Lu Lingqi believed that it was necessary to save the lives of her father's old men. Chu Wu obviously threatened Lu Lingqi with the lives of Lu Bu's old men. Is this the attitude toward a savior? Lu Lingqi couldn't help but feel annoyed when she thought of Chu Wu. Chu Wu stationed himself in camp waiting for the arrival of Zhang Dao's army. The soldiers and horses of King Chuang Li Zicheng arrived first, with 3,000 cavalry and 7,000 infantry. A mighty force. Hanzhong army. Li Zicheng pays homage to His Highness the Crown Prince. Li Zicheng arrived in a hurry, and he had to bow to Chu Wu, who was a generation younger than him. My father has mentioned to me many times that General Li is the most brave general in the Hanzhong army and has made great contributions. When I saw him today, General Li was indeed majestic. Li is willing to work hard for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Li Zicheng was overjoyed when he received the praise from Chu Wu, the Crown Prince. Where is Zhang Dao's army? 100,000 troops are moving out of camp at a slow pace. So the last general will go first while the army is still behind. I see. Chu Wu rarely interacted with local military commanders, and he was a little panicked in his heart. Chu Tian and Xiao Liang naturally told Chu Wu the personalities of various generals. Li Zicheng is a relatively ambitious military commander, and a strong lord is needed to control Li Zicheng. Miss, a large number of Xia troops have entered Xia Valley, perhaps tens of thousands of troops, in Lu Lingqi's camp. She received the news and immediately went out to check. Sure enough, she saw Xia Jun appearing all over the mountains and plains. Chu Wu issued a military order and mobilized the Hanzhong army. Zhang Dao's Hanzhong Army Corps are not county soldiers maintaining public order, but elite soldiers and horses directly controlled by the emperor. Is he a member of the royal family? Although Lu Lingqi is not known for her resourcefulness, she is still knowledgeable. The Hanzhong army can be mobilized, and Gao Shun can be appointed as the deputy general. In addition to the emperor, he is likely to be a member of the royal family. Father, what should I do? Lu Lingqi is unwilling to join Xia Jun. However, according to this trend, if Chu Wu really mobilizes an army of 500,000, to sweep the Qinling Mountains. The old troops left behind by her father may be completely wiped out in the encirclement and suppression. This is a complex and conflicting mood. Let's go meet that person tomorrow. Lu Lingqi was reluctant in every possible way, but still had to solve the problem. The day after Li Zicheng's 10,000 troops arrived, Zhang Dao, the commander of the Hanzhong army, finally arrived with the remaining 90,000 troops. Chu Wu rode on the Saluzi war horse and saw the legendary Yellow Turban leader, Yellow Turban Hercules, and the late Qin rebels. The famous Yellow Turban army in the late Eastern Han dynasty could only be seen under Zhang Dao's command. Originally, Chu Tian wanted to disband the last Yellow Turban army, but Zhang Dao wrote a letter requesting to retain one Yellow Turban army because the three brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang had a high bonus to the Yellow Turban army. In the end, Chu Tian agreed to Zhang Dao's request, and the last Yellow Turban army remained. Hanzhong Army Zhang Dao. I have met His Highness the Crown Prince. General, you don't need to be polite. This time you conquer the bandits in the Qinling Mountains. It will be hard for you. General, Chu Wu did not dare to be arrogant when facing a subordinate of Zhang Dao's level. Zhang Dao, Su Fengyan, Huan, and Prince Yan. These players are of the same generation as Chu Tian, and they have made great achievements and have high status. If I knew that Li Ju and Guisi were in the Qinling Mountains, I would definitely send troops to help, and would not let His Highness take risks. Zhang Dao also believed that it would be difficult for Chu Wu to bring such a small force to attack Li Ju and Guisi. Lu Lingqi, who came to find Chu Wu, heard the conversation between Chu Wu and Zhang Dao, and her body suddenly shook and her eyes widened. The young general in front of her, who was almost the same age as her, was actually the crown prince of the empire. No wonder he claimed that he could mobilize an army of 500,000 to sweep the Qinling Mountains. Lu Lingqi's mood was even more complicated. If Chu Wu is killed, it seems that she can avenge her father. However, Lu Bu himself chose to die in battle rather than Chu Tian ordering the execution. It is difficult to blame Chu Wu for this incident. Moreover, if Chu Wu is killed, Lu Bu's old subordinates and their families will also sit together. I have divided the Hanzhong army into 5 groups. I dare not say that all the mountain people and bandits in the Qinling Mountains will be defeated, but there is a high probability that I can kill Li Ju and Guisi. Zhang Dao also wanted to make meritorious deeds in front of the crown prince. He divided the 100,000 Hanzhong army into 5 lines of troops, each with 20,000 men. The main generals were Li Zicheng, Zhang Jiao, Chen Sheng, Wu Guang, and Yang Ren, Zhang Lu's generals. The Hanzhong Legion was all professional soldiers, and their combat power was not weak. Each route had 20,000 troops. No matter which route Li Ju and Guobang encountered from the Hanzhong Legion, they would basically end up being wiped out. Not to mention, the 5 armies and horses cooperate with each other. With such an arrangement, Li Ju and Guisi could only hope that they would not be searched out from the Qinling Mountains by the Hanzhong army. Zhang Dao suddenly noticed Lu Lingqi and Chituma. Zhang Dao didn't know Lu Lingqi, but Zhang Dao knows Chituma. These player lords had met Lu Bu in the Battle of Hula Pass, so they were very familiar with Red Rabbit Horse. Then the new owner of Red Rabbit Horse may be Lu Lingqi, daughter of Lu Bu. Miss Lu, the king's division has arrived, and all the forts in the Qinling Mountains will be demolished. You lead the people in the forts and seek refuge with the Yamen in Nanjing County. I will ask them to allocate newly reclaimed farmland to these refugees, so don't worry about not having any houses and fields. The fertile soil of the Hanzhong Plain is 1,000 times better than living in the Qinling Mountains. Chu Wu helped Lu Lingqi make the decision without authorization. Lu Lingqi was very talented in martial arts, but her ingenuity and internal affairs were not her strengths, so Chu Wu would not allow her to refuse. Because of Chu Wu's strength, Lu Lingqi hesitated to speak. The Hanzhong government can arrange farmhouses for the captured refugees, which is the best result. If Lu Lingqi continues to resist, the entire Wubao will be razed by 100,000 Han Chinese troops. In addition, Wubao's food and grass are already insufficient. You, please work for me from now on. Chu Wu hesitated again and again, but decided to recruit Lu Lingqi to his army. Lu Lingqi has shown a strong force, and she is not at her peak state. She also has a Red Rabbit Horse, so she will probably be a flying general who charges into battle like her father Lu Bu. Lu Bu's martial arts is very high, and Lu Lingqi probably won't be any worse. Chu Wu also wanted to have his own team so that he could speak with confidence when facing veteran generals such as Zhang Dao and Li Zicheng. Gao Shun accompanied him to defeat the bandits this time. But in fact Gao Shun was Chu Tian's team. Humph. Your martial arts are not as good as mine, so I won't serve you. Lu Lingqi rejected Chu Wu's invitation. Chu Wu thought quickly. How about this? I'll hire you and 300 Bingzhou wolf riders, and pay monthly military salary. In this way, they can still fight on the battlefield. Lu Lingqi bit her lip, debating whether to accept Chu Wu's employment. As a veteran-level lord, Zhang Dao knew that Chu Wu wanted to establish his own team. So he helped Chu Wu deceive Lu Lingqi. Since you are the daughter of Marquis Wen, and have made you a noble prince, if he is in the spirit of heaven, you also hope to see one day you can achieve what he achieved. Lu Lingqi seemed touched. She really wanted to reach Lu Bu's height. Following His Highness the Crown Prince, there is no shortage of opportunities to make achievements. It is only a matter of time before you become a marquis. Zhang Dao deceived Lu Lingqi step by step. Compared with Zhang Dao, who has become an old fox, Chu Wu's methods are still a little immature. Zhang Dao can see what Lu Lingqi really wants. Then my father's old team, and I reluctantly accept your employment. Lu Lingqi hesitated again and again, but still chose to be hired by Chu Wu and became one of the guards directly controlled by the East Palace. Chapter 1105 Dragon begets Dragon. Phoenix begets Phoenix. Li Zicheng is here. Li Ju will give you the title. King Chuan Li Zicheng tracked Li Ju in the Qinling Mountains for several days, and finally caught up with him in a mountain and surrounded Li Ju and the bandits who were attached to Li Ju. Li Zicheng attacked Li Ju fiercely. Li Ju faced the famous Chuan King Li Zicheng. There were only 1,000 bandits left around him, which was no match for Li Zicheng's 20,000 people. Li Ju, the general of Xiliang who had been in power for many years in Lord, finally lost to Li Zicheng's siege and was beheaded by Li Zicheng. On the other side, the Yellow Turban army of the three brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bao, and Zhang Liang pursued Guisi, and the Yellow Turban army all over the mountains and plains surrounded Guisi. Guisi slashed down the Yellow Turban soldiers with his sword, causing blood to flow from them. Although Li Ju and Guisi looked down on the Yellow Turban army, the Yellow Turban army of the three brothers Zhang Jiao could fight against the three heroes of the late Han dynasty, and their combat power was not weak. Dozens of high-level Yellow Turban warriors swung their hammers and hit Guisi on the chest. His armor was dented. Guisi was severely injured, and his internal organs were affected, and he became depressed. The Yellow Turban warriors hammered Guisi one after another, and used the force of high-level soldiers to kill Guisi. Li Ju and Guisi, two talented generals from Xiliang, were still suppressed by the government after being active in the Qinling Mountains for several years. The late Qin rebels of Qinsheng and Wu Guang failed to take credit for capturing Li Ju and Guisi, so they attacked the Wubao and mountain strongholds they encountered along the way and captured thousands of refugees. Yang Ren's troops also broke through 2 or 3 strongholds and captured 3,000 people. The soldiers and horses from all walks of life were victorious and reported back to the main camp. The rogue bandits in the Qinling Mountains were defenseless against the 100,000 soldiers and horses dispatched in large numbers. The Hanzhong Army Corps was different from the Hanzhong County Army. It was directly controlled by the emperor, which also meant it had strong combat power. The prefect of Hanzhong was also unable to mobilize the Hanzhong army, which shows the strength of the Hanzhong army. Therefore, the governors and prefects in various places were unable to control the military and found it difficult to rebel. I didn't expect that the Hanzhong army would be used in the end. Chu Wu didn't know whether this mission to defeat the bandits in the Qinling Mountains was considered a success. Because of the appearance of Li Ju and Guisi, Chu Wu's plan came to nothing, and the Hanzhong Legion also came out in full force. Using the Hanzhong Legion to suppress the bandits consumes a lot of gold, silver and food. Under normal circumstances, 100,000 troops are not really needed to defeat the bandits. Li Ju and Guobang also alarmed Hanzhong. Zhang Dao reported his military exploits to the court and gave part of the credit to the prince. He believed that under the wise leadership of the prince, he discovered the 2 fugitive generals Li Ju and Guisi, and then promptly requested the Hanzhong army to send troops to sweep the Qinling Mountains, the result of killing thousands and capturing tens of thousands. Zhang Dao did not completely clean up the bandits in the Qinling Mountains. The Qinling Mountains are simply too huge, and maintaining an army of 100,000 would cost a lot of money. Next, the Hanzhong army will send small teams of soldiers and horses from time to time into the mountains to encircle and suppress them. The local government will also come out to recruit people and use both soft and hard tactics to completely quell the banditry in the Qinling Mountains. Zhang Dao made the final arrangements, and it was almost flawless. Chu Wu learned a lot from Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao can survive the competition among heroes and still hold a high position. He is not a simple person to begin with. Li Ju and Guisi have been crowned, and the remaining bandits in the Qinling Mountains have fled deep into the mountains. Chu Wu decided to return to the army. After killing many troops of Li Ju and Guisi, Chu Wu gained his first military exploit in his life. In addition, he also recruited Lu Lingqi and 300 Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. Lu Lingqi's Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry inherited from Lu Bu and had experienced hundreds of battles, so they were an elite light cavalry unit. As the crown prince, Chu Wu would allocate a sum of funds from the treasury to the East Palace every year, so Chu Wu could fully support Lu Lingqi and the 300 Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry. Chu Wu led his troops and Zhang Dao back to Nanjing County. Preparing to return to the Xia capital, Zhang Dao held a banquet in Nanjing County to entertain Chu Wu. And officials such as the Hanzhong prefect and the Nanjing County magistrate all came to pay homage to His Highness the Crown Prince. As a local official, he is qualified to meet the prince and has been able to do so for 3 years. This general is the prefect of Hanzhong, the chief secretary, the magistrate of Nanjing, and other officials saw Lu Lingqi following Chu Wu. The latter was holding a Fontian-painted halberd, which made everyone think that Lu Lingqi was one of the guard captains of the East Palace and was responsible for protecting the prince's safety. Snort! Lu Lingqi looked indifferent and didn't give them a good look. On the contrary, everyone was more in awe. If she didn't have a good background, how could she serve as the prince's bodyguard? This guy has such a noble status. Lu Lingqi discovered that officials of the Hanzhong prefecture level also had to treat Chu Wu with utmost respect. What she pursues is just to be granted the same title as her father. However, even the title of a prince seems not worth mentioning in front of Chu Wu. As the chief guard of the East Palace, his status may be similar to that of the prince's. After Chu Wu met the local officials in Hanzhong, he returned to Xiadu to resume his duties the next day. In the summer capital, the cold summer is a bit annoying, because Chu Tian went to participate in the epic battle copy. It took too long, leaving Xiao Liang unaware of Chu Tian's safety. At this time, there were only a few days before Chu Tian's expedition plan was implemented, but Chu Tian was still in the copy space. Wait until my husband comes back. Or should we stick to the planned plan? Xiao Liang hesitated. After 5 years of rest and recuperation, the Daxia dynasty found peace in the world. A skyrocketing population, sufficient treasury, and abundant granaries. The blessing value of the Chu Tian forces is not low. And the Jade Seal of the nation, made of Hezbai, can improve the national fortune. In the past 5 years, the Great Xia dynasty has experienced 2 large-scale auspicious events, which has enhanced the national power of the Great Xia dynasty. 5 years of war reserves gave the Daxia dynasty enough national power to launch an expedition. The time for the expedition is coming. But at this critical moment, Chu Tian is still fighting in the copy space. This makes Xiao Liang difficult to choose. During the epic battle, the player system was cut off and Xiao Liang was unable to contact Chu Tian. At this time, she needs to make a judgment. Your Majesty the Queen. Your Majesty the Prince has returned to court from his duties. During the temporary regency of Xiao Liang, Prince Chu Wu returned from attacking the bandits in the Qinling Mountains. Bring His Royal Highness in. When Chu Wu appeared in front of Xiao Liang, Chu Wu also brought back a heroic girl. Xiao Liang frowned. According to Chu Tian's arrangement, she sent Chu Wu to the Qinling Mountains to attack the bandits. The result was great, and she directly abducted a young girl and came back. Wu, my mother asked you to fight against bandits, not to rob good women. Be careful when your father comes back and punishes you. Mother, this is the general recruited by the child. She is the daughter of Wenhou Lu Bu. She is brave and good at fighting, and is a talented fighting general. Lu Lingqi. Xiao Liang looked at Lu Lingqi carefully. Lu Lingqi felt as if her whole body was being seen through, and she felt a little uncomfortable. Xiao Liang's mother has been in the world for several years, and is well versed in internal affairs and people's hearts. Lu Lingqi is easy to control in Xiao Liang's eyes. As for Lu Lingqi's force, in Xiao Liang's view, no matter how powerful it is just a chess piece. Lu Bu's military power was once unparalleled, but it was still controlled by various princes. Chu Wu abducted Lu Bu's daughter, which surprised Xiao Liang even more. This time, Chu Wu's campaign against bandits in the Qinling Mountains was mediocre. But he was proficient in abducting ignorant girls. He was exactly the same as his father at the beginning. Another Aquaman. The summer coolness helps the forehead. Sure enough, dragon begets dragon. Phoenix begets phoenix. And the mouse's son can make holes. If you are not afraid that Sun Shangxiang will be angry, just keep her as a guard in the East Palace. After all, Xiao Liang still prefers his son. If Chu Wu likes it, then it is not impossible to keep Lu Lingqi in the East Palace. Chu Wu quickly said, the boy just thinks that General Lu is brave, so he deliberately recruits him. He has no ulterior motives. Xiao Liang stopped Chu Wu. You may not think so in a few years. Lu Lingqi, serving the prince, must fulfill her duties loyally. At the beginning, your father was excluded by various princes, not because he had no talent, but because he was unfaithful. Unfaithful. It's a taboo. Lu Lingqi was a little unconvinced, but she was glared at by Xiao Liang. For some reason, she lost to Xiao Liang's momentum, so she had no choice but to bite the bullet and said, I am employed by His Highness the Crown Prince, so I will naturally sacrifice my life. You go down for now. I have something to say to Wu. Yes. Lu Lingqi was forced by Xiao Liang's momentum, and found that she had no strength at all. And she was sweating profusely. The majesty of the superior is invisible. Do you have any instructions? Queen Mother? The expedition planned by your father is about to begin. And as the Crown Prince, you will also participate in the war. The crusade against the bandits in the Qinling Mountains is just the simplest trial. The next expedition may put your life in danger. But in the future, you want to defend the country. We must learn to lead troops in battle. I wonder which group of troops my child will join. Conquer the 4 Japanese islands. Or conquer the Tonga Kingdom and Dayue Kingdom? Or defend the Western Region Protectorate? Chu Wu knew the expedition, plan formulated by Chu Tian. Once the Great Xia dynasty activated its war machine, its generals would divide into groups and sweep across the world. But Chu Wu only had one person, so he could only participate in all the troops and make military exploits. You go and conquer the 4 islands of Japan. If your father knows that you participated in conquering the 4 islands of Japan, your position will be stronger. Xiao Liang assigned Chu Wu to the East route troops to attack the 4 Japanese islands. The 4 islands of Japan. Chu Wu didn't know why his father and mother would attach great importance to conquering the 4 Japanese islands, but he still happily accepted the task. Attacking the 4 Japanese islands is a battle to destroy the country, and it is more difficult than conquering the bandits. Xiao Liang continued, when you conquer the 4 islands of Japan, identify the candidate for the Crown Princess, and give birth to the Crown Prince. Then the East Palace will be as stable as Mount Tai. Hire wants to take Sister Lure as the Crown Princess. No, your father has been engaged to the Sun family a long time ago, and the candidate for the Crown Princess is a daughter of the Sun family. Sister Xiangxiang? When Chu Wu learned for the first time that he was engaged to Sun Shangxiang, his mind went blank. Xiao Liang said, if you like Ma Yunlu, you can also bring Ma Yunlu into the East Palace when the Crown Princess is established. Xiao Liang thinks that his son is the same as Chu Tian, so he doesn't mind. Chu Wu still couldn't come to his senses. He finally understood why his father and mother were particularly concerned about Sun Shangxiang's feelings. Because she represented the Jiangzhou group. The Jiangzhou group is very important to the establishment and stability of the Daxia dynasty. So Chu Tian will not change his marriage with the Sun family of Jiangdong. Chapter 1106. All heroes gather together for the Great Xia expedition. 5 years. 5 whole years. Do you know how I lived? Cao Cao complained bitterly to Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan in his palace. Because the world had been peaceful for 5 years, Cao Cao was forced to become a poet, in addition to training his troops. He recited poems and wrote poems every day. Boss Chao's life became too comfortable, and he became whiter. But now, Cao Cao took out Ming Chen's armor. Finally, after 5 years of rest in the Daxia dynasty, the expedition plan that had been preparing was launched. When Cao Cao thought about going into battle again after not fighting for many years, he burst into tears and wiped his tears with his robe. Xiahou Dun and Xiahou Yuan were also greatly moved. These generals were born for troubled times. They spent half their lives in the army. When the days calmed down, they had nothing to do. I'm chatting like a teenager, holding the yellow on my left and the blue on my right. Cao Cao, who almost became a poet, couldn't help but sigh. Cao Cao was just in his 50s, and his temples were slightly white, giving him a sense of vicissitudes of life. If he doesn't conquer the world, he will be old. the eldest son Chaoong, the second son Chao Pai, the third son Chao Vong, as well as the younger brothers Chao Ji and Chao Chong were all present. Chaoong, Chao Pai, and Chao Zhang are all ready to serve as officials, while Chao Ji and Chao Chong are still young. Chao Shang inherited Chao Chao's military ability. Chao Pai inherited Chao Chao's internal affairs ability. Chao Shi inherited Chao Chao's literary ability. And Chao Chong inherited Chao Chao's ingenuity. Chao Ong is more comprehensive. But comprehensiveness also means that Chao Ong is mediocre. Chao Chao plans to take Chao Ong, Chao Pai, and Chao Zhang to practice. Huang Su, this expedition depends on you. Among the disciples, Chao Chao recognized Chao Zhang's military ability more. Chao Zhang has extraordinary arm strength and can fight tigers with strength, which is equivalent to favoring commander-in-chief in force, while despising intelligence and internal affairs. Chao Zhang is undoubtedly a qualified general, while Chao Pai is more like a civil servant. Chao Chao wanted to train his son in a different direction to revitalize the family. The quality of the second-generation talents of the Chao family in Chiao County is actually very high. Chao Pai, Chao Ong, Chao Ji, and Chao Chong are all celebrities. Chao Pai was emperor of Wei. Chao Zhang was the powerful Huang Shuer outside the Great Wall. Chao Ji wrote a poem in 7 steps. Chao Chong was called Xiang. And there were many talents. Dragon begets dragon. Phoenix begets phoenix. The second generation of Chao family is quite talented. However, there is a saying that wealth cannot last more than 3 generations. And the talents of the third and fourth generations of the Chao family are not so good. Chao Pai was dissatisfied because his father praised his younger brother Chao Zhang. Father, please let me serve as a vanguard in the army to defeat the enemy. Chao Chao shook his head. You are suitable to be in charge of the central army and a vanguard general. Only our Huang Suer can do that. Chao Chao still knew the talents of his sons. The Great Xia Dynasty's expedition plan was launched, and various retired generals were reactivated and involved in an unprecedented war. The 4 sons of the Sun family in Jiangdong, Sun Se, Sun Quan, Sun Yi, and Sun Quang, were summoned by Sun Jian to participate in the expedition. Among them, Sun Jian was most optimistic about his eldest son Sun Se. Sun Se himself was a celebrity in Jiangsu. He had a close relationship with Zhou Yu and others. He also inherited part of Xiang Yu's power, and was very powerful. Sun Quan gradually approached his peak state, using Sun Jian and Sun Se as benchmarks, and recommended himself. Sun Yi and Sun Quang are quite different in ability, but they are both historical military generals. This time, our Jiangdong Sun family is responsible for conquering the Dai Viet Kingdom. We will go deep into the jungle with the goal of occupying the capital of the Dai Viet Kingdom, Tanglong City. If we can destroy the Dai Viet Kingdom, you will be able to destroy the country. After the expedition is over, Xiang will marry into the East Palace and become the crown princess. Therefore, our Jiangdong Sun family must not lose this battle. Sun Jian announced important matters to his 4 sons, except for Sun Se, who knew that Sun Shangxiang was about to become the crown princess. The other 3 people did not know. When they heard Sun Jian's announcement, the 3 of them were shocked. The Jiangdong Sun family is about to become relatives. Wife means second only to the royal family. You must not be arrogant. The punishment is ruthless. Sun Jian was worried that his sons would become complacent because of their status as relatives. Being a relative is a privilege, but being a relative is also full of dangers. Throughout the dynasties, countless relatives were bloodbath. General He Jin was a relative who became a general as a butcher. Sun Quan, Sun Yi, and Sun Quang all replied, yes. In Zhujian, Liu Bei took over the Taiyuan, where he had become sworn friends, and reunited with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Like Cao Cao, Liu Bei also gained weight due to his too comfortable life. However, when Liu Bei realized that the Great Xia Dynasty's expedition was about to begin, he immediately summoned Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Second brother and third brother, I have asked the imperial court for instructions to lead troops on the expedition. Guan Yu asked. Brother, we haven't led an army for 6 years, and the imperial court finally allowed us to allocate a team of soldiers and horses? Liu Bei nodded. Yes. The imperial court gave us 50,000 soldiers and horses to participate in the expedition. Zhang Fei put the wine bowl down heavily and spilled the wine on the floor. The imperial court looks down on our brothers. We only have 50,000 troops. Back then we were entrenched in Ezhou with millions of troops. How majestic we were. Otherwise, there are so many famous generals in the imperial court. And the 3 of us brothers. if placed in the imperial court, can only command an army. Liu Bei was self-aware. The combination of Lu Guan and Zhang was naturally not bad during the Three Kingdoms period. But compared with Yu Fei, Wei Qing, Hu Qibing, Bai Qi, Wu Qi, Li Mu, and Wang Jian, who were abnormal level commanders with major achievements, they were far behind. In addition, the court was also worried that Liu Bei would make a comeback. After all, Liu Bei's will was too strong. 3. Chun Shi, who had been living in seclusion for several years, also came out and met Lu Guanzhang. Liu Bei thanked Chen Shi who had helped him. Military advisor, Zhang Fei said doubtfully. Brother Chen is no longer our military advisor. Chen Shi smiled slightly. No, I was appointed by the imperial court as the military advisor of this army. That's great. I will obey you and Wang Meng as military advisor. Zhang Fei couldn't help but be overjoyed. Several of them joined forces to fight again. However, this time, it was not an internal melee within the Han Empire, but an external conquest by the Daxia dynasty. This expedition is a big undertaking. Chen Shi was willing to serve for the dynasty established by Chu Tian, because Chu Tian's ambition was so great that Chen Shi's heart was moved. So he came to help and participated in the expedition. We brothers Liu, Guan, Zhang, and Chen Shi do not wish to be born in the same year, the same month and the same day, but we wish to die in the same year, the same month and the same day. For people took an oath in Taoyuan. In Xiadu, Yuan Shao's residence, Yuan Shao said to his 3 sons, Yuan Tan, Yuan Shang, and Yuan Shi, as school captains, the 3 of you will fight bravely to kill the enemy. You must not lose the face of our Yuan family. Do you understand? Yuan Tan, Yuan Shang, and Yuan Shi looked at each other and replied in unison. My child takes orders. Suyu came to visit 2 farmhouses outside Xiadu, and the owners of these 2 farmhouses were Tian Feng and Just Ho. Tian Feng and Jushu were still unwilling to serve Chu Tian because of their past events. When they saw Suyu, who was greedy for profit, they looked down upon him. Tu Ziyuan, what are you doing here? Suyu replied. I don't care if you 2 look down on me. This time the imperial court will attack the barbarians. Those who lack strategy, such as the 2 of you who are still Chinese people, should serve the imperial court and conquer the barbarians. This. Tian Feng and Jishu originally wanted to humiliate Suyu, but when Suyu brought up the Huai debate, they hesitated instead. Xiangyang, Peng family, Zhuge Liang came to visit. Sure Yuan Ji, today is a time of great strife. With your talents, you are enough to serve as the masterminds of an army. Now, under the order of the imperial court, Kong Ming invites you 2 to come out. Zhuge Liang was serving in the East Palace. This time, he was ordered to ask Pang Tong and Su Shu to help. During the Great Xia expedition, each legion needed a qualified military advisor. Pang Tong and Su Shu couldn't help but look at Pang Digong. Pang Digong said, The big hermit hides in the city, and the small hermit hides in the wilds. You 2 are talented in planning. You don't have to die in the mountains and waste all your talents like us old men. Pang Tong and Su Shu bowed and said, Yes. Huang Yuing, dressed in white, stood outside waiting. Under Huang Qingyan's pressure, Zhuge Liang had married her. As a disciple of the Ma's family, Huang Yuing has a bonus in weapon improvement. After studying with Mr. Shui Jing, Zhuge Liang fully assisted the prince, and Huang Yuing also entered an official career. But she was working in the Ministry of Industry. Huang Chengyan was very satisfied with this marriage. After all, the backer behind Zhuge Liang was Emperor Xia himself. Huang Yuing didn't think about it that much. She only knew that Zhuge Liang could be entrusted with her for life. The entire Daxia kingdom began to slowly operate its war machine. Each legion counted its troops, horses, weapons, and food, and reported them to the military strategy department, the weaponry department, and the logistics department. Although Chu Tian was deeply involved in this epic battle dungeon, and there was no news about Chu Tian and the legions who brought the dungeon, Xiao Liang still faithfully implemented the plan made by Chu Tian and began to deploy the expedition. Or, the deployment of the expedition had already started 5 years ago. Expeditions to major civilizations were Chu Tian's long-cherished wish. In the past 5 years, the lords of various civilizations have realized that the storm is coming, and have begun to play games using the main world as a chessboard. The great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Ajadai, swept across the Deccan Plateau, defeated the Indian princes, and annexed many divided kingdoms in the Deccan Plateau. The lords of the western continent formed a crusade to work together to defeat powerful enemies and carve up their territories. The United States of America united with England and the Netherlands to carry out colonial plunder. Although the Dacia dynasty was the calmest, it was the source of storms. The calmer it is, the more terrifying it is. The closer the expedition is. The 6 departments of the imperial court and the 4 military divisions are operating at full capacity. The great war beast of the Great Xia dynasty is slowly awakening. There has been no war in the Dacia dynasty for 5 years. But silence is brewing a larger war. Xiao Liang, Hua Mulan, Joan of Arc, Xiao Chua, and Wu Qing stood on the wall of the palace and looked into the distance. Xiao Liang was silent for a long time and said slowly, "My husband chose the nightmare difficulty in this epic battle. He has not come back yet. It seems that he has encountered a difficult opponent. It is hard to imagine that with my husband's ability, he is still like this. It is difficult. But as the imperial concubine, we must resolutely implement his deployment. You go to serve as supervisors and supervise the troops and horses of all walks of life to start the expedition. Mulan, you supervise the troops and horses of the south route. Xiao Chua, you supervise the troops and horses of the east route. Wu Qing, you supervise the troops in the west. Joan of Arc, follow me." Chapter 1107. The Crusaders set off. In the Kingdom of Poland, King Jagiello waited nervously at the teleportation array. A group of well-equipped Polish hussars stood behind their king. The teleportation array flashed with white light, and the Teutonic Knights of the Holy Roman Empire came out of the teleportation array. The German Emperor Hohenzollern and the 6 electors came in person. In addition to the famous Teutonic Knights, one of the 3 major European knights, Hohenzollern also brought the Black Shirt Knights. The imperial flag of the Holy Roman Empire and the battle flag of the Crusaders were fluttering. The Western Crusader Alliance uses the cross flag as its holy flag. The Lion of the East is awakening. We must capture Moscow to eliminate the northern border troubles and build the Great Wall of the North. Hohenzollern came out of the teleportation formation and turned against the guests. Jagiello said cautiously, "According to the agreement, not only can I keep the Kingdom of Poland, but I can also gain a piece of territory from Tsarist Russia to make up for my losses." Hohenzollern patted Jagiello on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Poland and Tsarist Russia are incompatible with each other. As long as you conquer Tsarist Russia, you will get the rewards you deserve." The teleportation array flashed again, and King Louis of the Kingdom of France appeared from the teleportation array with the Templar Knights and the Norman Knights. Hohenzollern, I have heard that the Eastern Empire has started a war. Their population is too terrifying and will be a new round of yellow peril. It must be contained. Hohenzollern and Louis came to an agreement. They are both players and know that the whip of God often comes from the East. The East had a large number of cavalry and a large population. Hohenzollern, Louis, this time St. Petersburg is mine. Gustavus II, the great Northern Army, brought the famous generals of the Kingdom of Sweden and the berserkers of the Viking civilization to the Kingdom of Poland. Before the war, they met with the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire and the King of the Kingdom of France. That depends on whether you have the ability to conquer St. Petersburg and conquer the cold winter. It was entirely possible for the Vikings to beat the cold winter. Send troops. Send troops. In the Kingdom of Poland, King Jagiello dispatched 50,000 Polish hussars and 1 million infantry cavalry in the northern expedition to Moscow. The Polish swallow-tailed flags roared and gathered into a torrent. Tens of thousands of Polish nobles participated in this massive northern expedition and devoted all their national strength. It's time for us to set off. The troops of the Holy Roman Emperor and the German princes have entered the territory of the Kingdom of Poland through the teleportation array in advance and began to advance towards Moscow. The number of knights, servant knights, and infantry retinues of the Teutonic Knights reached an astonishing number of more than 200,000. The major German, Austrian, and Bohemian princes sent a total of 1 million troops. The Kingdom of Hungary, controlled by Hohenzollern, sent out 200,000 light cavalry. The knights in black shirts followed the Hohenzollern, and the Black Cross flag was stern and formidable. Holy Roman Emperor Hohenzollern was the leader of the Northern Crusade, holding a map leading to Moscow and St. Petersburg. The war with the Tsarist Russian Empire has lasted for 5 years. This time St. Petersburg and Moscow must be captured. Historically, only the Mongols, the Poles, and Napoleon captured Moscow, but they were never able to conquer it. The Holy Roman Empire, with Wallenstein of the Kingdom of Bohemia as its commander, had a mighty military force that stretched thousands of miles. In the 30 Years' War in Europe, Wallenstein and Gustavus II were the two heroes who formed the wall of the Holy Roman Empire. Poland sent 1 million troops. Hungary 1.4 million troops. France sent 700,000 troops. Gustav sent 600,000 troops. Lithuania sent 300,000 troops. The Northern Crusade had a total of 4 million troops. The Tsarist Empire destruction is just a snap of the finger. One day, I can achieve the feats of Napoleon the Great. King Louis of France led an army of 700,000 men to participate in the Northern Expedition. 100,000 Knights Templar, 600,000 French feudal knights, peasant troops, and crossbowmen set out to fight. The Eagle of Brittany, Bertrand du Guesclin, Paladin, Roland, and other famous generals were in France. Among the army, Grand Duke Vytautas of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania led 300,000 troops to attack the hostile Russian Empire. Poland, Hungary, and France are fighting against Moscow, while Gustav and I are fighting against St. Petersburg. With Gustav's firearms and Viking berserkers, it will only be a matter of time to capture St. Petersburg. Estonia and Latvia will become mine territory. Archduke Vytautas looked wildly at the opportunity to annex 2 more territories in the Baltic Sea. The Northern Crusaders have already carved up the territory of Tsarist Russia in advance. 300,000 Lithuanian troops began marching towards St. Petersburg. From the royal city of Sweden, Stockholm, tens of thousands of Viking warships were dispatched. And the Nordic lion Gustav II dispatched 600,000 troops. The battle axes of Viking generals such as the Viking Emperor Canute and the Berserker Olaf glowed with cold light. The last attack on St. Petersburg failed. This time, St. Petersburg is determined to win. Gustav trusted the most famous generals of the Kingdom of Sweden, such as Barnel and Thorstensen, rather than the foolhardy Vikings. The Vikings were just tools to be exploited. Gustav went on an expedition as Field Marshal of Sweden, while his daughter Christina supported him at home as king. The Crusaders on the northern expedition were divided into 5 groups, with 4 million troops, like 5 giant dragons, trying to smash the Tsarist Russian Empire into pieces. In St. Petersburg, countless civil servants and generals from the Russian Empire were running back and forth, and people were in panic. Some officials have suggested to Catherine that she cede territory to the Crusaders for peace. However, Catherine executed all officials who thought they wanted to surrender and tried her best to recruit troops to fight the Crusaders. 1 million soldiers and horses have been assembled in Moscow, and nearly 1 million in St. Petersburg. 2 million troops are almost our limit, and there are many Cossack cavalry among them. Sophia reports to Catherine on war preparations. The Tsarist Empire wanted to challenge the 5-way Crusaders marching north on its own. Take the prince and princess to take refuge in the summer capital. In addition, continue to mobilize and recruit another 1 million soldiers. If we persist until the cold winter, our enemies will be reduced by half. Ekaterina knew that the crisis was unprecedented, so she sent her 2 children Chupeter and Chuanna to the Great Xia dynasty for refuge as a hope of future restoration. Your Majesty, you, my subjects, and I will not escape. Catherine came to the balcony of the castle and looked down. In St. Petersburg, the Tsarist guards were heavily guarded. Boyar cavalry and Cossack cavalry were frequently mobilized, and the troops were in chaos. When the Crusades began, the entire western continent became a battlefield. All the lords who opposed the Crusaders would be wiped out, and then their lands would be divided among the Crusader kings. The western lords, who were united in interests, plundered wealth, population, and territory under the banner of the Crusades. Chupeter and Chuanna were forcibly sent to Xiaodu's teleportation array. Chuanna was a little anxious. Grand Duke Sophia, will your mother be okay? You stay in your father's territory for the time being. In less than a year, the enemy will be defeated. Sophia comforted the princes and princesses of the Russian Empire. In fact, Sophia knew better than anyone else that the crusade to the north would be a disaster for Catherine this time. Xiao Liang accepted Chupeter and Chuanna and made room for them in the palace. If Ekaterina can't hold on, when His Majesty comes back, she might form a northern route army and go to Eastern Europe. Xiao Liang comforted Sophia like this. She knew that if the only ally in the west was conquered by the Crusaders, it would not be a good thing for the Great Xia dynasty. Sophia saluted. Thank you for your generosity. In the city of Istanbul, Alexander gathered troops from Macedonia, Greece, Asia Minor, and the Huns, totaling 1 million troops, to attack small kingdoms such as Armenia and Georgia in the Caucasus. Destroy the Caucasus countries? then destroy Persia and occupy Damascus. Alexander began to conquer marginal territories with the Toad forces. Egypt, the three emperors of Rome, Queen Isabella of Spain, and an English expeditionary force formed the Eastern Crusade. They defeated the Egyptian legions of Cleopatra, Saladin, and Bibbers in the Cairo area and occupied Cairo. The Eastern Crusaders began to move north to attack Jerusalem, intending to join forces with Alexander to wipe out the Persian and Arab empires and completely conquer Western Asia. The Crusaders on the north and east roads launched a full-scale attack, and the scattered forces around them found it difficult to resist the army. Armenia was defeated by Alexander's Macedonian army, and the king was captured by Alexander. The Persian Empire, with Alexander to the north and Torii to the east, was on the verge of collapse. The Holy Meteor Cavalry and the Undead Army could not stop the Eastern Crusaders and Mongolian cavalry. In the past 5 years, Tuolay used Ojadai's huge military force to launch 3 consecutive conquests against the Persian Empire, and the territory of the Persian Empire was lost again and again. Turay has divided its sphere of influence with Alexander, and the main world is likely to be divided into 4 major camps. The city of Baghdad of the Persian Empire can already be seen from Mingwan. The Great Xia Dynasty, the Prairie Empire, the Crusade Alliance, and the Maritime Alliance have become the 4 major camps in the main world. The forces mobilized are getting larger and larger. Sooner or later, the 4 major camps will conflict. Su Da and Chang Yuchen followed Mingwan, squinting their eyes and looking towards the city of Baghdad. If Baghdad were captured, the Persian Empire would most likely be destroyed. The Persian Empire was sandwiched between the Steppe Empire and the Crusader Alliance. Each side had millions of troops and had no room for survival. In addition to the 4 major camps, there are also some weak civilizations that survive in the cracks and have to rely on these powerful civilizations. The Maritime Alliance began to plunder countries in West Africa and East Africa. All major civilizations are ready to move. Quikan, the top siege general of the Ilkhanate, organized a war of annihilation against the Persian Empire. Tulay went to the epic battle dungeon, and he hasn't come back after so long. Mingguan is secretly paying attention to Tuolay's every move. This time, Tuolay did not take Mingguan to participate in the epic battle, probably because he did not trust Mingguan enough. The Khan is back. Before the Ilkhanate of the Grassland Empire was about to launch a general offensive, Tuolay, with tattered armor, returned to the main world. Also in tattered clothes were Subutai, Zebi and other generals. Tuolay chose the Nightmare difficulty and almost ended up in the epic battle dungeon. But the rewards of Nightmare difficulty are also amazing. It was indeed difficult to face off against my father in person, but I finally obtained my father's ability, Whip of God. Ha ha ha. The dying Tuolay couldn't help but laugh wildly. Congratulations, Father Khan. The Princes Mengu, Kublai Khan, Hulagu, and Ali Buj soon understood why Tuolay was in such a panic in this epic battle. It turned out that he met Temujin in the epic battle copy. This Khan will conquer the Persian Empire himself. After Tuolay obtained the God's Whip attribute, his confidence greatly increased, and he personally directed the siege. Chapter 1108 Expedition to Japan. Koryo Kingdom. Seoul. Liaodong Army Commander Li and Koryo Army Commander Li Chunggui gathered forces in Seoul, with 600,000 troops. Zheng He and Zhou Yu's 400,000 Fubo army were ordered to station on Jianghua Island to cooperate with the Liaodong Army and the Goryeo Army in attacking Japan's Kyushu Island. The teleportation array flashed, and Prince Chu Wu came out of the teleportation array. Chu Wu's East Palace guards included Lu Lingqi's 300 Bing Zhou Wolf Cavalry and Zhuge Liang's 3,000 company crossbowmen. In addition, during this expedition, Xiao Liang handed over Yang Xingmi's 5,000 Black Cloud Longsword Army and the Royal Wild Boar's 5,000 Savalon Heavy Cavalry to Chu Wu's command, although Chu Wu could only command more than 10,000 soldiers and horses. For the 16-year-old prince, commanding 10,000 elite troops was already extraordinary. These 10,000 elites already cover infantry, crossbowmen, light cavalry, and heavy cavalry. In the Mongol Empire, Chu Wu is equivalent to a high-level official at the level of 10,000 households. Xiao Liang asked Zhuge Liang to assist the prince, but he was not allowed to advise the prince on anything. Instead, he needed the prince to rely on his own abilities to complete the expedition. Zhuge Liang wanted to grasp the right balance, but it was not easy. You must assist the prince, but you must not dote on him. Your Highness, the Queen has an order. Most of the decisions in this battle will be decided by you personally, and you will have to bear the consequences. Zhuge Liang said this to Chu Wu. Zhuge Liang was also helpless. Chu Tian asked him not to do everything personally, while Xiao Liang asked him not to assist the prince too much. Chu Tian and Xiao Liang were worried that Chu Wu would become a mediocre prince like Lu Chan. If the support is too strong, it will be detrimental to the growth of the prince. Chu Tian also experienced hundreds of battles and crawled out of the dead to reach his current position. If Zhuge Liang does everything for the prince, then Chu Wu will most likely rely too much on Zhuge Liang. After hearing Zhuge Liang's words, Chu Wu couldn't help but clench his fists. His father and mother had very strict requirements on him. The expedition against the bandits in the Qinling Mountains did not yield the expected military exploits. In this expedition to Japan, military exploits must be achieved in order to satisfy the emperor and his mother. Because Chu Tian defeated too many powerful enemies, he had a high vision and had high demands on the prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince! Li Chunggui and other generals knew that the Crown Prince was personally conquering Japan. This was a form of experience, and he valued the Eastern Route Army. So they came to greet him in person. How many soldiers and horses are there on the East Route? 600,000 infantry and cavalry. 400,000 naval troops. In the first stage, capture Kyushu Island. In the second stage, capture Shikoku Island and Honshu Island. In the third stage, capture Hokkaido. General Li of the state of Yin was the commander-in-chief of the troops and horses on the East Route. 1 million soldiers and horses. It was the first time that Chu Wu saw such a large force going out for battle. The Daxia dynasty rested its armies for 5 years, and all the legions seemed to have disappeared. When the empire's war machine began to operate, millions of troops were dispatched at every turn. The 4 islands of Japan are within easy reach. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, should not be careless. The 4 Japanese islands have a population of approximately 20 to 30 million. To fight on the mainland, 1 million soldiers can be recruited. In addition, Oda Nobunaga joined the Maritime Alliance 3 years ago. Li was ordered to conquer the Japanese shogunate. In fact, he had already started planning an expedition to the 4 Japanese islands a few years ago, and he knew every move of Oda Nobunaga. 3 years ago, Oda Nobunaga could not bear the pressure of the Great Xia dynasty and joined the Maritime Alliance established by the United States. However, even if Oda Nobunaga joined the Maritime Alliance, he could not stop the Daxia dynasty's determination to capture the 4 Japanese islands. In the waters near Seoul, tens of thousands of warships were displayed, and teams of soldiers and horses boarded the ships. They were fierce and fierce, swallowing thousands of miles like tigers. Chu Wu's army of soldiers and horses was divided into hundreds of warships. Zhuge Liang counted the weapons, provisions and grass and reported to Chu Wu. Chu Wu must understand all aspects of marching and fighting. The soldiers and horses have not moved, but the food and grass go first. The way to win a crusade is to have huge national power. Qin's national power was strong, and Bai Qi and Wang Jian violently attacked the 6 countries. Without the support of national power, Zhuge Liang went out to Qishan 6 times. But in the end, his efforts were in vain. The Japanese shogunate is famous for its iron artillery team and samurai, and its navy and cavalry are not to be feared. On Kyushu Island this time, there are several forces including Shimazu, Tachibana, Otomo, and Ryuzoji, among which the Shimazu family is the most powerful, owns the Shimadzu Iron Artillery Corps. Zhuge Liang analyzed the strength of the Japanese shogunate for Chu Wu. The Eastern Route Army took the lead in attacking Kyushu Island among the 4 Japanese islands. Before Chu Wu went on the expedition, he worked hard to memorize the topographic maps of the 4 Japanese islands. Outside Chu Wu's camp, Lu Lingqi, who was in charge of guarding, had a dispute with Sun Shangxiang, who arrived. His Royal Highness is in the camp, in charge of military aircraft, and is not allowed to enter. Lu Lingqi looked indifferent. Sun Shangxiang had never met Lu Lingqi, but when he discovered that Chu Wu's guard was a good-looking girl, he was immediately dissatisfied. Who are you? It has nothing to do with you. Breaking into the camp without permission. Be careful with my Fong Tianhua Ji. I am the eldest lady of Jiangdong's Sun family. If you dare to stop me, you are seeking death. Sun Shangxiang drew his sword and faced him. 2 girls were fighting outside the camp. Sun Shangxiang was holding a long sword in his hand, and his sword energy was everywhere. Lu Lingqi's Fong Tianhua Ji is full of domineering power. Opening and closing. Miss! No! Zhou Tai, who was responsible for protecting Sun Shangxiang, couldn't help but worry. One looks like the prince's guard, while the other is the eldest lady of the master's family, which puts Zhou Tai in a dilemma. Sun Shangxiang is younger than Lu Lingqi, and her martial arts is not as good as Lu Lingqi's. However, the long sword in Sun Shangxiang's hand is a rare imperial weapon and is very powerful. Once stabbed by the long sword, Lu Lingqi will be injured or killed. Don't make mistakes! Chu Wu heard the sound of fighting outside in the camp, and when he came out, he found Lu Lingqi and Sun Shangxiang fighting, and he couldn't help but frown. When he saw Sun Shangxiang again, Chu Wu felt complicated. According to the Queen Mother, Sun Shangxiang was the unofficial crown princess, and Chu Wu, who had always obeyed the orders of Chu Tian and Xiao Liang, could not refuse. Brother Chu Wu, who is this woman? Sun Shangxiang pointed his sword at Lu Lingqi. Ahem. She is my hired guard. She is extremely powerful. You can't mess around. Chu Wu was very helpless when facing the future crown princess. The Jiangsu forces behind Sun Shangxiang are very powerful. When the Jiangsu forces unified the Han Empire in Chutian, they formally surrendered. Jiangdong was not affected by the war at all, which meant that the Jiangdong forces were intact. There are many famous generals in Jiangsu. Business is prosperous. Suhu is well known, and the world is full. Therefore, Chu Wu did not dare to neglect Sun Shangxiang. Sun Shangxiang pouted. From now on, I will protect Brother Chu Wu. I don't need her. You are the eldest lady of the Sun family. How can you serve as a guard? Why did you come to Seoul this time? Chu Wu cleverly changed the topic. Sun Shangxiang said stubbornly. Dad asked me to come and see Brother Chu Wu off. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to come. Don't even think about it. I'm still suffering here. Despite this, Sun Shangxiang still held Chu Wu's arm, and then entered the camp with satisfaction, and glared at Lu Lingqi. Huh? She's just the eldest lady of the Sun family. Lu Lingqi snorted coldly, and continued to serve as the head guard. However, Lu Lingqi always felt uncomfortable. Sun Shangxiang was not old enough to go to war, so Sun Jian did not allow her to go to war. He only allowed her to come to Goryeo to see Chu Wu off. Sun Shangxiang learned archery from Yang Yuji. In addition, Xiao Liang personally trained her and taught her some internal affairs. If the crown princess only knows how to fight and kill, then the empire may be in chaos in the future. Brother Chu Wu, in 2 years, my father will allow me to go to war. Then you can fire that woman. Okay? Definitely next time. In the Japanese shogunate, Oda Nobunaga convened the world's famous generals, and famous Japanese generals gathered in Kyoto. The great Xia dynasty was vigorously recruiting soldiers, horses, and warships, and stationed millions of troops in Seoul. You could guess with your toes that the great Xia dynasty was going to attack the 4 Japanese islands. People in the 4 Japanese islands were panicked, and the various daimyo also stopped fighting openly and secretly and obeyed the shogunate Oda Nobunaga. The emperor of Xia has stationed millions of troops in the Goryeo kingdom, tens of thousands of warships, fierce generals like clouds, and soldiers like rain. All the great names need to listen to my orders to resist Xia's army. Oda Nobunaga sat in the main seat and glanced at the daimyo present. On Kyushu Island, great names such as Shimazu Yoshihisa, the governor of the Shimazu family, Michiyuki Tachibana, the governor of the Otomo family, Soren Otomo, the governor of the Otomo family, and Takanobu Ryuzoji, the governor of the Ryuzoji family, were all present. Among the Kyushu daimyo present, there was also Tera Yashimori, the lord of Hirado Castle, who was trading with the Daxia dynasty. The daimyo of Honshu Island, One-Eyed Dragon, Date Masamune also became an official. The first wise general of the Warring States period, Motori Motonari, has passed away, and his successor in the Muri family is Motori Teramoto, the grandson of Motori Motonari. 2 uncles, Motohari Yoshikawa and Takakashi Kobayakawa, assisted Teramoto Mori. The Takeda family was succeeded by the player Takeda Tadayoshi as the family governor, and Takeda Shinjin died of illness. A number of famous Japanese generals from the Warring States period have fallen. Chutian has already endured and aged a number of famous generals. However, the younger generation of generals from the 4 Japanese islands, such as One-Eyed Dragon, Date Masamune and the first soldier of the Warring States period, Tanada Yukimura, began to appear. Plus, Tokugawa Ieyasu is still trying to outlast everyone. Oda Nobunaga's words made all the daimyo awe-inspiring. Chutian has destroyed the kingdom of Korea. and it is only a matter of time to conquer the 4 islands of Japan. If this group of famous people does not cooperate, the 4 islands of Japan may become a protective palace of the Great Xia dynasty. How is the construction progress of the Yuanko fortress on Kyushu Island? Oda Nobunaga looked at Shimazu Yoshihisa. The Yuanko fortress has been completed, isolating the beach from the inland, and the Han army cannot easily go ashore. Very good. The 4 island lords will organize 18 troops to resist the Han army. In addition, recruit slave troops from Luzon Island. Then ask for help from the Maritime Alliance. Oda Nobunaga began to divide the legions. Kyushu Island established 4 troops: Shimazu, Otomo, Tachibana, and Ryuzoji, each leading a group of troops to garrison on the beach. The news of the Great Xia dynasty has alarmed all the famous people. The daimyo of Kyushu Island simply built the Yuanko defense, a long stone barrier along the beach area, and then used drawings to build towers, battlements, beacons, arrow towers, and catapults to consolidate the defense line. The current Kyushu Island is like a solid turtle SHL, waiting for the millions of troops of the Great Xia dynasty to attack. The various daimyo rushed to repair mountain cities and tried their best to avoid fighting with the cavalry of the Great Xia dynasty on the plains. In the 5th year of the Daxia calendar, the million-strong army stationed in the kingdom of Koryo officially began their expedition. Tens of thousands of warships left Seoul. Boundless. Chapter 1109 Yuanko Defense Base. The Great Xia dynasty raised millions of troops to invade. How can we resist them? Hirado Castle, the lord of the city, Yoshimori Taira, looked at the empty port. After the Daxia dynasty declared war on the Japanese shogunate, merchant ships from the Daxia dynasty left Hirado Castle, causing the trade of Hirado Castle to plummet. As the lord of Hirado Castle, Taira Yoshimori needed money to pay salaries to the samurai. Hirado Castle is filled with gloom. When the Great Xia dynasty went to war with the Japanese shogunate, Kyushu Island bore the brunt, and Hirado Castle, located in the northwest of Kyushu, was doomed. A Shujo businessman came to the castle tower of Hirado Castle. Taira Yoshimori, Our Majesty, we want to know your answer. Don't you just want to have a foothold on Hirado Island? But the only area I can control is Hirado Island. If you attack Kyushu Island, you must land at Hakata Bay. Near Hakata Bay is Tachibana Castle. The Maori family, Tachibana the Otomo family, the Shimazu family, and the Ryuzoji family have stationed 400,000 troops at the Yuanko defense in Hakata Bay. Taira Yoshimori looked at Miju, a wealthy businessman from Shujo who arrived, and intentionally or unintentionally told the Kyushu Island daimyo and the Maori family coming from Honshu Island about the defense of Kyushu Island. Miju was aggressive. I want to know the specific strength of the troops. It's best to have a defense map of the Yuanko defense base. Miju, I am just the lord of Hirado Castle. I have only tens of thousands of people under my jurisdiction, and only a few thousand troops at most. My mission this time is to defend Hirado Castle. The other daimyo like me are the Matsura family and Arima, etc. The real defenders of the Jengaku fortress are the Mori family, the Tachibana family, the Otomo family, the Shimazu family, and the Ryuzoji family. The 5 families have joined forces, and the leader is Shimazu Yoshihisa. I am not qualified to obtain the defense map. The 4 Shimazu brothers, Shimazu Yoshihisa, Shimazu Yoshihiro, Shimazu Noisa, and Shimazu Yahisa, are brave and good at fighting. The eldest son inherits the family governorship and is the commander-in-chief. Shimazu Yoshihiro is brave, and Shimazu Noisa is much braver. The Shimazu family is good at tactics. The 4 brothers are also the most powerful beings on Kyushu Island. The Otomo family, the governor of the family, Otomo Zonlin, has generals Takahashi Shaoyun, Takahashi Tonghu and his son. Takahashi Tonghu is known as the unparalleled one in the Western Kingdom. The Tachibana family, the governor of the family, Tachibana Michiyuki, was originally a retainer of Otomo, but later separated. Tachibana Michiyuki is known as the Thunder God. The Ryuzoji family, the governor of the family, Ryuzoji Takanabu, is known as the Bear of Hizen, and among his retainers are the 4 heavenly kings of Ryuzoji. The Muri family does not belong to the daimyo of Kyushu Island, but to the daimyo of Honshu Island. Under the orders of Oda Nobunaga, they defend the Yuanko defense in Hakata Bay. The family governor, Teramoto Muri, has mediocre talents. But he has two uncles. Yoshikawa Motoharu and Kobayakawa Takakage are good at commanding troops and using strategies respectively. Except for the above-mentioned people who are worthy of note. The other generals may be just trash to you. Oda Nobunaga's Honshu Island army has made preparations to support the Motoko defense. In addition, the Navy defends Shimonoseki entering the Seto Inland Sea and the Nagato Sea area in the north of Honshu Island. After much hesitation, Tera Yashimori revealed part of Oda Nobunaga's deployment to Miju, and informed Miju of some daimyo and their generals who needed attention. The four Shimazu brothers? For generals can be born in one family at the same time. Whenever troops are used, they are based on favorites. There is nothing strange about this. Ping Yisham disagreed. The core force of the Shimazu family is the Satsuma warriors. The Satsuma warriors are brave and aggressive. After Shimazu Yoshihisa came to power, he appointed 3 brothers as generals. So the 4 brothers are all ruthless people. A similar family includes two Alay's sons, Mengu, Kublai Khan, Hulagu, and Ali Bugu, who are also 4 ruthless men. Store food and grass in Hirado Castle. Our fleet will be based on Tsushima Island, Iki Island, and Hirado Island. If I help you, I should be able to keep my position as the Lord of Hirado Castle. Right. Not only Hirado Castle, we can even make you the leader of Hizen country. Miju is divided according to the size of the Han Empire. Then the 4 islands of Japan are equivalent to a state, and each large island is equivalent to a county. Gyosho Island has 9 Lingji kingdoms, so it is named Gyosho. Each Lingji kingdom is equivalent to a county. Hirado Castle is just a medium-sized castle. However, as one of the world's trade nodes, Hirado Castle has a teleportation array at its port. If the expeditionary force of the Dacia dynasty captures the special city of Hirado Castle, they can use the teleportation array to obtain supplies. As for why Hirado Castle is not used to teleport troops directly, it is because the teleportation array can only teleport a limited number of troops every day. During the time it takes for 1,000,000 troops to gather in Hirado Castle, the expeditionary force's fleet will be enough to reach Kyushu Island. The supplies that tens of thousands of warships can transport cannot be compared to one teleportation array. Of course, after capturing Hirado Castle, follow-up supplies can be carried out. Ping Yisheng listened to Miju's wishes, and was somewhat moved by Chutian's willingness to make him the lord of Hizen Kingdom, equivalent to the county magistrate of the Han Empire, facing tens of thousands of warships. Hirado Castle cannot be defended at all. If Hirado Castle is exchanged for the position of the leader of Hizen Kingdom, Hakata Bay, Yuan-ko Defense Base. A great wall stands on the edge of the beach dozens of meters away from the sea. There are many towers, arrow towers, and catapults. The daimyo of Kyushu Island tried their best to defend it, and invested a lot of construction drawings and stones to build what players call the Yuan-ko Defense Fortress. The Iron Wall. The origin of the Yuan-ko defense can be traced back to Kublai Khan of the Mongol Empire, who ordered 2 expeditions to Japan. The first time, the Japanese shogunate suffered heavy losses because the deputy marshal of the Yuan army was injured and the kamikaze destroyed the ships of the Yuan army. So the Japanese shogunate ordered the construction of a stone fortress to guard against the Yuan dynasty army. Sure enough, after the stone barrier was built, the second expeditionary force of the Yuan dynasty arrived, and the stone barrier helped the Japanese shogunate block the Mongols. Therefore, this stone barrier was called the Yuan Invader Defense, and the hurricane that destroyed the Yuan dynasty fleet was called the Divine Wind. Being able to block the rising Mongol Empire was extremely difficult for the Hojo shogunate at that time. Players in Lord learned from history and proposed to Oda Nobunaga to build a stronger Yuan-ko defense and set up arrow towers, watchtowers, catapults, bed crossbows, fire guns, and other weapons to prevent the Xiao army from landing. The reason why Hakata Bay was chosen as the focus of defense is because Kyushu Island is mountainous and Hakata Bay is relatively flat and easy to land. In addition, this place is close to Korea and the supply line is short. There is also the teleportation array in Hirado Castle that can be used. My lord, our Takabanayama Castle is near Hakata Bay. If the troops of the Great Xia dynasty land from here, Takabanayama Castle will bear the brunt. Ono Jinyuki, a retainer of the Tachibana family, expressed his concerns to Tachibana Michiyuki. Takabanayama Castle is located on Tachibana Mountain and is the headquarters of the Tachibana family. The mountain castles built by Japanese daimyo were easy to defend but difficult to attack. It cannot withstand the siege of 1,000,000 troops. Since you have decided to protect Kyushu, you must do whatever it takes. Michiyuki Tachibana tightly grasped the famous sword, Raikiri, in his hand. This sword has lightning damage, which is similar to Li Guangdong's burning damage. Father, please allow me to lead the female iron artillery team and guard Takabanayama Castle and Kyushu with father. A girl wearing samurai armor led a women's iron artillery team to Tachibana Michiyuki's camp. This girl has snow-white skin and bright eyes and white teeth. Chio Tachibana, the daughter of Tachibana Michizuki, the next governor of the Tachibana family, possesses the special firearm unit, Tachibana Hayashiana. I plan to take in Takahashi Tadora, the son of Takahashi Shan, and rename him Tachibana Munej. After the Natsu army is defeated, Takahashi Tadora will marry into our Tachibana family and assist you in ruling Tachibana Mountain Castle. What do you think? Michiyuki Tachibana had no sons, but only one daughter. So he attached great importance to Chio Tachibana. He regarded Chio Tachibana as a candidate for the family governor, and even asked Takahashi Tadora, the unparalleled general of the Western Kingdom, to marry him. Tachibana Chio did not refuse. My father is in charge of everything. Tachibana Michiyuki looked at the son of his friend Takahashi Shan. Takahashi Tadora, can you hear what Chio said? In this Yuan invader fortification battle, if you make military exploits, I can adopt you as my adopted son. Then Tachibana Yamashiro and Chio are both yours. Takahashi Tadora replied, Thank you so much. Foster father. Good. Michiyuki Tachibana recognized Takahashi Notora's abilities. Takahashi Shan is as famous as Tachibana Michiyuki, while Takahashi Tadora is the son of Takahashi Shan, and Wuyong is still above Takahashi Shan. If you can enter Tachibana Mountain Castle, then Tachibana Michiyuki's daughter and territory will be yours in the future. Takahashi Totora's eyes were burning. Chio Tachibana is not only a beauty, but also a military commander with a special firearms unit. After all, Takabanayama Castle has jurisdiction over hundreds of thousands of people. Even if he married Takabanayama Castle and changed his name to Tachibana Munej, Takahashi Tadora wouldn't mind. Compared with the status of a son-in-law, the real benefits are more real. Chio Tachibana's face was very calm. The orders of his parents, the words of the matchmaker, and the rules of the 4 islands of Japan were similar to those of ancient China. Since it was Tachibana Michiyuki's decision, she couldn't object. Tachibana Chio stood on the catapult of the Yuan-Ko's stone barrier, with his left hand on the handle of the sword, looking at the long stone barrier and the numerous arrow towers. There were a total of 5 legions: the Mori, Tachibana, Shimazu, Otomo, and Ryuzoji Temple. They assembled an army of 400,000 to defend the Yuan invader stone fortress, which was almost airtight. In addition, the daimyo of Honshu such as Oda Nobunaga, Tokugawa Ieyasu, and Date Masamune had already controlled the coast of the Seto Inland Sea, sending millions of troops to fight with all their national strength. The Yuan-Ko's stone barrier on Kyushu Island was the first line of defense deployed by Japan, and it was also the strongest line of defense. 5 legions were guarding it in sections, and warriors patrolled the seaside from time to time, day and night. The whole of Japan feels like facing a formidable enemy. No big name dared to relax. The scouts of the Japanese shogunate have obtained clear information. The first batch of troops of the Great Xia dynasty to attack Kyushu Island reached 1 million. I heard from my father that the territory of the Great Xia dynasty is dozens of times larger than ours, and the population is at least 10 times larger. Although Tachibana Chio has never been to the Central Plains, she learned from the players and Tachibana Michizuki, who had fought against the Xia army, that the Great Xia dynasty was an unprecedentedly powerful empire. Fighting against such a powerful empire might lead to a narrow escape. The soldiers and horses of the Daxia dynasty came from the sea. No matter what, we must defend Takabanayama Castle. Chapter 1110 Kamikaze. Tsushima Island. This island is located between Japan and Korea. In ancient times, Japanese pirates were entrenched on Tsushima Island, and from time to time, they went north to plunder Korea, causing Japanese rebellion in Korea. Compared with the Central Plains, the Japanese rebellion in Korea was more serious, so it is not difficult to understand that Korea and Japan have a feud. The expedition fleet of tens of thousands of warships from the Great Xia dynasty had already appeared in the northern part of Tsushima Island. Run away! A small number of samurai stationed on Tsushima Island hurriedly escaped in small boats. They were ordered to investigate the whereabouts of the Great Xia Dynasty's expeditionary force. When they saw the endless warships appearing on the sea and the Dafu ship emerging in the waves, they suddenly turned pale. The islands of Kitakyushu such as Tsushima and Iki Island have been abandoned, and the Japanese army has fully retreated to Kyushu Island. The expedition fleet easily captured Tsushima Island, and more than 100 samurai who were unwilling to escape were captured. Zheng He, Zhou Yu and other naval generals looked to the south in the direction of Iki Island and Kyushu Island. The sky was gloomy, and they couldn't help but frown. Is the legend true? Several generals. We have arrived at Tsushima Island and will soon capture Iki Island and Hirado Island, and we will approach Kyushu Island. Why are we stalling? Chuwu saw a small group of warriors for the first time. However, there is only one town and scattered villages on Tsushima Island, and there is not much resistance at all. Chuwu discovered that Zheng He, Zhou Yu, Zheng Jilong and other naval generals suddenly had a dispute. The expedition fleet stayed at Tsushima Island for 2 days and did not continue sailing. Zhou Yu, who always wore a confident smile, frowned at this time, as if he had encountered some problem. Your Highness, I have heard that the 4 islands of Japan are protected by divine winds. I thought it was just ordinary ghosts and gods. But this time at that time, strong winds broke out in the waters of Iki Island and Kitakyushu. If we continue the southern expedition, I am afraid that the fleet will suffer heavy losses. Chuwu heard his father say that Zheng He was a master of navigation and Zheng Jilong was a shipping king. Is it possible that even with the abilities of 2 masters of navigation, they cannot avoid the losses caused by the divine wind? Zheng He replied, although I can reduce the losses caused by the storm, even if I suffer 70% or even 50% of the losses, it may be 100,000 lives. Kamikaze. Chuwu listened to the judgment of Zheng He, Zhou Yu and other naval generals, and looked to the south. Sure enough, the sky was gloomy, and the wind and waves were rising. Whenever the country faces subjugation, the divine wind comes. If you want to expedition to the 4 islands of Japan, you must defeat the divine wind. Zheng He and Zheng Jilong are both masters of navigation and can reduce the losses caused by storms. The question is how much losses can be reduced. If the kamikaze causes too much damage to the fleet, then they will have to consider whether to retreat. Damn it! My father and mother organized a 1,000,000-strong army to conquer Kyushu Island. How can we retreat because of the divine wind? Chuwu was a little unwilling. Ask the military strategy department to see if we should continue to march. If we march, we need to be prepared to sacrifice a group of soldiers. Zheng He finally threw this issue to the imperial court, which decided whether to risk the threat of divine wind and continue marching to Kyushu Island. There is a 3rd-level town established by players on Tsushima Island, which can use the player's system to deliver messages. The imperial court soon issued an order to march into Kyushu as planned. Since this is what the court wants, let's continue marching and be ready to fight the kamikaze dive. As a master of navigation, Zheng He would not mind if the imperial court could bear the losses caused by the divine wind and risk the divine wind to disperse the fleet and march to Kyushu Island. When the fleet encounters a hurricane, one depends on the strength of the warship, the other depends on the response of the naval generals, and the third depends on luck. Tens of thousands of warships left Tsushima Island and headed for Iki Island and Hirado Island. Ding! The 4 islands of Japan are threatened with subjugation. The special mechanism kamikaze is triggered. The probability of storms in the waters of the 4 islands of Japan is greatly increased. Please pay attention to the lords of both warring parties and the ships of each civilization. Ding! The 4 Japanese islands are threatened by national subjugation, and the special mechanism kamikaze is triggered. After Zheng He's fleet passed Tsushima Island, the system prompt sounded. There is indeed a divine wind in the waters of Japan. The navigation master Zheng He received a strong order from the imperial court and resolutely braved the divine wind to attack Iki Island. Tens of thousands of warships sailed in strong winds and waves, and some small ships may be swallowed by the huge waves. Lu Lingqi's face was pale, and she seemed to be seasick as she was good at riding and fighting. He originally served as Chu Wu's bodyguard, but instead asked Chu Wu to care about the safety of his subordinates. I am Lu Fengxian's daughter. I don't need your help. I order you to go to the cabin and rest. Only when you land on Kyushu Island can you be of use. Chu Wu gave up his cabin to Lu Lingqi to win people's hearts. Chu Wu did not get seasick, but looked nervously at the hazy sky. Strong winds roared in the waters of Kitakyushu, and the Fubo Navy tried hard to maintain its course. From time to time, Warships were blown away and separated from the fleet. The navigation-related characteristics of Zheng He and Zheng Zhilong played an important role at this time, which prevented the main force of the fleet from being destroyed by the kamikaze. In the Japanese civilization zone, when the Japanese players heard the system prompts, they couldn't help but be ecstatic. Kamikaze. See the kamikaze again. Historically, it was because of the divine wind in Kitakyushu that aggravated the collapse of the Mongols and saved the 4 islands of Japan. The threat posed by the expeditionary force of the Great Xia dynasty to the 4 Japanese islands was so powerful that it triggered the divine wind that protected Japanese civilization. With the divine wind guarding Kyushu Island, maybe the Xia army will repeat the failure of the Mongolian army's expedition. The Mongolian army, which dominates the world, was finally defeated by the divine wind. It seems that God bless Japan. Takeda Tadayoshi, as a player name, clearly remembers that the arrogant Mongol Empire made 2 consecutive expeditions to Japan, but the result was a failure. In the Second Mongol Empire expedition, more than 100,000 Mongolians, Koreans, and Song people were abandoned by the coach in Japan, were killed or captured by the Japanese. This time the divine wind reappeared, bringing hope to the panicked Japanese islands. Oda Den, Tara Yashimori of Hirado Castle, has been trading with the Central Plains, and may betray us. I propose to send a team of surprise troops to surprise Hirado Castle, abolish Tara Yashimori's status as the city lord, and control Hirado Island. In our hands. Takeda Tadayoshi made suggestions to Oda Nobunaga. Tara Yashimori dares to collude with foreign enemies. I will let the Shimadzu family deal with him. Oda Nobunaga faced the menacing Natsu army and went all out. Realizing that Hirado Castle might betray Kyushu Island, he secretly ordered the 4 Shimazu brothers to attack Hirado Castle and hand over Hirado Castle to the Shimazu family. The Maritime Alliance has agreed to support us with 100,000 troops. If the Yuan-Ko defense is breached, they will teleport to Kyushu Island as soon as possible and launch a massive counterattack. If you can't use the Maritime Alliance's forces, don't do so. Their price is too high. Oda Nobunaga knew that he could not rely too much on the Maritime Alliance established by the United States. Otherwise, the 4 Japanese islands would become semi-colonies of the Maritime Alliance. The appearance of the kamikaze made players, samurai, and farmers on the 4 islands of Japan excited for several days. However, the samurai on Iki Island outside Kitakyushu were horrified to discover that the Dacia dynasty fleet, led by the navigation masters Zheng He and Zheng Chenggong, sailed tenaciously in the divine wind and arrived at Iki Island. At this time, it is very important to have a navigation master. Without a navigation master, it would be impossible to conquer the 4 islands of Japan. According to records, during the Mongolian expedition to Japan, the southern Song general who surrendered to the Yuan dynasty was familiar with the navy. So the damage caused by the divine wind to his fleet was far less than that of the fleet led by the Mongolian general. Masters of sea navigation such as Zheng He and Zheng Zhilong were worth tens of thousands of gold at this time. Kill! Gan Ning took 800 brocade sail thieves and braved the heavy rain to forcefully land on Iki Island, because the daimyo of Kyushu Island abandoned the outer islands. Iki Island only had a force of 500 samurai and a shigaru, lower infantry. This group of teams was originally going to stay on Iki Island to monitor Xia Jun's movements. They thought that when the divine wind came, the Dacia dynasty's expeditionary force would retreat in the face of difficulties. But they did not expect that the Dacia dynasty's fleet would still arrive at Iki Island. Only 3 days later than planned, Gan Ning easily landed ashore, and with 800 Jifan thieves, killed and captured more than 300 people. The remaining samurai and Ishiguro fled into the mountains of Iki Island. Iki Island is very close to Kyushu Island, and ships can be sent to attack Hakata Bay. Divide a fleet to capture Hirado Island. Zheng He asked Su Sheng to take 20,000 people to control Hirado City and activate the teleportation array with the Central Plains. However, Hirado Castle is located overseas, across the strait from the mainland of Kyushu Island. Capturing Hirado Castle can provide supplies for the fleet. Take orders! Su Sheng took 200 ships to Hirado Island. Calculate the losses and proceed to attack Hakata Bay. Although the weather is not in our hands, the weather is not as good as the right place, and the right place is not as good as the people. As long as we work together, the kamikaze cannot repel us. Zheng He ordered people to count the losses, and found that tens of thousands of people were swallowed up by the wind and waves or disappeared. The divine wind may strike at any time. and Zheng He and others need to establish a foothold on Kyushu Island under extremely harsh conditions. At this time, their situation was 67 times similar to that of the Mongolian army's expedition to Japan. Lui said, "The Japanese built the Yuan-ko defense in Hakata Bay, and they must gather elite soldiers and generals to break through the stone barrier." Zhou Yu asked, "Since the Yuan-ko defense is located on the seaside, I wonder if the firearms and crossbows on the warships can be used to cover the infantry in attacking the stone fortress. The Japanese have already considered this situation. The location where they set up the stone fortress is just outside the range of most of our weapons. This is the tricky part." Zheng He and Zheng Zhilong were thinking about how to let the fleet pass through the Tsushima Strait, while Lui was thinking about how to break through the Yuan-ko defense in Hakata Bay, gain a foothold on Kyushu Island, and deal with the counterattack of the Japanese daimyo coalition. On the east side of Hakata Bay, there is Shiga Island. The island is long and narrow. When the tide is low, the exposed beach can lead directly to the land. If Shiga Island can be captured, use a few fierce men as the vanguard to attack the land and detour to the Yuan-ko behind the defenses. We might be able to defeat the Japanese army. However, because the terrain is narrow, even strong generals are in danger during a melee. If we cannot capture it when the tide rises, we may be left alone." Li pointed out the location of Shiga Island.